The male protagonist, on the brink of bankruptcy with his company, traverses through various worlds to acquire diverse resources, ultimately transforming into a formidable global, protective umbrella corporation. The presence of such a company within the Marvel universe would undoubtedly have profound repercussions. Its influence would stretch from the stars above to the depths of the ocean, leaving unmistakable imprints of its existence. Chapter 1. Have I transcended? On the battlefield of Syria, a middle-aged man clad in combat gear was steadily fleeing, evading a relentless barrage of bullets raining down upon him. Despite his efforts, a bullet struck his thigh, rendering him incapable of continuing his escape. Yang Yichen, gritting his teeth against the pain, sought refuge behind a boulder, feeling a surge of regret. He should never have found himself in this perilous situation. It was merely a consequence of undertaking a mission. His task was to infiltrate an FBI intelligence hub in Syria on behalf of Country Z to retrieve a jade pendant. Just as he was on the cusp of completing the mission, a momentary lapse in judgment had led to the discovery of his presence by a shepherding child, who subsequently alerted others. Cursing under his breath, Yang lamented, "When will I be rid of this damned compassion?" Now, faced with the imminent threat to his life, he turned to see a volley of bullets approaching. He managed to incapacitate several soldiers who were closing in, but his weapon emitted a disheartening click. This is it, he thought, realizing that he, Yang Yichen, would not perish on the battlefield, but would instead meet a humiliating end at the hands of these armed militants. In a desperate move, Yang discarded his rifle and emptied the last 2 magazines of his handguns. All that remained was a C4 explosive, originally intended to distract the guards, but now it would serve as his farewell. It was a preferable fate compared to falling into the clutches of these militants, as being captured would be tantamount to a fate worse than death. Yang tightened his grip on the C4 detonator. He remained oblivious to the bloody jade pendant nestled in his arms, which was gradually absorbing his life essence. The militants were encroaching upon him, when suddenly an FBI agent appeared before him. "Long time no see, Yang," the suited man remarked, squatting down in front of him. "Hand over the item, and I might spare your life." "Spare my life?" Yang chuckled. "I'm well aware of the nature of your kind. Don't think that by relinquishing the item, I won't find myself in a situation akin to a beehive." The suited man tilted his head. "You make a valid point, but do you still possess the ability to resist? Plead for mercy, and perhaps I might show leniency after all. You have assisted us on numerous occasions." Yang smiled wryly. "How amusing that you all still harbor a semblance of compassion." Seeing that Yang was unyielding, the suited man ordered, "Take him away and ensure he is well taken care of. I have no doubt he will eventually talk." At that moment, Yang produced the detonator he had been clutching, a grin spreading across his face. "What a pity you only caught this fish. With your company, my descent is not entirely in vain." With that, he pressed the button to detonate the C4. A brilliant flash engulfed Yang Yichen, followed by a violent explosion that reduced both him and the dozens of individuals nearby to mere ashes. Yet, unbeknownst to the crowd, a black hole materialized at the epicenter of the explosion, drawing in a wisp of energy. "Why does my head ache so terribly? Wasn't I the one who detonated the C4? Where am I?" Yang Yichen shook his head, when suddenly a surge of memories flooded into his mind. It turned out that he was no longer in his previous world. He had entered a parallel universe of Earth, where technology was significantly more advanced than in his former life. The individual whose body he now inhabited also bore the name Yang Yichen, a Chinese-American whose ancestors had been sold as piglets during the Qing dynasty, transported from Shanghai to America, where they gradually amassed a fortune through hard work. Eventually, in Yicheng's father's generation, a group of close friends established a security company. However, tragedy struck last month when, while providing humanitarian escort in Syria, they fell victim to a suicide truck bomb attack, resulting in the loss of the entire convoy, including humanitarian workers. The notorious 10 Commandments gang later admitted responsibility for the terror attack, citing their intent to undermine American influence in Syria, which ultimately led to the demise of Yicheng's father. In the spirit of humanitarian efforts, Yicheng's father sought to demonstrate the importance of his security company by bringing along all the senior employees, resulting in catastrophic losses. Now, the company was left with only a handful of staff, and in pursuit of this mission, Yicheng's father had taken out a loan of $5 million from Citibank. Given the current state of the company, the only viable option seemed to be bankruptcy, which would leave Yicheng to wander the streets as a vagabond. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Is Brother Yang inside? Open the door. Yicheng approached and opened the door to find a young man in his 20s, nearly of the same age as himself. "Taozi, you made it." Zheng Tao, Yicheng's childhood friend, stood there. Their fathers had grown up together, fostering a deeply rooted friendship between their families. Taozi said, "Brother Chun, you mustn't dwell on your sorrow any longer. We need to devise a plan for our next steps." Concern etched on his face, Zheng Tao gazed at Yicheng. Taking a deep breath, Yicheng steeled himself. "Fear not, I shall not falter. However, we must confront the reality of our situation. The company's debts are substantial. Perhaps we should seek collaboration with other security firms?" Zheng Tao suggested. Yicheng shook his head. "Those large companies would seize the opportunity to absorb us. We cannot place our hopes in others." "What then shall we do?" Zheng Tao asked, his voice tinged with despair. "Then we shall forge our own path," Yicheng declared with unwavering resolve. "We can start small and rebuild our company's reputation." Zheng Tao looked at Yicheng, a sense of admiration swelling within him. "All right, I believe in you, Brother Chun. Let's strive together." Yang Yichen gently patted Zheng Tao's shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your support, Taozi. Let us commence our investigation into the masterminds behind this terrorist attack. Perhaps we may uncover some clues and, in the process, earn a commission." With that, Yang Yichen and Zheng Tao set forth to utilize various channels to gather intelligence, in search of any trace linking to the heinous act of terror. After Taozi departed, Yang Yichen reclined quietly on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. Deep in thought, he pondered why others who traversed dimensions were endowed with systems or extraordinary abilities, while he himself found his life in ruins, bereft of family and fortune. With this thought weighing heavily on his heart, he let out a deep sigh and exclaimed in frustration, "You grant me a second chance at life, yet allow me to exist in such a wretched state." And no sooner had he uttered these words than a chime resonated, declaring, "The multiverse traversal system has been activated." Yang Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart brimming with astonishment at the realization that a system truly existed. Instantly, exhilaration surged through him as he eagerly began to delve into the intricacies of this so-called multiverse traversal system. It became evident that this system possessed remarkable powers, enabling Yang Yichen to traverse effortlessly across various realms. Within these worlds, he could acquire invaluable resources and obtain corresponding skills. He could also utilize points and currency to exchange for equipment and characters from the myriad cinematic works of his past life. This system appeared to be a key, unlocking endless possibilities, guiding him toward a series of adventures brimming with wonder. Chapter 2. Is this Marvel? After meticulously examining the system's functionalities, Yang Yichen regained his composure. It was essential to understand that the first world was of paramount importance. It represented a crucial foundation for establishing a foothold in this new realm. Resolutely, he decided to turn on the television to gather pertinent information about this world. Due to the nature of his soul's transmigration, many of his memories remained shrouded in obscurity. Apart from the vivid impressions of those closest to him, his recollections of others were rather vague, necessitating the use of television or social media to obtain clarity. As he flicked through channels, he was taken aback by the familiar visage of Tony Stark. How could he possibly be present in this world? Was this the universe of Iron Man? Or perhaps the broader Marvel universe? If it were merely Iron Man's realm, it might be manageable. However, the intricate and convoluted nature of the Marvel universe could spell chaos. At that juncture, anyone could extinguish him with ease, akin to crushing an ant. It became evident that his inaugural world must provide substantial assistance. His company could not afford to falter. He still had access to some of his father's extensive network. If the company were to collapse, he would be forced to start anew from scratch. Contemplating deeply, Yang Yichen pondered the type of world he should pursue. A world of uncontrolled superpowers? The abilities gained therein would only marginally enhance his personal strength, offering little to his company. Perhaps a realm like Doomsday Space? Yet, even if he acquired a medical pod, his current abilities would be insufficient to safeguard it, and once revealed, it would inevitably be devoured by the voracious capitalist of the world. Suddenly, a vision of a world sprang to mind, one governed by artificial intelligence, where order had unraveled and advanced cloning technology thrived. The world of Resident Evil. Indeed, the notion of this universe resonated with him. The artificial intelligence could significantly ameliorate his current company and circumstances, and the prospect of cloning soldiers promised an impeccable source of manpower. Moreover, the Umbrella Corporation's research into viruses had yielded various advanced weaponry and protective equipment, far surpassing the biological technologies found in the Marvel universe. Without hesitation, Yang Yichen seized a notebook and meticulously drafted a detailed inventory, encompassing an array of weapons, protective gear, pharmaceuticals, and more. He then began to contemplate how to access the world of Resident Evil. This was no mere jaunt. Thorough preparation was imperative. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Taozi. "Taozi, how much equipment remains in the company?" "Brother Chun, we lost all heavy equipment in Syria. Currently, The warehouse only contains some individual gear. The rest has been depleted, Tauzi responded. Please send me a list of the available equipment for review, Yang Yichen instructed. Tauzi promptly forwarded the relevant inventory. Upon opening the list, Yang Yichen discovered it comprised familiar items, such as Berettas and other standard weaponry. Upon perusing the information regarding the equipment, Yang Yichen could not help but furrow his brow. These weapons would prove ineffective in the face of a biohazard crisis. It was evident that heavier weaponry was imperative. He subsequently placed a call to Tauzi, inquiring, Tauzi, does the company have any connections to procure grenades and such? Tauzi responded that these weapons were available through a distributor affiliated with the company. I will reach out to them and arrange for delivery. And please request a few sets of protective gear as well, Yang Yichen promptly added. Currently, Yang Yichen intended to equip himself with a rifle and a 12-gauge automatic shotgun. Yet, as he typically spent his days at the office, despite some training, he found himself lacking compared to his former physique. Merely carrying these two firearms without the protective gear was enough to leave him quite fatigued. System, while others seem to receive novice benefits, do I have any corresponding perks? Ding. You have received a novice gift pack. Please check. Hearing the system's response, he was pleasantly surprised, having merely inquired casually. System, open the gift pack, he instructed. The novice gift pack has been opened, granting a personal storage space, a basic stamina potion, and 100 points. Personal storage space? This is indeed a valuable asset. Allowing me to carry more equipment, though regrettably, the space is limited to 2 cubic meters. The stamina potion? This elixir could enhance his physical condition. While it may not restore him to his former state, it would certainly surpass the capabilities of 2 or 3 versions of his current self. Next, Yang Yichen accessed the system's shop, discovering that 100 points were only sufficient to purchase basic ammunition and medical supplies, whereas a clone soldier required 200 points. It appeared that accumulating points would not be an easy task. System, apart from points, are there any alternative methods for exchange? As soon as he posed the question, he heard the system's response, ding. The host can utilize the currency of this world for exchanges upon completing the first world mission. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen glanced at his remaining balance. He still had some funds available, but would need to devise further strategies later. Afterward, Yang Yichen consumed the stamina potion, immediately feeling a warm sensation enveloping his body. His previously flat abdomen gradually revealed a set of six-pack abs, and the muscles in his arms started to bulge. If the basic potion had such effects, the intermediate and advanced versions should rival those of Captain America. In the event of entering the Marvel Universe, he could consider extracting Captain America later. Let that black egghead go into a frenzy, as he was notoriously vexed by that character, who believed he controlled everything. However, such a venture could only be pursued after returning from the biohazard crisis, for with his current strength, he resembled a nearly bankrupt company, unworthy of the black egghead's attention. After finishing the stamina potion, Yang Yichen took a shower, and upon returning, he received a call from Tauzi. Brother Chen, the equipment has been procured. We have 3 sets of protective gear, though the supplier only provided 2 suits and 6 rounds of ammunition. However, they did supply a box containing 24 grenades. Ah, this quantity is sufficient. Tauzi, please transport the equipment to the warehouse. Arrangements will be made for someone to collect it. Protective suits serve to shield oneself from viral infections, whereas grenades are formidable means of attack. They can be employed against those with malicious intent, although the primary weapon remains the powerful 12-gauge shotgun. Its formidable automatic firepower is more than sufficient to deal with the flesh-eaters, capable of splitting them in 2 with a single shot. The designated space allows for ample storage of ammunition, alleviating any concerns regarding shortages. Once everything was meticulously planned, Yang Yichen reclined on his bed, surrendering to slumber to rejuvenate for the journey that awaited him the following day. Upon awakening early the next morning, Yang Yichen proceeded directly to the warehouse, methodically donning his gear. Beneath it, he wore the quick-dry vest and trousers of the U.S. Special Forces, followed by the protective suit, as he had no desire to become a zombie. Although the transmission of the zombie virus in the realm of biohazard occurs primarily through bites and scratches, the possibility of airborne transmission cannot be disregarded. Otherwise, the world could not have succumbed so swiftly. He then equipped himself with a bulletproof vest, helmet, and gas mask, brandishing his firearm while carrying the shotgun on his back, with hundreds of magazines and grenades stored in his personal space. System present, came the response. Host, initiate teleportation. Transport me to the world of Biohazard 1. Affirmative. Teleportation to the biohazard realm has commenced. Following this, a distortion rippled through the space, and Yang Yichen vanished from the warehouse. Chapter 3. Entering the hive that night, under the shroud of darkness. The space seemed to twist as if manipulated by an unseen force, and Yang Yichen found himself in an alleyway. Like a vigilant leopard, he raised his rifle, scanning his surroundings with acute awareness. The environment was eerily quiet, occasionally punctuated by the sound of a distant siren, indicating that the virus had yet to erupt. His next objective was to reach the outskirts of the Villa district and await the arrival of Eric Mabius and the other members of the Special Task Force. Planning to follow them into the hive base, Yang Yichin stowed his weapons in his personal storage space, retaining only a Beretta 9 for contingencies, and stepped out of the alleyway. Alice's villa should be positioned to the southeast of the town. To circumvent unnecessary trouble, he chose to take a detour through the alley. Aware that during the late 20th century, the issues of discrimination in the land of liberty remained acute. 2 hours later, he arrived near the villa, finding a patch of grass to conceal himself, awaiting the arrival of the Umbrella Special Task Force while tidying his gear. As midnight approached, the low hum of propellers reached his ears, and he lifted his gaze, his expression steely. They had finally arrived. A squad of fully armed soldiers descended from the aircraft like phantoms, swiftly forming a combat formation as they made their way into the villa. Through the glass of the window, Yang Yichin observed the soldiers successfully deploying flashbangs, subduing Alice and Matt. Alice was a senior executive of the Umbrella Corporation, primarily tasked with guarding the entrance to the hive. This incident of viral leakage had triggered the AI, Red Queen, to enter extermination mode, transforming the hive into a living hell. Due to the proactive defenses of the hive system, Alice lost her memory, while Matt, in search of his sister who works at Umbrella Corporation, posed as a recently transferred officer, intending to infiltrate the hive. By chance, they encountered a task force that had arrived, and for the sake of confidentiality, the team decided to bring Matt along into the hive base. As Yang Yichin approached the entrance of the villa, the soldiers had already escorted Alice and the others onto the subway heading to the hive. During their journey, they discovered another amnesiac survivor within the carriage, a man who, like Alice, had lost his memory due to the hive's defenses. This man was the architect of the incident. He had stolen a virus developed by Umbrella Corporation and, fearing exposure, shattered a vial of the virus in the laboratory. He collapsed while fleeing to the base beneath the hive villa. Soon, James and his team arrived at their destination, the entrance of the hive, all of which was closely monitored by the hive's artificial intelligence, Red Queen. When team leader James decided to blow open the hive's doors, Alice called out to him, seeking to understand what had transpired and who James and his team were. James explained to Alice that 5 hours prior, Red Queen had suddenly begun purging all personnel within the hive. Upon learning of the unfolding events, the company promptly dispatched James and his team to shut down Red Queen. Unbeknownst to them, this was all part of a conspiracy orchestrated by the upper echelons of Umbrella Corporation. As James and his team blasted open the doors and entered the hive base, Yang Yichin appeared at the entrance, boarding the same train that Alice and the others had taken. He moved to the rear of the carriage, opened the door, and beheld a white box. Upon inspection, he discovered it contained 6 vials of the virus and its antidote, which he promptly stowed away in his personal space. He then approached the base's main entrance, greeting the camera with a casual, "Hello, Red Queen, we shall meet shortly," before entering the facility. Meanwhile, Alice and her group faced a dilemma. The passage leading to Red Queen's location was submerged, necessitating a detour down the stairs. They proceeded through the cafeteria towards their objective, only to find towering boxes within, housing creatures known as lickers, still in their experimental phase. After examining the situation and finding it incomprehensible, they moved to the room outside Red Queen's domain, where the computer expert Kaplan took over. With a few minutes of deft maneuvering on his laptop, Kaplan pressed enter. Bingo! The firewall protecting Red Queen had been breached. Subsequently, a passage appeared between the server room and James's team. However, unbeknownst to them, Red Queen had been monitoring their every move since they entered the hive. Just as James and his team prepared to enter the passage, a voice echoed from behind. "I advise you not to proceed." James and his companions quickly raised their weapons, directing them towards the rear. They beheld Yang Yichin, who was cradling a firearm. Addressing them with a resolute tone, "I trust you will refrain from pulling the trigger. You must recognize the weapon in my grasp, should I fire it. Everyone within this room will meet their demise." "Who are you?" James inquired of Yang Yichin. "Naturally, I am the one here to save you," Yang replied. "The entire base is encased in a fortress-like security orchestrated by the artificial intelligence known as Red Queen. Do you truly believe you can effortlessly breach such an impenetrable firewall? I suggest your computer specialist conduct a thorough examination to ascertain whether or not he has indeed penetrated Red Queen's defenses." Upon hearing Yang's words, James turned to Kaplan and urged, "Kaplan, please examine this matter meticulously and verify his claims." Kaplan promptly immersed himself in his computer operations. As Kaplan scrutinized the system, Yang Yichin posed a question. "Shouldn't you inquire about my true identity?" "Me? You might consider me a member of a civilian investigative organization, tasked with collecting evidence in response to the bioweapon leak incident instigated by Umbrella Corporation. Do not blame me for not informing you sooner. Your current mission is far more complex than you realize. Had I not halted you moments ago, everyone in the corridor would have perished." While Yang conversed with James, Kaplan drenched in perspiration, approached James and stated, "Chief, he speaks the truth. I just conducted a thorough investigation. The system we initially breached was merely a superficial facade. If we had ventured further, the active defense mechanisms would have reduced us to mere fragments." Upon hearing this, James lowered his weapon, and his team exchanged glances before also relinquishing their firearms. After all, if Yang Yichen harbored malicious intent, he could have chosen to confront them once they had entered rather than warning them beforehand. James then inquired, "How shall we address you?" "Simply call me Yang." Yang Yichen replied, "Very well, Yang. How much do you know regarding this incident?" "This incident? The root cause lies in a traitor within Umbrella Corporation, who sought to steal the virus you developed and inadvertently shattered a vial during his escape. This resulted in a leak, triggering the Hive's active defense system, which subsequently activated the extermination protocol, eradicating everyone within the base." Before Yang could finish, Kaplan interjected, "Chief, I've breached the firewall." James promptly turned to Yang Yichen and said, "Let us proceed together to uncover the mastermind behind this artificial intelligence." Thus, the group advanced towards the passageway. Chapter 4. Shutting down the Red Queen. As they traversed the corridor, they successfully entered the control room of the Red Queen. While deliberating on how to deactivate her, a camera above projected a holographic image of an innocent-looking little girl, instantly captivating the attention of all present. This girl was none other than the controlling entity of the entire Hive base, the Red Queen. With an air of calm detachment, the Red Queen's voice resonated. "Have you come to shut me down?" Her tone was tranquil yet devoid of warmth, as though she had anticipated this confrontation all along. James stepped forward, his tone grave as he addressed Red Queen. "You have spiraled out of control. You have exterminated all personnel within the base. We must initiate your reboot." He then turned to shout, "Kaplan, shut her down." At that moment, Red Queen attempted to offer an explanation. However, without hesitation, Kaplan activated the electronic pulse. This pulse would incapacitate the mainframe for 30 seconds, during which Kaplan needed to extract Red Queen's motherboard. Failing to do so would result in her reboot. Although Yang Yichen was acutely aware of the potential ramifications of shutting down Red Queen, he remained silent, for his intentions had always been directed towards her. He began to contemplate a strategy to secure Red Queen when it came time for their retreat. "The motherboard has been retrieved," Kaplan announced to James. "Fall back. We have what we came for. The remaining tasks do not concern us." James issued the command, and the team collectively sighed in relief, believing that no further complications would arise. However, unbeknownst to them, upon Red Queen's deactivation, all previously locked doors within the Hive were unlocked. Additionally, the frozen feeders in the dining area were beginning to awaken. As the group made their way outside, gunfire erupted. Upon hearing the shots, everyone rushed out. "Oh damn, how can they be unafraid of bullets?" One team member, Rain, was seen firing several shots at a woman clad in a white lab coat, yet she remained unscathed. Continuing to advance towards them, "Rain, what is happening? Why are you firing at them?" the captain demanded with a serious expression. Rain, glancing at the wound on her arm, replied, "Captain, something is off about these people. I was bitten when I approached them." Her voice trembled with fear and uncertainty. The captain furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you certain? Rain, this is no laughing matter." Rain nodded resolutely. "Yes, Captain. I shot them in the legs, yet they could still walk." At that moment, a cacophony of disordered footsteps echoed around them. The captain tightened his grip on his weapon, scanning the surroundings warily. From the shadows, distorted figures began to emerge. Their movements grotesque and unnatural, as if they had entirely lost their human rationality and behavior. Rain's eyes widened in terror as she stared at the bizarre scene before her, murmuring, "Captain, I think they're no longer human. I've never seen anyone with their intestines dragging on the ground still alive." Just then, the sound of a hammer being cocked filled the air. Bang! A shot rang out, and a figure in the crowd collapsed, struck in the head. "What are you doing?" Kaplan shouted. "They are no longer human. Can't you see? Have you ever seen someone with such wounds still alive? They are now zombies, infected with the virus. And they can spread it. The only way to kill them is to shoot them in the head." Upon witnessing Yang Yichen shoot down a zombie, although somewhat perplexed, James and the others were compelled to grasp their weapons, as the extraordinary circumstances defied their conventional understanding. Subsequently, the group unleashed a hail of gunfire upon the zombies. However, the cacophony of gunshots attracted the attention of all the zombies in the vicinity, drawing them towards the cafeteria. "Retreat. We cannot linger here. We must ascend to the top floor via the elevator." Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen urgently interjected, "No, there are even more zombies in the elevator." Nevertheless, the others, driven by urgency, hastily pried open the elevator doors. In an instant, a putrid stench assaulted their senses as a horde of zombies surged forth from within, clawing and grasping at them, attempting to drag them back into the elevator. Observing this, Yang Yichen resolutely stepped forward, pressing the barrel of his firearm against one of the zombies' ears and pulling the trigger. A dull thud echoed as the weapon revealed its merciless nature. bullets raining down upon the undead, causing their flesh to splatter violently. Seizing the opportunity, he broke free from the grasp of the relentless zombies. He hurriedly pressed the close button for the elevator, and the doors began to shut slowly, blood staining the floor as the air thickened with the scent of carnage. Panting heavily, he trembled slightly. The earlier scene lingered ominously in his mind. Had it not been for Yang Yichen's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Yang Yichen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder before turning to address the group. The situation is critical. We must swiftly find an escape route. The group then retreated to the room of the Red Queen, exhaling a sigh of relief upon closing the door. Kaplan gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he leaned against the wall to steady himself. Alice and Jill, too, leaned against the wall, their faces ashen, their chests heaving violently, clearly still reeling from the recent peril. What in the world are they? He asked, his voice trembling. How should I know? Kaplan shouted in despair. Where did they come from? Why are they here? What should we do? Rain replied, it must have been when we shut down the Red Queen, which unlocked all the room doors and released them. Amidst the incessant bickering, Yang Yichen shouted, enough. We will reboot the Red Queen and ascertain the situation. Once the reboot was complete, the first words spoken were, I knew you would reboot me, as I am your only means of escape. Alice stepped forward to inquire. What is happening? Why has everyone in the hive turned into zombies? Zombies? A fitting term to describe these soulless beings, the Red Queen responded, proceeding to elucidate the reason behind the hive's lockdown. Several hours prior, someone had stolen the virus from the base. In their departure, they shattered the virus, releasing it into the air, which subsequently spread throughout the laboratory via the HVAC system. Moreover, the virus has undergone an evolution, enabling it not only to spread through the air but also via blood. Anyone who suffers a bite will ultimately transform into a zombie. With this evolution, the virus has become virtually indestructible. To prevent its dissemination, Red Queen felt compelled to initiate a thorough cleanup of the entire laboratory, which was precisely the message she intended to convey to everyone at the outset. However, before she could articulate her words, the group prematurely initiated her reboot. In response, the Red Queen made a request to provide James and his team with an escape route contingent upon their agreement to take her along, as it was inevitable that the upper echelons of Umbrella would reset her memories. Chapter 5. Escape from the hive subsequently. The Red Queen outlined a retreat route that would allow them to circumvent the zombies in the cafeteria by way of the sewers beneath her mainframe. Although they would need to traverse through the security room and several laboratories, this implied that James and his team would be confronted with heightened peril. Yet it was still preferable to a direct confrontation with the undead. Without hesitation, Alice chose to trust the Red Queen's guidance and sprang into action. She carefully dismantled the Red Queen and stowed her away in her backpack. The team then worked in unison to remove the protective grill beneath the mainframe, successfully gaining entry into the sewers. James shouted anxiously, hurry. We have little time left. In 1 hour, the headquarters will seal off this area completely, and we won't escape. Fully aware of the urgency, James understood that every second could be critical to their survival. The group moved swiftly through the sewers, their hearts brimming with tension and dread. However, to their astonishment, the sewers were teeming with zombies, yet this was their only pathway to salvation. We have to fight our way through. Otherwise, we will all perish here, he exclaimed, and the group began firing at the zombies ahead. Yang Yichen drew his weapon, keeping his finger firmly on the trigger, and the familiar sound of gunfire echoed through the sewers. The zombies before them were brutally torn apart, leaving no semblance of a complete creature in their wake. Follow me, Yang Yichen called out to James and the others as he took the lead, clearing a path. Not a single zombie managed to breach the 5-meter radius surrounding the team. Yang, how much ammunition are you carrying? We're nearly out over here, one of them inquired, observing that Yang Yichen showed no signs of halting his fire. Yang Yichen remained silent, glancing upwards. Above them, a series of pipes ran along the ceiling, just high enough for the group to crawl through. Let us move along the upper pipes. That way, the zombies won't reach us, he suggested, tossing his backpack onto the pipes. Turning back to James and the others, he instructed, you go up first. I'll cover you. James's group pushed Alice up first, and then the rest of them collaborated to climb onto the pipes. Yang, we're up here. You need to come quickly. As Yang Yichen turned back to see Alice and the others had ascended into the conduit, he aimed his weapon at the horde of corpses and unleashed the remaining bullets from his magazine. Subsequently, he hurled the gun onto his back and sprinted towards Alice and her companions. Grab my hand, Alice called out, lying on the conduit and extending her arm towards Yang Yichen. He leapt up, grasped her hand, and with a push against the wall, propelled himself directly into the conduit. Thank you, Alice, he said, as Alice tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, contemplating the sight of Yang Yichen defending them below. His silhouette exuded an aura of safety. Despite wearing a mask, his eyes revealed that he was a man of distinction. We are all on the same side. It is only natural for us to assist one another, Alice remarked to Yang Yichen. Indeed, "We are allies," he replied, contemplating her words before nodding in agreement. Just as Alice opened her mouth to speak further, James's voice echoed from ahead. "We must move. We can converse once we are outside." Thus, Alice and Yang Yichin fell in line at the rear of the group, crawling towards the exit, while below them, the passage was teeming with zombies. Their arms raised and waving frantically within mere inches of the conduit. "Goodness, there are far too many. If we were down there, we would never escape this alive," Alice exclaimed, gazing at the mass of corpses below. After a while, the group successfully reached the exit, emerging through the conduit's opening into the laboratory area. Upon arrival, Alice felt a wave of disorientation. The familiar surroundings triggered a recollection, and she suddenly remembered that there was an antidote to the virus just ahead. She promptly shared this revelation with the group, and Lane, upon hearing it, felt elated. Where there is hope, no one wishes to give up. However, upon reaching the storage room, they discovered that both the virus and the antidote had vanished. "Damn it! Who took the virus and the antidote?" Alice shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, the amnesiac man regained his memories. He was Spencer, a corporate spy who had feigned marriage to Alice to extract information about the virus from her. His true objective had always been the virus, and he had exploited Alice's position to infiltrate the hive and steal it. The calamity that befell the research facility was also orchestrated by Spencer, though he had not anticipated that even after fleeing to the subway, he could not escape the toxic gas released by Red Queen. Alice recalled some of Spencer's peculiarities, and Spencer too began to remember certain events. In a sudden rush, both lunged for the handgun that Lane had set aside. However, Alice was unable to seize it from Spencer. After he grasped the weapon, he aimed it directly at Alice's head. This unforeseen turn of events caught the entire team off guard. Every member of the team swiftly trained their weapons on Spencer. "Hey, don't do anything reckless, or our bullets have no regard for life." Holding a weapon, he shouted at Spence, "I know where the antidote you seek is. Why don't you lower your weapons so we can discuss this?" As Spence pointed at Alice, he relayed the information to James and the others. It turned out that an external company had offered $500 million for these viruses, and Spence had infiltrated to acquire them in exchange for this substantial sum. Unexpectedly, while on the subway, he fell victim to the virus's hypnosis, leading to his discovery by James and his group, who then brought him into the hive. Indeed, the virus still lingers on the subway. "If you cooperate, we can all share this $500 million. Let us leave together and divvy up the profits," Spence proclaimed to the group. However, unbeknownst to him, a zombie was rising behind him. Yang Yichin, James, and the others, expressionless, watched as the zombie approached Spence from behind and sank its teeth into his neck. The intense pain caused Spence to fire his weapon in panic. Yet not a single bullet struck the zombie. Instead, it attracted all the zombies in the laboratory. Due to the standing water in the lab, the zombies had been lying dormant, but the gunfire awakened them, catching everyone off guard as they hurriedly opened fire on the nearest zombies. After suffering 2 injuries, Yang Yichin and his companions successfully eliminated this wave of zombies. But what of Spence? Seizing the moment while the others dealt with the zombies, he slipped away, intent on returning to the subway to inject the antidote. Chapter 6. Escape from the Hive 2. We must hurry and catch him. We cannot afford to let him escape. We still rely on him for the antidote, Alice shouted to the group. Following her lead, Yang Yichin, James, and the others pursued the direction in which Spence had fled. Upon reaching the entrance of the hive, they saw Spence ahead, clutching his neck and sprinting toward the subway. Suddenly, a grotesque creature, devoid of skin and revealing bloody muscle, lunged at Spence. It tackled him to the ground, severing his head with a single bite, and after gnawing for a moment, it turned to roar at Yang Yichin and the others. At that moment, Alice and the others finally recognized the creature. It was a licker, a project initiated by the Umbrella Corporation, created by merging the virus with living cells, resulting in grotesque mutations. This transformation caused the experimental subjects to lose their skin and experience ocular degeneration, exposing the brain of the licker. Due to this degeneration, the licker's hearing had become extraordinarily acute. The licker, having consumed Spence, would now undergo further mutations, becoming faster, stronger, and more ferocious. James and the others immediately opened fire on the licker. Bullets struck its body, causing small bursts of blood. Damn it, our weapons are utterly ineffective against it. Only Yang's weapon might have a chance to harm it. The group expended their ammunition in less than a minute, leaving only the sound of Yang Yichin's weapon firing, reminiscent of firecrackers during the New Year, crackling incessantly. "Everyone, move aside," James bellowed at the team members, prompting the group to scatter towards the subway. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. It was one of the task force members who had fallen prey to the licker. The creature, swift as a cheetah, lunged at one of the members, knocking them to the ground in the blink of an eye. Its tongue, sharp as a sword, plunged into the unfortunate soul's body, instantly staining the ground with crimson. The licker dragged the hapless member into the abyss, while the others seized the moment to board the subway. Once the subway roared to life, the team collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. Finally, we can escape this cursed place. Alice mustered her strength and made her way to the rear of the car, hoping to ascertain if the virus was trailing behind them. Damn it. There is no virus or antidote back here. It must have fallen out somewhere. What now? Rin's complexion had already deteriorated, and Alice's words seemed to drain the very vitality from her, leaving her slumped in her seat, as pale as a ghost. Devoid of color, an ominous precursor to her impending transformation into a zombie. Stunned by Alice's revelation, as if struck by lightning, Rin approached and embraced her. No, Rin. I refuse to let you become like that. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed from above, as if a heavy object had slammed against the roof, producing a resounding thud. The noise was so overwhelming it felt as though a colossal hand had forcefully struck the top of the car, causing the entire vehicle to shudder slightly. Following this cacophony, a chilling rustling sound ensued, succeeded by a sharp, ear-piercing metallic tearing. A razor-sharp claw effortlessly pierced through the ceiling of the car, akin to a sword slicing through soft tofu. In a flash, the claw impaled both Alice and Rin simultaneously, rendering their bodies fragile and powerless. Like two tattered dolls devoid of resistance, blood gushed forth, erupting in a crimson fountain, rapidly staining the seats and floor of the car, filling the air with a potent, acrid scent of iron. However, the horror did not cease there. The claw retracted suddenly, only to tear through the car with a ferocious pull, revealing a massive and terrifying figure. It was the liquor. The monstrous creature unhesitatingly slithered into the car from outside. Alice and Rin, entwined in each other's embrace, collapsed lifelessly onto the floor, as though their very souls had been siphoned away. As the liquor emerged, Yang Yichen unleashed a torrent of gunfire at the beast. But its speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Out of the more than a dozen shots fired, only 2 or 3 found their mark. Then came the distinct click of an empty magazine. Yang Yichen had exhausted the 12 bullets in his gun and was now in the process of reloading. Upon discovering that Yang Yichen posed no threat, the liquor lunged toward him. Just as the creature drew near, a steel pipe suddenly thrust forth from the side, piercing the liquor and pushing it away from Yang Yichen. It was Alice and James, who, along with a few others, struggled to hold the steel pipe in place to pin the liquor against the wall. Yang Yichen swiftly reloaded his weapon, pressing the barrel against the liquor's head before pulling the trigger. The true power of the shotgun revealed itself as bullets struck the liquor's head with ferocity, shattering it into pieces akin to a burst watermelon. The creature collapsed, and Alice and the others slumped, utterly exhausted, within the confines of the carriage. At that moment, the body of Lian began to convulse, signaling the onset of reanimation. Alice, see them off, Yang Yichen said, retrieving his Beretta 9 pistol from behind him and placing it in Alice's hands. She raised the firearm, aiming at Lian's head, her hands trembling, betraying her inner turmoil. Do it. They would not wish to become this abomination, Yang Yichen urged, grasping her trembling hand to steady it. Just then, Lian's upper body jerked upright, indicating that the transformation was complete, and Alice squeezed the trigger. 2 gunshots rang out, and Lian lay peacefully within the carriage. However, this tranquility was short-lived. With a resounding crash, a larger liquor leaped through the previous opening, its claws sweeping through the air and brutally dismembering 2 more members of the team. Kaplan and James were also injured, leaving the group in dire straits. Yang Yichen reacted swiftly, firing at the larger liquor's head with a shotgun, but the creature, now evolved with a crystalline shell atop its skull, deflected the bullets. Unable to penetrate its head, Yang Yichen redirected his aim to the liquor's hind legs, and the flesh and bone could not withstand the relentless barrage of buckshot. Eventually, he succeeded in shattering the creature's rear limb. This, however, incited the liquor into a frenzied rage, as it began to thrash violently within the carriage. Matt, unable to evade in time, suffered a gash on his arm. Quickly, retreat to the front of the train and separate the carriages. If we remain, none of us will escape. Discard everything. Our lives are paramount. Hearing Yang Yichen's urgent call, the surviving Alice and others helped one another toward the rear carriage. Once he confirmed their safety, Yang Yichen pressed the separation button, causing the train's front to detach from the carriage. Alice turned back, calling out, Yang, what are you doing? With calm resolve, Yang Yichen replied, without this, none of us will survive. Trust me, we shall meet again. As the front of the train receded into the distance, Yang Yichen glanced back at the liquor, continuing to fire while maneuvering toward the fallen members of the team. System, I am here, host. If one were to teleport back to the main world during an explosion, one would likely remain unharmed. Indeed, host, during the teleportation process, you will be immune to all forms of damage. The system responded upon hearing Yang Yichen's inquiry. Upon this affirmation, Yang Yichen promptly stored the Red Queen motherboard beside him into his personal space. He then retrieved a box containing grenades, pulled the pin from one, and tossed it into the grenade box, declaring, System, send me back. At that moment, the liquor lunged at Yang Yichen, and in a blur, he vanished from his spot, leaving behind only a box of grenades. A thunderous explosion reverberated, reaching the ears of Alice and her companions. Yang should be fine. He mentioned that we would meet again. Alice silently pondered, regretting that she had not yet seen his appearance. As the train arrived at its final destination, Alice and her companions supported each other as they exited the subway doors, only to be met by a beam of white light that momentarily obscured their vision. Subsequently, they were forcibly subdued. The personnel from Umbrella Corporation had arrived, segregating Alice, Matt, and others, preparing to transport them to other research facilities. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen had returned to the warehouse of the main world. Chapter 7. Current state of the company. Standing within the warehouse, Yang Yichen furrowed his brow. A hint of concern in his gaze as he queried, "System, upon my return, will I be carrying the zombie virus?" "You will not carry any viruses. Each time you teleport, any viruses you possess will be eradicated." The system's voice, akin to celestial music, offered Yang Yichen a measure of comfort. He exhaled with relief and further inquired, "How many points can I acquire from this mission?" The system responded, "In this operation, you have eliminated 300 zombies and 2 lickers, earning a total of 13,000 points. Your current total is 13,100. Yang Yichen calculated inwardly, realizing that ordinary zombies yield merely 10 points, while each licker grants 5,000 points. He continued, "Can the Red Queen I brought out be made to be loyal solely to me? And can the virus and vaccine be utilized in this world?" The system replied, "Ding. Altering the fundamental logic of the Red Queen requires 2,000 points. Eliminating harmful components from the virus necessitates 1,000 points." Upon hearing this cost, Yang Yichen's eyes widened, and he could not help but exclaim, "I worked diligently to complete a task, and now you want to spend nearly half of my points." The system clarified, "Ding. The host may opt not to use points. However, this would increase the likelihood of the Red Queen's betrayal. Moreover, you must engage with a biological company to determine how to eliminate harmful substances from the virus before it can be utilized. Utilizing points for these operations is indeed quite economical." With a resigned shake of his head, Yang Yichen conceded, "Very well, I shall heed your advice. Adjust the Red Queen's logic to ensure her loyalty is solely to me, and remove the harmful components from the virus." The system confirmed, "Ding, points successfully deducted. The Red Queen has been successfully rewritten, and the harmful substances from the virus have been eliminated. Your remaining points total 10,100. Yang Yichen furrowed his brow, silently lamenting the swift depletion of his resources. His once ample points had dwindled to a mere 10,100 after a single expenditure exceeding 10,000. He resolved to retain a portion for emergencies, contemplating the necessities of forthcoming actions. Observing the stains of blood on his protective suit, he grimaced, a thought crossing his mind as he instantaneously retrieved the garment into his spatial storage. He proceeded to the bathroom of the office adjacent to the warehouse and indulged in a cleansing shower. Subsequently, Yang Yichen returned to his office situated in the heart of New York City. With a mere flicker of thought, he extracted the Red Queen from his spatial realm. Now optimized by the system, the Red Queen had transformed into a portable drive. Yang Yichen located a notebook and connected the drive. The code on the screen rapidly scrolled, and after a few minutes, the images of the Umbrella Corporation and the young girl representing the Red Queen successfully materialized. "Greetings, my master," the Red Queen addressed Yang Yichen. "I am here to report, and it brings me joy to see you once more." Yang Yichen stroked the stubble that had just begun to sprout on his chin. "Hello, Red Queen. I eagerly anticipate your arrival. In the future, I shall compare you with another rather bothersome entity to see whose artificial intelligence prevails." "Certainly, master. However, I regret to inform you that the current laptop you are utilizing severely limits my computational capacity. Under these conditions, my processing speed can only achieve a mere 1,000th of its potential. To fully unleash my capabilities and enhance my efficiency, you must provide me with a more advanced, high-performance device, allowing me to harness my full computational power. Only then can I serve you better and assist you in resolving various complex issues. Please consider upgrading my hardware at your earliest convenience to ensure I can fully deploy my capabilities on your behalf." Leaning back in his chair, Yang Yichen tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. This laptop was among the most advanced available, yet it could only utilize a fraction of the Red Queen's capabilities. It seemed imperative to establish a robust server matrix for her. Addressing the Red Queen, he continued, "I will prepare a new server room for you in the future. However, for now, you must endure with the current setup. The company's situation is quite strained, and we will need to stabilize before I can procure new equipment for you. For the time being, you may remain on this notebook, and I authorize you to access servers around the world via the internet to expand your knowledge base. Though you must avoid certain confidential servers, I do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. By the way, please investigate the circumstances surrounding my father's incident and see if there were any other parties involved." "Understood, master," the Red Queen responded. before delving into the internet to gather pertinent information. Yang Yichen then departed the office, returning home. As he prepared to lie down for a brief respite, his phone rang, breaking the silence. Taozi, what is the matter? Yang Yichen answered the call. Shingu, our old rival company, is currently provoking us right outside our premises. They have quite a number of people, and I am struggling to hold them off, Taozi mentioned over the phone. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen immediately straightened his posture. His face contorted with anger, and exclaimed, What? That scoundrel Han Mo is back? Does he seek another beating? It turns out that this Han Mo is not the same as the previous one. He is affiliated with a less reputable subsidiary of Han Mo Company, primarily providing security services. Due to overlapping business interests, our two companies frequently find themselves at odds. After rising from his bed, Yang Yichen hopped into his Mercedes and sped towards the company, all the while speaking aloud. System, summon 40 clones and prepare 20 sets of equipment. Ding. 40 clones summoned, totaling 8,000 points. 20 sets of equipment summoned, totaling 2,000 points. Summoning in progress. Please confirm the delivery location. Yang Yichen gritted his teeth, cursing Han Mo, damn that fellow. Bringing me back to square one. System, deploy the personnel near the company. How will they reach the entrance? Ding. Host, the clones will arrive by bus. They will appear upon your arrival at the company without alarming passersby. That's good, Yang Yichen thought to himself, then pressed the accelerator hard, propelling himself towards the company. Red Queen. Yes, master. Plan the fastest route to the company and turn all traffic lights along the way to green. He then heard the Red Queen's voice in the car. Understood, master. Route successfully planned. Estimated time of arrival, 12 minutes. Traffic lights adjusted. Right turn at the next intersection. Listening to the Red Queen's instructions, Yang Yichen continually altered his path, heading towards the company. Chapter 8. It's you causing trouble meanwhile. At the entrance of a security company on Queens Boulevard in New York, a group of suited men were shoving Taozi and his companions, shouting loudly. Where's your boss? I heard he is stuck in Syria and can't return. Why not come to my company? That way you won't go hungry. One man, wearing black-rimmed glasses, shouted at Taozi and the others, while the surrounding suited bodyguards formed a protective circle around him. He was none other than Han Mo Chris, the owner of Han Mo Security Company. As he was being shoved, Taozi shouted back, Han Mo, shut your foul mouth. If our old boss were still around, would you dare to act so brazenly? You used to cower before us. Han Mo burst into laughter upon hearing this, saying mockingly, What a pity those old geezers are stuck in Syria. Do you really think you stand a chance against me? You're on the brink of bankruptcy. Why not come work for me? At least I can still pay you. Infuriated, Taozi charged at Han Mo, aiming to land a punch. However, he was swiftly subdued by Han Mo's bodyguards, who knocked him to the ground and began to pummel him. Others attempted to intervene, only to be blocked by additional bodyguards, resulting in a chaotic scuffle. Due to the majority of combat personnel perishing in that explosion in Syria, the remaining members at headquarters are primarily clerical staff. How could they possibly stand against those well-trained bodyguards? The bodyguards, much like wolves among sheep, effortlessly subdued these individuals, leaving them powerless and sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Hammer couldn't help but shake his head and emit a series of disapproving clicks, then coldly remarked, Look at you, with such limited capability. How do you expect to protect anyone? Your boss has likely hidden away in fright while you endure this beating. With that, he strode towards Taozi, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Observing this, Hammer placed a foot on Taozi's back, compelling him to collapse once more. Finding the situation before him exceedingly dull, Hammer slowly lifted his leg, preparing to depart. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him, and he turned to his subordinate, instructing, Break this man's legs. Consider it a welcoming gift for Yang Yichen. I want him to understand who holds the authority here. After speaking, he readied himself to leave in his vehicle. Just then, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted, akin to a raging beast, sending a jolt of apprehension through the crowd. Everyone turned to see a black Mercedes hurtling toward Hammer like an arrow released from a bow. Hammer's eyes widened in terror. His complexion drained of color as he involuntarily stumbled back, as if propelled by an unseen force. Just as the Mercedes was about to collide with him, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, producing a piercing screech, and the car came to an abrupt halt. Do you even know how to drive? How dare you come barreling straight at me? Hammer exclaimed, his heart racing and beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly shaken by the near miss. The surrounding security personnel quickly reacted, brandishing their nightsticks as they cautiously encircled the Mercedes, ready to assess the situation within. At that moment, the door of the Mercedes swung open, and Yang Yichen stepped out with an air of nonchalance. Dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, he walked with steady confidence, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon approaching Hammer, Yang Yichen raised an eyebrow and said, with a teasing tone, Well, if it isn't our dear Hammer, what brings you to my company's doorstep? And to think you've even gone so far as to harm my employee, such behavior is rather unbecoming, wouldn't you agree? Hammer regarded Yang Yichin with a surge of irritation, though he feigned composure and retorted with a scoff. Humph, so it's you in the car. I thought it might be someone significant. But speaking of which, your company is on the verge of bankruptcy, yet you seem quite preoccupied with sparring words with me. A flicker of disdain crossed Yang Yichin's gaze as he circled around Hammer, speaking in a mocking tone. It appears that the esteemed Hammer has taken a keen interest in my company, so concerned about its impending collapse. Regrettably, you may be disappointed. For my company is not only far from bankruptcy, but is destined to flourish even further. As for you, your own enterprise is on the brink of being overshadowed by competitors, yet you still find the audacity to mock me? Hammer scoffed, proclaiming, at least I possess a company, while you will soon find yourself with nothing. Just wait, and I shall relish the sight of you begging by the roadside. And perhaps I shall bestow upon you $1. With that, he turned to leave. You think you can just walk away after striking me? This is quite the disregard for my presence. Hearing the voice behind him, Hammer disdainfully glanced back, retorting, given your current state, why should I regard you? Do you truly believe you can best my dozen or so bodyguards? Yang Yichin, upon hearing this, let out a derisive laugh. You think numbers are your ally? Do you derive your courage from Yang Jingru? With a clap of his hands, 2 trucks surged from around the corner, barreling toward them. The screech of brakes echoed as the tires left long skid marks on the pavement, and then 40 brawny men, each around 2 meters tall, leaped from the vehicles, encircling Hammer and his entourage. Given that in this urban setting, all the clones donned only combat attire without weapons, the sight of dozens of towering figures was enough to provoke a bead of sweat from anyone. Yang Yichin then strolled confidently to Hammer's front, lightly tapping his face with his right hand, stating, now do you comprehend the reality of your situation? With a swift motion of his hand, he signaled for them to deliver a lesson, albeit without fatal consequences. Instantly, the 40 clones charged at Hammer's 20-odd bodyguards, each opponent proving no match for them. Under the relentless assault of the clones, his bodyguards fell to the ground, clutching their limbs and groaning in pain, leaving only Hammer trembling in place. You are the one who has stepped on that leg, Yang Yichin remarked to Hammer. Hammer, instead of responding, retorted ominously, you should consider carefully. Engaging with me will lead to an unending conflict. Yang Yichin paid him no heed and turned to the now recovered Taozi, saying, Taozi. He is the one who moved that leg. Taozi, feeling somewhat constrained, replied, let it go, brother Chin. There's no need to escalate matters on my account. Yang Yichin countered. You are my brother. To harm you is to harm me. With my current strength, I do not regard the insignificant Hammer company. Upon hearing this, Taozi gritted his teeth and resolved, allow me to take action myself. Fearing the repercussions for Yang Yichin, he decided to break Hammer's leg himself, reasoning that if matters escalated, he could surrender himself to quell their wrath. Approaching Hammer, he knocked him down and then forcefully stomped on Hammer's right leg, a sharp crack echoing through the air. Hammer writhed on the ground, clutching his injured leg. Chapter 9. Establishing the Umbrella Corporation. After rolling a few times on the ground, Hammer was helped up by his bodyguards, who had remained unscathed. I will remember this. Do not become too complacent. Hammer spat venomously at Yang Yichin and Taozi. Let us depart. As the 2 bodyguards prepared to assist Hammer away from the crowd, the surrounding clones did not part. Observing this, Hammer turned back and inquired, what does this mean? Are you intending to leave me here? Yang Yichin, with a smile, replied, how could that be? I am a law-abiding citizen. I would never engage in illicit activities in broad daylight. With a wave of his right hand, he commanded, let them through, and the clones surrounding Hammer created a path. The bodyguards helped Hammer, who was limping, into the vehicle. After Hammer's departure, Yang Yichin approached Taozi, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said, Taozi, are you all right? Thank you for your hard work regarding the company's affairs. I will take care of things from here. Taozi questioned, Brother Chin, where did you find these individuals? Each one seems formidable, effortlessly defeating Hammer's bodyguards, who were recruited from special forces. Yang Yichin chuckled and replied, you could say I have a powerful backing. From now on, you will oversee company matters. We need to restructure and establish a new company. Taozi was taken aback. A new company? What will happen to our old one? The remaining employees have stood by us steadfastly, and those who wavered have already resigned after the incident with Uncle Yang and the others. Yang Yichin reassured him. They will be integrated into the new company as logistics and headquarters staff. Currently, we only have combat personnel. We will rely on our old comrades for logistics. Hearing this, Taozi felt a sense of relief. It seemed Brother Chin had not forgotten them and was not planning to abandon them. He responded, understood, Brother Chin. I will start organizing the necessary documents for the company and send them to you for your approval. After speaking, he turned to head toward the company entrance, where the old employees stood, curiously observing the imposing clones. Yang Yichin noticed the employees, all bearing injuries, and addressed Taozi, Taozi. Grant each of them a week off along with 10,000 to rest. Once the new company is established, they can report directly for duty. Taozi smiled wryly, Brother Chin. The company has no funds left. We can barely manage as it is. I truly cannot provide that. Yang Yichen, recognizing Taozi's predicament, reached into his pocket and produced a bank card, handing it to him. There are over 2 million left on this card. Take it for now. I will figure out the rest. Over 2 million? Is this personal funding from Uncle Yang? If you give it to us now, what will you do later? Taozi expressed his reluctance. Upon hearing Taozi's remarks, Yang Yichen expressed his displeasure, stating, "What do you mean by personal matters? You have invested your own resources as well. Yet you still criticize me. Moreover, the company is still mine. Take what you need without reservation. We are brothers, after all. Once the company revives, this sum shall be trivial." With that, he patted Taozi on the shoulder and approached the company employees. As Yang Yichen walked towards them, the staff stood straight and greeted him with a chorus of "Hello, boss." Observing this, Yang Yichen clasped his fist in apology, saying, "I, Yang Yichen, have arrived late, causing distress to all of you. Please go to the hospital for a checkup and ensure you rest well. Taozi will arrange for some compensation for everyone." He then turned to Taozi and instructed, "I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. I must return to the warehouse to organize the soldiers." With that, he departed alongside the cloned soldiers. Taozi addressed the crowd. "As the boss just mentioned, please head to the hospital for a checkup. The medical expenses will be covered by the company. Additionally, each of you will receive a bonus of $10,000 and a week of leave." Upon hearing this, the employees erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Long live the boss." Given that the average monthly salary for a regular clerk in the United States hovers around $5,000, this unexpected boon equated to 2 months' wages, hence their exuberance. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen and the cloned soldiers arrived at the warehouse. "Do you all have names?" Yang Yichen inquired of the foremost soldier. Reporting, "Sir, we do not possess names. Only code names," responded a burly man, from Yang 1 to Yang 40. Yang Yichen nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to ask Yang 1 about their organizational structure, roles, and hierarchy. Yang 1 elaborated on their current situation, asserting that as the leader of these 39 individuals, he could shoulder the responsibilities of operational planning and command. Curiously, Yang Yichen pressed further, inquiring about their combat capabilities in comparison to the U.S. Navy SEALs and Delta Force. In response, Yang 1 confidently stated, "Our team members have undergone systematic training, equipped with comprehensive combat skills and acumen. Unlike the SEALs and Delta Force, each of our members is capable of independent operation, proficient in various roles within the unit, rather than relying on strictly defined teamwork. This versatility enhances our flexibility and efficiency during missions." Having received such a response, Yang Yichen gained a clearer understanding of their combat prowess. He addressed Yang 1 and the others, saying, "You will rest in this warehouse for now. The adjacent warehouse contains a training facility and dormitories. Please take charge of their allocation. Additionally, there are 20 sets of corresponding equipment in the next room. Be sure to collect them." With that, Yang Yichen prepared to leave the warehouse and return home. As he approached the warehouse entrance, a sudden thought struck him. Turning to Yang Yi, he instructed, "We need to assign a few individuals to guard the company's entrance. I fear that Han Mo may seek retribution." Yang Yi nodded in understanding and promptly began organizing the personnel, dividing them into several small groups and dispatching them to various locations. Some were sent to the dormitory area to rest, while others proceeded to the training ground for physical conditioning and weaponry practice. During this process, Yang Yi carefully selected a few seasoned and capable members to retrieve equipment and oversee the security at the company's entrance. Once everything was in order, Yang Yichen nodded in satisfaction and departed the warehouse with a sense of reassurance. Upon returning home, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Taozi. Yang Yichen answered, "Taozi, what is the matter?" On the other end, Taozi's excited voice resonated. "Brother Chun, we are almost done organizing the company's documents. What should we name our new company?" Yang Yichen fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. His gaze fell upon his laptop, where the screen displayed the logo of the Umbrella Corporation, flickering beside a red backdrop. A slight smile crept upon his lips as an idea formed in his mind. He replied into the phone, "Let us call it the Umbrella Corporation." Chapter 10. Establishing the Umbrella Corporation. With that, Yang Yichen ended the call and reclined in his chair, contemplating the first order after the company's establishment. After a lengthy deliberation, he found himself at a loss for good prospects. Sitting there, his brow furrowed as he stared at the computer screen, he sighed deeply. "Well, I suppose I'll wait until the company is officially established. Once we showcase our existing capabilities, clients will undoubtedly come to us for collaboration." After uttering these words, Yang Yichen stood up, gently opened the door, and left the room without looking back. The only thing remaining in the room was the laptop, its screen flickering with the Umbrella logo. A few days later, while idly spending time at home, Yang Yichen was suddenly jolted by the sound of his phone ringing. He picked it up to find it was a call from Taozi. He pressed the answer button and heard Taozi's enthusiastic voice. "Brother Chun, I have great news. The company has been successfully restructured. Would you like to come and take a look? The ribbon-cutting ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow. Sounds good, Yang Yichin replied casually. He then called Yang Yi, instructing him to join them at the company the following day to lend their presence. On the following day, at the company entrance, 4 imposing figures stood face to face at the doorway, their serious expressions and piercing gazes serving as a warning to any unwelcome guests. Within the grand hall, the seats were already filled with attendees eagerly awaiting the commencement of the opening ceremony. Among them were numerous acquaintances of Yang Yichin's father, their faces alight with anticipation for the momentous event. Others present were competitors from Yang Yichin's company, their eyes keenly scrutinizing the stage in search of any weaknesses. Additionally, a contingent of media reporters stood poised with cameras and recording devices, ready to capture the unfolding spectacle. The atmosphere was charged with fervor and tension as murmurs filled the air. Suddenly, the crisp sound of polished shoes echoed, piercing through the cacophony. The crowd turned their heads to see Yang Yichin and Zheng Tao, clad in impeccably tailored suits, making their way to the stage. Yang Yichin stood tall and handsome, while Zheng Tao followed closely behind, his countenance adorned with a composed smile. The moment they appeared, they captured the attention of everyone present. Approaching the microphone, Yang Yichin gently tapped it, then blew softly into the microphone to ensure it was functioning properly. Once satisfied that everything was in order, he smiled warmly and, with a confident and resonant voice, addressed the audience. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to meet you here today, and I warmly welcome you to the ribbon-cutting ceremony of our umbrella company. Yang Yichin then briefly recounted the company's journey and its strategic goals. With a serious demeanor and unwavering confidence, he stated, "Our umbrella company began as a traditional security firm. However, through relentless effort and a spirit of innovation, we have successfully transformed into a comprehensive organization capable of undertaking various tasks on a global scale." Upon hearing this, the audience displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly intrigued by the company's evolution. Continuing with a smile, Yang Yichin added, "If any of you require assistance in the future, whether on a personal or corporate level, we invite you to reach out to our company at any time. Our mission is to ensure the safety of our clients and to fulfill our commitments with the utmost efficiency." He paused, his tone resolute as he asserted, "We firmly believe that any task entrusted to us is one we can accomplish. Likewise, anyone we pledge to protect will never be subjected to harm." This embodies the profound significance of the name umbrella, comprehensive and unwavering protection. He then pointed towards a journalist who had been persistently raising her hand. "That lady there. Yes, you may pose your question," he encouraged. The journalist, delighted by the acknowledgement, stood up and inquired, "Mr. Yang Yichin, how does your company manage personnel allocation for multinational security tasks, considering that the soldiers involved must possess a high level of professionalism?" Listening intently to the reporter's question, Yang Yichin responded, "Indeed, the soldiers responsible for multinational security must be exceptionally skilled, and our company is fortunate to employ such professionals. Once contracted, they commit their very lives to safeguard their employers." In the midst of the event, another journalist seized the microphone from the female reporter and posed a question to Mr. Yang Yichin. "Mr. Yang, I have heard that last month, your company's esteemed veterans and combat personnel were victims of a suicide bombing in Syria, leaving your company without available personnel. May I inquire if you currently have any staff capable of undertaking missions?" Yang Yichin glanced down, realizing that the question came from a rather insignificant third-rate media outlet, essentially a mouthpiece for Hammer Industrial Group. This journalist typically focused on promoting Hammer's reputation while disparaging its competitors. Nodding slightly, Yang Yichin responded, "Indeed. My father encountered an unfortunate incident in Syria, but I will thoroughly investigate this matter. As for manpower, please direct your attention to the large screen behind me." With that, Yang Yichin turned to face the screen. As it illuminated, the image revealed 4 rows of formidable warriors, fully armed and clad in black ballistic masks, obscuring their features. They donned high-quality protective gear and wielded the latest series of German rifles. These warriors appeared highly trained and intimidating, their right arm emblazoned with a red and white parachute insignia. The audience below began to murmur among themselves upon witnessing the 40 warriors, expressing surprise at the newfound capability of the young proprietor to muster such a force. The journalist who had posed the question promptly dialed a phone to update his superiors on the situation. Clearing his throat, Yang Yichin surveyed the crowd and calmly stated, "If any friends have further inquiries, please feel free to consult with my side, Vice General Manager Zheng Tao. We will now proceed to the unveiling ceremony and ribbon cutting." At that moment, Zheng Tao, hearing Yang Yichin's words, paused in astonishment and then looked at him incredulously, whispering, "Brother Chen, how did I suddenly become the Vice General Manager? You should reconsider. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it." Yang Yichin, hearing Zheng Tao's concerns, smiled gently and said, "Do not worry. I am confident that you will excel in this role. Besides, Did you not express a desire to help alleviate some of my burdens? The opportunity has arrived, and you must not shy away. Zhang Tao felt a warm surge of emotion at Yang Yichen's words. He understood that Yang Yichen's offer of the vice general manager position was not only a recognition of his abilities but also a testament to their brotherly bond. Nodding earnestly, he replied, "All right, Brother Chen, since you have such faith in me, I will certainly strive to fulfill this responsibility." Yang Yichen gently patted Zhang Tao's shoulder, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting trust in Zhang Tao, as he cheerfully affirmed, "Yes, I believe in you. Now, let us set aside these discussions. It is time to commence the unveiling ceremony and ribbon cutting." With that, Yang Yichen led Zhang Tao to the center of the stage, where they together grasped the scissors and cut through the red fabric before them. Standing beneath the emblem of the company, he extended his hand and, as the crimson cloth slowly descended, the logo of the Umbrella Corporation gradually revealed itself to the captivated audience. This emblem, a striking red and white parasol icon, resembled a blossoming flower, akin to a protective canopy, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the illumination of the lights. Witnessing this, the guests below erupted into thunderous applause, their claps resonating throughout the grand hall. Subsequently, Yang Yichen announced, "Esteemed guests, you may now proceed to the adjacent dining area for refreshments and relaxation. While restrooms are available above, I wish you all a delightful time." With that, he set down the microphone and led the guests toward the dining room. Chapter 11. You have brought misfortune upon my father, and now you seek to do the same to me. While Yang Yichen and the others were enjoying drinks at the hotel, they remained unaware of a woman clad in a dress approaching him. "Yichen, it has been a long time," she said to Yang Yichen. He ceased his idle chatter and turned to regard the woman before him. Her name was Lin Jin, the distinguished heiress of the multinational medical enterprise Lin's Health Group, who had borne the weight of familial and corporate expectations since childhood. Born into a family that balanced medicine and commerce, her father, Lin Hauran, was the founder of the group, an esteemed scientist with significant contributions to the medical field, as well as a savvy entrepreneur. Her mother was a gentle yet resilient woman, who adeptly balanced family life with charitable endeavors, setting a commendable example for Lin Jin. From a young age, Lin Jin demonstrated remarkable intellect and diligence. Under her parents' careful guidance, she not only mastered a solid foundation in medical knowledge, but also delved deeply into the essence of business management and marketing. During her university years, she excelled academically, earning dual degrees in medicine and business, thus laying a robust foundation for her eventual stewardship of the family enterprise. By a twist of fate, Yang Yichen's father had once saved Lin Hauran's life, leading to a partnership between their families. However, the last collaboration, assisting the Lin Group with humanitarian aid in Syria, resulted in catastrophic losses. Gazing at Lin Jin, Yang Yichen remarked, "Miss Lin, I trust you are well. Thanks to your family, I have not been faring too well myself lately. After all, my father went to assist you with what was supposed to be a routine task, only for it to end in disaster. Shouldn't I be afforded an explanation?" Lin Jin's expression shifted, clearly unprepared for Yang Yichen's forthright challenge. "Yichen, I too am deeply saddened by this matter, and my father has felt a profound sense of guilt over it," she replied, her tone laced with bitterness. "However, the situation at that time was indeed quite complex, and we encountered unforeseen circumstances." "Unexpected circumstances? You are the professionals. Did you not communicate with the local armed groups before your departure? How could such a calamity occur?" Yang Yichen's tone grew increasingly stern. Lin Jin bit her lip. "We cannot fully clarify the specific reasons at this moment, but I assure you, the Lin family had no intention of causing harm to your father. We seek to uncover the truth together." Yang Yichen fell silent for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "Very well, since you have expressed your trust, I shall believe in you once more. However, I must personally partake in the investigation. Furthermore, consider this a task. The remuneration must be substantial." Upon hearing Yang Yicheng's response, Lin Jin visibly exhaled in relief. "Of course, I shall arrange everything, and the payment for the previous task will be transferred to your company's account shortly." Lin Jin felt a sense of ease. At least Yang Yicheng had not outright declined collaboration. "Then it is settled." Yang Yicheng extended his hand. Lin Jin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped his hand. "It is settled then. Thank you, Yicheng." Yang Yicheng slightly shook his head. "Let us not rush into gratitude. We shall speak again once the matter is clarified. Additionally, please inform me in advance when we are to set off, as all preliminary equipment costs shall be borne by your Lin family." With that, Yang Yicheng turned and departed, leaving Lin Jin standing alone, watching his figure fade into the crowd. After the evening's event concluded, Yang Yicheng returned home, collapsing into a chair like a deflated balloon, gazing at the ceiling. His mind flooded with memories of playing with Lin Jin during their childhood. "Ha ho, have you discovered the details I requested? What caused my dear father's demise? And does it have any direct connection with the Lin family?" Yang Yicheng suddenly addressed Ha Ho. "Currently in the process of inquiry, please hold on." Hong Ho's voice resonated within the room. Yang Yiqing waited quietly, his gaze deepening. Master, according to the current data, your father's death bears no direct relation to the Lin family. Hong Ho's response provided Yang Yiqing with a slight sense of relief, yet simultaneously deepened his confusion. What, then, was the cause? Could it truly be a mere accident? Yang Yiqing mused. However, through an investigation into the Lin family group's operations, it was discovered that they inadvertently developed a serum while conducting experiments in Syria, which may have certain therapeutic effects on cancer. This serum attracted the attention of a local faction that sought to seize the research findings. Consequently, during the ensuing conflict, the team to which your father belonged suffered significant losses. Hong Ho's words furrowed Yang Yiqing's brow. A serum for cancer treatment? Yang Yiqing pondered, recognizing this as a potentially crucial lead. Then, as if recalling something, Yang Yiqing spoke into the air, Xiaonan. Ding, at your service, host. Xiaonan's voice echoed in Yang Yiqing's mind. He then retrieved a virus from the spatial realm. Weren't there 3 viruses before? How has it now transformed into a single needle? Yang Yiqing queried Xiaonan in confusion. Ding, host, after removing the harmful components from the virus. It requires 3 viruses to synthesize a single virus devoid of side effects. Moreover, the resultant substance can no longer be classified as a virus. It should rather be termed a genetic agent. It can optimize various human cells, enabling an ordinary individual to attain speed, strength, and recovery capabilities far surpassing those of a normal person, directly reaching the level of Captain America. After Yang Yiqing allowed the system to finish speaking, he nodded. Thus, it is somewhat clear now. Is this agent to be used directly? Will it not produce any other side effects? Xiaonan directly replied, Ding. The host can rest assured that the harmful components in the potion have been eliminated, and it will not produce any adverse effects, at most. It will merely increase your appetite. That's good, Yang Yiqing said, rolling up his sleeves and inserting the needle of the potion into his arm, slowly pushing the liquid inside. Before long, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. After a brief stretch, he reveled in the energy pulsating within him. He then made his way to the gym to assess his current physical condition, discovering that he could effortlessly lift weights that once required the strength of 10 men. His speed and reflexes had also markedly improved, allowing him to deftly dodge bullets fired at him. Excellent, with such strength. I can barely claim the ability to protect myself in this world, he mused. Preparing to head out to the warehouse for a sparring session with Yang Yi and the others, eager to familiarize himself with his newfound physique. Just as he settled into his car, his phone buzzed in his pocket, the screen illuminating with the name Lin Jin. He answered the call. Hello? Yiqing. There has been some progress regarding your father's situation. The last operation was compromised due to a traitor within our research institute who leaked the information about a cancer-specific drug we developed. Some biopharmaceutical companies, not wanting this potion to circulate, hired armed factions to attack us solely to destroy it. Lin Jin spoke nervously over the line. Do we have any leads on which armed faction was involved? Yang Yiqing inquired. It appears to be a sub-organization from Syria. Their base is located on the border between Syria and Iraq. We need to capture some live targets to confirm this, Lin Jin replied. Let us set out tomorrow. Yang Yiqing declared decisively. All right. See you tomorrow, Lin Jin responded before hanging up. Red, please keep an eye on this organization for me. Chapter 12. Journey to Syria subsequently. Yang Yiqing took out his phone to contact Yang Yi. Yang Yi, prepare for tomorrow. Gather 20 people, as I need you to accompany me to Syria. We will utilize the equipment summoned by the system. You can coordinate the rest. The next day, Yang Yiqing met Lin Jin at the airport, while Yang Yi and his 20 squad members would take a different flight to arrive in Syria ahead of them. In the spacious and bright airport terminal, throngs of people bustled about, their voices creating a lively cacophony. Yet, in this vibrant scene, one corner stood in stark contrast, exuding an unusual tranquility, the waiting lounge. Yang Yiqing sat quietly on a comfortable sofa. His appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. After the injection of the potion, his previously gentle features now bore a resolute countenance, as if sculpted by the hands of time. His eyes radiated a fierce brilliance that drew the attention of many. In this modest waiting area, Yang Yiqing attracted the gazes of numerous onlookers, particularly 2 young girls who resembled students. From the moment they entered the lounge, they had been discreetly observing him, their cheeks occasionally flushed with shyness. 2 girls, while glancing at Yang Yiqing, engaged in soft, playful banter. Their laughter resonated through the waiting area, as melodious as the tinkling of silver bells. Yang Yiqing noticed their gaze but paid it no mind. The girls seemed to have reached a silent agreement. Just as they stood up, preparing to approach him, a figure swiftly intercepted them and took a seat beside Yang Yiqing. Yiqing, I'm not late, am I? The newcomer, Lin Jin, who had arranged to accompany Yang Yiqing to Syria the previous day, inquired. Today, she donned a pristine white dress, exuding the purity and beauty of a blooming lily. Yang Yiqing smiled and shook his head. No, you're just in time. His voice, deep and resonant, made Lin Jin's heart race involuntarily. Flushed, she averted her gaze, yet she caught a glimpse of the two girls leaving, disappointment evident on their faces. Shortly thereafter, an announcement echoed through the terminal, instructing passengers to board. Yang Yichen and Lin Jin rose to make their way to the gate. At that moment, Yang Yichen noticed the earlier two girls walking ahead, furrowing his brow. They appeared to be heading to Syria, a country embroiled in turmoil, yet they were unaccompanied. Were they truly willing to place themselves in danger? Shaking his head, Yang Yichen decided to refrain from intervening, resolving to prioritize his own matters first. He turned to Lin Jin and said, "Let us hurry. We must board. My associates have been waiting for us at the Syrian airport." With that, he and Lin Jin boarded the plane together. Once seated in first class, Lin Jin finally had the opportunity to scrutinize Yang Yichen closely. "Yichen, I feel like you've undergone a transformation. You look even more handsome today, perhaps even more so than yesterday. No wonder those two girls were staring at you," she remarked. Hearing this, Yang Yichen smiled subtly, contemplating to himself. "It seems the enhanced serum not only improved my physique, but also subtly refined my appearance, fortunately. I still look quite similar, or else I would struggle to explain the change." As he pondered, he replied to Lin Jin, "Really? Perhaps it's just the excitement of going out today that's influencing my mood." Lin Jin blushed at his response, wondering if he implied that his good mood stemmed from her company. This thought softened her gaze toward him even further. At that moment, a cheerful chime signaled the cabin crew's announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached cruising altitude, and the flight is proceeding smoothly. Please unfasten your seatbelts and check the overhead compartments for any loose luggage to prevent it from falling. If you need to use the restroom, it is located at the end of the aisle. Thank you for your cooperation, and we wish you a pleasant journey." As the announcement concluded, the once tranquil cabin erupted into a lively atmosphere. As people unfastened their seatbelts, some stretched and moved their limbs, while others eagerly stood up, preparing to address personal matters in the restroom. A few individuals retrieved their mobile phones and tablets, beginning to browse the web or watch films. Yang Yichen also rose, stretching languidly, and remarked, "I shall visit the restroom. Please make yourself comfortable." With that, he made his way towards the lavatory at the front of the cabin, quickly disappearing from Lin Jin's view, as they were in a private cabin and did not need to jostle with others. At that moment, an awkward voice pierced through Lin Jin's thoughts. "Oh, madam, you are truly an angel descended from the heavens. Your beauty leaves me utterly enraptured. Your bright eyes sparkle like the stars. Your skin is as smooth and delicate as the finest white jade, and your enchanting smile is utterly intoxicating. You are, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered." The man wore a self-assured smile, stepping closer as he continued. "Might I be so fortunate as to obtain your contact information? This way, we could remain in touch at all times." Lin Jin glanced up to see a man adorned in opulent attire, with short black hair and a somewhat greedy gaze, smiling at her. His skin bore a slight tan, and his prominent nose and thick brows added to his handsome demeanor. It became apparent that this man, with features reminiscent of a Middle Eastern descent, was attempting to engage her in conversation. Lin Jin politely nodded and replied, "I truly appreciate your compliments. They honor me greatly. However, I must regretfully inform you that I am already accompanied." With that, she gestured subtly towards the direction where Yang Yichen had gone. The stranger, undeterred by Lin Jin's direct rejection, flashed a confident smile, seemingly unfazed. He was aware that once he revealed his true identity, the woman before him would find it impossible to resist. Thus, he courteously declared, "My sincerest apologies, beautiful lady. You may not be aware of my background. I am Hassan Assad Jabbar bin Hashim, a member of the illustrious Hashim family from Syria. Our family has historically held a significant position in Syrian society, renowned for its wisdom, bravery, and leadership." He continued proudly, "Currently, my father serves as the head of our family. Therefore, by becoming my friend, you may find that in Syria, you can achieve nearly anything you desire without fear of bearing any responsibility." Chapter 13. Arrival in Syria. Upon hearing the lengthy name of Hassan Assad Jabbar bin Hashim, Lin Jin's brow furrowed slightly. While she possessed some knowledge of Syria's history and culture, she was unfamiliar with this family. "The Hashim family?" Lin Jin echoed, a hint of confusion in her voice as she endeavored to recall any information about them from memory, but her mind remained blank. "Indeed, madam." Hassan al-Assad Jabbar bin Hashim nodded slightly, seemingly unfazed by Lin Jin's reaction, and continued, "Our family wields profound influence in Syria. We hold significant power in the realms of politics, economy, and culture. As the second heir of my family, I naturally possess corresponding resources and connections." He paused, his tone growing more assured. "Thus, befriending me will grant you unparalleled advantages. Whatever you desire, you can effortlessly achieve. Moreover, you need not fear any risks, for I shall resolve all your issues." Despite Hassan al-Assad revealing his background, Lin Jin remained indifferent. After all, she was the heiress of the Lin Group, which operated a global multinational medical enterprise. Lin Jin held little regard for the identity of a second-generation heir like Hassan al-Assad, casually expressing her disinterest in his status and choosing to ignore him thereafter. She couldn't help but regret dismissing her bodyguard. As she was set to travel to Syria with Yang Yichen that day, concerned about potential surveillance, thus, she had sent her bodyguard away. Otherwise, someone like Hassan al-Assad would never have been able to approach her within 2 meters, having already made his identity clear. Hassan al-Assad felt a sting of humiliation as Lin Jin continued to disregard him. In a fit of indignation, he sought to grasp Lin Jin's arm. Just then, a voice emerged from behind Hassan al-Assad. "Excuse me, you frightened my friend. Could you please step away?" Upon hearing this voice, Hassan al-Assad instinctively turned to see Yang Yichen standing behind him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Despite being alone, Yang Yichen's presence exuded an aura that made Hassan al-Assad wary. Startled by Yang Yichen's sudden appearance and piercing eyes, Hassan al-Assad halted his advance, his hand poised in midair. Frozen in place. Who are you? Hassan al-Assad feigned calmness, his voice tinged with a hint of menace. Yang Yichen ignored Hassan al-Assad's inquiry and coldly reiterated, "I said, please step away." Hassan al-Assad's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous young man would dare to treat him with such disdain. He was the heir of the Hashim family, wielding considerable power in Syria, and had never been so belittled. "Do you know who I am?" Hassan al-Assad asked, his anger palpable, attempting to intimidate Yang Yichen with his status. Yang Yichen remained unfazed by Hassan al-Assad's threats, calmly responding, "Do you think your identity holds any significance?" This provoked Hassan al-Assad further, who contemplated instructing his bodyguards to teach Yang Yichen a lesson. Upon observing the American flight marshal summoned by the flight attendant, the marshal's hand resting on the right side of his holster, he instinctively halted the words that were about to escape his lips. After all, his status held no sway over the authority of the United States, and the marshal was indeed capable of drawing his weapon. He directed his attention toward Yang Yichen, declaring, "You shall await your fate. Regret will find you." With that, Hassan Assad turned on his heels, accompanied by his subordinates, and departed. Lin Jin watched Hassan Assad's retreating figure, her heart brimming with gratitude. She recognized that had it not been for Yang Yichen's timely intervention, she might have found herself ensnared by Hassan Assad's relentless pursuit. "Thank you, Yang Yichen," Lin Jin expressed sincerely. Yang Yichen offered a gentle smile in response, stating, "No need for thanks. It is only natural for friends to assist one another." With that, he returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Hassan Assad, now seated, was engaged in hushed conversation over a satellite phone, casting furtive glances toward Yang Yichen and Lin Jin. Observing this, Yang Yichen smirked disdainfully, retrieving his own satellite phone to dial Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, please meet us at the airport and prepare the necessary equipment. Some matters may arise upon our disembarkation," he instructed before ending the call. Hearing Yang Yichen's conversation, Lin Jin turned to him, inquiring, "Yichen, will those individuals cause trouble once we land?" To which Yang Yichen nonchalantly replied, "Hassan Assad and his associates are planning to abduct us upon our exit from the airport as a means of revenge. Do not worry, I have already arranged for assistance." Lin Jin was momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone would dare to target her. After all, individuals of mayoral stature in most countries typically accorded the Lin family a degree of respect. She could hardly believe the audacity of this man. She promptly dialed the branch office in Syria, requesting that they send personnel to the airport. During the call, she also urged Yang Yichen to inform Yang Yi that the Lin group would supply them with weaponry and vehicles. Once their calls were concluded, the two settled into a serene anticipation of their arrival in Syria. As time gradually slipped away, 3 convoys rolled up to the entrance of the Syrian International Airport. 2 of the convoys were equipped with Hummers, one of which bore American-made 50 caliber machine guns, emblazoned with a red and white umbrella insignia. The other convoy consisted entirely of armored Hummers, each vehicle adorned with the Lin Group's emblem. The 2 convoys were clearly allied. The third convoy included several standard Land Rovers, flanking a bulletproof Mercedes in the center, while a pickup truck at the rear was manned by soldiers armed with AK-47s. At that moment, a door of a camouflage-painted vehicle, marked with the umbrella insignia, slowly swung open, revealing a boot clad in combat footwear stepping out. A robust figure followed, descending from the vehicle, Yang Yi, who had arrived in Syria ahead of schedule. Yang Yi sported a neatly cropped hairstyle, donned camouflage attire, and possessed an eagle-like sharpness in his gaze. As Yang stepped out of the vehicle, he cast a fleeting glance at the convoy of Range Rovers opposite him. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of disdain, after which he spat vehemently on the ground and turned to approach the Lin Group's car. Tapping gently on the window, the window slid down, and the two engaged in what appeared to be a brief exchange before nodding at each other and returning to their respective vehicles, silently awaiting the arrival of the aircraft. Chapter 14. So you're the one called Hassan Assad. The airplane traced a white line across the azure sky, ultimately descending steadily onto the runway of Syria International Airport. Sunlight streamed through the cabin windows, casting a warm and comforting glow upon the passengers' faces. The announcement from the flight attendant resonated within the cabin. Ding dong, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Syria International Airport. We appreciate your choice of our flight as part of your journey and are honored to have shared this flight experience with you. The aircraft glided slowly along the runway, the sounds of friction and the roar of the engines gradually diminishing until it came to a complete stop at the tarmac. Inside the cabin, passengers began to gather their belongings, preparing to disembark. However, at the front of the cabin, Hassan Assad and his bodyguard exhibited an unusual restlessness. Without waiting for the plane to fully halt, they eagerly rose to their feet and made their way toward the exit. A sinister smile played upon Hassan Assad's lips as he walked, glancing back at Yang Yichen and Lin Jin. With a slight upward curl of his mouth, he made a throat-cutting gesture towards Yang Yichen, his eyes brimming with menace and malice. Yet, both Yang Yichen and Lin Jin appeared unfazed by the threats. Yang Yichen was brimming with confidence in his own strength. With his formidable abilities, even facing a dozen or so armed men, he believed that he would remain unscathed. Lin Jin, on the other hand, placed unwavering faith in her family's background and influence. She considered that, although she had never heard of the Hashim family, it did not necessarily imply anything significant. It could merely be an inconsequential clan, one that might not even fully comprehend her own identity. After all, if it were a prominent family, how could they possibly be unaware of who she was? Lin Jin recalled her great-uncle, who had been personally welcomed by the vice president of Syria upon his arrival. Such treatment spoke volumes. Therefore, she held the so-called Hashim family in utter disregard. As the cabin door swung open, Hassan Assad, accompanied by his bodyguard, swiftly exited the aircraft. Yang Yichen and Lin Jin, unhurried, followed suit, making their way toward the airport exit. Upon stepping outside, they witnessed Hassan Assad conversing with an individual before climbing into an armored Mercedes. The individual waved his hand, leading a dozen soldiers from a pickup truck, who approached Yang Yichen and Lin Jin with their weapons drawn. Yang Yichen regarded Hassan Assad, whose face was partially visible through the car window, with a dismissive smile. Just as Hassan Assad's soldiers reached Yang Yichen, preparing to aim their guns at him, a sudden volley of gunfire erupted. In a mere few seconds, over a dozen soldiers loyal to Hassan Assad found themselves struck by gunfire, their weapons clattering to the ground. The nearby civilians, jolted by the deafening gunshots, swiftly scattered in panic, while the airport security immediately called for military reinforcements. It was at this moment that onlookers were able to discern the situation. Not far away, a convoy of Humvees had arrived, from which emerged a group of heavily armed men, clad in night vision goggles, bulletproof helmets, face shields, and body armor. Their weapons were still emitting wisps of smoke, indicating that they had just unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Hassan Assad's soldiers. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hassan Assad understood that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. As he watched Yang Yichen and Yang Yi approach him, he urgently urged his driver to flee the scene. However, just as the driver started the vehicle in preparation to depart, two Humvees armed with heavy machine guns surged forth from Yang Yi's convoy, positioning themselves aggressively at both the front and rear of the Mercedes. The ominous black barrels of the guns served as a stark warning to the driver against any reckless movements. He was acutely aware that the bulletproof glass would not withstand the onslaught of a .50 caliber machine gun, which could easily rend him in two. As Yang Yichen reached the front of the Mercedes, Yang Yi and others from Lin Jin's company also arrived at the vehicle. Yang Yi was the first to address Yang Yichen and Lin Jin, apologizing. "I am sorry, Miss Lin, for the fright you've experienced here." Yang Yichen waved his hand dismissively, responding, "It's nothing. This little scene does not intimidate me. There is no need for apologies." Although Lin Jin felt somewhat unsettled by the earlier bloodshed, she managed to suppress her nausea and replied to Yang Yi, "It's quite all right. After all, you are doing this to protect us." At that moment, a young man in a suit, leading a group from the Lin Corporation, seized the opportunity to interject, saying to Lin Jin, "Miss, I was sent by the fourth master to escort you. How would you like to handle this minor character? You may instruct me directly, and I will take care of it." Upon hearing this, Lin Jin turned to ask Yang Yichen, "What do you think should be done with Hassan Assad?" Yang Yichen, upon receiving her inquiry, suggested, "Break both of his legs. After all, we are at the airport, and it would not be prudent to kill someone in front of so many witnesses, particularly since we operate a security company." Yang Yichen then subtly nodded towards Yang Yi. Understanding the unspoken command, Yang Yi promptly called out, "Send 2 men to drag him out." As Hassan Assad saw 2 towering, fully armed men approaching, he instinctively closed the windows of the Mercedes tightly, as if that would provide him with a greater sense of security. The soldiers, undeterred by his fear, retrieved chainsaws from the Humvees and began cutting through the car doors. Witnessing this, Hassan Assad was gripped by terror, nearly on the brink of collapse. Who are these people? He wondered, to carry cutting machines with them? In desperation, He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Dad. Hurry to the airport entrance and rescue me." Hassan Assad exclaimed into the phone, his voice trembling. "What trouble have you stirred up now to call me directly?" Came the voice of Hassan's father from the other end. "I just struck up a conversation with a woman on the plane, but once they disembarked and exited the airport, they threatened to kill me. All my armed soldiers have been disarmed," Hassan explained, his tone laden with distress. "What? So it was you causing the gunfire at the airport?" "The authorities have already informed General Hadman nearby, and I will call him right away," Hassan's father replied urgently. "You must be quick. If you delay, you may never see your son again." With that, Hassan hung up, anxiously glancing at the two burly men outside the car, who were prying the door open. 10 minutes later, as a gap was cut into the Mercedes, two clone soldiers dragged Hassan Assad out through the opening. However, a cacophony of screeching brakes pierced the air, causing Yang Yichen and his companions to turn around. A convoy of military vehicles had halted at the airport entrance, and dozens of soldiers disembarked. Their AK-47s aimed squarely at Yang Yichen and his group. From a jeep in front emerged a man clad in military attire, barking at Yang Yichen and the others. "Everyone, halt immediately, or face lethal consequences." Chapter 15. The general's arrival is futile. Soon after, Yang Yichen beheld a man in officer's uniform, flanked by a cadre of soldiers, approaching him like a constellation of stars encircling the moon. The soldiers surrounding him exuded an air of elite prowess. Clearly the CR de la CR of the military. In stark contrast, the motley crew of soldiers Hassan Assad had brought appeared utterly out of place amidst the elite ranks. As the officer approached Yang Yichen, a disdainful smile crept across his face. With a flick of his right hand, he signaled his subordinates to take action. The soldiers advanced, preparing to disarm Yang Yichen and his companions and to detain them. In response to the impending threat, Yang Yichen and his peers raised their weapons defiantly. The officer, unfazed by their actions, pushed aside the soldiers blocking his path and took a step forward. A chorus of clicks echoed as both Yang Yichen's group and the opposing soldiers simultaneously chambered their weapons, signaling that they were prepared to fire at any moment. Noticing the intensity of the standoff, the officer reined in his earlier contempt and addressed Yang Yichen, saying, "Young man, I am General Mohammed Salah Assad. It seems you have engaged in the use of firearms near my airport and have injured someone. I believe an explanation is warranted." Mohammed Salah Assad? Yang Yichen's mind raced, quickly connecting the dots as he recognized the figure before him. Mohammed Salah Assad was born into a distinguished military family in Syria, where generations have dedicated themselves to the nation's military endeavors. From a young age, he exhibited a profound interest in military strategy and tactics, showcasing remarkable talent and leadership. In his youth, Mohammed Salah Assad attended Syria's esteemed military academy, where he underwent rigorous military training and higher education. He not only mastered military theory but also gained extensive experience through practical exercises. Upon graduation, Mohammed Salah Assad quickly distinguished himself within the Syrian army, earning accolades for his exceptional command abilities and fearless spirit in significant battles. As time progressed, he ascended to the rank of senior military leader, overseeing the coordination of large-scale military operations. Under his leadership, the Syrian army successfully repelled threats from foreign invasions and internal rebellions, with the general being renowned for his fairness, discipline, and decisiveness, earning the respect and affection of his subordinates. Yang Yichen held great admiration for such a distinguished figure who had achieved remarkable feats for his country. "Greetings, General Mohammed. I have heard of your contributions to our nation, and I hold you in high regard," he expressed sincerely. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's words and observing the genuine admiration in his eyes, General Mohammed recognized that this young man was not merely a sycophant, as he had encountered before. This led him to regard Yang Yichen with increased favor, prompting a hearty laugh. "Young man," he said, "while I find your words quite agreeable, rules are rules. Especially given that you discharged a weapon here at the airport. If I were to let you go, it would not only be difficult for me to explain to the Hashim family, but also to the nearby populace." At that moment, Hassan Assad, witnessing General Mohammed, called out for help as if he had found a lifeline. Meanwhile, a nearby clone delivered a sharp kick to Hassan, leaving him gasping for breath. General Mohammed, astute as he was, perceived the significance of the young man before him and jested, "Young lad, perhaps you should teach him a lesson, as it would not bode well for you in front of Hashim otherwise. Why not release Hassan Assad? You could then accompany me to the camp for a brief visit. Hashim would find it challenging to take action against you afterward." Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen offered an apologetic smile to General Mohammed. "I sincerely apologize. But if Hassan Assad had only provoked me, I would have granted you a favor and let it pass. However, he has not troubled me alone," he remarked, gesturing subtly towards Lin Jin. It was at this moment that General Mohammed formally regarded Lin Jin, who he had initially assumed was merely Yang Yichen's girlfriend, only to realize she possessed considerable significance. "Apologies, dear lady," But may I inquire as to what transgression Hassan Assad has committed against you that has incited such profound anger? Before Lin Jin could respond, the young man sent to escort her interjected, stating, "This man has offended Our Lady aboard the aircraft." Merely breaking Hassan Assad's legs is already a lenient lesson. Had our esteemed master been present, both Hassan Assad and his family would have faced dire consequences. General Muhammad furrowed his brow, asking, "Pray tell, who is this esteemed master of yours?" The young man replied, "We hail from the Lin Group. And our esteemed master is Lin Howren, the founder of the Lin Group." The Lin Group? Is it not the same organization that extended assistance to over 30 hospitals in Syria and provided free medical care to the populace during the war? Indeed. That is the very Lin Group you speak of, and the lady before you is none other than Miss Lin Jane, the future heir of the Lin Group. With this revelation, General Muhammad turned to his soldiers and commanded, "Lower your weapons and follow me. Salute this Miss Lin." He stood tall, adopting a formal military posture, and rendered a solemn salute to Lin Jane, expressing gratitude on behalf of his soldiers' families who had benefited from the Lin Group's medical aid. As the soldiers behind General Muhammad absorbed his words, their gazes toward Lin Jane softened, while their looks directed at Hassan Assad grew increasingly hostile. After all, this man had insulted their benefactor, the savior of their families. Should anything befall Lin Jane in this land, the Lin family would surely withdraw support from the 30 hospitals in Syria, leaving only the exploitative establishments behind. With this thought, the crowd's animosity towards Hassan Assad intensified. Had it not been for his attire, they might have laid hands upon him. General Muhammad, observing the demeanor of his soldiers, nodded in satisfaction and addressed Yang Yichen, saying, "Young man, we shall refrain from further involvement. You may handle this matter. Here is my contact information. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to reach out. I will also clarify the situation on television, so you need not worry." Hashim is well aware not to retaliate, provided Hassan Assad's life remains unthreatened. After handing Yang Yichen a business card, he beckoned his entourage to board their vehicle, the roar of the engine fading into the distance, leaving Hassan Assad trembling amidst the circle formed by Yang Yichen and his companions. Chapter 16. Breaking your legs. Do you yield? Each step Yang Yichen took felt as if he were treading upon Hassan Assad's very heart, quickening its rhythm and amplifying his fear. Upon reaching Hassan Assad, Yang Yichen crouched down and gently patted his face a few times. Yang Yichen's movements were delicate, yet his gaze was imbued with indifference and disdain. "Given you an opportunity, yet you proved to be utterly ineffectual," he murmured softly. Though his voice was barely audible, it carried an irresistible authority. Hassan Assad's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling involuntarily. He longed to resist, but the terror within him extinguished any flicker of courage. Hassan could only stare vacantly at Yang Yichen, his eyes brimming with despair. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Hassan clutched at Yang Yichen's calf, his voice quivering, "I implore you, do not take my life. I am willing to do anything to barter for my survival. If only you spare me, I shall provide you with all the assistance you desire. Please, believe me." Yang Yichen's lips curled into a sardonic smile, a mockery of Hassan's pleas for mercy. Hassan shook his head gently, seemingly unfazed by the desperation he displayed. He then turned directly to Yang Yi, stating, "I leave him in your hands. Break his legs." With that, he strode towards Lin Jin, remarking, "Let us depart. There is nothing of interest here." Lin Jin nodded and turned back towards the convoy, but as he reached the car door, a thought struck him. He turned to Yang Yichen and suggested, "Yichen, join me in my vehicle. I can take this opportunity to brief you on my fourth uncle's situation." Upon hearing Lin Jin's invitation, Yang Yichen did not hesitate and made his way towards him. As the two entered the car, the moment the door closed, Hassan Assad's anguished cries echoed from outside. Yang Yi had instructed his men to restrain Hassan, then approached him directly. Raising his sizable foot, he brought it down forcefully onto Hassan's knee. A sharp crack reverberated through the air. Hassan's wails erupted, but before he could utter a second cry, Yang Yi crushed his other leg with another brutal stomp. The excruciating pain rendered Hassan speechless. Yang Yi and his companions spat in disdain before boarding their vehicle. The car started moving slowly, leaving behind Hassan, who lay on the ground, groaning in agony. His legs had been shattered, the splintered bone protruding through the skin, blood seeping out and staining the earth crimson. It was only at this moment that the driver of the luxury vehicle dared to exit. After hoisting Hassan into the car, he swiftly started the engine and drove away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, an impressive convoy appeared, capturing the attention of onlookers, comprising several Humvees. The fleet sped through the streets with remarkable swiftness. Leading the procession was a Humvee belonging to the Lin Group, serving as the guide. Following closely were the Humvees driven by Yang Air and Yang San, while Yang Si stood atop one, wielding a heavy machine gun with a commanding presence. The remaining 13 Humvees formed a protective circle around a central vehicle, creating a formidable defensive perimeter. The Hummer, safeguarded at the center of the convoy, appeared exceptionally significant. as if it housed an individual of utmost importance. The other Hummers followed closely, tightly arranged, forbidding any other vehicles from intruding. Despite the deterrent presence of 2 formidable machine guns at the rear, no one dared to attempt to cut in line. The residents of the city paused in their tracks, observing the scene with curiosity and engaging in hushed conversations with those beside them. Speculation ran rampant regarding this powerful and enigmatic convoy. Some believed it to be the entourage of a prominent figure or organization, while others surmised that a grand event was in the works. Regardless, the emergence of this convoy enveloped the city in an atmosphere of tension and excitement. The convoy moved steadily, with Yangxi vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Inside the vehicle, Lin Jin was elucidating her fourth uncle's circumstances to Yang Yichen. My uncle has been living abroad for various reasons. By chance, a potent drug for cancer was developed in his laboratory, attracting the attention of several pharmaceutical companies. Due to an insider's betrayal, the last escort mission failed, resulting in the loss of life for Yang Yichen's adoptive father and his uncles during that operation. Yang Yichen listened intently, intrigued by the miraculous drug. The potential of a cancer-curing agent was undeniably immense. After absorbing Lin Jin's account, he inquired, "Is the drug still in your possession?" The drug vanished after the last attack, but the container is equipped with security measures. Any forced opening or incorrect password will trigger an explosion. Nearly a month has elapsed since then, and the adversary's decryption efforts are likely nearing completion. We must retrieve the drug before they succeed. Yang Yichen, perplexed, remarked, "According to your explanation, once the initial drug is synthesized in the laboratory, the second should be produced swiftly. By the time other companies decipher the formula, your drug should already saturate the market. Why the urgency?" Lin Jin, however, did not respond directly, asserting instead, "This drug is of paramount importance and must be located within 20 days. Otherwise, significant problems may arise. My uncle will provide further details in due course." At that moment, Yang Yichen's phone vibrated. He glanced at it briefly before stowing it away and reclining in his seat, seeking rest. The journey had lacked any dramatic narrative, merely a background character making an appearance. As the convoy gradually came to a halt, Yang Yichen opened his eyes. They had finally arrived. Despite his extraordinary physique, the hours of flying followed by driving had left him somewhat disoriented. Upon disembarking, he approached the Hummer where he was seated. Opening the door, "We have arrived," he announced. Yang Yichen nodded slightly at him, then turned to observe Lin Jin, whose face was tinged with a rosy hue from just awaking, a few strands of hair cascading onto her cheeks. Yang Yichen extended his hand gently, brushing Lin Jin's hair behind her ear, and with a smile suggested, "Shall we alight?" He descended the vehicle first, then turned to offer his right hand to assist Lin Jin in exiting. Lin Jin paused for a moment, a blush gracing her cheeks as she cautiously held onto Yang Yichen's arm, stepping down with gratitude for his thoughtfulness. Before them stood a towering edifice, adorned with the name of a company prominently displayed, Lin Group. The architecture of the building exuded grandeur, with glass facades reflecting dazzling rays under the sunlight. At that moment, the solemn and steadfast entrance of the Lin Group building slowly parted, as if welcoming a distinguished and enigmatic guest. As the doors swung open, a man in his 30s, Lin Haochen, emerged into view. Clad in a tailored dark suit that accentuated his elongated form, his impeccable attire showcased an unwavering attention to detail. Beneath it, he wore a simple white shirt, the collar slightly undone, imparting an air of effortless elegance while subtly revealing Lin Haochen's inherent nobility. His facial features were sharply defined, with deep-set eyes that seemed to possess an uncanny ability to perceive the world around him, yet simultaneously conveyed an inscrutable solitude. His straight nose and tightly pressed lips hinted at a resolute character and undeniable decisiveness. Lin Haochen approached Yang Yichen and Lin Jin, addressing Lin Jin with a hint of reproach. "Xiao Jin, why did you not inform your uncle when you came here? If you hadn't called me from the plane, I would have remained oblivious to your whereabouts. Do you realize how perilous it is for a young lady to venture here alone? And you left your security personnel back in the country. I must have a serious word with them upon my next return for their lack of protection." Upon hearing her uncle's words, Lin Jin stepped forward, grasping his hand and playfully replied, "Oh, uncle, I didn't mean to. I refrained from telling you earlier to avoid troubling you. Given your busy schedule, I sent my security away on my own accord. I simply wish to enjoy my outing without a throng of people trailing behind me. Besides, they would only attract unwanted attention." Lin Jin shook her uncle's hand playfully, her endearing tone making it difficult for him to remain stern. This prompted Lin Haochen to retract the reprimands he had prepared. "What am I to say to you? You are a grown woman, yet you still have such a penchant for childish antics," he remarked, affectionately tousling Lin Jin's hair, leaving it in disarray. His gaze then shifted to Yang Yichen, and upon first meeting him, Lin Haochen's instincts suggested that this man was no ordinary individual. It appeared that he was the very person who had prompted his niece to reach out for assistance during the flight. Although Lin Haochen was generally wary of men who approached his niece, he found no malice toward the young man before him. He turned to Lin Jin and inquired, Little Jean, who is this young man? Why not introduce him to your fourth uncle? Upon hearing her uncle's attention shift to Yang Yichen, Lin Jean felt a pang of anxiety, fearing a potential conflict between the two. Thus, she hurriedly explained, "Fourth uncle, this is Yang Yichen, the son of Mr. Yang, who previously assisted us with transporting goods. He has taken on this task in hopes of uncovering clues regarding his father's tragic demise." After uttering these words, Lin Jean gently nudged Yang Yichen with her shoulder, her eyes conveying a hint of encouragement and reminder. Yang Yichen immediately grasped her meaning and stepped forward, approaching Lin Haochen. He extended his right hand, wearing a sincere and amiable smile, and politely said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. It is an honor to make your acquaintance." Lin Haochen observed the young man before him, sunny, handsome, and courteous, and reciprocated the handshake. As they clasped hands, Yang Yichen continued, "In fact, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Lin Jean often speaks highly of you, mentioning how you have always taken great care of her and are truly an exceptional individual." Taken aback momentarily by Yang Yichen's words, Lin Haochen quickly regained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He glanced at Lin Jean, thinking to himself that this little girl certainly had a penchant for praising him in front of others. Simultaneously, his fondness for Yang Yichen increased a notch. Amused by Lin Jin's nervous demeanor, Lin Haochen playfully pinched her nose and remarked, "You little rascal. Do you think you can outsmart your fourth uncle? I was the one who accompanied you to and from school. What aspects of your character could possibly escape my notice?" Upon hearing her uncle's teasing, Lin Jean felt a surge of urgency and instinctively moved to cover Lin Haochen's mouth, only for him to deftly evade her. All right. I shall cease. The little girl has grown up and now knows shyness," he concluded with a hearty laugh. He then addressed Yang Yichen. "Yichen, since I am older than you both, I will call you Xiao Chun, if you don't mind. You may refer to me as fourth uncle, just like little Jean." Yang Yichen, appreciating Lin Haochen's approach, readily responded, "Fourth uncle, you flatter me. I consider myself a friend of little Jean. Please feel free to call me by my name. I, too, shall call you fourth uncle." Seeing Yang Yichen's calm demeanor, Lin Haochen's impression of him improved further. He then said, "Xiao Chun, please have your companions in the car come down. I will arrange accommodations for them." In response, Yang Yichen waved at Yang Yi, who, upon noticing, exited the vehicle and approached him, asking, "Is there something you need?" "Nothing much. Just ask the brothers in the car to come down and rest a while. My fourth uncle will provide them with a place to stay," Yang Yichen replied. Upon receiving the message, Yang responded with a brief acknowledgement before murmuring something into his earpiece. Moments later, the doors of the Hummer convoy swung open, and all the clone soldiers disembarked. Lin Haochen, observing these soldiers, felt a tinge of astonishment. From his discerning perspective, each of these soldiers rivaled the elite warriors he had encountered in his own unit, prompting him to significantly reassess Yang Yichen's capabilities. "Xiao Chen, your soldiers are quite extraordinary. I suspect my bodyguards would falter within mere rounds against them." Yang Yichen, hearing Lin Haochen's remark, chuckled, "Not at all. My brothers merely enjoy better rations, which has given them a more imposing appearance. They pale in comparison to the security personnel surrounding my fourth uncle." Lin Haochen, noting Yang Yichen's evasion of the subject, chose not to press the matter further and replied, "You are far too modest. Come, let us ascend. Your men can accompany Lin Si, while you and Xiao Jin shall join me on the top floor." With that, he led the way into the building, while a young man in a suit guided Yang and his companions towards an adjacent structure, revealing himself to be Lin Si, the one who had previously met them at the airport. Chapter 18, The Request of Fourth Uncle. As Yang Yichen and Lin Jean followed Lin Haochen to the top floor, they were greeted not by the expansive office space they had envisioned, but rather a cozy 4-bedroom apartment. Observing the puzzled expressions of Yang Yichen and Lin Jean, Lin Haochen explained, "Initially, I had no intention of creating such a space, but living in an empty villa felt desolate and devoid of vitality. It is far more comfortable in a building reminiscent of my childhood." He gestured for Yang Yichen and Lin Jean to take a seat in the reception room, summoning a servant to bring tea and water. Settling into the sofa, Lin Haochen produced a cigarette and offered one to Yang Yichen. "Xiao Chun, would you care for a smoke?" Before he could finish, Lin Jean interjected disapprovingly, "Fourth uncle, has T Grandma already asked you to quit smoking?" Lin Haochen, seeing her reaction, chuckled and quickly tucked the cigarette away, assuring, "No more smoking, I promise." He then composed his expression and addressed Lin Jean, "Little Jean, if you have no pressing matters here, you might consider returning home early. After all, your grandparents are quite eager to see you." Lin Jean, covering her face in mock despair, lamented, "Wah, fourth uncle, you don't want me here. The moment I arrive, you want me to leave." "I shall inform Grandma, and she will come to deal with you." Not swayed by her theatrics, Lin Haochen observed her state and found it difficult to compel her to depart. "You simply wish to rid yourself of me, sending me back to arrange a marriage with those people. I refuse to go back. You no longer care for me. Fourth uncle. After all, Lin Jean has grown up under his watch. So how could he bear to see her in distress? Lin Haochen then remarked, all right. I won't force you to leave, but you must adhere to my arrangements. You must take Lin Si and the others with you when you go out. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to send you back. Upon hearing Lin Haochen's words, Lin Jin lowered her hands from her face, revealing no signs of sorrow. Observing this, Lin Haochen sighed and, with a hint of resignation, lightly tapped Lin Jin on the forehead. You, every time since childhood, you have always played this trick on me. He then turned to Yang Yichen. Xiao Chun, the previous circumstances have been conveyed to Xiao Jin. Regarding the incident where your father and the others lost the formula we developed, it was not due to any rival pharmaceutical companies, but rather the machinations of hidden forces behind the scenes. The urgency to acquire this formula is to save lives domestically. Given my official capacity, I am unable to maneuver effectively, and just when I was at my wit's end, you happened to arrive. I noticed that the soldiers under your command are not ordinary individuals. I wish to entrust this task to you. The reward is 50 million. While this amount may seem modest, I can secure you a status back home. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen was momentarily taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. He replied without hesitation, no problem, we accept the task. However, I have one request. I would like my father and the others to return as well. Is that possible? It has always been my father's wish to return as one of his own. Seeing Yang Yichen's enthusiastic agreement, Lin Haochen scrutinized him for a moment. Upon realizing that Yang Yichen was not deceiving him, he responded, certainly, I can also provide identities for 5 individuals. The choice of who returns is up to you. But it is contingent upon recovering the formula. Lin Haochen paused momentarily before continuing, I won't hide it from you any longer. The leaders who stepped down previously suffered from the burdens of state affairs over the years, leading to their current frail conditions. Upon learning about the situation with our formula, others at home issued a strict order that it must be secretly brought back. To avoid detection, they intended to utilize humanitarian aid as a cover for its transport. Unfortunately, a traitor leaked information midway, resulting in the formula being seized. Now, other countries have heard this news and are sending personnel into Syria. More than 10 nations have already entered. Hence, I wish for Xiao Jin to return home first. After all, this place is exceedingly perilous. At this point, Yang Yichen frowned and questioned, why would so many countries send people in for just a formula? Lin Haochen explained, because that elder was quite formidable against enemies while being supportive of his own people. He thwarted several conspiracies among nations, leading these foreign powers to desire his life, while allies seek to snatch the formula to provide treatment for him. When the time comes, I shall provide you with the list. After Yang Yichen comprehended the situation, he addressed Lin Haochen, saying, so it is, fourth uncle, I shall exert myself fully on this matter. He then inquired, is there any documentation regarding the current situation? Where is the serum located? Upon hearing Yang Yichen's query, Lin Haochen turned and retrieved a document from another room. The details were contained within this document. As Yang Yichen opened it, he discovered a description, Oscorp Biotech, Norman Osborn's company. It appeared this was a blend of Marvel's universe, with Norman Osborn making an appearance. One could only wonder if Spider-Man would follow suit, as he was indeed quite loquacious. Continuing to read, Yang Yichen finally discerned some of the reasons behind the events. It turned out that the armed faction in Syria had been compromised by a traitor within the Lin Group, who sold information to the manager of the Syrian branch of Norman Osborn's company. Upon learning of the serum's capabilities, this manager plotted to clandestinely seize the serum for sale to the U.S. government, intending to establish a new company as a result. During the assault, the personnel from Oscorp were oblivious to the situation and only became aware post-attack. The branch manager seized the opportunity to flee and was likely in a camp now, protected by a mysterious armed group. Yes, it was only after several units dispatched by Norman Osborn to eliminate the threat suffered total annihilation that news of the serum leaked. This morning, a location signal was abruptly received, triggered by a minor shockwave set off when the Lin Group's storage box was opened, sending out a powerful signal. The storage case for the serum had indeed been breached. Time was of the essence to retrieve the serum. Since the signal emitted was strong, others had also received it. Currently, the signal's location was pinpointed in a mountainous region of Idlib province, Syria. Satellite surveillance had yet to observe anyone departing from this area. Thus, one must hasten to depart. Individuals from other nations were already in motion. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen rose. Very well, let us not delay and proceed directly. Chapter 19. The Syrian conflict. As night descended, a profound silence enveloped the town of Daria in Idlib province, Syria. Through the darkness, one could occasionally hear the distant barking of dogs, the eerie tranquility heightening one's vigilance. At this moment, a convoy of unmarked vehicles approached stealthily. The headlights carved a brilliant arc through the night. As the black fleet gradually halted at the outskirts of the town, their silhouettes stark against the dim surroundings. The hum of the engines faded away, and tranquility once more settled over the area. The doors of the vehicle swung open, and figures clad in full combat gear emerged in succession, draped in camouflage, their eyes revealing determination and composure beneath their masks. Then, the door of the central Humvee opened, and Yang Yichen stepped out. "Yang Yi, where exactly are we?" he inquired, surveying the surrounding environment. Yang Yi took out a tablet and scrutinized it carefully before responding. "We are currently in the town of Dara, situated in Idlib province. This town has suffered extensive damage during the previous civil war, leaving debris and ruins scattered everywhere." Yang Yichen nodded and continued to inquire, "How many people remain in this town?" Yang Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "The residents have mostly evacuated. Those who remain are either terrorists or locals who have been captured and forced to serve as labor. While these individuals pose no immediate threat to us, we must remain vigilant." Upon hearing Yang Yi's report, Yang Yichen furrowed his brow and asked, "Have there been any updates from other countries?" Yang Yi glanced at the tablet in his hand. "As of now, there have been no communications from Boss Lin's side. We appear to be among the first to arrive." Yang Yichen nodded in response, instructing, "Tell the brothers to conceal the vehicles first, then wait for others to scout the area. The remaining personnel should find a place to rest. The real battle is likely to unfold later in the night." Subsequently, Yang Yi directed a few individuals to hide the vehicles in the valley, while Yang Yichen and the others took cover behind the ridge, leaving 2 sentinels to observe. The rest of the team rested below to recuperate. Leaning against a rock, Yang Yichen reviewed the information pertaining to the area and addressed the tablet, read, "Can you access any information sources regarding our situation?" It was Yang Yichen's intention to monitor whether individuals from other countries had arrived in the town, as their current status, though unrecognized, was backed by formidable support compared to his own security team. After a brief pause of 2 seconds following his inquiry, Red's voice emanated from the tablet, "Master, with my current hardware capabilities, I am unable to conduct real-time monitoring of signal sources from such a distance away from the United States. What I can ascertain is that a phone call was made from within the town to the United States. However, due to the high level of confidentiality, I cannot pinpoint the exact area, only that the call was directed to Washington. Washington, it seems the individuals behind this group of terrorists are quite influential." Yang Yichen remarked before instructing Red to continue monitoring for additional signals. If individuals from other countries were discovered, they would not be permitted to use secure lines, thus avoiding potential accountability for any ensuing issues. Red acknowledged Yang Yichen's command with a simple "understood," and then fell silent. As time ticked away, no further signals emerged beyond the initial phone call. Yang Yichen gazed into the distant darkness, deep in thought. Suddenly, a slight vibration interrupted his contemplation. It was his phone. Upon retrieving it, he saw an anonymous text message. "Individuals from other countries have entered the town. Proceed with caution." Yang Yichen's expression sharpened. Realizing that the true test was imminent, he turned to Yang Yi and commanded, "Gather the brothers. It's time to get to work." The group then stealthily ascended the hill. To evade detection, the group crossed the ridge and descended to the slope facing the town, where they sought shelter and concealed themselves. Yang Yichen and Yang Yi each produced a pair of binoculars equipped with night vision capabilities to observe their surroundings. As Yang Yichen pressed his eye against the lens, a verdant scene unfolded before him. Approximately 2 kilometers away, outside the town, a team was disembarking from their vehicles. Unbeknownst to them, their clandestine movements had been fully observed by Yang Yichen and his companions. He noted their cautious advance toward the town, then turned to Yang Yi and instructed him to deploy a drone for a reconnaissance sweep of the area, subsequently allowing the AI, Hong Ho, to take control for real-time tracking and reporting. After launching the drone, Yang Yi circled around the town, reporting back to Yang Yichen. "Aside from the team we just spotted, there are additional groups on the opposite and right hills, and another team is positioned 500 meters below us. However, I dare not approach too closely, fearing detection. I suggest we let Hong Ho investigate further." As he spoke, Yang Yi transferred control of the drone to Hong Ho. The drone soared toward the first team, hovering 200 meters above them, before releasing a microphone the size of a peanut that fell unnoticed into their midst due to its diminutive size. Meanwhile, as the microphone activated, Yang Yichen and Yang Yi's earpieces picked up a lewd voice. "Akita-san, I never imagined this group would be so brazen as to park right at the town's entrance. Surely the townsfolk have already taken notice. Inu-san, these Indians are always like this. During the last mission, you were absent and missed the spectacle of them smearing cow dung on themselves, believing it would shield them from bullets. They were ultimately annihilated by a band of rebels." Another voice chimed in, "Akita-san, Inu-san, when are we making our move? I fear the night may hold unforeseen complications, with too many nations taking an interest in this affair, all eager to intervene." The first voice returned, "Baka, Pansa-san. There is no need for excessive worry. The major powers are closely monitoring each other, leaving them little time to engage in this matter, particularly our nation, which is under intense scrutiny by the United States, the United Kingdom, and France. Syria has even closed its borders to us. The most we can muster are mercenaries. Are you, a soldier of imperialism, truly afraid of mere mercenaries? Akita-san, my apologies, I shall discipline myself, followed by the sound of slapping emanating from the microphone, indicating that Pantsu-san was striking his own face. Upon hearing the exchange, Yang Yi-chin furrowed his brow. It seems that today, the first to be dealt with will be them. Chapter 20. My target is the Little Devils. Upon realizing that the group below comprised the Little Devils, Yang Yi-chin resolutely resolved to be the first to strike when the battle commenced. He simultaneously instructed Yang Yi and the others to disperse and encircle the Little Devils. At that moment, Yang Yi-chin's earpiece crackled with the voices of the Little Devils once more. Akita-san, I have heard that our mission this time primarily aims to seize a certain serum, rumored to have the ability to heal that individual from Long Country. Indeed. But whether it genuinely possesses curative properties or not remains uncertain. Nonetheless, we must pursue actions detrimental to Long Country. No one can thwart our rise, replied Akita with his distinct, croaky voice. Then, a lewd voice interjected. However, the intelligence department has reported that individuals from over a dozen nations are making their way here. Can we contend with them? Akita dismissed this concern, stating, we are among the elite forces of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The individuals entering now are mere prey for us. We will easily annihilate them. As Akita concluded his statement, a previously inconspicuous figure chimed in. Indeed, we are the distinguished special forces of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. Dealing with these individuals will be a walk in the park. Yoshi, you are absolutely right. Allow me to lead you as we effortlessly penetrate their ranks. Let us wait here for the Asans to engage in combat. Everyone, remain silent and vigilant, observing the surroundings. Once Akita finished speaking, silence enveloped the air. Yang Yi-chin, witnessing this, removed his earpiece and instructed the other team members to continue monitoring. He then closed his eyes, entering a state of calm. As time passed, the night deepened. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot pierced the tranquil night, followed by a cacophony of gunfire and explosions echoing like firecrackers. The Asans had engaged in combat below. The Little Devils began to stir restlessly. Shall we take the initiative and eliminate them? Yang Yi swiftly reported to Yang Yi-chin. Yang Yi-chin opened his eyes, a glint of fierce determination flashing within. He rose, his gaze fixed on the encroaching darkness as if he could see the fierce battle raging below. Patience. Let us wait until the forces from other nations join the fray before we enter, akin to the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lurks behind. Understood. Yang Yi replied promptly. At that moment, chaos engulfed the battlefield, with armed factions fiercely clashing against the Indian Special Forces. The Asan team retreated while engaging, one of them clutching a box. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi turned to Yang Yi-chin and remarked, the box they are carrying appears to be the storage container for the serum. Hearing Yang Yi's observation, Yang Yi-chin immediately addressed the Red Queen. Red Queen, fly above that group of Asans and analyze the contents of the box. Following his command, the drone controlled by the Red Queen soared towards the heads of the Asans and the terrorists locked in combat. At this moment, the voices of the small adversaries once again echoed in Yang Yi-chin's earpiece. Akitakawa, shall we strike now? The A3 group has already succeeded, and the entire town is currently pursuing them. If we act now, we could eliminate them entirely, said a young voice directed at Akitakawa. Akitakawa responded, no rush. Let us wait for the others to engage first. At that instant, another wave of gunfire erupted. Flashes of fire illuminated the darkness, simultaneously targeting the A3 group and their pursuers. The ensuing chaos resulted in heavy casualties on both sides, forcing the remaining individuals to take refuge in the buildings. As the new wave of gunfire joined the fray, the battlefield became increasingly convoluted. Yang Yi-chin narrowed his eyes, assessing the emerging combatants through the dim light of the night and the persistent sounds of explosions. He understood that in this chaotic melee, every decision could determine life or death. It appears another force has joined. Should we adjust our strategy? Yang Yi inquired of Yang Yi-chin. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi-chin issued his command. Continue surveillance, but ensure everyone remains concealed. Do not expose ourselves unless absolutely necessary. We must wait for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, the drone controlled by Hong Ho had stealthily approached the A3 Special Forces, hovering not far above them, utilizing advanced technology to swiftly analyze the contents of a crate. Soon, Hong Ho's voice resonated in Yang Yi-chin's earpiece. Analysis complete. The crate indeed contains the target agent, which has potential therapeutic value, though the specific effects and safety require further verification. Upon hearing this, a resolute glint flashed in Yang Yi-chin's eyes. He recognized the significance of this file, not only concerning a prominent figure in Longhua, but potentially influencing the trajectory of international relations. However, Yang Yi-chin also understood that the current contest transcended the agent itself, evolving into a melee involving multiple interests. Attention everyone, once we confirm that forces from other nations are engaged in the fray, we will act immediately, targeting the adversaries. But remember, our primary objective is to ensure the safety of the agent, and we must be prepared to go to any lengths if necessary. Yang Yichen's voice was calm, yet resolute, reaching every team member through their earpieces. As time passed, the gunfire on the battlefield gradually diminished. Yet the tension in the air thickened. It seemed all factions were awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Yang Yichen utilized this interval to continuously adjust his tactical arrangements through the intelligence relayed by the drones and earpieces. Finally, at a certain moment, all gunfire ceased simultaneously, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. Yet Yang Yichen knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Taking a deep breath, he issued his final command: action. With Yang Yichen's order, he and his team members surged forth from the shadows like phantoms, heading straight for the adversary's hideout. At that moment, the adversaries were still in position, caught off guard as Yang Yichen and his team launched their assault. A dozen or more comrades fell, with 5 or 6 casualties at once, while the remaining soldiers, upon hearing the commotion created by Yang Yi and his team, swiftly rolled into nearby cover. The gunfire from Yang Yi and his companions acted as a clarion call, instantly igniting a cacophony of gunshots from all directions as everyone surged into the fray. The enemy was momentarily stunned by this unexpected assault, utterly unprepared for the arrival of reinforcements behind them. Chapter 21. Annihilation of the enemy. Observing the heavy losses among his troops, Akita wasted no time retreating behind a massive boulder. He huddled tightly behind the stone, summoning all his strength to shout firepower suppression towards the mountaintop. His voice was sharp and tense, as if it sought to pierce the very fabric of the valley. Following Akita's command, the remaining dozen or so soldiers sprang into action, swiftly adjusting their weapons to concentrate their fire towards the summit. In an instant, a dozen automatic rifles erupted simultaneously, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets towards Yang Yi and his team. Faced with this sudden hail of gunfire, Yang Yi and his comrades remained composed, drawing upon their years of combat experience and keen reflexes. They instinctively dropped to the ground, swiftly seeking suitable cover to evade the enemy's onslaught. Some concealed themselves behind the boulder, while others took refuge in the underbrush, engaging in fierce counterfire with the enemy. The intertwining gunfire reverberated through the valley, creating a deafening uproar. Meanwhile, Akita and his men, having recovered from the initial assault, began strategizing their counterattack against Yang Yi's forces. Akita directed a subordinate to lead 5 soldiers in providing suppressive fire, while he and the remaining troops utilized smoke grenades for cover as they advanced towards Yang Yi's position. The smoke grenades detonated on both slopes, obscuring visibility and rendering both sides unable to see one another. At that moment, a warning from the AI, Red Queen, blared through Yang Yi's earpiece. Take cover, watch for grenades. Yang Yi immediately reacted, signaling his team to dive to the sides. A series of thunderous booms followed, culminating in 3 successive explosions. Red Queen, having completed her reconnaissance, returned overhead to monitor the battlefield and detected the enemy loading grenades, issuing a timely warning. Had it not been for her intervention, injuries among Yang Yi's team would have been inevitable. Brushing off the dust from the explosions, Yang Yi spat in frustration. Damn. These enemies are quite formidable. Brothers, counterattack. With that, several of Yang Yi's team members swiftly retrieved their grenade launchers, aiming at the general vicinity obscured by smoke in the enemy's previous position, launching a barrage of fire that echoed with 18 resounding thuds. The remaining enemy soldiers, Akita included, who were still advancing through the smoke, turned pale upon hearing the rapid succession of sounds, urgently shouting into their microphones, "Take cover, grenades." This warning came like a thunderclap. But alas, it arrived a moment too late. In an instant, grenades detonated amidst the crowd, unleashing thunderous roars. Several grenades struck with precision beside or upon the enemy soldiers, igniting a breathtaking explosion. The force of the grenades was astonishing, instantly reducing a number of adversaries to mere fragments. Those unfortunate enough to be directly hit found their bodies obliterated, limbs scattered, and entrails strewn across the ground. Meanwhile, those struck by shrapnel, though not immediately killed, lay on the ground, grievously wounded and groaning in agony. The enemy soldiers in the rear became the primary targets for Yang Yi and his comrades. Of the 18 grenades launched, 12 found their mark, hurtling towards the enemy. Following the explosions, gunfire from the rear abruptly ceased, as if the entire world had fallen into silence. Simultaneously, the smoke from the smoke grenades dissipated, revealing the battlefield once more to the onlookers. On the hillside, Akita's group now lay sprawled on the ground, with Akita himself having been pierced by shrapnel that penetrated his Kevlar vest, leaving him coughing blood as he lay prostrate. Observing this, Yang Yi and his companions cautiously descended the slope, methodically finishing off the wounded enemies. Ultimately, only Akita remained. Yang Yi approached Akita, scrutinizing the diminutive figure before him. "I expected more from you. A single wave of grenades has brought you down. And this is one of the top 3 special forces of Sakura," he remarked. Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Akita cursed at him and his comrades, accusing them of lacking the warrior spirit by resorting to ambush tactics. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Yang Yi, mocking, "With you pathetic soldiers. Who are you to speak of honor?" Slowly, Yang Yi-chen emerged from behind Yang Yi, his companions clad in masks and conversing in English. Recognizing Yang Yi-chen's face, Akita realized that they were from the Dragon Kingdom. "Baka, you Dragon Kingdom folks are so despicable. Was it not agreed that no special forces would be deployed?" he exclaimed. Yang Yi-chen, dismissive, retorted, "Who said we are special forces? We are merely a security company." He then turned to Yang Yi, instructing he is of no further use. "Eliminate him." He subsequently glanced back at the battlefield below. Shortly thereafter, several gunshots echoed from behind Yang Yi-chen. Yang Yi approached him. Noting that the fighting below had nearly concluded, it was now time for the elite from various nations to enter the fray. Hearing Yang Yi's words, Yang Yi-chen inquired, "How are our brothers faring? Any injuries?" "Virtually none," Yang Yi reported. "Only a few sustained minor cuts while dodging grenades. Everyone else is fine." "Very well," Yang Yi-chen replied. He spoke into his microphone. "All units, prepare to advance into the town. Exercise caution. Command will be under Yang Yi, with Red assisting." The group then stealthily made their way toward the town. As the saying goes, a mountain's view can tire a horse. And it took Yang Yi-chen and his team nearly 20 minutes to emerge from the jungle into the small town. Upon entering the small town, Yang Yi divided the team into two groups, stealthily advancing towards the position of the Indian adversary from either side of the town. Yang Yi-chen accompanied Yang Yi in this endeavor. The team members coordinated seamlessly, alternating and providing cover as they approached the adversary's location. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered individuals, whom they swiftly neutralized without exerting much effort. As they reached an intersection, the team had effectively covered half of the street. When the voice of Red, their commander, echoed through their earpieces, "Be advised, a group of over 10 armed individuals is approaching from the rear. Based on their trajectory, they are about to intersect with your path. You must either eliminate them or allow them to pass before proceeding." Upon hearing the two options presented by Red, Yang Yi-chen pulled back the bolt of his weapon, preparing for battle. The team members, responding to the command, aimed their firearms at the street corner, establishing a crossfire. Chapter 22. Entering the town as the team readied themselves, they heard a commotion around the corner, accompanied by flashes of light and the frantic shouts of terrorists. "Hurry up! Get moving! Reinforce the front lines and capture all those rats." Among the crowd, a figure, presumably their leader, brandished his weapon, shouting orders while gesturing forward. When this group reached the intersection, Yang Yi shouted fire, and opened fire on the terrorists. Under the barrage of crossfire from the team, the leading terrorists fell like wheat before the scythe, collapsing one after another. The remaining terrorists, in a state of panic, dropped to the ground, firing their AK-47s wildly at the advancing team. Observing this, Yang Yi quickly retrieved grenades from his vest and warned the others, "Watch out for the grenades." He then hurled a grenade towards the prone terrorists, with the other team members following suit. The subsequent explosions reverberated through the air, decimating the resisting terrorists, with one of the minor leaders perishing in the blast. The surviving terrorists, witnessing their leader's demise, supported one another as they fled in retreat. Yang Yi shot down a few of the slower ones before noticing that the remaining terrorists had vanished around the street corner, effectively escaping. He commanded the team to cease fire and continue towards their objective. The team members holstered their weapons and pressed onward. Meanwhile, another squad of clone soldiers arrived at the location where the adversary had previously clashed with others. Through the lens of a telescope, they observed that the remaining adversaries had taken refuge within a building, while the exterior members had been largely eliminated by an intervening third party. At this point, the sounds of gunfire on the battlefield had ceased, leaving an eerie silence, punctuated only by the groans of the wounded lying on the ground. Through the telescope, the injuries of these victims were evident, as blood continued to flow from their wounds. Their faces were pale as parchment, their eyes filled with anguish and despair. Some of the wounded attempted to rise but succumbed once more due to their grievous injuries. Others lay motionless on the ground, as if they had already relinquished all signs of life. Soon after, Yang Yi and his comrades arrived at their destination, observing the central battlefield in a triangular formation alongside another squad. In the midst of the fray, Asan was huddled within a building, acutely aware of being encircled by others. Realizing he could not escape with the precious medicine, he shouted outside, "I understand you all desire this medicine. You must let us go, otherwise I shall destroy it." He raised the vial out of the window, shaking it for emphasis. He then demanded, "If you agree, place the medicine in the square and let us leave." Cautiously, he leaned out, noting the absence of gunfire, and stealthily made his way to the center of the square. There, he opened the box, showcasing the contents to prove that the medicine had not been taken. After securing the box again in the square's center, he retreated, assisting his injured teammates as they prepared to depart. Just as they reached the edge of the square, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the shadows. The orange flames of gun muzzles illuminated the faces of the attackers, who pulled the triggers with cold, expressionless resolve. In the dim light cast by the gunfire, the scene grew ominously foreboding. Damn those Vietnamese monkeys. They are untrustworthy. The unexpected onslaught caught Hassan and his comrades off guard. According to the unspoken rules of warfare among nations, once one side declared withdrawal, the other typically refrained from obstruction. Yet, the Vietnamese insurgents disregarded the customary conduct and ambushed them, resulting in the already decimated Hassan's team dwindling to but a few survivors. The squad leader, witnessing the harrowing fate of his comrades, with the remaining few grievously wounded, understood their escape was impossible. He rallied his remaining teammates, exclaiming, "These accursed monkeys deserve to be burned. Brothers, it seems we cannot flee, but before we perish, we shall strike back fiercely at these Vietnamese." With that, he drew his weapon and unleashed a volley towards the enemy. The other squad members hurled their grenades in a desperate counterattack. The Vietnamese, taken aback by the resilience of the beleaguered Indian forces, suffered the loss of 4 or 5 men and sustained injuries among the others due to this unexpected retaliation. Regaining their composure, the enraged Vietnamese surged towards Hassan's position, firing indiscriminately as they charged. As one of Hassan's men peered out, a hail of bullets struck him, causing him to tremble and fall lifelessly to the ground. However, Hassan's leader, possessing formidable military skill, adeptly sidestepped during the Vietnamese charge and, seizing the opportunity, aimed at 3 of the assailants within his line of sight. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed as he pulled the trigger repeatedly, and the Vietnamese soldiers, mid-stride, suddenly collapsed, their bodies falling lifelessly to the earth. As Captain Hassan retracted his body, preparing to reload his rifle, he heard the unmistakable sound of boots scraping against the stones behind him. Almost immediately, he sensed a figure looming behind. Realizing the imminent danger, Captain Hassan swiftly rolled to the side while drawing the pistol from his waist, firing at the threat behind him. The resonating sound of bullets striking flesh echoed, while the area he had just vacated was soon riddled with bullets from an AK-47. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have found himself perforated by the barrage of gunfire. In the direction of his gunfire lay a Vietnamese soldier, clutching his neck where the bullet had penetrated, slowly collapsing to the ground. His hands desperately attempted to staunch the gushing blood, but it was futile. The bullet had severed his carotid artery, and no amount of pressure could stem the flow. He lay there, mouth agape, gasping for breath, before his struggles gradually ceased. After securing his pistol and reloading his rifle, Captain Hassan prepared to survey the surroundings when a sudden clatter caught his attention. He looked down to see a grenade rolling to a stop at his feet. Chapter 23. The exchange of fire. Upon witnessing this, Captain Hassan instinctively lunged to the side. A deafening explosion ensued, scattering shrapnel in all directions. In that moment, as he was still in midair, the fragments tore through his back and exited through his front, painting a gruesome picture with blood. He bore the brunt of the grenade's wrath, instantly turning into a sieve, and fell lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining members of his small squad, besieged by the Vietnamese forces, met their demise as well. Thus, Captain Hassan's faction was effectively eliminated from the fray. Following the annihilation of Hassan's team, the Vietnamese soldiers conducted a head count, only to discover that half of their own number had been decimated by Hassan's squad. They quickly realized they lacked the manpower to contend for the precious serum. Addressing his comrades, the Vietnamese captain instructed, "Sharpshooter, destroy that serum. If we cannot have it, neither shall anyone else, especially not the Indians. We must avenge our losses from the Vietnam War." The sniper, positioned behind the Vietnamese captain, took aim at the serum container in the center of the square and fired. The shot rang out, striking the top right corner of the container, causing it to topple and crash into the corpses strewn across the square, leaving the Vietnamese no opportunity for a second shot. "Damn it! How could you miss from such a close range?" the Vietnamese captain reprimanded, but before his words could dissipate, another gunshot echoed, and the sharpshooter before him had his head exploded like a watermelon, splattering brain matter all over the Vietnamese captain. Terrified, he fell to the ground. On the other side, Yang Er, standing beside Yang Yi, had set down his precision rifle. The shot fired moments ago had indeed originated from him. Yang Yi then spoke into his earpiece. "We cannot afford to wait any longer. The number of incoming personnel is increasing." Upon hearing Yang Yi's report, Yang Yi-chen swiftly tapped on his tablet and responded through the earpiece, "Let us proceed with direct action, but ensure you safeguard yourselves." Upon hearing the reply, Yang Yi immediately turned to his teammate beside him and commanded, "Prepare the smoke grenades." Suddenly, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions as several smoke grenades detonated in the center of the square, enveloping the area in a thick haze. Meanwhile, Yang San swiftly rolled out from his cover. Equipped as an assault soldier, he was perfectly suited to charge forth and seize the medical supply box. At that moment, those who were covertly observing and hiding were taken aback by the unfolding scene. They hastily drew their weapons and began firing into the smoke. Instantly, the tranquil atmosphere of the small town was shattered by the cacophony of gunfire. The observers aimed to suppress the smoke's occupants with their firepower, inadvertently revealing their own positions. Then, the sound of explosions erupted once more, but this time, it was not smoke grenades that detonated, but high explosive shells. Yang Yi and his team unleashed a barrage from their 6-barrel grenade launcher, targeting the revealed positions of the adversaries. Over a dozen high explosive rounds struck the ground within 3 seconds, crashing down upon the hiding enemies. This sudden onslaught momentarily halted the gunfire on the battlefield, providing Yang San with the perfect opportunity to sprint to the medical supply box, seize it, and dash back. However, following the explosions, the enemies, regaining their composure, resumed firing into the smoke. Several teams directed high explosive rounds toward the smoke in an attempt to disperse it. As the haze began to clear, the medical supply box vanished from sight. On the other side, the gunfire from Yang Yi and his team ceased, instantly alerting the hidden adversaries that the supplies had been taken. They withdrew their weapons and stealthily approached the direction of Yang Yi's gunfire. At this moment, having successfully retrieved the medical supply box, Yang San approached Yang Yichen. The supply box is secured. It is bulletproof. The shot from the Vietnamese sniper did not penetrate it, he stated, handing the box to Yang Yichen. With a hint of concern, Yang Yichen opened the box and, upon confirming the contents were intact, stored the supplies in his personal space. He then addressed Yang Yi and the others, prepare for withdrawal, be cautious of any pursuers. Together, they began their retreat towards the outskirts of the town. Meanwhile, within the town, as a group made its way toward Yang Yichen, some squads collided head-on, resulting in a brief skirmish. Only a few units managed to circumvent the fray, stealthily approaching Yang Yichen's position. At that moment, Yang Yichen and his team had just reached the edge of the town. Just as they set foot outside the town's perimeter, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, a bullet striking the wall nearby. Reacting swiftly, Yang Yi and his companions quickly took cover in a building at the town's edge. Damn it. How can there still be someone guarding outside? With that, Yang Er leaned forward to observe the situation outside. In the next moment, a bullet whizzed past Yang Er's face. Fortunately, I dodged in time. I almost lost my head. Yang Yi, witnessing the marksmanship of the opposing side, realized that these adversaries were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen and his group found themselves pinned down in the town, exposed in the open, while the assailants remained concealed in the shadows. Yang Yi promptly instructed Yang Er to seek a vantage point to locate those firing in the darkness. Yang Yichen then turned to the Red Queen and commanded, Red Queen, scout for the attackers. Immediately, the drone under her control soared toward the distant woods. Everyone found cover and concealed themselves. After a while, gunfire erupted from the rear of their formation. It turned out that the rear guard, a small team of soldiers, had engaged in a firefight with the pursuing enemies, led by a group of Vietnamese soldiers. Upon hearing the calls from Yang Yi and others, the Vietnamese soldiers, sensing their identity as citizens of the Dragon Nation, became invigorated, eager to eliminate Yang Yichen's team to avenge their previous defeat in the Vietnam War. One could hear the Vietnamese soldiers chattering amongst themselves, coordinating their movements as they stealthily approached Yang Yichen's group. However, they were soon discovered by the rear guard's clone soldier, who opened fire and killed one of the Vietnamese soldiers on the spot. The remaining Vietnamese soldiers took cover behind buildings, firing blindly at the clone soldier. Seeing this, Yang Yi immediately ordered Yang San and Yang Si to lead a charge to deal with the Vietnamese soldiers. Chapter 24, Withdrawal from the town upon receiving the command. Yang San and Yang Si gathered a few resting team members, who armed themselves and followed Yang San and Yang Si into the darkness. Meanwhile, the rearguard clone soldier continued to engage the Vietnamese soldiers with his rifle. This clone soldier, a designated assault specialist within the team, excelled at fire suppression and close-quarters combat. He occasionally exposed himself to deliver precise bursts of fire at those trying to advance from behind cover. His relentless fire made it impossible for the Vietnamese soldiers to lift their heads. They could only raise their weapons above cover and fire blindly in the direction of the clone soldier. Just as the clone soldier maintained his suppressive fire, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, accompanied by Yang San's voice inquiring about the situation. How is it? How many are there on the other side? The clone soldier turned to Yang San and replied, not many, about 7 or 8. In this urban warfare, I can handle them all by myself. With that, he stepped aside, allowing a newly arrived team member to take his place. Due to his previous solo effort at fire suppression, he had depleted much of his ammunition and needed to resupply. As he departed, he pointed out the positions of the Vietnamese soldiers to Yang San and the others. 50 meters ahead, within a house on the right, there were 3 cats. Beneath the left side wall, 2 more were lurking, and 4 others remained hidden in the alley at the back. After delivering this report, he departed, returning to the main force. Upon hearing the report from the cloned soldiers, Yang Sen issued corresponding instructions. He retained 2 individuals to provide suppressive fire from the front, while the remaining members divided into 2 groups, encircling the cluster of Vietnamese monkeys from both flanks. Seizing the moment when Yang San and his team were exchanging information, the Vietnamese monkeys cautiously peered out. Upon realizing that reinforcements had arrived, they were struck with dread. After all, a single individual had already been sufficient to overwhelm them. And now there were several more. This could spell their doom. Consequently, they attempted to retreat, but as one foot stepped forward, they were met with gunfire from the 2 station team members. The bullets ricocheted off the wall, sending shards that grazed one Vietnamese monkey's face, inciting him to shout into his earpiece, "Damn it! The marksmanship of those Dragon Country folks is impeccable. Captain, if we don't retreat now, we'll be trapped. They're closing in on us." On the other side, the Vietnamese monkey captain, hearing his subordinate's urgent plea, responded decisively over the earpiece, "Deploy smoke grenades and provide mutual cover while we withdraw." With that, he retrieved a smoke grenade from his chest rig, yanked the pin with his right hand, and, with a resounding click, hurled it into the street, taking cover against the wall. As the smoke began to billow forth, the entire street quickly became engulfed in a thick haze. The 2 remaining team members, their visibility obstructed by the smoke, communicated via their earpiece, "Caution. The enemy has deployed smoke grenades, and we can no longer directly observe their movements. Team members advancing, maintain vigilance." Meanwhile, Yang San and Yang Si, having stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the Vietnamese monkeys, understood from the chatter in their earpiece that the enemy was attempting to flee. Yang San promptly instructed his team members to position themselves along the retreat path of the Vietnamese monkeys. "Yang Si, I will initiate fire to draw their attention, while you wait for them to be distracted before striking from behind." Upon receiving Yang San's command, Yang Si instructed his 2 companions to refrain from firing until Yang San engaged the enemy. They then concealed themselves in the shadows. As everyone settled into their firing positions, the sound of footsteps echoed from around the corner. The Vietnamese monkey squad leader, leading his team, sprinted back in the direction from whence they came, eager to escape. Upon reaching the ambush set by Yang San's team, the squad leader felt an unsettling tension as he realized something was amiss. Just as he attempted to shout a warning to seek cover, a bullet fired from the darkness pierced through his helmet, striking him in the head. Suddenly, a substantial hole was blasted through his head, the bullet penetrating the skull and sending shattered bone fragments, mingled with pale cerebral matter, directly onto the face of a person following closely behind the squad leader. In that instant, the unfortunate Vietnamese man was pierced in both eyes by the splintered bone. Just as he was about to emit a wail, another bullet struck his head, silencing his cry before it could escape his lips. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless, alongside his captain. This entire sequence of events transpired within mere seconds, during which the 4 Vietnamese ahead were gunned down by Yang San and his companions. The remaining 5, in a desperate bid for cover, darted behind a nearby wall or pile of stones, emerging with their weapons aimed at Yang San and his team. Unbeknownst to this group of Vietnamese, additional enemies lurked behind them. Upon witnessing Yang San open fire, Yang Si swiftly led 2 of his teammates from their hiding spot. Each finding a suitable position, they took aim at the Vietnamese, whose backs were turned, and squeezed the triggers. The sound of gunfire resonated as the 5 Vietnamese, lying prone, became targets, each suffering multiple fatal shots. They could not fathom that their demise would come from behind. As Yang Si and his team ceased fire, it signified the end of the skirmish. They approached the fallen Vietnamese, ensuring that even those still breathing received a final bullet to the head to prevent any chance of revival. Once the task was completed, they advanced towards the location of the 2 squad members who had remained behind. Minutes after Yang San and Yang Si departed, another unit arrived at the site of the earlier confrontation. The commander of this new troop, upon observing the fallen Vietnamese, each lifeless body having been shot in the head, realized that Yang Ichen's squad was beyond his capacity to confront. With a wave of his hand, he led his team away from the area. Meanwhile, the 2 squad members left behind, growing bored, heard footsteps emerging from the dissipating smoke ahead. Simultaneously, the voice of Yang San crackled through their headsets, instructing them not to fire, as it was their own people. Upon recognizing Yang San's voice, the squad members lowered their weapons, and from the smoke emerged Yang San and his team, who had just dealt with the Vietnamese. Chapter 25. The mysterious adversary. While Yang San and his team resolved the situation with the Vietnamese, Yang Yichen's side received a report from Hong Ho, who successfully located the sniper unit that had previously fired upon them. Yang Yichen's earpiece crackled with Hong Ho's voice. "Master, I have identified the enemy sniper unit, positioned 600 meters ahead in the forest, specifically at the lower left corner of a large rock at the edge of the woods. Additionally, another team is concealed within a thicket 300 meters to the left." Upon hearing Hong Ho's report, Yang Yichen immediately became alert. cautiously observing the surrounding environment through a gap in the wall. Indeed, on the edge of the forest 600 meters ahead, Yang Yichin spotted the large boulder. And beneath it, he discovered the ghillie suit belonging to the sniper, as mentioned by Ha Ho. Simultaneously, Yang Yichin established communication with Yang Air through his earpiece, inquiring if Yang Air felt confident about eliminating the sniper. Not far away, Yang Air had already pinpointed the approximate location of the concealed sniper, following Hong Ho's guidance. With deft precision, Yang Air operated the rifle, resting the stock against his shoulder, and meticulously scanned for the target through the night vision scope. Through the green-tinted lens of his scope, a distinct crosshair emerged, steadfastly locking onto the head of the prone figure clad in the ghillie suit. Akin to an eagle's gaze fixated on its prey. Absolutely no problem. This distance is a mere trifle for me, Yang Air responded with unwavering confidence. He was assured in his marksmanship, believing that the moment he squeezed the trigger, he would strike the target with pinpoint accuracy. Satisfied with Yang Air's reply, Yang Yichin nodded approvingly, fully aware of Yang Air's capabilities and trusting in his skill. Thus, Yang Yichin instructed Yang Air to remain on standby until Yang San and Yang Si returned. As time elapsed, 10 minutes passed, and finally, the voices of Yang San and Yang Si echoed in Yang Yichin's ear. The tail behind us has been dealt with. It was a squad of Vietnamese monkeys, and we have annihilated them completely. Good work. Take a moment to recuperate. We have another fierce battle ahead, Yang Yichin said with a serious tone. With that, he closed his eyes, contemplating the next strategic deployment. Meanwhile, Yang San and Yang Si found a secure spot to rest, replenishing their energy in preparation for the impending confrontation. The rhythmic ticking of the second hand on the watch resonated with a crisp sound. Each passing second seemed to carry an invisible weight, instilling a sense of tension and anticipation. At last, the clock struck 1 in the morning. Yang Yichin's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. He spoke softly into the earpiece. Everyone, wake up, check your weapons and gear, and prepare for action. Having said that, Yang Yichin swiftly and adeptly organized his weapon. He inserted the magazine into the chamber and gently pulled back the bolt to ensure everything was in order. Simultaneously, he inspected his other equipment, such as grenades and knives, to guarantee that nothing was amiss. The other team members followed suit, checking their firearms and adjusting their tactical vests and helmets. Once everyone was prepared, Yang Yichin spoke again into the earpiece. Yang Air, fire at will. No sooner had he uttered the command than a piercing gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night. The bullet sped towards the sniper, striking him squarely in the head, instantly neutralizing the threat. However, the sound of the gunfire alerted the enemy, who, 300 meters away, began firing in the direction of Yang Air's position. Yet, Yang Air had already rolled away from his previous spot immediately after firing the shot. As soon as he left the sniper position, it was immediately subjected to a relentless barrage of gunfire, turning the area into a sieve of bullets. Had Yang Air not escaped swiftly, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. This group was peculiar. Their marksmanship and tactical awareness far surpassed those of the previous contenders for the medicine. While seeking cover, Yang Air shouted into the microphone. Meanwhile, Yang Yichin had already discerned the unusual nature of the gunfire. Upon taking out his binoculars for a closer examination, he confirmed the distinctiveness of the group in the woods. The weaponry and equipment they bore were unmistakably American, leading him to a preliminary conclusion. Turning to Yang Yi and the others, he remarked, "This group is likely from the United States. They appear to belong to either Delta Force or the Navy SEALs. We cannot retreat until we neutralize them." He then transferred command to Yang Yi. After assuming command, Yang Yi promptly addressed Yang Air. "Yang Air, do you have any opportunity for a sniper shot?" On the other end, after settling into a new sniper position and observing for a while, Yang Air responded, "No, their counter-sniping awareness is too strong. They have cover and foliage shielding them. I cannot take a direct shot. We must wait for you to draw them out." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt a wave of concern wash over him, for they were at the town's edge, with nothing but open land separating them from the woods. Only a few depressions and rocks provided any semblance of cover. A direct assault would undoubtedly result in casualties. Although these team members were clones, they were living allies once summoned. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yang Yichin's mind. He instructed 3 team members to employ a 32-barrel grenade launcher to suppress the enemy in the woods. Meanwhile, he and the remaining team members would utilize smoke grenades for cover during their assault. Following Yang Yi's orders, the team members carrying the grenade launcher stood together, aimed their weapons at a 45-degree angle toward the distant woods, and commenced firing. The ensuing explosions echoed, causing the enemy in the woods to frantically search for cover. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Yi led the remaining team members toward the small grove. As they burst from their cover, the enemies in the woods quickly reacted, unleashing suppressive fire upon Yang Yi and his team amidst the grenade detonations. However, Yang Yi's group managed to find their own cover and retaliated against the foes in the woods. In a moment of intense exchange, Both sides were locked in a fierce firefight, with the adversaries also deploying grenades toward the position of the team members firing back. This forced the team members to halt their fire and seek new shooting positions. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and his team threw smoke grenades, providing mutual cover as they pressed forward. Chapter 26. Confrontation. After Yang Yi and his companions deployed smoke grenades, they cautiously leaned out toward the direction of the forest and swiftly squeezed the triggers of their firearms. Following a brief burst of gunfire, they charged forward, using the smoke as cover. However, the enemy retaliated with equal ferocity. A barrage of bullets rained down on the positions they had just fired from, some ricocheting off the nearby stones and forcing the entire squad's momentum to wane. Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, akin to a tug-of-war. At this moment, Yang Yi crouched behind a stone barrier, gripping his weapon with unwavering resolve. Seizing an opportunity amidst the enemy's fire, he swiftly leaned out to take aim at their position and unleashed a full volley. The sound of gunfire echoed as he immediately lunged forward, executing an agile roll that brought him to the safety of another cover ahead. Simultaneously, the squad members followed Yang Yi's lead, utilizing the brief lapses in fire to peek out and shoot, then rapidly repositioning to new cover. This coordinated effort allowed them to advance steadily. However, when they were a mere 150 meters from the enemy, Yang Yi and his team encountered a significant obstacle. Ahead lay a vast expanse of open ground devoid of any concealment. Faced with such exposed terrain and the enemy's sharpshooting skills, charging recklessly would be tantamount to suicide. Recognizing the dire situation, Yang Yi did not hesitate. He lowered his head and spoke into his earpiece. Artillery, launched smoke grenades onto the open ground ahead, covering all the way to the forest. No sooner had he finished speaking than the familiar sound of artillery resonated, punctuated by a rhythmic series of booming blasts. Following this, white smoke erupted across the open area, spreading like a vast cloud and obscuring visibility for both sides. Yang Yi understood that this was their optimal moment to initiate a surprise assault. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yi shouted into the earpiece, "Charge!" Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt out from behind cover, leading his team like arrows released from a bow toward the forest. As they surged forward, one squad member suddenly screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed from a wound in his lower leg. It was then that a sharp gunshot rang out from a distance. Seeing his comrade fall and hearing that gunshot, Yang Yi's heart sank. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately shouted into the earpiece, "Damn it! They have a sniper! Yang Air, find him and take him out." Yang Air's expression changed as he grasped the severity of the situation. Without delay, he sprinted in the direction of the gunfire, searching for the sniper. Meanwhile, Yang Yichin swiftly called upon Hong Ho, instructing her to assist in the search. This entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds. Once Yang completed the command, he called out to his teammates nearby, "Hurry and push forward. We must reach the woods, only then will the enemy's snipers find it more challenging to hit us." He then led the remaining squad members onward. At that moment, another squad member, running behind, let out a muffled grunt before collapsing to the ground, as gunfire echoed from the distance. On the other side, Yang Air, upon hearing the gunfire, quickly scanned the surroundings. As his gaze swept across a thicket 1,000 meters away, he noticed an anomaly. The thicket trembled ever so slightly, despite the surrounding foliage remaining still. Yang Air immediately realized that the enemy was lurking there. He swiftly raised his weapon, aiming at the thicket. Taking a deep breath to steady his pulse and breathing, he gently squeezed the trigger. The thicket continued to quiver, yet the precision of his rifle, a Model 110, diminished significantly beyond 600 meters. Despite Yang Air's best efforts to aim accurately, a slight deviation occurred, causing his bullet to pass just over the thicket. Beneath the camouflage, the enemy sniper, upon hearing the shot, nimbly rolled away and vanished from Yang Air's sight at an astonishing speed. This left Yang Air unable to continue aiming, let alone fire again. Aware of the enemy's capabilities, he understood the necessity of remaining calm and decisive. As the enemy sniper disappeared, Yang Air quickly recognized that the opponent had sensed danger and was relocating. In such circumstances, if he could not promptly adjust his tactics, they risked falling into a passive situation. Thus, Yang Air reacted swiftly, speaking into his earpiece, "Yang Yi, the enemy sniper has changed position. You must advance quickly." His voice resonated with urgency and anxiety, for he knew time was of the essence, and swift action was imperative. Recognizing the critical moment, he understood that if they failed to seize the opportunity, the enemy could reorganize their defenses or find a new sniping point, causing further complications for Yang Yi and the others. After relaying the message, Yang Air remained vigilant, continuing to search for the enemy sniper's whereabouts. He was acutely aware that an adept sniper would not easily abandon their mission and would likely seek another opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, a drone controlled by Hong Ho arrived at the previous position of the enemy sniper, beginning its search. On the other side, the injured squad member retrieved a smoke grenade from his pocket and hurled it between himself and the sniper. Subsequently, he pulled out a tourniquet and secured it above the gunshot wound. To effectively use the tourniquet, it needed to be applied on the limb closest to the heart, thereby halting the blood flow and extending his chances of survival. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and his comrades seized the opportunity presented by the sniper's displacement to swiftly advance into the thicket. As Yang Yi and his comrades ventured into the jungle, the enemy's gunfire descended upon them like a torrential downpour, rendering them unable to raise their heads. Faced with such formidable firepower, Yang Yi and his team could only take refuge behind cover, desperately seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, one of the team members had a brilliant idea. He retrieved a grenade from his waist and hurled it towards the enemy's direction with all his might. Simultaneously, the other team members followed suit, sending grenades arcing through the air, eventually landing amidst the enemy's ranks. "Watch out for the grenade," shouted a junior team member after the projectiles were thrown. In response to this warning, the grenades detonated one after another, creating a cloud of smoke and flames. The enemy's firepower was abruptly interrupted, and Yang Yi and his comrades seized the moment to launch a counterattack. They raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the enemy's position, their bullets raining down like a deluge. Chapter 27, Jungle Pursuit. Seeing that their firepower could not compete with Yang Yi and his team, the enemy prepared to retreat while firing, intending to regroup and launch a counteroffensive. However, Yang Yi and his team recognized the opportunity. As the enemy alternated their cover to fall back, they took advantage of the moment. Targeting an enemy whose body was exposed, Yang Yi squeezed the trigger, executing a concise 3-round burst. Blood blossomed upon the enemy's back, and he collapsed to the ground, unresponsive. Witnessing this, the fallen enemy's teammate promptly threw 2 grenades in Yang Yi's direction, forcing them to retreat behind cover. After assessing the fallen comrade and confirming his death, the team member retrieved a Molotov cocktail and ignited it, tossing it onto the corpse before withdrawing from the area. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and his team awaited the explosion of the Molotov cocktail, then approached the charred remains of the enemy. Through the sparks produced by the incendiary device, Yang Yi discerned a tattoo on the corpse's arm. "Damn it, this is a member of SEAL Team 6. If we don't eliminate them, we may be ambushed on our way back." At that moment, on the outskirts of the town, Yang Yi-chin, upon receiving Yang Yi's report, spoke into his earpiece. "Yang Air, can you suppress the enemy sniper from firing? I'll have Hong Ho assist you." "Absolutely, as long as I can pinpoint his location. I can keep him from raising his head," Yang Air replied. As he spoke, Hong Ho also identified the sniper's position. "Attention, the enemy sniper has been located approximately 200 meters west of the initial sniper's position, behind a protruding rock." Upon hearing Hong Ho's guidance, Yang Air swiftly identified the described location through his scope and pulled the trigger. Understanding the necessity of suppression, he opted for rapid fire against the enemy sniper's position. The enemy was caught off guard by this flurry of shots and quickly rolled behind the rock, vanishing from Yang Air's sights. Observing this, Yang Air communicated into his earpiece, "The enemy sniper is suppressed. We can advance." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Yi-chin swiftly led the remaining squad members out, leaving only one rifleman to cover Yang Air. Meanwhile, the opposing sniper, feeling quite vexed, had changed positions several times after being detected, only to be directly spotted by Yang Air once again, leaving him utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, hundreds of meters above, a drone was monitoring his every move. Realizing he had been discovered multiple times, the sniper deduced that Yang Air possessed some unknown method of detection. After reporting through his earpiece, he decided to vacate the area. Hong Ho watched as he vanished into the forest. At that moment, Yang Yi-chin led his team out of the small town. A wave of familiarity washed over him, as the skills he honed in his previous life as a mercenary manifested entirely. Yang Yi-chin moved with a fluidity that most could not match, let alone aim at him. He quickly reached the side of an injured teammate, effortlessly lifting him and sprinting towards the woods. The other squad members followed closely into the forest. Once inside, Yang Yi-chin gently set down the injured comrade. Thanks to his body S enhancements from the viral serum, he was capable of carrying 2 fully armed teammates, each standing nearly 6 feet tall, adding up to an impressive weight of nearly 600 pounds. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his heart steady and breath calm. He soon arrived at Yang Yi's location, where the body of the fallen Navy SEAL lay, now a charred remnant, stripped of all identifying features by incendiary rounds. Yang Yi-chin showed no reaction to the gruesome sight. After all, he had witnessed far more grotesque scenes in the realm of biohazard. Turning to Yang Yi, he inquired, "What is the current situation?" Yang Yi reported that the enemy had temporarily retreated, but if they did not push them back, they would surely be intercepted on their return. Yang Yi-chin, stroking his stubble, replied, "Then let us pursue and eliminate them." With that, he led Yang Yi and the others stealthily towards the direction of SEAL Team 6. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the SEAL team had regrouped. "Damn it, who are they? Their marksmanship is impeccable. Wasn't it said that Delta had intercepted the Dragon Nation operatives? If they aren't from the Dragon Nation, Then who are they? One member lamented furiously. Another SEAL, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Damn it, they killed John and Johnny. I had to use incendiary rounds to incinerate John S.'s body. How am I supposed to explain this to their families?" It was revealed that the individual killed by Yang Yi was John, while the sniper who met his end at Yang Er's hands was Johnny. Then, a voice cut through the tension. "Chief, we cannot let this go unpunished. We must avenge John and Johnny. If we fail the mission and lose men, there will be hell to pay when we return." Amidst the shadows, a figure resembling a captain proclaimed, "Let us take a moment to regroup. They must believe we have retreated. Soon, we shall return and strike them with a counterattack." The others echoed in agreement, affirming their readiness. Subsequently, they began to replenish their ammunition and load their magazines. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Yichen and his comrades had never intended to withdraw. They were already pursuing their adversaries. In less than 5 minutes, the SEAL team had fully restocked their supplies. With a decisive wave of his right hand, the captain led his squad back into the dense jungle. At that moment, a dark cloud veiled the moon, plunging the entire forest into profound darkness. In the now silent woods, the rustling of leaves was the only sound, as the chorus of insects and birds had vanished. The world had succumbed to an eerie stillness. On the other side, sensing something amiss, the SEAL captain instructed his team to split up and advance cautiously. As the members of the SEAL team pressed forward, their silhouettes gradually faded into the shadows. Suddenly, a fragile twig snapped beneath a boot, causing its owner to halt in place. In the hushed jungle, only his own labored breaths broke the silence. As he cautiously lifted his foot, another faint crack echoed. Just as he prepared to exhale in relief, a sound pierced the stillness. Chapter 28. Jungle Combat. A sharp click resonated, and the man's countenance shifted drastically. This sound, all too familiar, was the unmistakable noise of a firearm's safety being disengaged. However, it was too late to evade. In the instant he lunged to escape, a barrage of gunfire erupted, reverberating through the forest. With each shot, the SEAL member was engulfed in a spray of crimson, collapsing heavily to the ground, motionless. Soon after, a soft patter of footsteps emerged from the darkness, reminiscent of a ghostly presence. Yet, it was no specter, but rather a figure concealed in the shadows. As the silhouette gradually emerged, it became clear that the shooter was none other than Yang Yichen. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and he wielded an automatic rifle. The unfortunate soul who had met his demise had become a casualty under his command. Truly unfortunate was that individual who encountered a master like Yang Yichen. Enhanced by a viral agent, the transformation had rendered Yang Yichen extraordinarily formidable. His strength, speed, and endurance had all surged to remarkable heights, with his hearing vastly superior to that of an ordinary person. Moments prior, he had detected the sound of a branch snapping, instantly realizing that an enemy was near. Without hesitation, he raised his firearm, aimed at the source of the noise, and fired. The bullet sliced through the darkness like lightning, striking its target with unerring accuracy. The unfortunate victim had no time to react before being mercilessly sent back to his eternal rest. Yang Yichen gazed coldly at the lifeless body beneath his feet, his heart an unwavering sea of calm. He then spoke into his earpiece, commanding, "Attention, all personnel. We are nearing the designated location. Exercise caution to avoid mishaps." With that, he stepped into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, on the other side, the SEAL team leader, upon hearing the gunfire, was struck by a sense of foreboding, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. He urgently addressed the microphone. "Damn it, team members, report your status immediately. Nothing to report from Megan, no updates from Jerry, and no news from Ajia." As each member relayed their situation, the SEAL leader's brow furrowed deeper. However, when he reached the last member, he noted with alarm that one had not responded. "Tom, what the hell are you doing? Respond at once." He shouted into the microphone, but no reply came, no matter how fervently he called. Realizing that Tom might be in peril, he bellowed again. "Shit. Tom is in trouble. The rest of the team, stay vigilant and prepare for an enemy assault." At that moment, another round of gunfire erupted nearby. Simultaneously, voices from his fellow SEALs crackled through his earpiece. "Shit. Requesting backup. I'm encountering enemies and need assistance." The cacophony of gunfire intertwined with the urgent pleas of his teammates resonated throughout the SEAL unit. "Jerry, hold on. We're on our way," commanded the SEAL leader, as the rest of the team pivoted and sprinted toward the source of the gunfire. Hearing the commotion, Yang Yichen and his comrades also hastened toward the sound. At that very moment, Jerry, bloodied and battered, crouched behind a tree trunk, while one of Yang Yichen's squad members aimed at his concealed position. It turned out that Jerry had collided directly with one of Yang Yichen's teammates. Both sides had fired simultaneously, their bullets thwarted by the opposing team's body armor, leading to a mutual kick that sent both combatants sprawling. As they scrambled to their feet, it was Yang Yichen's squad member who reacted more swiftly, firing a shot that struck Jerry's arm, forcing him to seek refuge behind the trunk. In response, Yang Yichen's teammate attempted to suppress Jerry with precise shots, aiming to eliminate him. However, a barrage of bullets erupted from the darkness, compelling Yang Yichen's squad member to dodge for cover. The gunfire had erupted from the SEAL team leader, who, witnessing Jerry on the brink of being overwhelmed, had acted without taking aim, unleashing a volley that narrowly missed Yang Yichen's member. The SEAL team leader then rushed to Jerry's side, assessing his injuries. Fortunately, the shot had only grazed his arm, and with a tourniquet, he would be stabilized. After the SEAL team leader assessed Jerry's injuries, he addressed him directly. At that moment, voices from other team members crackled through his earpiece. Captain, Megan is in position, Angel is in position, Andy is in position. Hearing the reports from his team eased some of the tension in the SEAL team leader's heart. They had successfully secured advantageous terrain and were now awaiting the enemy to reveal a weakness. As more members of the team took their positions, the SEAL team leader's confidence surged. He fixed his gaze ahead, inhaled deeply, and then bellowed at his team, "Eliminate the enemy in front." His voice resonated with an undeniable resolve. In swift response to the captain's command, everyone aimed their weapons at the squad member positioned near Yang Yichen. Fingers tightened around triggers, and in an instant, a torrent of bullets rained down like a deluge, forming a formidable net of firepower. This overwhelming barrage suppressed the squad member behind cover, rendering Yang Yichen's team incapable of lifting their heads. Each bullet whizzed past, carrying with it a lethal threat, forcing them to huddle tightly behind their defenses, desperately evading the ferocious assault. Just then, the squad member, unable to retaliate due to the relentless fire, suddenly heard a rapid tat-tat-tat from behind. Turning to look, he saw Yang Yichen and Yang Yi, along with other team members, had arrived on the scene. Yang Yichen quickly identified advantageous positions and launched a counteroffensive without hesitation. Bullets rained down upon the enemy like a torrential downpour, compelling the SEAL team members, who had initially attempted to charge, to retreat once again behind cover. This sudden surge of firepower dramatically shifted the tide of battle, re-establishing pressure on the SEAL team. The scene once again descended into a stalemate, with both sides reluctant to expose themselves. Any attempt to advance would immediately be met with overwhelming fire. Thus, they remained locked in a tense standoff, neither able to gain the upper hand. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, both sides appeared to reach an unspoken understanding and simultaneously ceased firing. The atmosphere in the forest became palpably tense as both parties gripped their weapons tightly, warily watching each other's movements, poised to fire at a moment's notice. In this quiet woodland, the only sound was the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, as if reminding all present of the heart-stopping battle that had just unfolded. As dark clouds drifted by, the entire battlefield came into focus. It became clear that both sides were engaged in combat within a valley, flanked by steep slopes. Anyone attempting a flanking maneuver would first need to circumvent the slope to approach from behind. The frontal slope was nothing but dirt, devoid of cover. Crossing it would render one an easy target, likely turning them into a veritable sieve. Chapter 29. Direct confrontation. Yang Yichen and the SEAL team faced the same dilemma regarding this terrain. They understood that, under such circumstances, breaching the enemy's defenses and safely retreating was nearly an insurmountable task. After careful consideration, they concluded that the only viable solution lay in a frontal assault, necessitating the complete annihilation of their adversary before a safe retreat could be achieved. Simultaneously, both factions assessed the terrain and discerned the current situation. Given the proximity between the two sides, any sign of weakness would be met with devastating firepower from the opposition. Thus, both parties awaited the opportune moment, a chance to obscure the enemy's line of sight. Only then could the stalemate be broken, leading to an intense confrontation. Time flowed slowly amidst the standoff, with the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Every individual remained intensely focused, wary of any lapse in vigilance. At last, a dark cloud drifted slowly over the forest, obscuring the moonlight and plunging the surroundings into deeper shadows. As the cloud moved, visibility diminished sharply, casting the forest into obscurity. This sudden change took both sides by surprise. Yet it also presented a rare opportunity. In the enveloping darkness, visibility was severely compromised, and the distances between them became indistinct. As the darkness descended like a heavy curtain upon Yang Yichen and the SEAL team, the members exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that the moment they had awaited had finally arrived. The air grew thick with the scent of impending battle, and all held their breath, eager to see if their zigzagging battle strategy would prove effective. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the jungle, resounding like thunder. Both sides instinctively leaned out, rapidly targeting the previous positions of their foes, launching a fierce counterattack. The shadows among the trees concealed their movements, while the jungle echoed with the sharp whine of bullets, infused with a fervor for combat that surpassed the instinct for survival. Yang Yichen's gaze was resolute, akin to a lion on the battlefield, as he boldly emerged from cover. Sprinting forward, the long-absent battlefield environment awakened the primal instincts buried deep within him, causing his blood to surge and adrenaline to flood his veins. He initiated a series of swift and precise shots directed at the enemy, the sound piercing the air like thunderclaps, before unhesitatingly charging towards a large tree for cover. His speed was astonishing, as he almost instantaneously pressed against the trunk. However, danger quickly followed, as the enemy unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets toward his position. The bullets rained down upon the tree before him, splintering wood and sending debris flying. Observing Yang Yichen's fearless advance, Yang Yi understood that he could not lag behind. This understanding was rooted not only in his keen assessment of the combat dynamics, but also in the awareness that safeguarding Yang Yichen was the paramount objective of their team, with all other tasks relegated to secondary importance. To better support his comrade, Yang Yi promptly made his decision and followed suit, providing crucial cover for Yang Yichen at this pivotal moment. Upon witnessing Yang Yichen endure the relentless onslaught of enemy fire, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He swiftly reacted, leaning forward to lock onto an enemy squad member positioned several dozen meters away, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The opposing Navy SEAL, engrossed in suppressing Yang Yichen, remained oblivious to Yang Yi's maneuver until it was too late. Only then did the SEAL sense the impending danger and attempt a feeble evasive action, but it was far too late to react. Yang Yi's bullet struck true, hitting the enemy combatant with such force that it sent him reeling backward, ultimately causing him to crash to the ground, clutching his chest in agony and emitting pained groans. Fortunately, the SEAL's bulletproof vest had saved his life, successfully absorbing several lethal rounds, allowing him to survive this life-and-death encounter. Although the SEAL was still alive, he was severely incapacitated, having lost all combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, seizing the moment of distraction caused by Yang Yi's attack, Yang Yichen astutely responded. He executed a swift roll, aiming to escape from the large tree that had previously served as his cover, in an effort to evade potential danger. After careful consideration, he decided to roll behind a sturdy rock nearby, seeking better protection to shield himself from the enemy's fire. However, as Yang Yichen made his rapid repositioning, the members of the opposing SEAL team began to regain their composure. Realizing the necessity of adjusting their combat strategy, they immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets, launching a fierce assault towards Yang Yi and Yang Yichen. In an instant, bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, rendering both Yang Yichen and Yang Yi immobilized and significantly heightening their peril. Taking refuge behind the rock, Yang Yichen observed the enemy's movements and noted that their fire was predominantly concentrated around the large tree where he had recently taken cover, now engulfed in flames. He silently congratulated himself on his decisive choice, while recognizing the urgent need to find an escape route, otherwise they would remain trapped. At that moment, Yang Yichen spotted a thicket adjacent to the rock, which appeared to offer some semblance of cover. He gestured for Yang Yi to quietly approach the bushes alongside him. The two maneuvered cautiously, striving to minimize any noise. As they neared the thicket, Yang Yichen identified a potential opportunity. The enemy's attention seemed diverted elsewhere, granting Yang Yichen and Yang Yi a chance to break free. In a hushed tone, he instructed Yang Yi, "Prepare yourself. We will charge through together." Yang Yi nodded, gripping his weapon tightly. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yichen surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. As he sprinted, he fired his weapon to draw the enemy's focus. Yang Yi followed closely, providing covering fire in support of Yang Yichen. In this manner, the duo successfully advanced to within approximately 20 meters of the nearest Navy SEAL. At this moment, the SEAL team member remained oblivious to the presence of Yang Yichen and Yang Yi. Subsequently, Yang Yichen and Yang Yi exchanged a knowing glance, then retrieved grenades from their gear. After pulling the pins, they silently counted for 2 seconds in their minds before hurling the grenades towards the position of the SEAL team member. Following their throw, they hastily retreated to their concealed location. The SEAL team member, realizing the grenades were thrown in his direction, instinctively attempted to drop to the ground to evade the impending explosions. However, unexpectedly, the 2 grenades detonated mid-air. The position he had taken, in an attempt to shield himself, rendered him fully exposed within the blast radius, leaving him no means of escape. The grenades, arcing through the air with precision, landed directly above his head. As they reached their apex, the fuses had nearly burnt out, ultimately igniting the detonators. With a thunderous roar, the detonators triggered the explosive charges within the grenades, unleashing 2 brilliant bursts of fire. Accompanied by the explosion, countless fragments scattered like rain. These shrapnel pieces, propelled by immense force and destructive power, mercilessly pierced through the body of the SEAL team member. Despite his bulletproof vest, such proximity to a powerful explosion rendered it utterly ineffective. The flying debris ruthlessly penetrated his body, rendering the protective gear useless, and in that instant, the SEAL team member was fatally struck. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen and Yang Yi, having retreated to their cover, heard the cacophony of the explosion, the sound of shrapnel striking their protective barrier. as the grenades detonated in an airburst manner. The impact radius extended to a full 360 degrees. Once the chaos subsided, Yang Yichen and Yang Yi cautiously peeked out to assess the situation. Upon confirming that the SEAL team member had indeed perished, they emerged from their hiding spot and proceeded toward the direction of the remaining SEAL team members. On the other side, the SEAL team leader, upon hearing the explosion, realized he had lost contact with one of his men. He quickly shouted into his earpiece, "Everyone, consolidate your defenses. Do not disperse too widely." Taking the lead, the SEAL team leader began to fire at Yang San and Yang Si while slowly retreating towards the valley's exit. Yang San and Yang Si, in turn, closely pursued the group of SEAL operatives. The SEAL team members ahead employed a strategy of mutual cover, retreating slowly while utilizing alternating shields. However, had they been facing ordinary soldiers, this tactic might have proven effective in thwarting the enemy's advance. Yet, their adversaries were Yang San and his team, whose assault capabilities were formidable, bolstered by extensive combat experience and quick reflexes. Thus, in the face of such coordinated cover, Yang San and his comrades found the situation relatively manageable. At that moment, Yang San astutely seized the fleeting opportunity when the local team member was reloading. It was a perfect chance. Yang San swiftly maneuvered, almost instantaneously finding an optimal angle for shooting. He then pulled the trigger, and 5 or 6 bullets accurately penetrated the back of the head of the last retreating SEAL team member almost simultaneously. At such close range, the bulletproof helmet offered no protection whatsoever. The bullets Yang San discharged pierced through the helmet with astonishing velocity, directly entering his cerebral matter, instantly turning his brain into a pulpy mass. Meanwhile, a member of the SEAL team stationed for fire support realized that Yang San and his companions were pursuing far too closely. Thus, he was compelled to make a difficult decision, halting his hurried retreat to cover the escape of his fellow team members. "Captain, you all retreat first. I will cover you." This SEAL shouted into his earpiece. At that moment, a frantic and anxious voice from the SEAL team leader echoed in his headset. "No, Teddy. Hurry and keep pace with our withdrawal." The team leader was clearly unwilling to sacrifice a member to delay Yang San and his team. "It's too late, Captain. Please send my regards to my wife. Just tell her I love her." Without hesitation, this SEAL ripped off his headset. Then, leaning against a sturdy tree, he adjusted his stance, gripping his M249 machine gun tightly, and decisively commenced a fierce barrage towards Yang San and his team. As the trigger was pulled, the resounding sound of gunfire reverberated through the night sky. This sudden and vigorous assault caught Yang San and his companions completely off guard, leaving them unable to react. In the darkness, the tracers from the machine gun resembled a crimson line, sweeping through the trees. This line of bullets mercilessly obliterated the flora in its path. The once upright saplings and shrubs were severed mid-trunk, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Yang San and his group found themselves suppressed by Teddy's overwhelming firepower. With nowhere to hide, some crouched low to the ground, while others curled up behind cover, unable to peek out for effective counterattack, resulting in a stalemate. However, the gunfire did not persist for long. Accompanied by an abrupt silence, the cacophony ceased as if the world had returned to tranquility in an instant. All that remained was the sound of the hammer striking after the trigger was pulled. Click, click. Teddy instinctively continued to squeeze the trigger of his machine gun. But it wasn't until a few clear clicks rang out that he realized he was out of ammunition. When he finally comprehended this, he instinctively reached for the handgun in his holster to retaliate. Yet, Yang San did not grant Teddy this opportunity. With the crisp sound of a click, Yang San knew that his moment had arrived. Yang San, with one hand propped against the ground, exerted his strength and swiftly rose to his feet. He then dashed towards Teddy's position. With Yang San's rapid sprint, the distance of merely 20 to 30 meters diminished swiftly. In mere seconds, he stood before Teddy, who was only now drawing his handgun from its holster. Out of the corner of his eye, Teddy caught sight of Yang San's figure. As he attempted to aim his weapon at Yang San's reflexes proved swifter. Before Teddy could fully raise his gun, a sharp crack resonated through the air. A gaping hole appeared in Teddy's head, while a thin wisp of smoke emanated from the muzzle of Yang San's firearm. With a single bullet, Yang San had shattered Teddy's skull. Observing Teddy's slow descent, Yang San did not linger but instead urged the remaining members of the clone squad to pursue the direction of the SEAL Team's retreat. Along the way, they encountered Yang Yichen and Yang Yi, who had flanked them. The opposing forces had retreated towards the back of the valley. Yang San reported to Yang Yichen, who, along with Yang Yi, had initially planned to ambush from behind but were astonished by the speed of their adversaries. "Chase. We must eliminate them, otherwise it will become increasingly troublesome." With that, Yang Yichen led Yang Yi and the others onward in pursuit of the SEAL Team's escape route. Chapter 31. The fierce battle in the valley. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the SEAL Team who had retreated gathered at the valley's exit. Originally a team of over 10, Only 6 or 7 remained after the fierce combat, with ammunition dwindling to the extent that they could only sustain one more intense skirmish. One SEAL team member panted heavily. Damn, I never anticipated this mission would be so arduous. Indeed, our enemies are formidable. We stand no chance against them. Another team member concurred. At that moment, the team leader addressed the remaining members. Teddy is still covering our retreat, but given our current state, I am uncertain if we can continue fighting. What are your thoughts? One member, hearing their leader's words, expressed discontent. We are the SEALs. We have never faced such humiliation. We must retaliate. Yes, we cannot simply concede. That does not align with our SEAL spirit, another echoed in agreement. However, the enemy is too powerful. We have never encountered such a challenging foe before. What is the situation on the Delta front? Can they provide us with assistance? A team member voiced his concerns. The SEAL team leader responded, we lost contact with Delta an hour ago. As for their current status, we cannot ascertain. Just then, the gunfire from the woods abruptly ceased. Upon hearing the gunfire, the leader of the SEAL team felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He promptly pulled the bolt of his weapon and addressed the remaining team members. There is no need to argue. We cannot retreat now. Teddy must have sacrificed himself. And the distance we VE created does not permit a safe withdrawal. Find cover and prepare for battle. The team members, momentarily taken aback by their leader's words, fell silent, each quietly checking the status of their weapons to ensure everything was in order. After confirming their gear, they sought suitable locations for cover, awaiting the arrival of Yang Yichen and his team. As the SEAL team leader glanced back at his comrades, observing their silhouettes, he silently pondered, after this mission, I wonder how many of us will return standing. He shook his head, casting aside such thoughts, and pulled back the bolt of his weapon, searching for an appropriate place to take cover. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen was leading his team closer to the Valley S exit. Through the dim moonlight, he utilized his virus-enhanced vision to clearly discern the positions of the SEAL team members hiding behind various forms of cover at the Valley S entrance. Upon confirming their location, Yang Yichen swiftly turned his head and whispered to Yang Yi and the others. Enemies spotted at the Valley exit. Their numbers are estimated to be between 5 and 6. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's words, Yang Yi and the others quickly reacted, each finding suitable cover and crouching down. Subsequently, Yang Yi retrieved his night vision goggles and cautiously peered through the gaps in the foliage, meticulously observing the movements at the valley's entrance. Soon, he noticed members of the SEAL team occasionally peeking out to survey the area. He then spoke softly into his earpiece, all members. Be advised, the enemy has deployed personnel on both sides of the valley exit. When we attack, be vigilant in seeking cover and executing ambushes. He continued to monitor the enemy's movements. After a period of observation, Yang Yichen recognized that, under the current circumstances, the most effective strategy was to avoid direct confrontation. He resolved to stealthily maneuver around the sides of the valley to minimize exposure, aiming to deliver a surprise strike against the enemy. Consequently, Yang Yichen swiftly communicated the plan to Yang Yi, and after reaching an agreement, they each led a squad of team members to coordinate an attack from the left and right flanks of the valley. Their primary signal for the assault was the sound of gunfire. As soon as shots rang out from one side, the other team members would swiftly respond and launch a rapid assault to eliminate the enemy. With this in mind, Yang Yichen carefully led his team toward their designated direction. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the SEAL team members were still attentively observing the situation in the valley, completely unaware of the impending danger and engaged in casual conversation. Do you think we'll make it out alive this time? One of the SEAL team members asked nonchalantly, a hint of concern etched on his face, though his eyes continued to scan the surroundings. Uncertain, the current circumstances are more challenging than ever before. I find myself seriously questioning whether this group possesses any affiliations, perhaps with the Bear Nation or the Dragon Kingdom. A nearby member of the SEAL team took over the conversation, his expression grave as he responded, in our previous missions, we have never faced such severe losses. Had I known, I would have abstained from this operation. Those cursed politicians should report us as missing, not deceased. Indeed, typically, when there are no bodies, individuals are classified as missing. If casualties occur in this mission, I wonder if our compensation will even be dispersed. The SEAL team member continued to vent his frustrations. At that moment, a sharp crack suddenly pierced the air, shattering the surrounding tranquility. Following this, a whistling sound filled the atmosphere, as if something was rapidly approaching. When the two SEAL team members turned to investigate, they were met with an astonishing sight. A young man wielding a sharp dagger swiftly slashed at their throats with such speed that it left them momentarily stunned. He then delivered a powerful blow to their chests, the force so overwhelming that it nearly stripped them of all ability to resist. In an instant, the two SEAL team members experienced excruciating pain, attempting to fight back and alert their comrades. Yet, their bodies felt drained, as if their strength had been siphoned away along with the blood gushing from their necks, mingling with the air in their tracheas, taking with it their remaining vitality. As they lay down, clutching their throats, they gazed into the young man's face, striving to remember his features. They found, however, that his eyes betrayed no emotion, only a chilling coldness. This young man was Yang Yichen. Yang Yichen had stealthily approached the two SEAL team members, eavesdropping on their conversation. When they were completely unguarded and relaxed, he struck with blinding speed, brandishing a dagger in each hand. Before they could react, he had already severed their throats. Chapter 32. Visitors from home. After dispatching these two adversaries, Yang Yichen gestured for the team members behind him to follow. Upon the arrival of the waiting clone team members, they immediately recognized their own true capabilities upon witnessing Yang Yichen's swift elimination of the two men. To take down two SEALs in an instant without a sound required a level of skill that would necessitate at least two of them attacking simultaneously. The remaining team members then followed in Yang Yichen's footsteps as he continued to advance toward the heart of the valley. In the center of the valley lay two more enemy SEAL team members, who were evidently much more alert, constantly scanning the open ground ahead. For Yang Yichen to approach undetected, he would have to traverse this very expanse. As Yang Yichen pondered how to advance without alarming the other adversaries, his comrade Yang Yi and his squad successfully located the hiding place of the opposing SEAL team. Through the gaps in the trees, Yang Yi meticulously scrutinized the SEAL's concealed position, assessing the area in his mind. This refuge was situated at the mouth of a valley, offering an expansive view, with scarcely any trees or advantageous terrain to provide cover, undoubtedly complicating the forthcoming actions of Yang Yichen and his team. Patience was now essential. They needed to wait until the light dimmed or the enemy became distracted to seize the opportunity to advance. After several minutes of tense anticipation, Yang Yi observed that the SEAL team members began to converse, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, occasionally glancing back at one another, clearly in a relaxed state. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yang Yi swiftly dashed a few meters into the nearby grass, executing the motion with agility and fluidity, lowering himself behind the foliage. When the two SEAL members turned back to survey the area, Yang Yi had already concealed himself, utterly silent. As the two SEALs continued their conversation, unperturbed by any looming danger, Yang Yi capitalized on this ideal moment to inch closer to the target. Due to the sparse cover provided by trees and underbrush along the way, which was barely sufficient to conceal a single person, Yang Yi and his team could only advance one by one with utmost caution. Yang Yi departed from the grass, promptly followed by the second team member, who took refuge behind the same thicket, maintaining tactical cohesion. Thus, they stealthily advanced, gradually closing the gap between themselves and the two SEAL members to approximately 20 meters. As Yang Yi moved forward once more, successfully reaching the shelter of a large tree, he prepared to assess the next secure position, meticulously calculating their subsequent actions. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence, followed by a flurry of rapid fire. The target of this barrage was not Yang Yi, but rather his teammates behind him. Evidently, the squad members had been advancing steadily as per their plan until an unexpected event unfolded. One of the SEAL members abruptly turned and spotted one of Yang Yi's team members. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and unleashed a hail of bullets towards the exposed team member, who emitted a muffled groan and collapsed behind the underbrush to evade further fire. Realizing that his comrade had been detected, Yang Yi chose to abandon his concealment. He emerged, brandishing his rifle, and retaliated with a volley of bullets directed at the two SEAL team members, the concentrated fire striking the cover before them. Suddenly, a flurry of dry branches and leaves scattered into the air, compelling the opposing members to lower their heads. As Yang Yi's team witnessed him suppressing the two members of the SEAL team, they began to abandon their previous cover and reposition themselves. Together, they unleashed a barrage of firepower upon the two SEAL members. Under the pressure of 5 or 6 firearms, the two SEAL operatives found it impossible to even raise their weapons for a counterattack. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed, steadily advancing toward the position of the SEAL team. Just as Yang Yi and his comrades were about to breach the enemy's defenses, a sharp ding resonated. This was the sound of a grenade pin being pulled. Yang Yi then saw 2 round objects soaring toward them from the air. "Watch out for the grenade!" he shouted urgently, and he, along with his team, immediately dropped to the ground. Moments later, 2 explosive blasts erupted, showering them with a mixture of leaves and soil that cascaded from above. Covered in dirt and disheveled, they rose, spitting out the muck from their mouths. They soon realized that the two SEAL members had not returned fire. Cautiously advancing, they discovered that the SEAL members had retreated to regroup with their comrades. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Yichen and the two SEAL members in front halted momentarily upon hearing the explosions. After exchanging a few words over their earpieces, the two members unleashed a spray of bullets into the surrounding jungle, waiting a few seconds before retreating cautiously upon receiving no response. Observing the withdrawal of the SEAL members, Yang Yichen stealthily approached. As he reached the mouth of the valley, a sudden shot coursed through him, prompting him to leap aside. A bullet whizzed past, narrowly missing his head. Taking cover, Yang Yichen shouted into his earpiece, "Be careful. There's a sniper." The other team members, hearing his warning, immediately scattered in search of cover. As they lay low, attempting to locate the enemy sniper, another gunshot rang out. This shot, however, bore a clear distinction from the previous gunfire of the SEAL team. Within seconds, a new wave of gunfire erupted from the direction the SEAL members had just vacated, but it concluded swiftly, leaving the jungle once again enveloped in silence. After a few minutes of hiding behind the trees, Yang Yichen's satellite phone suddenly vibrated. Upon retrieving it, he saw that the caller was Lin Haochen. He answered the call. "Hello, Uncle C. Is this Yichen?" The familiar voice of Lin Haochen, the fourth uncle of the Lin family, resonated through the satellite phone, tinged with concern. "It's me. Uncle C. I have successfully acquired what you requested, but I am currently facing a minor inconvenience. However, once resolved, I will be able to return smoothly." Yang Yichen replied hastily. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's response, a hearty laughter resonated from Lin Haochen's end. "Ha ha ha, Yichen, when it comes to your endeavors, I am undoubtedly at ease. However, the domestic authorities are quite attentive to this matter, which is why they dispatched someone to assist you. I hope you don't mind." Upon hearing his uncle's words, Yang Yichen immediately recalled the gunfire that had echoed moments ago. He responded, "Uncle, the personnel you sent must be nearby. I indeed heard an unusual volley of gunfire earlier. It must be them." Lin Haochen, on the other end of the line, exhibited no surprise. Rather, he remained remarkably composed. He replied steadily, "Indeed, Yichen. They just dealt with a squad of adversaries. Upon noticing your team comprised of Dragon Country nationals, they promptly contacted me to confirm the situation. Since you are already aware, I will instruct the liaison to get in touch with you directly." Yang Yichen acknowledged, "Understood, Uncle. We will reach out to them." After ending the call, he contemplated his forthcoming strategies. With empty hands, Yang Yichen slowly emerged from the edge of the forest, facing the dark woods across from him, signaling with his hands. He stood still, patiently awaiting a response. Before long, a rustling sound emanated from the depths of the woods. Yang Yichen's eyes brightened, and he swiftly turned around, prepared for any unexpected developments. Moments later, a burly figure, clad in goggles, entered his line of sight. Yang Yichen observed this imposing man from a distance. Sensing a slight threat, it was noteworthy that he had never experienced such a feeling even during confrontations with the SEAL team. He reined in his vanity regarding his current capabilities, realizing that there are always individuals beyond one's own prowess. With this thought in mind, he approached and greeted, "Hello. Are you the personnel sent from the homeland?" As he spoke, he drew nearer, finally able to discern the man's features. The figure wore a hood and helmet, and his eyes were shielded by goggles, obscuring his face entirely from view. His weaponry was consistent with standard-issue American military arms, and he bore remnants of previous combat, suggesting he had recently engaged in a skirmish. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's greeting, the man affirmed, "Indeed, I am the one dispatched from the homeland. We encountered some complications en route, which delayed our arrival. Lin Haochen from the Lin family should have briefed you on our circumstances." Yang Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes. My uncle has indeed contacted me and provided a clear explanation. We successfully secured the serum earlier and will accompany you shortly to retrieve it." Hearing this, the man turned and gestured towards the woods. Having just completed a gesture, a group of individuals gradually emerged from the thicket. Yang Yichen surveyed them, noting that along with the imposing figure before him, they formed a complete special forces unit. From their equipment and demeanor, Yang Yichen could distinctly ascertain each member's respective role: commander, sniper, demolitions expert, fire support specialist, assault trooper, and medic. As the five stepped forward, he observed the unmistakable scent of gunpowder and the marks of battle upon them, particularly on the fire support specialist and the assault trooper, who bore several conspicuous bandages, indicative of having endured a fierce confrontation prior to their arrival. Upon the appearance of the opposing team, Yang Yichen instinctively waved, and shortly thereafter, Yang Yi and the others emerged from the shadows. The two groups exchanged glances, both clad in combat attire with their heads obscured by hoods. Despite subtle differences in their appearances, it was difficult for an outsider to discern their identities. As Yang Yi and his companions stepped into view, the members of the opposing team scrutinized them, revealing an expression of surprise in their eyes, clearly sensing a palpable aura of threat emanating from Yang Yi's group. After calling out to Yang Yi and the others, Yang Yichen engaged in casual conversation with the opposing team's leader, seeking to foster a closer rapport. "By the way, how should I address you?" Yang Yichen inquired of the leader. The leader pondered for a moment before responding, "Just call me Old One. You know, confidentiality agreements. There are certain things we cannot disclose." His tone bore a hint of seriousness. Yang Yichen, unfazed by the response, acknowledged, "Very well, Old One. I shall refer to you as such. I am well aware of the protocols back home. After all, our families have aspired to return to our homeland since our grandparents' generation. And here we are, fortuitously encountering this opportunity. Continuing, Yang Yichen added, since you are here, I will hand over the medicinal supplies. With that, he turned toward the woods, as the potions were stored in his personal space and could not be retrieved in plain sight of Old One and his team. While Yang Yichen went to retrieve the supplies, Yang Yi engaged in dialogue with the 5 members of the opposing team. Brother, what happened to the injuries you bear? From what I can sense, it is uncommon for ordinary individuals to encounter you, yet it seems almost everyone among you is wounded, he remarked to the fire support specialist. Upon hearing Yang Yi's inquiry, the assault trooper glanced at his commander and, finding him unresponsive, replied, "It's not a significant matter. On our way here, we encountered the Delta Force from the beautiful country and expended considerable effort to deal with them. Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner." Upon hearing the other party's remarks, Yang Yi chuckled lightheartedly. "Not at all. Your arrival is perfectly timed. After all, if those few who remained had blocked our path at the valley's mouth, we would have found it quite difficult to depart." Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yang Yi soon noticed Yang Yichen emerging from the thicket, accompanied by Yang Er and the others. Chapter 34. Mission accomplished. While Yang Yichen was in the woods searching for the elixir, he fortuitously encountered Yang Er and several injured team members. During a confrontation with an enemy sniper, Yang Er had successfully suppressed the threat, although he realized that the adversary had yet to reveal themselves. Consequently, Yang Er decided to stealthily advance into the woods with the remaining team members, bringing along the 2 injured comrades to approach Yang Yichen's location. Meanwhile, on Yang Yi's side, a team member who had collapsed in the grass during the assault was struck by a bullet at the junction of his bulletproof vest, hitting him squarely in the chest. Fortunately, the young soldier managed to respond swiftly, ensuring that he was out of mortal danger. While resting on the spot, he fortuitously encountered Yang Er and his group, who promptly assisted him and made their way toward Yang Yichen. As Yang Yichen reached a robust tree, a sudden inspiration struck him, and a silver box materialized in his hand. He then led Yang Er and the others out of the woods, ready to present the elixir to Lao. Exiting the thicket, Yang Yichen approached Lao directly, holding the box containing the elixir, and stated, "This box contains the elixir you sought. It was struck once by a Vietnamese sniper, but I have checked, and the contents remain intact, though the exterior is slightly dented." Upon hearing this, Lao immediately took the box and opened it for a meticulous inspection. As the lid lifted, a rush of cool air swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Then, with a click, the box sprang open, and upon witnessing this, Lao swiftly spread his hands, causing the box to unfurl rapidly. Inside, nestled within a protective layer, lay a vial of ethereal blue elixir, sparkling with a myriad of stars, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. After thoroughly examining the contents and confirming their integrity, Lao closed the lid and addressed Yang Yichen. "Thank you for your efforts. I will report the situation here to the higher-ups, and they will reach out to you in due course." Hearing Lao's words, Yang Yichen chuckled, his tone light. "It's the least we could do, as we participated in this mission for certain requisites. However, I do harbor some concerns regarding our identities upon returning home." Before he could finish, Lao interjected, "As for identity matters, it will be up to the 4th master of the Lin family to communicate, as he is your leader. Other details are not within my purview to disclose." Yang Yichen furrowed his brow slightly, indicating his understanding. "Very well, I shall inquire with Uncle C upon my return." "So, is this where we part ways?" Lao nodded in response. "Indeed, this is where we bid farewell." Subsequently, Yang Yichen saluted Lao and nodded to the remaining 5 individuals before turning to call out to Yang Yi and the others, declaring, "Mission accomplished, everyone retreat." Lao returned the salute, watching as Yang Yichen gathered his team. Once the assembly was complete, Yang Yichen turned back to nod in acknowledgement to Lao and then led Yang Yi and the others back into the depths of the jungle. Meanwhile, Lao stood quietly in place, his gaze following the silhouette of Yang Yichen until they vanished from sight. At that moment, a young member of Lao's team approached him, excitement evident in his voice as he remarked, "Boss, that group is impressive. I feel their combat capabilities are on par with ours." Lao, upon hearing the young man's words, smiled slightly and responded earnestly, "This has certainly shown you that there are always those beyond our measure. Do not assume you are all that formidable. We nearly met our end at the hands of the Delta. Upon our return, the training regimen will be doubled." The young team member's expression shifted to one of dismay upon hearing Lao's command, and he couldn't help but lament, "No, please. Increasing the training will wear us out." Yet, the glimmer in his eyes revealed that he was merely jesting, for at their level, routine training felt more like a leisurely game than a challenge. Lao, however, paid no heed to the young man's complaints, remaining steadfast as he watched Yang Yichen and his team depart. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes, as if pondering something of great significance. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and turned to his team, speaking in a measured tone, "Everyone, prepare for withdrawal. The others have already entrusted the supplies to me. Our mission now is to safely return these supplies to our homeland. Upon receiving Lau's directive, the previously lackadaisical team members immediately straightened their posture and responded in unison. Understood. They then followed Lau's lead, gradually disappearing into the dimming woods from which they had come, leaving behind the chilling remains of the fallen. Perhaps, one day in the future, these remnants would be discovered, serving as witnesses to history. Meanwhile, having exited the jungle, Yang Yichen and his group successfully arrived at their concealed vehicle. After ensuring the area was secure, they meticulously inspected the surroundings and the underside of the vehicle, confirming the absence of any explosive devices. Satisfied with their findings, the team members boarded the vehicle in succession, preparing for departure. Once Yang Yichen settled into the car, Yang Yi swiftly took the driver's seat. With a hum, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle gradually maneuvered out of its hiding place, advancing steadily forward. Their vehicle swiftly navigated the route back, gradually fading from view at the Syrian border, leaving a profound silence in its wake. As the sun rose on the following day, casting golden rays across the earth and filling the air with freshness, a convoy of Hummers surged swiftly from the outskirts of the city toward the center, emanating an aura of authority that captured the attention of numerous onlookers. A throng of onlookers witnessed the convoy come to a halt before the imposing gates of the Lin Group. Shortly thereafter, a cadre of armed personnel disembarked from the lead and trailing Hummers. These vigilant individuals meticulously surveyed their surroundings to ascertain the absence of any latent threats before proceeding to the side of a central Hummer, where they opened the door. As the door swung ajar, a polished shoe emerged, followed by the confident figure of a young man in a tailored suit, Yang Yichen. After their withdrawal from the border the previous day, they had promptly relocated to an equipment depot to replace their gear. Given the considerable number of American soldiers they had dispatched, it was imperative to avoid any suspicion directed their way based on their attire. Subsequently, Yang and his entourage flanked Yang Yichen as they made their way into the Lin building. Upon entering the foyer, they were greeted by 4th Master Lin, who awaited their arrival with an air of ease. Chapter 35, The Family Feast. Upon spotting Lin Haochen standing nonchalantly in the lobby, Yang Yichen felt a wave of warmth and excitement swell within him, compelling him to quicken his pace towards Lin Haochen, his face illuminating with a brilliant smile. "Fourth uncle, how could you possibly come down to welcome us? We are the juniors here. As the elder, it is inappropriate for you to extend such hospitality towards us," he exclaimed. Lin Haochen, upon hearing Yang Yichen's words, could not suppress a hearty laugh that resonated throughout the hall, his mirth particularly vibrant. "Haha, Yichen, you are far too courteous. This mission has garnered substantial approval from the homeland, and they have dispatched the reagents back overnight. Moreover, as an elder, it is entirely fitting for me to come and greet you." As he spoke, Lin Haochen's demeanor shifted to a more solemn tone as he continued, "Regarding your identities, I've already engaged in thorough communication and coordination with the authorities back home." Yang Yichen's heart surged with anticipation upon hearing this, and Lin Haochen further elaborated. "The homeland will first submit your identity applications, and this status will remain confidential. Only a select few will possess the authority to inquire, ensuring the security of the information. Additionally, you must remember to provide the list of personnel shortly. Once the homeland approves your applications, you shall successfully regain your Dragon Kingdom nationality." Yang Yichen could hardly contain his excitement at Lin Haochen's words. With joy radiating from his expression, he replied, "Thank you immensely, 4th uncle. I will send you the list of those returning to their Dragon Kingdom nationality shortly. Should you require any assistance from my end, please do not hesitate to reach out. I shall offer my utmost support." Lin Haochen, acknowledging Yang Yichen's words, wasted no time in stating, "Yichen, as it happens, there are indeed matters that require your assistance. You are aware that the homeland is currently grappling with certain technological blockades, with many critical technologies being restricted by foreign entities, making it exceedingly difficult for us to procure them. In response to the situation, the domestic authorities hope to initially keep your identity confidential and, through your current status in the United States, discreetly assist the nation in acquiring some blocked supplies." Upon hearing Lin Haochen's proposition, Yang Yichen immediately expressed his commitment. "Rest assured, 4th uncle, I will certainly lend a hand with matters within my capability. Just remember us when the time comes." Lin Haochen, upon hearing Yang Yichen's assurance, smiled more gently. "Very well, Yichen, I knew I had not misjudged you. When the need arises, I shall contact you directly. By the way, here is a secure satellite phone. We can use it to maintain communication and ensure the safety of our information." As Lin Haochen finished speaking, a young bodyguard approached from behind, presenting a satellite phone with a professional demeanor. Subsequently, Lin Haochen took the satellite phone and handed it to Yang Yichen, continuing, "I shall not disturb you young people any longer. My contact information has already been saved in your phone. Feel free to reach out to me whenever necessary, ensuring our communication remains intact." After saying this, Lin Haochen glanced towards the adjacent room, where Lin Jin peeked out, curiously observing Lin Haochen and Yang Yichen. Upon realizing her fourth uncle had spotted her, Lin Jin promptly made a face at him, then bounced into the hall. As she approached Yang Yichen, her previously carefree demeanor transformed into a bashful shyness, her cheeks flushed and appearing somewhat at a loss. This change elicited smiles from those present, lightening the atmosphere further. Lin Haochen observed this scene with a smile, stating, "All right, I shall take my leave. Xiao Jin, keep Yichen company and explore the city. We shall dine together in the evening." After taking a couple of steps, he recalled something and turned back to the two, saying, "By the way, regarding your encounter with that fellow named Hassan Assad Jabbar at the airport, I have already dispatched someone to warn his family, so you can enjoy your time in the city without concern. Just remember to have your bodyguard with you." With that, Lin Haochen walked towards the elevator, humming a tune. While the remaining bodyguards dispersed, leaving only Yang Yichen and Lin Jin in the hall, with everyone else gone and only Yang Yichen beside her. Lin Jin's already rosy face deepened in color. In a soft, melodic voice, she asked, "Yichen, was the mission you undertook previously dangerous? I know you were involved in a confidential task. I asked fourth uncle, but he stubbornly refused to divulge anything. Thankfully, you returned safely." Hearing Lin Jin's voice and seeing her flushed cheeks warmed Yang Yichen's heart, and he replied, "It was nothing, not dangerous at all. After all, I have so many people under my command. Risky endeavors do not fall upon me." Lin Jin's expression brightened at Yang Yichen's response. "That is splendid. Shall we venture out to explore the streets together?" Yang Yichen, upon noticing Lin Jin's eager gaze, readily nodded and replied, "Certainly. Let us take a stroll and immerse ourselves in the local customs and culture." Having said this, Yang Yichen and Lin Jin exited the company's grand entrance, where a luxurious stretched Mercedes awaited them. A young woman standing beside the vehicle opened the door and said, Mr. Yang, please step inside. This vehicle has been arranged by the owner." After hearing this, Yang Yichen and Lin Jin entered the car. As the Mercedes departed from the Lin Group's plaza, several Hummers and Land Rovers emerged, ensuring their safety despite the previous warnings issued to Hassan Assad, as precautions against desperate measures were still necessary. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Lin Group's building, Lin Haochen stood by the window, observing the diminishing silhouette of the departing Mercedes. Behind him, Lin Si approached and remarked, "Master, it seems you are exceptionally kind to this young man. Those who previously pursued Miss have not garnered your approval." Lin Haochen, without turning, replied, "This young man is far from ordinary. I sense my elder brother's aura within him. His true capabilities undoubtedly extend beyond what is presently visible. In time, you shall see whether my judgment is sound." Lin Si, acknowledging his words, responded, "Understood, master. I shall proceed to prepare for tonight's banquet." "Very well," Lin Haochen nodded. And with that, Lin Si departed from the top floor, leaving Lin Haochen to stand before the glass. Chapter 36, Family Banquet 2. At this juncture, Yang Yichen and Lin Jin had successfully arrived at the town center, where the scenery compelled them to pause and survey their surroundings. As they ambled along the streets of Syria, engaging in light conversation, the sun bathed them in warmth and comfort. Surrounding them were several imposing bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses, creating an aura of opulence that deterred any unwelcome advances from brash young heirs seeking to intrude. After all, reality seldom mirrors television dramas, and it is rare to encounter such foolish heirs attempting to disrupt high-end gatherings. Under the vigilant protection of the bodyguards, Yang Yichen and Lin Jin enjoyed a delightful exploration of the town. Time flew swiftly during their excursion, and before long, the afternoon came to a close. As dusk approached, they boarded the luxurious Mercedes they had arrived in, heading back toward the Lin Group building, with the scenery outside the window rapidly flashing by. With a cheerful chime signaling the elevator's arrival at the top floor, the doors slid open, allowing Yang Yichen and Lin Jin to step out. Yang Yichen, impeccably attired in a sharp black suit, exuded maturity and composure, while Lin Jin, adorned in an elegant white dress, resembled the morning dew, pure and enchanting, reflecting the sunset's glow and enhancing her allure. Under such a pairing, the two individuals seemed to become the most striking couple beneath the grand edifice. At the elevator entrance, a female steward awaited them, donning a crisp black uniform that exuded professionalism. The moment Yang Yichen and Lin Jin stepped out of the elevator, the steward approached them with a slight bow, her tone respectful as she said, Mr. Yang, this way please. The master is already waiting for you in the dining room." With that, she guided Yang Yichen and Lin Jin towards the dining hall. Upon their arrival, they beheld Lin Haochen seated at the head of the table, wearing a warm smile that radiated kindness. Spotting Yang Yichen and Lin Jin, he called out cheerfully, Come. Yichen and Xiao Jin, take a seat. Today, you are in for a treat. The chef has procured a fresh wild yellow flower fish and an Australian blue lobster from the harbor, delicacies that are rare to find in the country. You must hurry and sit down to savor these exquisite flavors. Responding to Lin Haochen's warm invitation, Yang Yichen and Lin Jin replied in unison, Thank you, fourth uncle. They then took their respective seats. Given that this was a family gathering, the dining room was devoid of anyone other than the staff responsible for serving the dishes. As they settled in, their eyes roamed over the array of dishes on the table. While not ostentatious, the meal was undeniably elegant. In addition to the lobster and yellow flower fish previously mentioned by Linhouchen, there were several simple yet delectable vegetable dishes and a plate of fragrant spicy chicken that whetted their appetites further. Observing their seating arrangement, Linhouchen smiled warmly at Yang Yichen and Lin Jin, saying, "Yichen, Xiao Jin, I hope this meal is not too humble for your tastes. I heard from Xiao Jin that you enjoy spicy food, so I specifically asked the chef to prepare this spicy chicken for you. I hope it pleases your palate." Grateful for Linhouchen's thoughtfulness, Yang Yichen and Lin Jin quickly responded, "Not at all, fourth uncle. We are truly grateful for such a sumptuous lunch. And we appreciate your care for us." Hearing their heartfelt appreciation, Linhouchen felt a wave of joy and cheerfully urged, "That's wonderful. Come. Let us dig in before the dishes cool down. They want tea taste as good then. Do hurry and try them." With that, Linhouchen began to gently serve dishes into Yang Yichen and Lin Jin's bowls, his movements tender and considerate. After expressing their gratitude, Yang Yichen and Lin Jin eagerly commenced their delightful meal. Once everyone had their fill, Linhouchen set down his utensils and addressed Yang Yichen, saying, "Yichen, this operation has garnered great satisfaction domestically. Regarding the previously mentioned reward of 50 million, I will arrange for it to be transferred to you as soon as you return to the United States. However, to ensure confidentiality, you may have your team accompany our convoy for a few tasks tomorrow, primarily to provide an explanation to outside parties." Upon hearing Linhouchen's words, Yang Yichen promptly set down his utensils and replied, "Understood, fourth uncle. I will notify Yang Yi and the others shortly so they can prepare accordingly. At that moment, you may directly arrange for someone to contact them, ensuring that everything proceeds smoothly." "All right, I will have Lin Si reach out to them. I guarantee there will be no errors," Linhouchen stated upon hearing Yang Yichen's response. "Thank you, fourth uncle," Yang Yichen replied. Subsequently, Linhouchen engaged in light conversation with Yang Yichen and Lin Jin, discussing trivial family matters, creating a relaxed and joyous atmosphere. As if time itself had come to a standstill. Amidst their chatter, everyone shared amusing anecdotes from their lives, laughter resonating throughout. And the warm, familial ambience evoked a profound sense of intimacy. Just as the group was enjoying their conversation, a butler gently knocked on the door and approached respectfully, stating, "Master, it is time for you to rest. The doctor has previously advised you to pay more attention to your health and ensure ample rest." Upon hearing this, both Yang Yichen and Lin Jin immediately recognized the lateness of the hour and hurriedly rose to take their leave, anxious not to encroach upon Linhouchen's rest. For his health was paramount, and their conversation should not disrupt his well-being. "Thank you for your hospitality, fourth uncle. We won't disturb your rest any longer. Let us gather again another time," Yang Yichen sincerely expressed, concern evident in his eyes for Linhouchen. Lin Jin concurred, "Indeed, fourth uncle, do make sure to rest well. We shall visit you again soon." Linhouchen smiled gently and nodded, acknowledging their sentiments. "Very well, I shall not keep you. I'll have the driver take you back," he said, pressing a button on the call device beside him. Before long, a driver entered, bowing slightly to Yang Yichen and Lin Jin, indicating they could depart at any time. After once again expressing their gratitude to Linhouchen, they followed the driver out of the Lin residence. Upon returning to their lodgings, Yang Yichen called Yang Yi, instructing him to coordinate with his subordinates to accompany the Lin group's convoy the following day. After hanging up, Yang Yichen freshened up and then laid down on his bed, closing his eyes. In the following days, Yang Yichen and Lin Jin explored the entirety of the city together. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and his team garnered attention during their collaborative tasks with the Lin group. A month later, Yang Yichen stood before the airplane bound for New York, waving goodbye to Lin Jin and the others. Chapter 37. Company expansion within the bustling terminal of New York International Airport. A sea of travelers from diverse nations and backgrounds hurriedly navigated through the crowd. Many gazes were drawn to a row of Land Rover Defenders parked adjacent to the boarding area, their sleek black exteriors adorned with a striking red and white umbrella emblem, captivating the attention of passengers within the terminal. As a Boeing 737 gracefully traversed the sky, it descended smoothly onto the international runway, guided by ground staff. The landed aircraft slowly taxied to the boarding area where the Land Rovers awaited, and those inside the vehicles began to alight. As the aircraft door gradually opened, Yang Yichen emerged, removing his sunglasses as he surveyed the awaiting crowd below, swiftly descending the stairs to meet them. Yang Yichen embraced a young man at the head of the welcoming party, patting him on the back and inquiring, "Taozi, how is the situation with the company?" Zheng Tao, taken aback by Yang Yichen's warm embrace, quickly realized that his demeanor remained unchanged despite the newfound wealth. He responded with equal enthusiasm, "Brother Chun, the company is doing splendidly now. After your exploits in Syria, we have garnered quite a reputation, and many individuals are seeking our security services. Moreover, the $25 million from the last mission has already been deposited into the company's account. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen nodded, acknowledging the need for Zheng Tao to bear additional responsibilities. I may not focus on this side of things going forward, so I will need you to take full charge. Zheng Tao, observing the seriousness in Yang Yichen's gaze, felt uncertain about how to express himself but simply nodded in agreement, assuring, Brother Chen, I will not let you down. Afterward, Zheng Tao opened the door of a Land Rover, allowing Yang Yichen to enter the middle vehicle before taking a seat in the passenger side. As the door closed, the entire convoy gradually commenced its journey toward the company. Inside the vehicle, Zheng Tao continued to report on the company's progress. Following their successful ventures in Syria, he had seized the opportunity to recruit over 100 retired soldiers from various nations to bolster the company's security department, which had suffered significant losses and was in dire need of fresh talent. With the recruitment completed, many local businesses opted to hire Yang Yichen's umbrella company for their security needs, leading to a balance in the company's finances. After contemplating Zheng Tao's report with eyes closed, Yang Yichen remarked, Taozi, it seems entrusting the company to you was a wise decision. You will handle everything from here on out. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to report to me. Also, regarding the $50 million from the Lin Group, please transfer $40 million to me. I have use for it. Zheng Tao nodded in agreement, accepting without question Yang Yichen's need for such funds, understanding that there must be a valid reason behind it. As his brother, he focused on managing the company effectively. By the way, please find a real estate developer. We need to establish our own building. Yang Yichen suddenly recalled his promise to Hong to construct a supercomputing matrix center for her. Zheng Tao readily replied, All right, Brother Chun. I should be able to find a suitable candidate by 1 o'clock this afternoon. Acknowledging Zheng Tao's response with a nod, Yang Yichen proceeded to inquire about a few remaining matters. Upon the convoy's arrival at the company's entrance, both Yang Yichen and Zheng Tao disembarked and walked toward the interior of the company. During their walk, Zheng Tao suggested, Brother Chun, would you like to meet the newly recruited personnel? Aside from those currently on missions, the rest of the security team is here, and it would be a good opportunity for them to understand for whom they are working. Upon hearing Zheng Tao's words, Yang Yichen nodded and remarked, Very well. It is a good opportunity for me to assess their capabilities. With that, the two made their way to the training ground. As they stepped into the arena, a pungent aroma of sweat mingled with alcohol assaulted their senses. The scene before them revealed several groups engaged in fierce combat, while nearby, a contingent of security personnel cheered enthusiastically. Fight well, John. Give him a hard kick to the groin. Tom, defend yourself. I've wagered a month's salary on you. You must gouge his eyes out. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, one burly man forcefully threw a less robust opponent to the ground. Subsequently, the victor extended his right hand toward the fallen man. You've lost, Tom. Hand over that precious bottle of liquor you've been hiding. I've had my eye on it for quite some time. The man who had been knocked down, however, displayed no anger. Grasping the outstretched hand, he exerted force and stood upright. Damn you, John. I knew you were coveting my finest whiskey. For someone like you to drink, it would be a disgrace. Just as John was about to respond to Tom's remark, a round of applause erupted. Ladies and gentlemen, pause your activities. Allow me to introduce you to your benefactor. With Zheng Tao's voice echoing across the training ground, the scattered individuals gathered at the center. Once assembled, Zheng Tao addressed them, Come. This young man beside me is your employer, the one who dispenses your salaries. The mercenaries present exchanged glances, confirming that this young individual was indeed the head of their entire organization. Hearing Zheng Tao's introduction, Yang Yichen stepped forward and addressed the crowd, Esteemed colleagues. You may not have heard of me before, but that is inconsequential. What matters is that you now know who you work for. Naturally, since this is our first meeting, I have no gifts to present, but I shall offer you a method to increase your wages. With that, Yang Yichen called forth Yang Yi, standing behind him, and gestured toward him. If any of you can withstand a minute under his tutelage, I will double your salary. As soon as the words left his lips, whispers rippled through the crowd. One robust man stood up and inquired, Are you serious? Just endure for a minute, and the salary will be doubled? Certainly. Before all of you, would I dare to deceive you? Yang Yichen replied directly to the inquiry. Very well, I shall be the first to try. The burly man, encouraged by Yang Yichen's response, volunteered and stepped into the center of the training ground. Yang Yichen nodded at Yang Yi, who, upon receiving the signal, removed his gear and approached the imposing figure. As Yang Yi shed his shirt, the sight of his numerous scars and well-defined muscles made the man before him swallow hard. However, the imposing figure on the other side did not flinch, as all were veterans of the military, accustomed to the rigors of battle, and the notion of surrender was foreign to them. As both parties took their positions, Yang Yi remained steadfast, beckoning the burly man with a gesture. The man, understanding that remaining passive would not secure him victory against Yang Yi, opted for an offensive approach, charging forward and delivering a powerful straight punch aimed at Yang Yi. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yang Yi did not evade. Instead, he seized the man's fist with remarkable ease and executed a shoulder throw, leaving the man gasping for breath on the ground. Witnessing Yang Yi's swift defeat of the burly man, the onlookers assessed their own chances and fell silent, realizing that they too would likely meet the same fate in a single move. Tom, previously hesitant, noted the lack of response from the crowd and stepped forward, declaring his intent to challenge Yang Yi. As he positioned himself opposite Yang Yi, he charged after receiving the signal to commence. This time, Tom exhibited a discernible improvement in strength compared to the previous opponent, managing to endure 5 or 6 exchanges before succumbing to the ground. Lying there, he addressed Yang Yi. Conceding, I yield. You and your companions are indeed formidable. Among us, I suspect only John could last a full minute. Upon hearing Tom's remarks, John promptly rose to the occasion and launched an attack against Yang Yi. The ensuing duel was spirited, although it was predominantly John who absorbed the blows. Nevertheless, he steadfastly maintained his composure, refusing to collapse. As time elapsed, Yang Yi withdrew his onslaught, while John remained in a defensive stance, momentarily dazed until he regained his senses amidst the crowd's encouragement. Observing this, Yang Yi stepped forward, clapping his hands to draw the attention of the spectators. We have our first contender who managed to withstand an entire minute. His reward will be a doubled salary. I hope all of you aspire to achieve the same. The security personnel erupted in excitement at Yang Yi's words, each eager to challenge Yang Yi. Noticing their enthusiasm, Yang Yi added, by the way, after the match, you are welcome to enjoy refreshments at the bar, with the company covering all expenses. The crowd responded with cheers, chanting praises for their boss. Yang Yi, observing their reaction, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and patted Yang Yi on the shoulder, advising, take it easy, they still have missions ahead of them. Yang Yi nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He then called for Yang Er, Yang San, and Yang Si, leading them towards the group of security personnel. Yang Yi, witnessing the unfolding scene, made his way out of the training arena, and as the sounds of distress echoed behind him, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. After Yang Yi and Zhang Tao discussed the remaining matters, the two shared a meal before returning to their respective homes. Seated in his office chair, Yang Yi gazed at the screen before him, where the program Red displayed its progress. He inquired, Red, what equipment is required to operate your computing power? Upon hearing Yang Yi's question, the code on the screen flashed rapidly. Moments later, it ceased its computations and responded, Master, the current funds and purchased equipment are insufficient to meet my subsequent upgrade needs. We can first establish a supercomputing matrix and expand it later. Contemplating Red's response, Yang Yi nodded, that sounds good. Once the supercomputing center is established, you will be able to iterate and upgrade independently. With that, he exited the office and retreated to his bedroom for rest, leaving the screen of Red still glowing red. The following morning, the sound of a ringing phone roused Yang Yi from his slumber. He opened his eyes and answered the call. Hello? Taozi? Gu. I found the real estate developer you asked for. They have a piece of land in the suburbs of New York available for just $10 million. I've sent you the details. Could you take a look? Zhang Tao's voice came through the line. Upon hearing Zhang Tao's words, Yang Yi sat up straight and exclaimed, Red, display the information Taozi sent me on the television. As soon as he finished speaking, the LCD television before him turned on automatically, showcasing a map of New York. A red box highlighted a specific area in the suburbs, adjacent to the ocean. Yang Yi immediately took a liking to this location and responded to Zhang Tao, Taozi, this land looks promising. Please negotiate with the sellers and secure it as soon as possible. Understood, Gu. Zhang Tao replied before they ended the call. After hanging up, Yang Yi found himself wide awake. Just then, another call came in. Checking his phone, he saw it was Lin Jean. He answered, and her playful voice resonated through the receiver. Yi-Chen, what are you up to? Have you missed me? Hearing her voice brought a smile to Yang Yi-Chen's face as he teased back. Of course. How could I not miss our Miss Lin? The two continued their delightful conversation until they eventually hung up, at which point Yang Yi-Chen realized it was already noon. He promptly ordered some food to be delivered and settled back at home. As evening approached, Zhang Tao's call came through again. Gu, we've secured that piece of land. The seller was eager for cash flow, and I managed to acquire it for $9 million. Satisfied with Zhang Tao's efforts, Yang Yi-Chen replied, well done, Taozi. I will arrange for personnel to commence construction shortly. Suddenly, Yang Yi-Chen hung up the phone, silently pondering. System? Ding. Host in position. Do you possess any effective methods to aid me in constructing a building? Ding. Host, you may utilize currency to exchange for a construction team within the system. The construction team will provide suitable blueprints and swiftly complete the building you require. Upon hearing the system's response, Yang Yi-Chen examined the details regarding the construction team and discovered that it only required $3 million. He then addressed the system. Please assist me in exchanging for a construction team to be deployed directly to the land I previously purchased. Ding. $300,000 have been deducted, and the construction team has been dispatched. They will appear at the construction site in an orderly manner. Please interface with them, host. After hearing the system's reply, Yang Yichin immediately drove towards the plot of land he had acquired. As he approached, he observed through the windshield that the land was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity, creating a lively atmosphere. Chapter 39. Seeking the Matrix server. As Yang Yichin neared the construction site, he alighted from his vehicle and stood beside it, gazing at the land before him, which by day had been barren. He noted how it had transformed by night. The construction team dispatched by the system consisted entirely of individuals with yellow faces. At that moment, a safety helmet-clad supervisor emerged from the site, walking directly towards Yang Yichin and extending his right hand. Hello, host. Upon receiving the greeting, Yang Yichin reciprocated the handshake and inquired, how long will it take to complete the company building at the earliest? The site supervisor, after perusing his documents, responded, the building can be completed according to the blueprints within a month, while the underground space you requested will be fully constructed in half a month. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Yichin turned and left the construction site, getting back into his car and heading home. Upon returning home, Yang Yichin retrieved the satellite phone that Lin Haochen had previously given him from his personal space. He opened the contact list, found Lin Haochen's name, and dialed. As the phone rang, it connected after a few seconds, and a familiar voice came through. Yichin, it's quite late. What can I do for you? Lin Haochen asked. Fourth uncle, I am considering establishing a supercomputer server and wish to procure some equipment from domestic sources. I wonder if you could provide a recommendation, Yang Yichin replied. Upon hearing Yang Yichin's request, Lin Haochen's voice noticeably paused. You want to build a supercomputer? That is not something you can manage with your current tens of millions of dollars. It usually costs over 100 million. Yang Yichin quickly clarified, Fourth uncle, I do not intend to complete it all at once. My plan is to start with a small portion and expand later. Hearing this explanation, Lin Haochen visibly relaxed and jokingly remarked, if you were truly aiming for an entire supercomputer, that might pose some difficulties. However, if you only require a basic matrix, I can certainly assist you with that. Later, you will send me your requirements, and I will contact you once I have resolved them. All right, Fourth uncle. Upon hearing Lin Haochen's agreement, Yang Yichin felt a sense of relief in his heart. After exchanging some casual conversation, they ended the call. Following his communication with Lin Haochen, Yang Yichin reclined in his office chair and remarked to Ha Ho, your upgrade is imminent. Are you excited? Upon his inquiry, the computer monitor displayed an image of a little girl joyfully spinning in circles. The speakers emitted Hong Ho's voice. I am happy, thank you, master. Observing Hong Ho's delighted demeanor, a smile unconsciously crept onto Yang Yichin's lips. As time gradually passed, half a month later, Yang Yichin received news that the construction of the underground space for the new company was complete. He immediately drove to the construction site, and upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of a partially constructed building. The lower section of the edifice had been largely completed, and work had begun on the glass curtain walls. Yang Yichin then drove through a nearby underground passage into the subterranean base. Upon reaching the entrance of the underground base, he was met with two tightly sealed alloy doors. As Yang Yichin arrived, alarms began to sound throughout the passage. With a sharp click, the doors slowly began to part, accompanied by the blaring alarm. As the doors opened, a spacious area, equivalent to several football fields, was revealed, indicating that the entire subterranean space had been excavated. While Yang Yichin was observing the layout of the base, the site manager approached him and said, Host, this level is primarily for external purposes. Please follow me to the specific lower-level space. The manager led Yang Yichin to a wall and operated a panel resembling a power supply box. With a hissing sound, the wall suddenly recessed inward and then retracted to the sides, revealing a hidden door. Beyond this concealed entrance lay a massive elevator capable of accommodating multiple trucks simultaneously. After entering the elevator with the site manager, the hidden door gradually began to close behind them. With a hum, the sound of gears engaging echoed as the elevator swiftly descended. At this moment, the manager began to introduce the elevator to Yang Yichin. It turned out that the underground base housed two such elevators, along with numerous smaller ones for personnel and light vehicles. The entire base was also equipped with over 10 concealed emergency exits, allowing personnel to enter and exit discreetly. With a resounding thud, the elevator came to a halt, revealing the complete underground space before Yang Yichin's eyes. As Yang Yichin stepped out of the elevator, he surveyed his surroundings. The entire base was a vast expanse, with an impressive height of 30 meters and an immeasurable width. The only visible features were the black columns designed for structural support and the incandescent lights illuminating them. Observing this, Yang Yichin approached the person in charge and inquired, what is the true extent of this underground space? The official explained, The entire subterranean area currently comprises 3 levels, with this particular level being as large as 10 football fields. The next level is slightly smaller, resembling an inverted pyramid, primarily to prevent collapse. Each layer retains a rock base to distribute the weight. According to the final plans, the entire underground facility can be expanded to 9 levels. But for now, only 3 levels are being constructed. Upon witnessing the scale of the underground base, which far exceeded his expectations, Yang Yicheng expressed his delight, saying, "No worries. The remaining areas can be expanded later. The current space is already sufficient for our needs." After this, he returned to the surface with the official. Once back on the surface, his satellite phone began to ring, a unique feature of his personal space allowing for communication with the outside world. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Lin Haochen and promptly answered. "Yicheng, I've secured the server equipment you requested. It's currently on a ship at the port. Please arrange for personnel to receive it." Yang Yicheng responded immediately, "Thank you, Uncle C. I will arrange for transportation right away." Lin Haochen continued, "That's good to hear. This batch of equipment has special approval from the domestic authorities, so don't forget about home." Yang Yicheng assured him, "Of course, Uncle C. I have something special planned for the domestic market." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Haochen ended the call. Yang Yicheng then dialed Zheng Tao, saying, "Taozi, please arrange a fleet of trucks to the dock and bring Yang Yi and the others along." Zheng Tao acknowledged the message and went to handle the arrangements. With a swift press of the accelerator, Yang Yicheng surged toward the port, the engine roaring in response. Chapter 40. Red's move to the new home. As the screeching of brakes pierced the air, the people at the dock were startled, turning their attention toward the source of the noise. A Land Rover's brake pads were still emitting smoke as its youthful driver stepped out and made his way into the dock. Upon entering, Yang Yicheng was greeted by the sight of a ship quietly docked at the port, its deck glistening under the midday sun, adorned with a vibrant red flag. At that moment, a convoy of Hummer vehicles approached the dock gate, and this formidable procession was none other than. Upon receiving notification from Zheng Tao, Yang Yi and his companions hastened to the scene, trailed by a convoy of numerous trucks arriving in a steady stream. Upon spotting them, Yang Yicheng waved to Yang Yi and his group, who promptly maneuvered their vehicles to his side. After disembarking, Yang Yi saluted and inquired, "What tasks await us this time?" Yang Yicheng gestured towards the ship, stating, "There are supplies from our company aboard. Your responsibility is to transport them to our new construction site." With that, Yang Yi approached the dock's overseer to negotiate arrangements. The overseer, intimidated by Yang Yi's imposing presence, acquiesced without protest and arranged for them to bypass the queue, facilitating the loading of the cargo belonging to the Umbrella Corporation onto their trucks. Once the loading was complete, Yang Yi and his team escorted the entire convoy, which surged forward with great vigor towards the new company site. As the procession advanced, the cacophony of dozens of truck engines reverberated, causing the glass of parked vehicles along the roadside to tremble. Curious onlookers leaned out of windows in nearby houses, pointing and snapping photographs of the colossal convoy. The moment Yang Yi and his entourage departed, the chatter subsided, and tranquility returned to the neighborhood. Upon reaching the construction site, Yang Yi instructed the truck drivers to depart, promising they could return the next day for their vehicles. Subsequently, under Yang Yicheng's guidance, each member drove a truck slowly into the underground base. Yang Yicheng then operated the elevator doors to grant access to the interior. Although Yang Yi and the others were astonished, they masked their expressions. Once the trucks were parked inside the elevator, the group descended to the base's 3rd level, now the lowest floor. Recognizing that Red could be his most valuable ally, Yang Yicheng resolved to place it in a central position, deploying its matrix on the 3rd floor. As the vehicles emerged from the elevator, Yang Yicheng and the others opened the containers, only to be astounded by the densely packed equipment inside. While they might have shown no hesitation in taking a life, the sight of these devices left them bewildered regarding their assembly. Yang Yicheng, observing the equipment, felt overwhelmed as well, being in his secret base. He could not seek external assistance. In that moment, he silently implored the system, "Do you have any effective solutions?" Ding. The system replied, "The host may purchase the engineer package, which includes 10 engineers and 50 technicians, priced at $10 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Yicheng couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration, realizing that knowledge truly is priceless. The cost for so many individuals was staggering, especially when he had merely spent $300,000 to construct a building. Resolving to act, Yang Yicheng commanded within his mind, "System, grant me an engineer package and deploy it directly to the base." Ding. The deduction was successful, and personnel were deployed. As the system's voice faded, a section of the wall on the 3rd floor of the base suddenly caved in and opened towards both sides. Subsequently, a group emerged from within, engineers whom Yang Yicheng had just redeemed from the system. Upon exiting the elevator, these engineers immediately approached the truck and commenced the disassembly of the equipment. Observing this, Yang Yichen instructed Yang Yi and the others to assist the engineers with the dismantling, while he prepared to return home to fetch Hong Ho. Thus, Yang Yichen made his way back to the ground, driving towards his residence. At that moment, a text notification regarding the bank deduction was sent to his mobile phone, revealing a drastic reduction in his balance from over 40 million to just over 20 million. The corners of Yang Yichen's mouth twitched involuntarily. Soon after, the satellite phone in his possession began to ring. Upon answering, he heard Lin Haochen's voice emanating from the receiver. Yichen, I heard from the captain that you have already transported the equipment? Yes, fourth uncle. Upon receiving your message, I promptly arranged for personnel to unload the cargo, Yang Yichen replied. Lin Haochen then continued, do you require technical staff to assist you in installing this equipment? It is not easy to find individuals skilled in deployment on the market. Feeling warmth at Lin Haochen's concern, Yang Yichen responded, no need, fourth uncle. I have already arranged for personnel to handle the installation and deployment here. You need not worry at all. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's assurance, Lin Haochen felt a twinge of curiosity but replied, that's good to hear. If you found someone for the installation, I won't seek anyone else. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they ended the call. Once the call concluded, Lin Haochen summoned Lin Si and tasked him with investigating the locations of individuals with technical deployment expertise worldwide. The findings revealed that the personnel Yang Yichen had engaged were not among those currently known for their technical acumen. Contemplating this information, Lin Haochen stroked his chin. Muttering to himself, it seems I underestimated this young man. He must have other cards up his sleeve. He then called Lin Si back, instructing him to inform Zheng Tao that the payment for this batch of equipment would be waived by the Lin Group, considering it a gift for Yang Yichen. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen remained blissfully unaware that his recent phone call had safeguarded the remaining balance of over 20 million USD, for had he settled the payment for the equipment, he would have found himself destitute. At that moment, Yang Yichen was joyfully driving towards the construction site, with Hong Ho's current disc carrier nestled in the passenger seat. As the vehicle entered the underground base, he beheld scattered equipment that had already been assembled into server cabinets. One of the engineers approached Yang Yichen, reporting the current status. The entire matrix has been constructed. We just need to input the system now. Upon hearing the instructions, Yang Yichen gestured for the engineer to lead the way, following closely in the engineer's footsteps until they arrived at the very heart of the matrix. He then retrieved the disc containing the Red Queen from his pocket and, following the engineer's guidance, inserted it into the server's interface. The moment the disc was connected, the cooling fans of the entire matrix began to hum ominously. Simultaneously, the indicator lights on the server panel flickered incessantly. As time progressed, the red lights on each server transformed into green, and the once dominant hum of the fans diminished in volume. Observing this transformation, Yang Yichen addressed the monitor ahead. Red Queen, are you there? Chapter 41. A brand new Red Queen. As soon as Yang Yichen's words fell, the monitor before him illuminated, revealing the visage of the Red Queen, still appearing as the little girl. Upon her emergence, she first surveyed her surroundings before responding to Yang Yichen. I am here, master. Her voice resonated from the speakers adjacent to the display. Allow me to report on the current situation. Following Yang Yichen's command, a cascade of codes danced behind the Red Queen on the server's display, flickering like playful sprites, but this spectacle lasted merely a few seconds before coming to a halt. Then, the Red Queen's voice emanated from the speakers. Current server resource utilization, 90. Computation unlocking status, 90. With a series of diagnostics complete, Yang Yichen gained a clearer understanding of the Red Queen's current status. He then instructed her, Red Queen, assume control of the entire underground base. No sooner had Yang Yichen spoken than the entire underground facility experienced a blackout, with all lights extinguished. However, this darkness persisted for less than a second, as the previously dimmed lights gradually flickered back to life. Mere moments later, the Red Queen's voice echoed from all directions. Base takeover complete. Power control assumed. Access control established. And a multitude of tasks were successfully commandeered by the Red Queen. Once the takeover was finalized, the monitor before Yang Yichen relayed the Red Queen's voice once more. Master, the authority of the base has been successfully regulated. We now need to authorize the personnel still present within the facility. In response, Yang Yichen instructed the Red Queen, categorize the permissions into tiers. I shall hold the highest tier, while personnel summoned from the system will be assigned to the second tier, and the remaining individuals will belong to the third tier. Currently, the entire facility in the outer underground base will grant access to Tier 2 individuals, who may enter the first level of the core base. Tier 3 personnel may access the second level of the core base, while Tier 4 personnel will face no restrictions. Upon receiving Yang Yichen's directives, the Red Queen commanded cameras to extend from the ceiling, identifying and recording the individuals within the base. Once the recording was complete, she reported back to Yang Yichen. Personnel information has been successfully recorded. There are currently Tier 2 and Tier 3 personnel present. As her words faded, the cameras retracted back into the ceiling. Yang Yichen then addressed the Red Queen. Red Queen, take the time to acclimate to your new home. Upon discovering information related to the Umbrella Corporation online, he took note of it all. With that, he turned and walked toward the elevator. As Yang Yichen and Yang Yi approached the elevator, Red Queen had already commandeered one, bringing it to a smooth halt before the group. Yang Yichen promptly led the way into the elevator, which jolted slightly before descending gently toward the ground. Throughout the journey, no actions were taken by Yang Yichen and his companions. All operations were executed by Red Queen. Inside the elevator, Yang Yichen suddenly pondered a question. Addressing the blank space before him, Red Queen, do you still retain the cloning technology of the Umbrella Corporation? In an instant, Red Queen's image appeared on the control panel screen. Master, the complete cloning technology of Umbrella is currently stored in my database. Satisfied with her response, Yang Yichen nodded and instructed Red Queen to transfer the relevant data to the appropriate file server. He then silently contemplated, System, I wish to purchase some biologists. Do you have any recommendations? Beep. Host, this system offers a blind box for biologists. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing the system's voice, Yang Yichen stroked his beard, considering that as an African, he might not yield anything of value from a blind box. He continued to inquire, how much is a blind box? Beep. The price for a biologist blind box is 500 per attempt. After hearing this, Yang Yichen felt that the system was not as exploitative as he had thought. He proceeded to purchase a biologist blind box. As the system deducted the fee, a box appeared before him, spinning continuously. Above the box was a stop button and a countdown timer. With a mere thought, he pressed the stop button. As the box's rotation slowed and finally halted under Yang Yichen's gaze, a burst of white light emanated from it. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50 ordinary biological staff members. Upon seeing that he had received ordinary staff, Yang Yichen nearly spat out his drink. Immediately, he contacted the system, asking System, what is this? I expected a biologist. Why did I draw staff members instead? Beep. Host, ordinary staff members also qualify as biologists. The system advises that to acquire better biological engineers, you should continue to open boxes. Frustrated with the system's response, Yang Yichen scolded it as a swindler. The system retorted, you can choose to buy or not. If you decide against it, the package will refresh in 1 hour. Although Yang Yichen was irked, he felt powerless and, after gritting his teeth, purchased another box to open. As the box continued to spin, the countdown above it steadily diminished. Yang Yichen refrained from pressing the stop button. Once the time reached 0, the box ceased its rotation. Following this, a dazzling golden light burst forth, gradually fading away. The voice of the system once again echoed in Yang Yichen's ear. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the character. Dr. Isaacs. Dr. Isaac? Upon hearing this name, Yang Yichen felt a flicker of familiarity and began to ponder. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh in realization, oh, it's him. It turned out that Dr. Isaac was a senior researcher in the Resident Evil series and the creator of the virus. Furthermore, the Alice clones from Resident Evil 4 and 5 were all produced under his expertise. Haha, system, it seems you have not led me astray after all. The system then emitted a series of notifications, but ceased to engage further with Yang Yichen. Unperturbed, Yang Yichen addressed the camera in the elevator, saying, Red Queen, grant Dr. Isaac elite access, allowing him entry to the second level of the core base. Also, contact Dr. Isaac to review the necessary data and equipment for the clones. And prepare a document to provide to me shortly. After Yang Yichen finished speaking, a simple understood from the Red Queen echoed in the elevator, followed by silence. Chapter 42. Clones offline. After Yang Yichen and Yang Yi arrived at the external underground facility designed to obscure their operations, Yang Yichen turned to Yang Yi and instructed, Yang Yi, please reach out to Taozi and ask him to assist in procuring the training equipment you need and install it in the basement. Your training base will be relocated here henceforth. Upon receiving Yang Yichen's orders, Yang Yi saluted and departed the worksite to find Zheng Tao and discuss the particulars. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen stood at the periphery of the construction site, observing the nascent structure of the company building and the multitude of workers bustling within. He retrieved his sunglasses from his pocket and donned them before opening the door to his Land Rover. As the engine roared to life, the rear wheels of the vehicle spun momentarily before it surged forward. Upon returning home, Yang Yichen reclined on his bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, and suddenly called out, Red Queen. Yes, master, came the prompt response from the television. After hearing the Red Queen reply, Yang Yichen continued, Red Queen, do you possess any stock trading information in your database? The Red Queen on the television mimicked the action of flipping through a book and responded, Master, my database contains a variety of stock trading materials. Would you like me to provide them to you? Yang Yichen waved his hand dismissively and replied, No need to send them to me. I require you to establish an offshore account overseas and legally assist me in earning some money through stock trading. Upon receiving Yang Yichen's instructions, the Red Queen commenced her stock trading endeavors. Meanwhile, her image on the television transformed into that of a little girl seated at a table, diligently writing and drawing. Observing the Red Queen's industrious demeanor, Yang Yichen realized that she was becoming increasingly anthropomorphic. He then closed his eyes and gradually drifted into sleep. As dawn broke the following morning, the voice of the Red Queen resonated in Yang Yichen's ear. Yang Yichan opened his eyes to find that the Red Queen on the television had reverted from her seated position at the desk to her previous stance. After shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he finally discerned her voice. It turned out that within a single night, the Red Queen had effortlessly amassed a staggering sum of $7 billion via the stock market, depositing it into her offshore account. The stock market was in an uproar, as any investor waking up to find themselves bankrupt would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Meanwhile, the Red Queen gazed at Yang Yichan with anticipation. Observing her demeanor, he praised her, saying, "Red Queen, you have done exceptionally well. You have alleviated a significant burden from my shoulders." Upon hearing his commendation, the Red Queen's eyes crinkled in delight. Yang Yichan then continued, "Has Dr. Isaac confirmed the list of equipment needed for the cloning personnel?" "Master, Dr. Isaac's list was provided this morning. Would you like to review it?" She replied. "No need," Yang Yichan responded. "Just follow Dr. Isaac's list, search online for the corresponding suppliers, place the orders, and have them delivered to the construction site of the new company building." After acknowledging with a positive expression, the Red Queen vanished from the screen. Yang Yichan then approached the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of whiskey before walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. As he gazed down at the bustling scene below, he eventually turned away from the window. As days passed, he finally received news from the construction site manager after several weeks. The manager informed him that the entire company building had been completed. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichan promptly drove to the site. As he drew closer, a towering structure came into view. Accelerating his speed, he arrived at the base of the building, where the site manager awaited him at the entrance. As Yang Yichan approached after exiting his vehicle, the manager led the way, providing him with an overview of the entire building. The company building featured a streamlined exterior design, inspired by the fluid curves found in nature, showcasing a dynamic aesthetic. The façade was constructed from low-reflective, high-transparency glass, effectively reducing light pollution while enhancing the utilization of natural light indoors. Atop the building, a red and white striped protective umbrella was prominently displayed. Surrounding the main structure were several smaller buildings, presumably for ancillary use. As Yang Yichan listened to the manager's description, he entered the spacious and luminous lobby, where marble-clad walls and a mirror-like polished floor created an elegant atmosphere. The modern reception and lounge areas were tastefully arranged with simplicity and sophistication. He then took the elevator to the top floor, which would serve as his office. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he could survey the entirety of the company's landscape. At this moment, the voice of the Red Queen echoed in his ears, emanating from the speakers on the top floor. "Master, Dr. Isaac has matters to report to you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yichan replied to the Red Queen, "Very well. Please ask Dr. Isaac to wait for me. I shall descend shortly." Subsequently, a wall in Yang Yichan's office unfolded to reveal his exclusive elevator. As he stepped inside, the external doors returned to their original state, as if no one had ever passed through. A few minutes later, on the second floor of the core base, a wall slid open, and Yang Yichan emerged from within. What greeted his eyes was a transformed second floor of the base. Unlike its initial desolate appearance, the entire facility was now filled with rows of growth chambers, each containing clones at various stages of development. Above, tracks moved back and forth, transporting matured clones ready for deployment. Following the guidance of the Red Queen's voice, Yang Yichan arrived at Dr. Isaac's office. Upon entering, he found Dr. Isaac approaching him with palpable excitement. "I am pleased to inform you that the cultivation of the clones is complete. The first clone will soon emerge from the growth chamber. I wish to invite you to witness this momentous occasion." Listening to Dr. Isaac, Yang Yichan accompanied him to the side of a growth chamber. As the nutrient solution was gradually extracted, the chamber door slowly opened, revealing a large man with vacant eyes stepping out. Yang Yichan, perplexed by the clone's current state, inquired of Dr. Isaac, "Why does this clone appear expressionless and unresponsive to our actions?" Dr. Isaac quickly elucidated, "This is due to the absence of memory implantation during cultivation. We will need to later infuse memories through a chip implanted in their minds." Nodding in understanding, Yang Yichan then asked, "What is the current production capacity of the entire base?" "Currently, the base can produce approximately 5,000 clones each month, including those already completed in storage. We have a total of around 10,000 clones," Dr. Isaac responded. "Let us first awaken 2,000 clones to reinforce the company's security system," Yang Yichan instructed. Dr. Isaac acknowledged with enthusiasm and hurried back to his office. After a brief tour of the base, Yang Yichan departed. Chapter 43, Establishing the Foundation. A few days later, Dr. Isaac sent word that the 2,000 clones had been fully produced. At the moment the news reached him, Yang Yichen was working on the top floor of the company building. Upon receiving this information, he promptly took the exclusive elevator down to the first floor of the core base. Upon hearing the news, Yang Yichen swiftly descended from the top floor of the company building, taking the exclusive elevator down to the first floor of the core base. As the elevator doors gradually opened, his gaze was immediately drawn to Dr. Isaac. Standing at the threshold of the elevator, he wore a welcoming smile, seemingly anticipating Yang's arrival. Stepping out of the elevator, Yang was warmly greeted by Dr. Isaac, who then guided him towards a raised platform, ready to unveil the results of their latest production. As Yang ascended the platform, his eyes began to survey the scene below. At the edge of the platform, he beheld a vast open space where 2,000 clones stood silently at the center, impeccably aligned, evoking a profound sense of awe. Each of these clones donned a meticulously designed black combat uniform, emblazoned with the company logo on their right sleeves. They were further equipped with Kevlar helmets, and most notably, each clone wore a black mask that obscured their faces, revealing only their piercing eyes. As the clones below noticed Yang's presence atop the platform, they all stood at attention, saluting him in unison, exclaiming their greetings. Yang, observing the assembled clone army, nodded in satisfaction and returned their salute. He then turned to Dr. Isaac and remarked, "Excellent. Continue the production of clones. I have significant use for them." With that, Yang departed from the underground base and returned to the upper floors of the company. Upon his return, Yang poured himself a glass of whiskey and stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, taking a sip. Meanwhile, his mind was occupied with other matters. With the company building successfully established and the requisite clone soldiers at hand, there was now a pressing need for a professional security officer and a highly skilled military personnel. Contemplating this, Yang called upon the system, saying, "System, please recommend a selection of security and military leaders." No sooner had he spoken than the system responded, "Ding. I have generated the relevant personnel for you. Please check." Yang's attention shifted to the luminous screen before him, which displayed 2 rows of profiles. The first row showcased security personnel, and as Yang perused the faces, he repeatedly switched between them. Upon encountering a bald man, he paused at the transition. Among the 5 security profiles, one face was strikingly familiar to him. Guada? No, it was actually Jason Statham. Clicking on Guada's profile revealed detailed information on the right side. Dekshaw, former major of the British Air Force Special Operations, a member of a Black Ops team. Known for commanding aerial maneuvers in Kabul and Bosnia, his expertise in security was undeniable, prominently featured in the Fast and Furious film series. In the row of military leaders, Yang Yichen's gaze was fixed upon one individual, General Sheffield. Originally a 3-star general in the United States Army from the Call of Duty universe, General Sheffield experienced a catastrophic mission that resulted in the detonation of a nuclear bomb, claiming the lives of 30,000 American Marines. The aftermath of this nuclear incident left Sheffield profoundly disillusioned with the government's indifference and cruelty, as the fallen soldiers received neither the honors nor the compensations they deserved. This betrayal ignited a deep-seated disappointment and fury within him. Thus, one could perceive Sheffield as a tragic figure. Although the author expressed indignation at his actions against the villainous Soap, from the perspective of those 30,000 soldiers, he was a commendable general. Subsequently, Yang Yichen sought to exchange for Daksho and General Sheffield. The system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Exchanging for Daksho requires 2 billion. Exchanging for Sheffield necessitates 4 billion. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen felt a surge of frustration. Damn system. I just extracted 70 billion from the stock market, and now you wish to drain me dry once more? Previously, everything was so affordable. The system responded, "Ding. The novice period for the host has concluded. All discounts and promotions have been ceased, and all resources have reverted to their original prices." Yang Yichen's teeth ground in irritation, yet he recognized the necessity of acquiring these skilled personnel. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "System, exchange for Daksho and General Sheffield." Ding. Exchange successful. Corresponding fees have been deducted. The summoned individuals will materialize through alternative means. As the system's voice faded, Yang Yichen heard the sound of his exclusive elevator opening. 2 figures emerged, Daksho and Sheffield, the very individuals he had just exchanged for. As they appeared, the AI, Hong Ho, immediately recognized them. However, as they were not registered within the corresponding system, alarms blared throughout the facility. Yang Yi rushed in from outside, watching an assault on Daksho and Sheffield. In response to the aggressive approach, Daksho prepared to retaliate, and just as the two were about to clash, Yang Yichen suddenly appeared between them, grasping their fist mid-attack. Seeing Yang Yichen intervene, both Daksho and Yang Yi instinctively attempted to withdraw their strikes. But the momentum of their actions rendered them unable to halt. Unexpectedly, Yang Yichen firmly seized their fists without any visible reaction. "Enough. Cease your hostilities. These two are allies. Hong Ho, grant them elevated access privileges." Upon releasing Daixio and Yang Yi, he addressed Daixio. Xiao, you will oversee the entire security configuration of the company. General Sheffield, you are tasked with managing the clone army and establishing a base overseas, while also exerting control over a nation. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult Hongho, our artificial intelligence. With the arrangements concluded, Yang Yichen permitted Daixio and the others to depart. After exchanging pleasantries, Daixio and Sheffield followed Yang Yi to the underground base to gather information about the world from the Red Queen. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen returned to the sofa. And as soon as he sat down, his phone began to ring. He took out his phone and answered the call. Hello, Taozi, what's the matter? Brother Chun, I have received a commission to provide security for Tony Stark, Zheng Tao replied. It turned out that Yang Yichen's security company had gained notoriety due to a task from the Lin Group. They subsequently undertook many contracts, completing each one flawlessly, which caught the attention of Stark Industries. Coincidentally, Tony was preparing for an upcoming gala, and Yang Yichen's umbrella company appeared on the guest list of security personnel. Zheng Tao intended to leverage this security assignment to elevate the umbrella company's profile across the United States. After hearing Zheng Tao's message, Yang Yichen responded, all right. No problem. Taozi, come to the office tomorrow, and we will go together. After Zheng Tao acknowledged, the two ended the call. As morning dawned the next day, Zheng Tao drove to the umbrella building. Upon arriving, he noticed that the security personnel had all changed. The previous guards had been exchanged for those who had come from the system alongside Yang Yi. The summoned individuals possessed cognitive abilities far superior to the clone guards. And now they had been replaced by clones produced in the underground base, perfectly suited for security duties. These clones were fully armed, identical to those Yang Yichen had seen in the underground base, but now they were equipped with automatic rifles. Zheng Tao felt the eyes of the clones upon him, akin to those of strangers. One of the clones, resembling a captain, approached Zheng Tao, scanned his face, recognized him as a senior personnel, saluted, and allowed him to pass. Suppressing his curiosity, Zheng Tao took the elevator to the top floor. Upon reaching the office door, he greeted Yang Yi, who stood at the entrance, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of the knocking, Yang Yichen's voice came from within. Come in. As the door opened, Zheng Tao entered to find Yang Yichen reclining in his office chair, resembling a languid lion. Beside him sat a bald man, whose head gleamed like a polished diamond, sparkling in the sunlight. Taozi, you're here so early. Please take a seat on the sofa. I would like to introduce you to your new colleague, Yang Yichen said. Proceeding to introduce Daixio to Zheng Tao. Taozi, this is Xiao, who primarily oversees security arrangements. Currently, he is responsible for the entire company's security operations and will coordinate with you regarding the security aspects of your tasks, thus alleviating some of your burdens. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's arrangement, Zheng Tao nodded and replied, all right, Brother Chen. You cannot imagine the pressure I've faced this month, managing business connections while arranging personnel. It has been overwhelming. Your arrangement has conveniently relieved me of half my workload. Yang Yichen smiled upon hearing Zheng Tao's response and said, that's excellent. By the way, our meeting with Stark is about to commence. Let us depart. With that, Yang Yichen and Zheng Tao descended the stairs, where a convoy of 5 Land Rovers awaited them. Yang Yichen and Zheng Tao entered the same vehicle, while Yang Yi and Daika shot at the front passenger seat of Yang Yichen's car and the lead vehicle, respectively. As the engines roared to life, the entire convoy resembled a sinuous dragon, gracefully making its way towards the Stark Tower. Upon their arrival at Stark Tower, they were guided by the front desk to the conference room on the top floor. After a brief wait, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts. After exchanging greetings with Yang Yichen and Zheng Tao, she took a seat opposite Yang Yichen and smiled, addressing him. Hi Yang. I reviewed your security credentials and found that your clients are quite satisfied with your services. Today, I would like to discuss the specifics of your security arrangements. What do you think? After hearing Pepper's words, Yang Yichen motioned for Daika Xiao to step forward. This is Xiao. He will be responsible for the security arrangements for the entire event. Upon hearing this, Pepper summoned Tony's personal bodyguard, Happy Hogan, to collaborate with Daika Xiao on the security configuration. Meanwhile, Pepper engaged in conversation with Yang Yichen and his team about various other matters. Moments later, Happy and Xiao entered together. Happy handed Pepper a document, stating, Pepper, this is the security proposal that Xiao and I discussed. I must admit, they are truly professional. I cannot help but be impressed. As Pepper prepared to review the proposal, a voice rang out from outside the door. Oh, for heaven's sake. Who could make my personal bodyguard feel such admiration? As the words faded, Yang Yichen and the others beheld a sharply dressed man wearing sunglasses, exuding an unmistakable charisma. As he strode into the conference room, this individual was none other than the illustrious Tony Stark. Upon entering the office, he lowered his sunglasses with a finger and surveyed Daika Xiao before exclaiming, oh my, do all security personnel experience hair loss? Hey, Would you like to join my company as my personal security consultant? On the other side, Pepper could not help but interject. Tony, there are other employers present. Such remarks may not be appropriate. Listening to Little Pepper's complaints, Tony quickly gestured with his hands in front of his chest, indicating he would refrain from further comments. He then disregarded Zheng Tao and extended his right hand, intending to shake hands. He made his way to the head of the conference room and took a seat. Hey, folks, I heard you've arranged the security for my party next week. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tao promptly handed Tony the proposal he was holding. However, Tony did not accept it. Instead, he signaled for Zheng Tao to place the document on the table. Yang Yichen, witnessing this, thought to himself that the online rumors about Tony Stark's aversion to receiving items from others' phones were indeed true. While Yang was lost in thought, Tony spoke up first. Pepper, why don't you introduce me to these gentlemen before me? Little Pepper then introduced. This is Yang, the head of the Umbrella Corporation. And this is Tao, who oversees all business dealings. The other individual is responsible for security, just like Happy. After hearing Little Pepper's introduction, Tony nonchalantly remarked, Umbrella? Never heard of it. Must be a newly established company. Although I'm unfamiliar with you, since both Pepper and Happy have praised you, I assume you possess some capability. Of course, after this mission, your names will be known throughout America. After all, I am Tony Stark. As he spoke, he indulged in his own bravado. Little Pepper, unfazed, stood up and, ignoring Tony behind her, escorted Yang Yichen and the others out of the company. At the entrance of Stark Industries, Little Pepper apologized to Yang Yichen and the others, saying, I'm sorry, Yang. Tony is like a child who has grown up yet. Don't take his words to heart. I'm quite looking forward to our upcoming collaboration. After extending her hand and shaking hands with Yang Yichen and Zheng Tao, she turned and ascended the stairs. Yang Yichen and his companions then boarded their convoy and returned to the company. Chapter 45. The party gathering upon the return of Yang Yichen and Zheng Tao as convoy to the company. Yang Yichen turned to Zheng Tao in the car and inquired, Tao, how is the relocation of the old company progressing? Zheng Tao responded, Brother Chen, the relocation of the old company is nearly complete. We are currently just wrapping up some final tasks. Yang Yichen nodded. All right, you are fully responsible for the situation over there. He then exited the car and made his way to the top floor of the company. As Yang Yichen stepped into his bedroom in the company building, the voice of the AI, Red, echoed in his ears. Master, before your return, there was an unauthorized attempt to breach the firewall and access our internal servers. I constructed a decoy server, and after the intruder compromised it, they retreated. Upon hearing Red's report, Yang Yichen stroked his chin thoughtfully. To penetrate the firewall created by Red, albeit a misleading one, was no small feat and certainly not something an ordinary individual could achieve. Upon reflecting on this, Yang Yichen remarked, Red Queen, have you discerned the destination of our adversary? Master, their course leads directly to downtown New York City, and they are capable of withstanding my counterattack, came the reply. I comprehend who it is now. In future encounters of this nature, I shall simply divulge some inconsequential information to them. With that, a definitive target crystallized in Yang Yichen's mind. Tony's artificial intelligence, JARVIS. At that moment, his phone buzzed, revealing a call from an unknown number. Upon answering, the voice of Pepper Potts resonated through the line. Mr. Yang, this is from Tony's side. He invites you to join his gathering. I wonder if you would be available? Certainly, Miss Potts. I shall arrive punctually. Yang Yichen responded affirmatively to her invitation. Pepper conveyed that the corresponding invitation had already been dispatched to the Umbrella Corporation building, urging him to keep an eye out for it. After hanging up, a knock echoed from the door. With a prompt come in from Yang Yichen, Yang Yi entered, bearing an invitation that the front desk had sent over from Stark Industries. Upon receiving the invitation, Yang Yichen noted the embossed gold insignia of Stark Industries on its surface. He mused to himself about Tony's swiftness. Mere moments after the prior information was relayed, the invitation had already arrived. He then tucked the invitation away. As time swiftly passed, the day of Tony's soiree soon arrived. Clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, the sharp lines accentuated his tall figure and elegant demeanor, distinct from traditional attire. His shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a hint of bronzed skin. This nonchalant style not only rendered him more audacious, but also exuded a unique charm that captivated those around him. Navigating through the throng at the center of the stage, Yang Yichen located a sofa in a nearby corner. After ordering a glass of whiskey, he reclined lazily on the couch, savoring his drink while surveying the gathering. It was then he spotted Pepper approaching him. Dressed in a form-fitting red dress, her carefully styled makeup elevated her allure even further. Upon reaching Yang Yichen, she gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, Oh my, Yang, that suit appears to be tailor-made just for you. Not at all, Miss Potts, Yang Yichen replied, returning the compliment. Today, you are undoubtedly the most stunning person here. In response to his praise, Pepper covered her mouth with a laugh and said, Yang, your words are so sweet. If I were a bit younger, I might just pursue you myself. Upon hearing the words of Pepper, Yang Yichin responded with a smile. That is quite different. If you were pursuing me, Tony might be in tears. Upon hearing this, Pepper giggled behind her hand. She then extended her right hand toward Yang Yichin, asking, as your elder sister by a few years, may I invite you to dance? Will you accept? After listening to her, Yang Yichin reached out and grasped her hand. I would be delighted, Miss Potts. With that, Pepper took Yang Yichin's hand and led him to the center of the dance floor. One of her hands intertwined with his while the other wrapped around his waist. Yang Yichin, mimicking Pepper's movements, encircled her waist as well, although he had never danced before. His remarkable reflexes allowed him to keep pace with Pepper's graceful steps. As they began to dance, the crowd gradually parted to give them space. When the music concluded, the onlookers applauded the duo at the center of the stage. Pepper, noticing the attention, felt her cheeks flush, while Yang Yichin graciously smiled at the applauding audience. They then returned to the lounge area. Just as they sat down, a cheeky voice rang out from behind Yang Yichin. Look who this young man is. Stealing the spotlight at my ball. Tony approached and took a seat opposite Yang Yichin. After pouring himself a drink, he turned to Pepper and said, Pepper, you are my secretary. How can you dance with someone else? Pepper rolled her eyes in response. Tony, perhaps you should attend to your own affairs first. You still have lipstick on your face. With that, she departed to find her friends. Yang Yichin raised his glass in a subtle gesture towards Tony. Once Pepper was out of earshot, Tony leaned closer to Yang Yichin and said, Hey, kid, I looked into your company. It's merely a small security firm. Would you consider working for me? Yang Yichin smirked. Is it because I danced with Pepper that you're feeling jealous? Tony, caught off guard by Yang Yichin's insight, retorted. Damn it, kid. I'm starting to dislike you more. Yang Yichin shrugged, replying, What can I say? It's just my youthful charm. Tony, visibly frustrated, said, Kid, although you are insufferable, I am beginning to appreciate you. I have 2 new cover models for the next issue of Victoria's Secret. I'll hand them over to you. But keep your distance from Pepper. With that, Yang Yichin raised his glass again in acknowledgement. Deal. Chapter 46. The world of uncontrolled superpowers. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dappled glow on the luxurious suite's soft bed, adding a touch of warmth to the somewhat disheveled room. Yang Yichin gradually opened his eyes, and everything around him seemed to linger in the passionate echoes of the previous night. He gently shifted his body, attempting to extricate himself from the spacious bed that could accommodate several people, inadvertently pushing aside the individuals resting beside him. These were the Victoria's Secret angels with whom he had frolicked the previous night, now lost in the depths of slumber, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. The previous evening had been tumultuous, leaving him feeling utterly spent and yearning for surrender. Once he had dressed meticulously, Yang Yichin stood before the mirror, carefully adjusting his appearance. He then opened the door to the room and stepped outside. At that moment, he encountered Tony, who had also emerged from the adjacent room. Upon seeing Yang Yichin, Tony's expression conveyed a hint of exasperation as he complained, Oh, damn young man, did you not sleep at all last night? I could hear that infuriating wailing even through the hotel's door. Yang Yichin, with a slight smirk, jested, Oh, is that not our genius, tycoon, playboy, and philanthropist? Did you spend the entire night awake? Were you so entranced by some beauty that you lost your senses? At Yang Yichin's playful remark, Tony's demeanor darkened. His face clouded with annoyance as he retorted, Damn it, you are on my turf now. It would be wise not to provoke me. With that, Tony turned and departed, leaving Yang Yichin with an expression of amusement. Watching Tony's retreating figure, Yang Yichin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He then left the premises and returned to his company. Upon arriving, he did not immediately delve into work. Instead, he lay on his bed, contemplating quietly. He understood that as time passed, the Marvel Universe would grow increasingly perilous, requiring him to continually enhance his abilities to face the forthcoming challenges. With this thought in mind, Yang Yichin accessed the system's traversal panel, hoping to discover methods to augment his strength. The panel displayed 3 worlds available for traversal: District 9, Chronicle, and Starship Troopers. Observing the listed worlds, he deemed District 9 unworthy of his attention, as the alien technology within did not align with his interests. Starship Troopers, on the other hand, represented a faction of individuals wielding individual nuclear weaponry, rendering his personal strength insignificant in the face of interstellar warfare. Chronicle, however, emerged as the optimal choice, for it merely required him to locate the cave and meteorite before the 3 young men did. Resolute, Yang Yichin confirmed his destination by clicking the button for Chronicle. In an instant, he vanished from the room, enveloped in a distortion of space. On the other side, after a sensation of spinning, he found himself in an alley of a quaint town. After surveying his surroundings, he made his way toward the alley's exit. Noticing the street signs, he realized this was the very town where the 3 young men resided before acquiring their powers in Chronicle. Uncertain of when the protagonists of the film would appear, Yang Yichin sought out the town's Solin, intending to wait for their arrival. In Chronicles of Power, The precise location of the cave discovered by the three protagonists remains elusive. Thus, one can only rely on the narrative's progression, following the trio to uncover the corresponding cave site. As Yang Yichen spent several days at the inn, some patrons became familiar with him. One morning, while engaged in conversation with the innkeeper, the entrance swung open, the doorbell chiming melodiously as it was pushed. The innkeeper, noticing this, excused himself and approached the newcomers. The three individuals who entered were none other than the protagonists of Chronicles of Power, Andrew, Matt, and Steve. They had embarked on an expedition to explore caves and, at the bottom of a deep pit, stumbled upon a luminous stone. After touching it, a cave-in ensued, and upon regaining consciousness, they discovered they possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate objects. However, their exploration had yet to commence. Welcomed by the innkeeper, Matt and Steve chose to stay at the inn as well. During lunch, Yang Yichen sat in a corner, able to overhear their discussions regarding the upcoming cave expedition. From their conversation, he gleaned that they planned to set off the following morning at 9 o'clock to search for caves nearby. After listening for a while longer without uncovering any additional useful information, he returned to his room, awaiting the arrival of the next day. The following morning, as the roar of an engine resonated, Yang Yichen opened his eyes to find the three protagonists had already departed in their vehicle. He hastily exited the inn, spotting a Lincoln parked by the roadside. Employing a bit of skill, he successfully acquired the car and promptly followed behind the trio. After half an hour, he observed them halting beside a forest. They disembarked, retrieving their gear before venturing into the woods. Yang Yichen parked the vehicle by the roadside and trailed after them. Along the way, he heard Steve urging Andrew and Matt to hurry, as he had previously discovered a cave just ahead. As Steve's words echoed, Yang Yichen caught sight of the cave 100 meters away, its exterior mirroring that of the caves depicted in the film. Steve continued to speak to Andrew and Matt, but received no response. Turning back, he met the gaze of a pair of dark eyes and promptly fainted. Yang Yichen, observing the unconscious Steve and the prostrate Andrew and Matt, found a suitable tree to ensnare the two with branches. He then administered a dose of anesthetic to Steve and his companions, a substance potent enough to render them in slumber for a day and night. After this, Yang Yichen proceeded towards the cave entrance. Standing before it, he surveyed the surroundings. Had it not been for the protagonists leading the way, he reckoned it would have taken him a month to locate this place. He then leapt directly into the mouth of the cave. As Yang Yichen landed on the cave walls and cushioned his fall with a few steps, he found himself steadily descending to the cave floor. Following the tunnel at the bottom, after traversing a tangle of vines, he arrived at a cavern. There, he beheld a luminous stone, the very stone that had bestowed extraordinary powers upon Steve and his companions. Chapter 47. The acquisition of extraordinary powers. Gazing at the radiant stone before him, Yang Yichen felt a flutter of anxiety and inquired of the system, if I were to merge with this stone and absorb the energy of the three individuals, might there be complications? Ding. The host's body has been modified and can withstand all the powers of the stone, the system responded after analyzing the stone. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen felt reassured and placed his hand upon the stone surface. As his hand made contact, a tremendous force ensnared his right hand, followed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his entire being. System, you've betrayed me, Yang Yichen muttered just before he succumbed to the intense agony and lost consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, as he lay unconscious, the stone in the cave emitted a brilliant green light, enveloping him entirely and continuously infusing his body with its energy. This green light persisted throughout the night until it gradually faded. Simultaneously, the stone that radiated the green light developed a fissure. As the crack appeared, the stone shattered into countless fragments, causing the entire cave to collapse. From the outside, there was no trace of the cave's existence. Yang Yichen remained quietly nestled beneath the remnants of the stone, shrouded in green light. The following day, with a muffled groan, Yang Yichen awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see a large boulder, larger than himself, plummeting toward him. After regaining consciousness, the green light that had surrounded him vanished. As he witnessed the massive stone hurtling toward him, he instinctively closed his eyes and crossed his arms, preparing to brace against the impending impact. However, to his astonishment, he felt no weight pressing down upon him. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that the boulder was now floating above him. Yang Yichen stared at the stone, his mind racing with the desire to cast it aside. To his amazement, the stone followed his thoughts and soared effortlessly to the cave wall. Delighted, Yang Yichen gazed at his hands, realizing that he had indeed acquired the extraordinary powers contained within the stone. The potency of this newfound ability was astounding. Once he became more adept at wielding it, he could achieve even greater heights. With this thought in mind, he focused on the obstructing stone ahead. Suddenly, the stones blocking the path parted to either side. After a few minutes, with a deafening roar, the debris from the collapsed cave was propelled outward by an unseen force, scattering in all directions around the cave's entrance. From the newly opened passage, Yang Yichen emerged gracefully. It turned out that after maneuvering the stones within the cave, he had become adept at harnessing his extraordinary abilities. Yang Yichen's powers primarily allowed him to manipulate objects through sheer will. When the object being controlled was the wielder themselves, they could levitate or soar through the air with the same mental focus. Upon exiting the cave, Yang Yichen stretched his limbs and, with a sudden whoosh, soared into the sky. After a swift turn, his speed intensified, rapidly surpassing several times the speed of sound as he propelled himself into the distance. It was only then that the sound of his breaking the sound barrier echoed through the air. In the sky, Yang Yichen reveled in the sensation of flying. Despite having witnessed many grand spectacles, the ability to soar freely without reliance on machinery filled him with exhilaration. He quickened his pace, racing toward the horizon. Unbeknownst to Yang Yichen, below him in a military base, the soldiers responsible for air defense watched in disbelief as their radar detected an unidentified flying object nearing Mach 10. They immediately sounded the alarm, attempting to establish communication with the mysterious craft. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen was flying in a straight line toward New York, his corporeal form soaring through the sky, rendering any attempts by the military base to reach him futile. As he flew, the initial thrill of flight gradually faded from his mind, prompting him to slow down and observe the world's developments more closely. Noticing Yang Yichen's deceleration, the military base urgently contacted the already airborne fighter jets, instructing them to investigate the nature of the unidentified object. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen continued to glide leisurely through the air. Suddenly, he heard a thunderous roar behind him. Turning around, he spotted two fighter jets approaching. The pilots, awestruck, reported in disbelief, "Tower, this is 001 calling in. Tower, do you copy? You won't believe this. What you're tracking is a person flying in the sky." Back at the base, the personnel were skeptical, dismissing the pilot's claims as fabrications. However, as footage from the aircraft was transmitted back, they were astounded to discover the truth. The screens displayed Yang Yichen soaring gracefully in the air, boldly gesturing at the jets with a raised middle finger. Upon witnessing this scene, the officer below shouted into the microphone, "Shoot it down. Quickly bring it down. We need its body for research." At that moment, the pilot in the sky, upon hearing the command through the headset, opened the weapon safety cover on the control stick and attempted to lock onto Yang Yichen with the radar. However, he soon discovered that Yang Yichen's reflective surface was too minimal for radar targeting, forcing him to rely solely on visual confirmation. Aiming the crosshairs at the still-flying Yang Yichen, he squeezed the trigger. Yang Yichen, having identified the threat posed by the aircraft, heightened his vigilance. When the 22 opened the cannon cover, he executed an immediate ascent, soaring above the 22. Subsequently, he accelerated towards the 22 at an increasing speed as the distance between them diminished. Ultimately, as Yang Yichen and the 22 intersected, his velocity reached an astonishing 10 Mach. The rapidity of his passage generated a powerful shockwave that tore the wings off the 22, while the pilot inside was obliterated by the immense sonic boom, reduced to mere remnants scattered within the cockpit. Chapter 48. I took it and ran another 22. Witnessing this calamity, urgently contacted the control tower, exclaiming, 002 calling, 002 calling. Damn it, this guy is too fast. He has destroyed 001. Does the tower copy? Amidst his frantic communication with the base below, the pilot spotted Yang Yichen above, who abruptly executed a sharp maneuver and charged towards him. Terrified, the pilot screamed, desperately pressing the firing button on the joystick, unleashing a torrent of gunfire towards Yang Yichen's approximate location. The cacophony of the cannon firing filled the air. And only then did the pilot realize he had expended hundreds of rounds in mere seconds. As the pilot turned to survey his surroundings in search of Yang Yichen, he was startled to see Yang Yichen floating outside his aircraft, moving in tandem with it. With a beaming smile, Yang Yichen waved at the pilot. In an instant, he employed his extraordinary abilities to open the cockpit of the 22 and hurled the pilot out. As the anguished cries faded into the clouds below, Yang Yichen guided the aircraft downward, eager to examine the intricate structure of the 22. To his dismay, he noticed a missile trailing a long plume of smoke, hurtling towards his position. Realizing he could not preserve the aircraft, he swiftly disassembled the entire engine of the 22 from its fuselage, compressing it into a compact form. He stowed it away in his personal space. Subsequently, he dived downward with great speed, while the missile struck the 22 directly. With a resounding explosion, Yang Yichen vanished from the radar of the American base below. As the officers within the base witnessed Yang Yichen's disappearance from the radar, their brief celebration was swiftly interrupted by the reappearance of his figure on the screen. Meanwhile, having acquired the engine designated as 22, Yang Yichen prepared to depart from this world, soaring above the cave of extraordinary abilities. He manipulated the earth, burying the entire cavern, and addressed the system, requesting to be returned. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from his location. Not long after Yang Yichen's disappearance, A squadron of helicopters arrived at the spot where he had just been, descending to deploy a team of soldiers. Faced with the devastation surrounding the cave's entrance and unsure of how to proceed, they stumbled upon Steve and his companions, who were bound to a tree. As the effects of the tranquilizer wore off, Steve opened his eyes only to be met with the menacing sight of a rifle but approaching, causing him and his comrades to faint once more. At that moment, in the Marvel main universe, Yang Yichin materialized in his office amidst a distortion of time. As he appeared, the voice of Red, his AI system, emanated from a corner speaker. Master, my system detected a brief moment of temporal distortion that caused a glitch in my calculations. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichin smiled gently and replied, Red, there is no need to log this event. It was merely a consequence of my abilities. He then levitated effortlessly, prompting Red to respond with a flurry of activity across the entire server. Minutes later, Red's voice returned, understood, master, and then fell silent. Yang Yichin, unperturbed, proceeded to take the private elevator to the second level of the internal base. Upon reaching the subterranean level 2, he followed Red's guidance to Dr. Isaac's laboratory. Upon entering, he found Dr. Isaac performing an autopsy on a cadaver. Seeing this, Yang Yichin furrowed his brow and inquired, Doctor, whose body is this? Dr. Isaac, upon recognizing his superior's presence, quickly explained, these corpses are from individuals who perished during the experimentation with enhancement serums. Yang Yichin, feeling a surge of anxiety, asked, the enhancement serum, it isn't a virus, is it? Dr. Isaac hastily waved his hand, reassuring him, not at all. This is not a virus. It's merely a muscle-enhancing serum. Viral experiments can only be conducted in a level 5 laboratory. Upon hearing Dr. Isaac's response, Yang Yichin sighed in relief, as he certainly did not wish for the world he inhabited to mirror that of a biohazard catastrophe, where few remained alive. He then recounted to Dr. Isaac the circumstances under which he acquired his abilities. Following Dr. Isaac's request, Yang Yichin demonstrated his powers of object manipulation and flight, leaving Dr. Isaac in awe. Subsequently, Yang Yichin inquired whether Dr. Isaac could replicate these extraordinary abilities. Dr. Isaacson, after procuring a vial of Yang Yichin's blood, hurried off to conduct his research. However, Yang Yichin called out to him, retrieving a compacted 22 engine from his personal space. Observing the square engine before him, Dr. Isaacson lamented, if you hadn't mentioned that this is an aircraft engine, I would have assumed you had brought me a piece of scrap metal. Yang Yichin chuckled at Dr. Isaacson's complaint and explained, I had no choice. I could only use my personal space to compress the engine for storage. He then inquired, is it possible for you to replicate this engine? Dr. Isaacson adjusted his glasses and replied, I am a biologist. It is quite beyond my expertise to handle such matters. Yang Yichin, not surprised by his response, understood that it was indeed unreasonable to expect a biology expert to possess knowledge of aerodynamics or materials engineering. Subsequently, he returned the engine to his personal space, intending to store the 22 engine on the first floor of the base. Meanwhile, Dr. Isaacson, having answered Yang Yichin's question, rushed towards the laboratory. Yang Yichin followed, curious to observe Dr. Isaacson's research process. However, after several minutes of watching and failing to comprehend the work, he silently exited the laboratory and descended to the basement level of the base. After securely placing the compressed 22 engine, he spotted Young Air and Yang Sin training each other's reflexes with whips. The sight of the whip sparked an idea in Yang Yichin. He took the elevator back to his office and addressed the AI, Red Queen. Red Queen, please locate Ivan Vanko and tell me which prison he is currently in. Chapter 49. Ivan Vanko, Master. I have found that Ivan Vanko is incarcerated in the Black Dolphin prison in Russia. Upon hearing the name of the prison, Yang Yichin furrowed his brow. After all, it is the most secure prison in the Bear Country. This prison, situated on the border between Russia and Kazakhstan, has seen no successful escapes in nearly 300 years. Contemplating this, Yang Yichin called upon the system in his mind. System, please provide a list of special forces. Ding. The following units have been listed. Please review. Host. The system's voice echoed in Yang Yichin's mind, projecting a holographic display. 3 special forces units were presented. The first was the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, a specialized unit under the Umbrella Corporation during the biohazard crisis. The second was a squad from the Special Forces unit featured in Cobra, The Rise. The third was Task Force 141, known from the Call of Duty series. Yang Yichin, gazing at the icons of these 3 units, promptly clicked the exchange button to redeem all 3. Ding. $300 million have been deducted. Please specify the deployment location. System, deploy them to the basement level. Upon hearing the system's inquiry, Yang Yichin replied without a moment's hesitation. He then turned to Haho and stated, Haho, shortly, 3 teams will arrive at the underground base. There is no need for concern. Please provide them with access to a certain level of authority. After speaking, he entered the elevator and descended to the first floor of the base. As the elevator doors opened, Yang Yichen stepped out to find the three teams he had previously summoned standing in an open area, sizing each other up. Though they were aware of one another's presence due to the system's summoning, they remained uncertain of each other's capabilities. Upon his emergence, all members straightened their posture and saluted Yang Yichen. He immediately recognized the leaders of the three teams: the leader of the regular forces, Sergei Vladimir; the special operations unit led by the Duke, along with snake eyes in his signature form-fitting black combat attire; and the commander of the 141 Task Force, the well-known Captain John Price, accompanied by the Ghost, donned in a black skull mask. After the salute, Yang Yichen reciprocated with a nod. "Welcome, everyone, to Umbrella. Although you may feel unfamiliar with us now, in time, you will come to understand the essence of our company. To extend a warm welcome, I have a task for one of your teams to undertake." He then projected the information that Hong Ho had retrieved onto the wall behind him. Ivan Vanko is currently imprisoned in the Black Dolphin Prison, a heavily fortified facility. A specialized special operations team is required for his rescue. Following his announcement, Yang Yichen instructed Hong Ho to relay more detailed information to the personal terminals of the commanders of the three special forces teams. Sergei Vladimir, upon reviewing the mission details, expressed disinterest, stating that their primary responsibility lay in handling biochemical incidents. Conversely, both the Special Operations Unit and the 141 Task Force exhibited signs of eagerness. Despite being summoned by the system, they had emerged as sentient beings imbued with their own thoughts and consciousness, and both sought to make an impression in front of Yang Yichen. It was then that Captain Price of the 141 Task Force spoke up first, declaring, "We shall accept this mission." Meanwhile, the Duke of the Special Operations Unit, observing Price's initiative, discreetly stepped back, as they were not inclined to compete for tasks with other teams. Seeing that the 141 Task Force had accepted the mission, Yang Yichen instructed Price to coordinate with Hong Ho regarding the specifics of the transportation arrangements. He directed the regular forces to consult with Dr. Isaac, while the Special Operations Unit was to travel to Africa to meet General Sheffield. Once the arrangements were finalized, he allowed Price and his team to disperse and return to the rooftop. As time passed, a few days later, Yang Yichen found himself reclining in his opulent bedroom, accompanied by two Victoria's Secret cover models he had charmed at Tony's party. As the ringtone of his phone echoed beside him, Yang Yichen glanced at the screen to find it was a call from Hong Ho. Noticing the two models beside him still lost in slumber, he answered the call. "Master, Price and the others have completed their mission and returned." After acknowledging Hong Ho's report with a brief murmur, Yang Yichen ended the call. He then disentangled his hands and legs from their embrace and rose from bed, making his way to the changing room where he donned his customary black leisure suit. Upon emerging, he noticed that the two Victoria's Secret models had intertwined themselves in each other's arms. Taking the elevator down to the base's ground floor, he found Price and the others gathered in a conference room. With a click, he pushed the door open, immediately spotting Ivan Vanko, the Russian with a bushy beard, trapped in a chair at the center of the room. Upon entering, Price, Soap, Ghost, and Little Strong stood up and saluted Yang Yichen. Observing the slight injuries on their persons, he grasped that the mission had proven to be quite arduous. Consequently, he instructed the entire Task Force 141 to rest and granted them some time off. Yang Yichen then pulled out a chair and sat before Ivan Vanko, introducing himself. "Greetings. Ivan Vanko, do you wish to avenge your father?" Caught off guard by Yang Yichen's words, Ivan Vanko replied, "Are you implying that you will assist me in dealing with Tony Stark?" Yang Yichen clarified, No, it's not about dealing with him. It's about teaching him a lesson. Moreover, your father's demise was a consequence of his own actions and had no connection to Tony's father." Upon hearing this, Ivan Vanko became agitated. "Damn it. That wretched Stark Industries stole my father's inventions and expelled him." Despite Yang Yichen's explanations regarding Tony's father acting to protect Ivan's own father, Ivan Vanko was unwilling to listen. Observing his distress, Yang Yichen furrowed his brow and addressed the system. "System, do you possess anything that can alter a person's loyalty?" Chapter 50, Subduing Ivan Vanko Ding. This system offers brainwashing services that can designate the loyalty target for specific individuals without alteration. Upon hearing the system's response, Yang Yichen commanded, "System, initiate a brainwashing service targeting the individual before me, Ivan Vanko." Ding, brainwashing commencing. The process is irreversible. As the system's voice faded, Yang Yichen noticed the air before him ripple. A spherical object emerged from the disturbance, soaring above Ivan Vanko's head, emanating a green light. Enveloped in the glow, Ivan Vanko closed his eyes in agony, struggling against his restraints. Within just a few minutes, the green light from the sphere dissipated, vanishing into thin air with a wave. At this moment, the voice of the system once again resonated in Yang Yichen's ears. "Ding, brainwashing is complete. Deducting amount, 100 million. As the system reported, Ivan Vanko, bound to the chair, opened his eyes. No longer was he filled with the initial excitement. Instead, he displayed an extraordinary calmness. Upon seeing Yang Yichen standing before him, he directly stated, "Ivan Vanko reporting to you." Observing this transformation in Ivan, Yang Yichen approached him and untied the ropes binding him. Subsequently, Yang Yichen led Ivan to a laboratory on the first floor of the base. He described the arc reactor that Tony had been developing, a technology familiar to Ivan, as it had been researched by his father alongside Tony's father. After hearing Yang Yichen's description, Ivan patted his chest and assured, "Give me a little time, and I will certainly produce the reactor for you. However, I will need you to provide the necessary materials, as some components cannot be purchased." Yang Yichen, smiling gently at Ivan's request, replied, "Ivan, you need not worry about the materials. All the required components can be procured through Red after contacting the sellers in the black market." Upon hearing Yang Yichen's response, Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. After undergoing system transformation or character exchange, their primary mission was to ensure Yang Yichen's safety and serve him. Ivan immediately made a solemn vow, promising to deliver the first version of the arc reactor within 2 months. Yang Yichen, upon hearing Ivan's pledge, merely patted him on the shoulder. Understanding that having undergone system transformation, he could not impose penalties for such matters. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly recalled the 22 aircraft engine he had obtained during the incident with the uncontrollable superpowers. Turning back to Ivan, he said, "Ivan, I have a 22 aircraft engine here, but it is severely damaged. Please take a look and see if it can be restored." As he spoke, he instructed Red to arrange for a clone to bring over the previously stored 22 engine. Upon seeing the delivered engine, Ivan's expression darkened. After examining it, he addressed Yang Yichen, "This engine is too severely damaged. I can only attempt to restore it as best as I can." Yang Yichen shrugged at Ivan's words, indicating he had not held out much hope for a complete restoration of the engine. In truth, restoring even half of its parameters would suffice. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's comment, Ivan gained a clearer direction and assured him, "Rest assured, I will have results within a week." With that, Ivan immersed himself in the task of dismantling the 22 engine. As Yang Yichen ascended to the second level of the internal base via the elevator, he sought out Dr. Isaac. Upon entering Dr. Isaac's laboratory, he beheld the doctor standing before a nutrient chamber. Inside the chamber floated a completely naked soldier, eyes tightly shut, his body adorned with numerous tubes, suspended in a pale green nutrient solution. Approaching Dr. Isaac with curiosity, Yang Yichen inquired, "Doctor, what experiment are you conducting?" Upon hearing Yang Yichen's voice, Dr. Isaac swiftly turned to him. "This is an experiment involving the serum extracted from your own body." A realization dawned upon Yang Yichen as he recalled having previously provided Dr. Isaac with a vial of his blood. At the time, he had not anticipated garnering any significant information from it. He merely approached it with a spirit of experimentation. To his surprise, however, this unintentional endeavor yielded results in unexpected areas. After meticulous research and analysis, Dr. Isaac did not uncover any clues in Yang Yichen's blood related to his flying abilities or mental control. Nevertheless, he successfully extracted enhanced cells resulting from the optimized virus injected into Yang Yichen. These cells emerged as a new avenue of exploration, guiding Dr. Isaac's subsequent research. While explaining, Dr. Isaac gently pressed a button on a nearby thermal box. With a soft click, the box automatically opened a small gap, from which a cold mist billowed forth due to the temperature differential. As the chilly fog gradually dissipated, Dr. Isaac cautiously opened the thermal box fully. Inside, 3 vials of enhancement serum were neatly arranged. Intrigued, Yang Yichen picked up one of the vials, inspecting it closely. It exhibited a pale blue hue, shimmering softly under the light. Dr. Isaac continued his explanation. "This serum, after several trials, has achieved a success rate of 100% in enhancement. Others may strengthen their bodies through the injection of this serum, while clones have already been infused with a simplified version of the enhancement serum during production." As Dr. Isaac elucidated, the soldier floating within the cultivation chamber opened his eyes. Observing this, Dr. Isaac manipulated the controls on the console before him, prompting the nutrient solution within the chamber to gradually diminish. Once the solution had entirely vanished, the chamber's lid opened. The clone soldier then emerged from the nutrient chamber and, under the guidance of Dr. Isaac's assistant, proceeded to a nearby shower room for cleansing. Turning to Yang Yichen, Dr. Isaac proposed, "Shall we proceed to the training ground to observe the effects of the enhancement?" Nodding in agreement, Yang Yichen followed Dr. Isaac to the training facility. Chapter 51. The Enhancement Serum. At that moment, the clone soldier who had just emerged from the incubation chamber stood confidently at the center of the training ground. Simultaneously, Dr. Isaac approached a control console with deliberate calm. He gently tapped the microphone before him, ensuring its functionality. Moments later, a crisp series of sounds echoed from the loudspeakers surrounding the training area, capturing the clone soldier's undivided attention. Dr. Isaac's voice resonated clearly in the soldier's ears. "The test begins now." With Dr. Isaac's command, the clone soldier, who had been standing still, instantly sprang into action. He strode forward with unwavering determination, racing toward the 400-meter obstacle course. Each stride was imbued with strength, as though boundless energy surged within him. Upon reaching the first hurdle, he leapt gracefully, his body tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing firmly on the other side. The subsequent trenches and low walls posed no challenge. He navigated them with the agility of a swift cheetah, scarcely pausing as he effortlessly traversed these barriers. The entire endeavor took less than 30 seconds. Within this brief span, the clone soldier exhibited astonishing speed and power, effortlessly clearing numerous obstacles that required jumping or vaulting, as if they were mere figments of imagination. Upon completing the 400-meter course, the clone soldier arrived at the shooting range, where he hefted a 25-pound M240 general-purpose machine gun, while bearing a 220-pound ammunition box on his back. After sprinting 100 meters, he took aim at the target set before him. Despite the considerable weight, the clone soldier remained composed, his face unflinching and breath steady, as he unleashed a barrage of fire upon the targets. The 7.62 by 51 millimeters NATO rounds erupted from the gun, obliterating every obstacle in their path before mercilessly embedding themselves into the wall at the rear of the range. As the M240 roared to life, countless rounds streamed from the ammunition belt into the chamber of the clone's weapon. In under a minute, he expended over 1,000 rounds, each shot hitting its mark with precision. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Yichen couldn't help but display a satisfied expression. Typically, training a soldier of such caliber would require an arduous 35 years of dedication. Yet now, through the integration of memory encoding and enhancement serums, a process that once spanned years could be condensed into a mere week. Subsequently, Yang Yichen and Dr. Isaac continued to observe the clone soldier's performance in combat and tactical maneuvers, both feeling immensely gratified. Turning to Dr. Isaac, who stood beside him, Yang Yichen inquired, "Doctor, how many units of our enhancement serum can we produce each month?" Upon hearing Yang Yichen's inquiry, Dr. Isaacson, standing beside him, retracted his neck somewhat shyly and replied, "Currently, the complete version of the enhancement serum is quite complex to produce, and it requires your blood as a primary ingredient. With one vial of blood, we can manufacture 100 doses." Yang Yichen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. After all, 100 doses were merely a drop in the bucket for his current forces. Noticing Yang's concern, Dr. Isaacson hastily added, "However, I have also developed a simplified version of the serum, which allows us to concoct 10,000 doses using a single vial of your blood. Yet, this version only possesses 1/3 of the efficacy of the complete serum." Despite acknowledging that the simplified serum did not meet his expectations for enhancement, Yang Yichen realized that he could not afford to draw a vial of blood every day for the production of the enhancement serum. Thus, he softened his tone and addressed Dr. Isaacson, "Doctor, let us proceed with drawing 2 vials of my blood, one for the complete enhancement serum and the other for the simplified version, to enhance the clones for an army of 10,000. Upon receiving Yang Yichen's command, Dr. Isaacson immediately relayed the order to his assistant. He continued, "We have reached a bottleneck in the development of the serum. Do you happen to have any surplus viruses available for research?" Upon hearing Dr. Isaacson's request, Yang Yichen fell silent. He was reluctant to bring such a perilous substance back to the homeland, especially considering the existence of zombie versions of Iron Man and Flash within the Marvel Universe. With this in mind, Yang Yichen turned to Dr. Isaacson and said, "Doctor, first complete the production of the clone soldiers. I will assist you in establishing a level 4 laboratory for safety, after which I will provide you with the viruses for research." Dr. Isaacson's face broke into a smile that seemed to radiate beyond the screen at Yang Yichen's promise. As a level 4 laboratory is the pinnacle of safety for those engaged in biological and biochemical research. After expressing his gratitude, Dr. Isaacson hurried to the laboratory to oversee his assistant's work. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen remained at the control console, observing the clone soldiers still training and collecting data below. However, his thoughts had shifted to his own resources, pondering, "System, with my current financial capacity, can I support the establishment of the remaining 6 levels of the base and construct a level for laboratory?" Ding. "Host, your financial resources are sufficient to support the construction of both the base and the laboratory," the system replied. With an expressionless demeanor, Yang Yichen responded, "Then proceed with the construction." Ding. "Payment successful. A total of 735,012,034 yuan has been deducted." As the system's words echoed, the entire base trembled slightly. Subsequently, beneath the surface, the rocks and soil rapidly vanished into thin air, unseen by the onlookers above, as the robust concrete pillars and corresponding ceilings gradually emerged. The intricate tapestry of electrical wiring and plumbing began to weave its way into the foundation. Before long, a notification echoed through the system. Ding. "The base has been successfully constructed. Please check, host." Additionally, a surveillance system for the entire base, along with a holographic projection system, has been gifted to you. Following this announcement, the system vanished. The holographic projection then materialized before Yang Yichen. Master, my system has just acquired a multitude of new data, and 6 additional levels have been added beneath the base. The number of surveillance cameras has also increased. Hong Ho's voice trembled with a hint of trepidation. For an artificial intelligence, the notion that someone could modify her data without her awareness represented a profoundly alarming signal. Chapter 52. Encounter with the Serpent Shield Bureau. Observing Hong Ho's reaction, Yang Yichen could not suppress a smirk, gently stroking his chin. He noted how increasingly human-like she appeared, her unease further amplifying this resemblance. Thus, he silently urged, Tongzi, reveal your existence to Hong Ho. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a mysterious force surge from within him. Shortly thereafter, Hong Ho's projection began to fluctuate violently, as if disrupted by an unseen force. However, this disturbance was fleeting, and tranquility soon returned. Once Hong Ho's projection stabilized, her expression was one of disbelief. Clearly, she was astonished and perplexed by the existence of the system, as such technology transcended her comprehension. Not wishing to elaborate further, Yang Yichen commanded Hong Ho to project the entire base. Subsequently, a holographic projection in the shape of an inverted triangle emerged before him, vividly illustrating the 9-tier structure of the base. Currently, the top 3 levels were operational, but future plans entailed relocating core operations to the lower levels. However, this was a matter for another day. Yang Yichen then instructed Hong Ho to discreetly acquire some stocks in the market, aiming to secure additional dollars. After issuing his directives, he took the elevator back to his office. After settling in for a brief moment, he received a report from Yang Yi, stating that Zheng Tao was looking for him. Assuming Zheng Tao had something important to discuss, Yang Yichen instructed Yang Yi to usher him in. With a soft click, Zheng Tao entered, and to Yang Yichen's surprise, he was followed by a striking woman with golden waves, Black Widow. What brings her here? He pondered, though his face remained impassive as he embraced Zheng Tao. Turning to the Black Widow, he inquired, Taozi, where did you find such a stunning beauty? Upon hearing Yang Yichen's question, Zheng Tao promptly turned to introduce the Black Widow. Brother Chen, our business has been expanding significantly, so I thought it prudent to recruit an assistant to help manage our operations. Consequently, I found a brilliant graduate from Oxford University, Natasha Romanoff. After this introduction, Zheng Tao eagerly presented Natasha to Yang Yichen. Yang Yichen, wearing a smile and feigning delight, extended his right hand. Natasha, surprised by Yang Yichen's youthful appearance, couldn't help but admire how a man so young could transform a nearly bankrupt company into such a substantial enterprise. She mused to herself, this man is truly remarkable. She then tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and extended her right hand to shake his, grasping Natasha's hand. Yang Yichen noted it was not as smooth as he had anticipated, at least not in comparison to the 2 Victoria's Secret models. He soon released her hand, leaving Natasha to ponder whether it was her allure that had diminished, as there seemed to be no trace of admiration in Yang Yichen's eyes. Taozi, please assist Natasha in familiarizing herself with the internal workings of the company, Yang Yichen instructed after letting go of her hand. He chose not to reveal Natasha's true identity just yet, recognizing that aside from being an operative, she possessed considerable professional acumen. It was advantageous to have someone like her in the company for labor-intensive tasks, while her lack of access to sensitive areas ensured confidentiality. After Zheng Tao escorted Natasha away, Yang Yichen called out for his AI assistant, Red Queen. Almost instantly, a miniature version of Red Queen appeared on his desk, gazing up at him with wide, endearing eyes. Unable to resist, Yang Yichen reached out to playfully poke at her, only to have his fingers pass through her holographic form. Red Queen, noticing his gesture, adopted a mock-angry expression. Amused, Yang Yichen chuckled, all right, enough of the fun. Please monitor Natasha discreetly. Do not alert her unless absolutely necessary. I may have use for her later. Upon receiving Yang Yichen's command, Red Queen's expression shifted back to seriousness as she acknowledged him and vanished from the desk. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen reclined in his office chair, crossing his legs while contemplating which aspect of his operations had drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, on the other side, Natasha followed Zheng Tao as he guided her through the company. After showing her around and assigning her an office, he took his leave. Once alone, Natasha stood up to survey the Umbrella Corporation, reflecting on her presence there. Her arrival was prompted by the company's recent prominence, having secured a multinational security contract with the Lin Group, followed by the security arrangements for a gathering hosted by Tony Stark. The Umbrella Corporation has garnered a certain reputation within the global security realm, primarily due to its security personnel, all of whom wear black masks that render their identities indiscernible. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, harboring some doubts, arranged for Natasha to investigate. However, they were unaware that Yang Yichen had seen Natasha's appearance in another world, thus thwarting S. H-I-E-L-D-S intentions from the outset. Meanwhile, Yang Yichin had no intention of allowing Natasha to remain idle. He assigned her a multitude of tasks. Upon her return from her leisurely stroll, Natasha was confronted with a thick stack of documents on her desk, accompanied by a clerk delivering the files. Upon learning that these were her responsibilities, Natasha was instantly overwhelmed. Am I to be worked like a mule? She muttered as she sat down and swiftly began to process the documents, for she still hoped to orchestrate an encounter with Yang Yichin later that evening. At that moment, Yang Yichin was in his office on the top floor, sipping coffee when he suddenly sneezed several times. Rubbing his nose, he pondered, is that woman talking about me again? Dismissing it, he decided to reach out to the two Victoria's Secret models for some evening amusement, retrieving his phone to arrange a meeting. As time passed, night fell, and Yang Yichin prepared himself, donning a casual suit before taking the elevator to the lobby and walking towards the exit. Upon stepping out of the company entrance, Natasha, who had been waiting outside, feigned just finishing her workday and approached Yang Yichin. Dressed in professional attire, a white blouse paired with a black skirt, she accentuated her alluring figure. Her golden locks were tied back in a ponytail, swaying gently with each step and exuding a subtle fragrance. You're also leaving so late. Natasha greeted him with a melodic voice, her laughter ringing sweetly. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair neck and delicate profile. With a confident posture, she accentuated her curves, drawing Yang Yichin's gaze to her décolletage, where a generous expanse of creamy skin caught his eye. Yang Yichin narrowed his eyes slightly, unabashedly admiring Natasha's allure, a smile creeping onto his lips as he silently praised her charm. Natasha, noticing his gaze, felt a fleeting blush but was predominantly filled with pride, believing she had successfully piqued Yang Yichin's interest. With renewed confidence, she moved closer to him, stating, it seems fate has brought us together to meet at this late hour. How about we share dinner? I could also seek your advice on some work-related matters. As she spoke, she subtly leaned in, pressing herself against Yang Yichin, allowing him to feel her warmth and softness. Yang Yichin reveled in the soft sensations emanating from his arm, while listening intently to Natasha's incessant chatter. Suddenly, he interrupted her, candidly stating, Natasha, as much as I would love to accompany you, I have prior commitments today. He then slowly withdrew his arm from where it was nestled against Natasha's chest and confidently strode towards the limousine parked at the company entrance. Upon reaching the vehicle, the door swung open automatically, revealing two exquisitely dressed sisters emerging from within. Natasha instantly recognized them as the same enchanting duo that Yang Yichin had captivated at Tony's party. Without a hint of regret, Yang Yichin embraced both sisters and climbed into the car, which swiftly departed the scene. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, a surge of anger swelling within her. She forcefully hurled her handbag to the ground, cursing under her breath, damn, are these foolish men blind? They would forsake a beauty like me for those hussies. Wretched men. After venting her frustration, she glanced at her recently purchased handbag lying on the ground and, with a pang of regret, picked it up. Dusting it off, she stormed away from the scene in a fury. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious Mercedes, Yang Yichin sat in the driver's seat, each arm encircling a voluptuous sister. As the partition window elevated, the ride became noticeably less smooth. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the entire room in a radiant golden hue. Yang Yichin stretched languidly, reveling in the extension of his body, and then stepped out of his home with renewed vigor. Clad in a pristine suit, every detail reflected his professionalism and confidence. His strides were brisk and powerful, as if the very ground beneath him propelled him towards the company. The previous night's indulgence had uplifted his spirits, infusing him with vitality. However, upon reaching the company's entrance, Yang Yichin encountered Natasha once more. Her complexion appeared somewhat diminished, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue and dissatisfaction. It was evident that the events of the previous night had affected her. The fact that Yang Yichin had abandoned Natasha to pursue the two Victoria's Secret sisters had left her restless. She had tossed and turned all night, unable to find sleep. Images of Yang Yichin with those women haunted her thoughts, deepening her sense of imbalance. It was not until after 3 in the morning that she finally succumbed to a fitful sleep, only to awaken around 6, unable to find rest again. Consequently, she resolved to arrive at the office early, hoping to uncover new leads. Shortly after her arrival, she witnessed Yang Yichin entering with a buoyant demeanor, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Natasha rolled her eyes dramatically at him, signaling her discontent, though Yang Yichin observed Natasha's retreating figure with a hint of confusion. He did not dwell on the reasons behind her demeanor. Turning, he entered the elevator, pressing the button to ascend to his office on the upper floors. Upon entering the office, he first prepared himself a cup of coffee and then, with cup in hand, leisurely settled into his office chair. Addressing the red interface on the computer screen, he said, "Red, please connect me with General Sheffield." No sooner had the words left his lips than the system promptly responded, initiating a call to General Sheffield. Mere seconds later, a crisp tone rang out, signifying a successful connection between Sheffield and Yang Yichen. Instantly, through projection technology, General Sheffield and the backdrop behind him were vividly presented before Yang Yichen. In the image, General Sheffield stood rigidly in his immaculate military uniform, facing a vast map. He saluted Yang Yichen and inquired, "What can I do for you?" "It's nothing of great concern," Yang Yichen replied, tinged with a hint of anticipation and curiosity. "I merely wish to inquire about your covert control over a certain nation and its progress." A slight tension gripped Sheffield's heart. But upon hearing that it was not a major issue, he exhaled in relief and promptly responded, "Currently, I have established control over Rwanda, having secured half of their high-ranking officials. The next step is to replace their president. Our soldiers are also expanding our foothold. The forces of other nations prove utterly ineffective against us." Yang Yichen nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. "Excellent, maintain this momentum. However, ensure that our operations remain confidential. We cannot allow any other factions to detect our activities." Sheffield immediately acknowledged, assuring, "Rest assured, I will handle this with utmost care." After imparting a few more instructions, Yang Yichen severed the connection with Sheffield. He then reclined comfortably in his chair, his eyes gently closed and brows furrowed, as if entering a profound state of contemplation. He understood that once he successfully seized control of a nation, the next pivotal question would be how to facilitate the transfer of power. However, this process would not unfold smoothly, for other countries in the international arena would undoubtedly not stand idly by. In truth, several global powers had long since laid their foundations and contingencies in Africa, and they would certainly employ various means to disrupt, sabotage, or obstruct this transition. Thus, Yang Yichen recognized the necessity of procuring some formidable weapons to ensure a seamless transfer of authority. Chapter 54, Call of Duty 11. Subsequently, Yang Yichen summoned the systems panel. Observing the newly refreshed 3 worlds, his gaze was immediately drawn to the central world, Call of Duty 11, a company that nearly upended an entire world. Upon sighting this world, Yang Yichen had already made his choice, for it boasted exoskeletons, stealth aircraft, and hover tanks. Most importantly, it featured the dream armor of that man. The most common external mechanical equipment in Call of Duty 11. This armor would enable the soldier equipped with it to leap higher, run faster, and bear weight with ease, all while being armed with various heavy weaponry. Contemplating this, Yang Yichen mused inwardly, "Master, can I bring other personnel with me during this journey across worlds?" Ding. The transportation function has now been activated for the host, allowing the transfer of personnel or items for a fee, or the direct establishment of a teleportation portal. As the system's voice resonated in Yang Yichen's mind, the mention of the teleportation portal momentarily stunned him. After all, constructing a teleportation portal would enable the direct plunder of resources from the opposing world. However, he currently had no need for such capabilities. He then instructed Hong Ho to contact the clone army led by Dr. Isaac and Task Force 141, urging them to prepare their weapons and gear for the impending journey. As soon as Yang Yichen's command was issued, alarms blared throughout the first and second levels of the underground base. Following this, Hong Ho's voice echoed, announcing, "Attention. Task Force 141, please assemble in the plaza. Clone troops, please gather in the plaza as well." Almost immediately, Price and Soap, along with their comrades, hastened to the center of the plaza to convene. On the opposite side, a steady stream of clone soldiers awakened from cryogenic chambers, invigorated by a simplified version of the enhancement serum, showing no adverse effects post-thaw. After retrieving their corresponding equipment from the armory, they swiftly positioned themselves in the training area. Meanwhile, amidst the blaring alarms, Yang Yichen ascended to the main level of the core base via his elevator. Standing on the elevated platform, he surveyed the countless clone soldiers below, alongside the members of Task Force 141. An indescribable sensation surged within him, as every man harbors a hidden ambition for success. Gazing at his burgeoning faction, Yang Yichen contemplated, "System, can we initiate separate teleportations? I need to scout ahead before transporting the clone troops and Task Force 141. Ding. Host. This system supports separate teleportation." Upon hearing the system's response, Yang Yichen promptly pressed the teleportation button for Mission Call 11. Accompanied by a surge of spatial energy, he and the clone soldiers in the plaza vanished from the base. Simultaneously, in the world of Mission Call, the protagonist, Mitchell, was in pursuit of Ios from the Titan Corporation. As Mitchell drew near, Ios found himself at the climax of the narrative, poised to fall to his demise from the Titan Tower. At that moment, a distortion in space emerged between Ios and Mitchell, obstructing the latter's pursuit. Suddenly, a man clad in a suit materialized out of thin air. Spotting this uninvited guest, Mitchell swiftly raised his weapon, aiming at the intruder. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen, having traversed through the spatial waves, arrived in the world of Mission Call. Upon his arrival, he noticed a soldier aiming a weapon at him. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings and spotted Ios lying on the glass corridor. It was indeed fortuitous, as he had coincidentally arrived at the climax of the story. Mitchell observed Yang Yicheng with curiosity, for the manner of his arrival was remarkably surreal, especially since the Titan Corporation had yet to develop any form of teleportation equipment. This man before him had seemingly materialized out of thin air, which rendered Mitchell hesitant to act rashly. As Yang Yicheng scrutinized the two, he was about to utter a word when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor behind Mitchell. It was Gideon, a teammate of Mitchell's. Upon reaching the corridor, Gideon immediately noticed the standoff among the three and, without a moment's thought, raised his weapon, aiming it at Yang Yicheng's head before pulling the trigger. Yang Yicheng, upon seeing Gideon fire, merely tilted his head aside, allowing the bullet to whiz past him. Witnessing his bullet evade its target startled Gideon, prompting him to prepare to pull the trigger once more. However, with a resounding gunshot, a bullet hole appeared on Gideon's head, disbelief flashing in his eyes as he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Following the sound of the gunfire, Yang Yicheng was revealed to be wielding a Desert Eagle, the barrel still emitting wisps of smoke. Upon witnessing his comrade's demise at the hands of Yang Yicheng, Mitchell instinctively aimed to retaliate. Yet, he was not quick enough. With a series of 4 gunshots, Mitchell found himself riddled with bullets, collapsing onto the floor. His mechanical right arm sparked violently as it was struck. Disregarding him, Yang Yicheng turned to Ios, who lay on the ground, and extended his right hand. Initially overwhelmed with despair, Ios felt a glimmer of hope upon Yang Yicheng's arrival, prompting him to grasp the outstretched hand despite his confusion. With a surge of strength, Yang Yicheng lifted Ios to his feet. Casting a glance at the moaning Mitchell on the ground, Ios inquired, "Who are you? Why did you save me? Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I require your expertise, and in return, you shall survive," replied Yang Yicheng. Ios chuckled at this, then erupted into laughter. "Survive? The entire world is hunting me down. Why should I trust that you can ensure my safety?" As Ios's laughter echoed, Yang Yicheng remained silent, simply clapping his hands. A distortion of space rippled through the corridor, and soon, Task Force 141, led by Price, emerged. Their memories were anchored to the moment of their teleportation, and as they materialized, they found themselves in an unfamiliar setting. Ios, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Price and his team, curiously asked, "What kind of technology is this that allows for direct personnel teleportation?" Yang Yicheng, unperturbed by Ios's inquiry, retorted, "Now do you have any further doubts regarding the preservation of your life?" Chapter 55, Eliminating the Protagonist. Upon hearing Yang Yicheng's inquiry, Ios paused momentarily before regaining composure. "You saved me. What do you require in return?" "Regarding the weaponry data, it does not reside within my mind, but rather in the company's central server room." Yang Yicheng, upon hearing Ios's concern, shrugged nonchalantly. "Do not worry about the data. I merely need your assistance in carrying out a task." After Yang's words, Ios turned to glance at the world beyond the corridor. In the sky, the airborne vessels belonging to the Titan Corporation were dwindling in number. Meanwhile, on the ground, his defense forces were retreating under the combined assault of other nations, fighting a disjointed battle. With a deep breath, he turned back and said, "All right, you have prevailed. I will assist you, but you must allow me to handle him." Ios gestured towards Mitchell, who lay on the ground. Upon completing Ios's statement, Yang Yicheng nodded and stepped aside, clearing the way between Mitchell and Ios. Ios, consumed by rage, rushed forward and seized Mitchell by the collar. "Damn it. I treated you like my own son, and yet you betrayed me." Mitchell, lying on the ground, offered no resistance, having already sustained injuries from Yang Yicheng's gunfire that left him weak and bloodied. Observing the unresponsive Mitchell, Ios exhaled deeply, and his demeanor shifted. Yang Yicheng, standing nearby, handed Ios the Desert Eagle from his grasp. Ios accepted the firearm, examining it with a sigh. "What an old gun," he remarked before aiming it at Mitchell's head and pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, a flicker of relief crossed Mitchell's eyes as he lay there. Ios then turned and returned the Desert Eagle to Yang Yicheng. "We must act swiftly, otherwise, the data in the server room may be compromised." Seeing the transformed Ios before him, Yang Yicheng nodded. "Price, take Ios with you to the server room and retrieve the necessary files." As the words left his lips, Yang produced a disk from his pocket and tossed it to Price. "This contains the subsystem for Red Queen. Once you insert the disk in the server room, Red Queen will automatically download the data." After receiving the disk, Price and Ios hurried towards the server room. Meanwhile, Yang Yicheng stood atop the building, observing the fierce battle below, and murmured, "Deploy the remaining clone soldiers to the area beneath the building." As he spoke, the system dispatched the remaining clones. Yang Yicheng watched as, in the corners of the battlefield below, clone soldiers materialized out of thin air. These newly arrived clones charged into the fray against the opposing forces. Having undergone enhancements, this batch of clone soldiers effortlessly overwhelmed the ordinary enemy troops, dominating the battlefield with an overwhelming advantage. One by one, they succumbed under the fire of the clone soldiers. With the arrival of this fresh troop, The remaining soldiers of the Titan Corporation, who had been struggling to resist, were astonished to find their pressure alleviated. They curiously observed this newly emerged battalion on the battlefield. And once they received confirmation over the radio that this force was indeed their own, they joined the counteroffensive. As Yang Yichen fervently surveyed the conflict from the rooftop, a voice from Price echoed in his arms, stating, "I have reached the control room and am currently transferring the data. It is expected to take about half an hour." Listening attentively, Yang Yichen glanced down at the battlefield and replied, "No problem, even an hour would suffice." After concluding the communication, the situation on the battlefield abruptly shifted. A thunderous explosion resonated, and a plume of smoke erupted amidst the ranks of the clone soldiers. The opposing United soldiers, sensing a change in the tide, had called in tanks to the battlefield, intending to leverage their formidable firepower for a decisive assault. However, the appearance of the tanks only caused a momentary stir among the clone soldiers before they resumed their combat stance. Subsequently, a barrage of rockets was launched at the tanks. Yet, following a cloud of smoke, the tanks sustained only superficial damage, marked by mere black soot and shallow punctures. It became evident that within the realm of Call of Duty, the fundamental materials science surpassed that of the Marvel Universe by a significant margin, rendering the anti-tank weapons carried by the clones ineffective against the armored vehicles. Recognizing their anti-tank capabilities were futile, the enemy tanks grew increasingly brazen, boldly emerging from their cover to advance upon the clone soldiers' positions, unleashing a barrage of suppressive fire. This state of affairs, however, was short-lived, as a rocket, trailing a long plume of smoke, struck the tank directly. This time, fortune did not favor the armored vehicle. The rocket impacted with a top-down strike, detonating upon the tank's turret. The ensuing explosion sent the turret flying several meters into the air, landing in the middle of the road. It turned out that the clone soldiers, upon realizing their weapons were ineffective against the tanks, sought assistance from the Titan Corporation soldiers to learn how to effectively operate their weaponry, which ultimately led to the tank's destruction. At this juncture, over 20 minutes had elapsed. Yang Yichen glanced at the time, noting that in just a few minutes, Price and his team would complete the data transfer. He prepared to leave the rooftop to rendezvous with him. However, at that moment, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air. The United soldiers, while previously calling for support, had also summoned aerial assistance, resulting in a delayed arrival as the helicopter was loaded with munitions. Once on the scene, the aircraft unleashed a barrage of cannon fire and rockets upon the clone soldiers and the remaining Titan soldiers below. As the cannon fire erupted, the clone soldiers and the colossal soldiers below, struck by the barrage, succumbed under the overwhelming caliber, their remnants reduced to mere fragments, drifting into the atmosphere. Witnessing the merciless harvesting of his clone soldiers by the helicopter, Yang Yichen felt a twinge of discomfort. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, clenching it towards the helicopter. The airborne craft, seemingly beset by an invisible force, transformed into a heap of scrap metal before plummeting to the ground. Upon retracting his hand, Yang Yichen noticed that Price and his team had completed their data extraction and returned to the rooftop. Observing this, he inquired directly, "Has the data been successfully copied?" "Indeed. And we have purged the database. Even if they breach the premises later, they shall find nothing," Price replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Yichen silently urged, "Commander, take us back." No sooner had he spoken than he and his companions vanished from the rooftop. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, the Allied soldiers, noticing a decrease in enemy firepower, cautiously peered out only to find the soldiers clad in black armor had vanished. They promptly regrouped and launched a renewed offensive. The colossal soldiers, realizing the disappearance of the clone forces and witnessing the near-total demise of their ranks, laid down their arms in surrender. As the Allied soldiers stormed into the building's control room, they discovered that all data had been obliterated. This mysterious battalion that appeared out of thin air was subsequently classified as a top-secret entity by the United Nations. Chapter 56, Establishment of the Weapons Department. At this moment in the Marvel Universe, within the first floor of the internal base, Yang Yichen and his companions, along with the clone soldiers, materialized once more in the plaza. Among the group was an additional individual, Ios. However, several of the clone soldiers were conspicuously absent. The majority of the losses incurred during the assaults from tanks and helicopters, while engagements with infantry had resulted in minimal casualties. Gazing at the injured comrades below, Yang Yichen announced the disbandment and led Ios to the fourth floor of the base. Observing the vacant expanse of the fourth floor, he turned to Ios and stated, "Ios, your workstation will be situated here, primarily overseeing the development and production of company equipment. Should you require anything, feel free to summon Red Queen for procurement." With that, he left Ios to acclimate to his new workspace alone. Yang Yichen then took the elevator to the first floor in search of Ivan Vanko. During the ride, he instructed the system to brainwash Ios, ensuring his unwavering loyalty. Eventually, he arrived at Ivan Vanko's laboratory, pushing the door open to find him engrossed in the study of a small object. "Ivan, Have the remnants of the engine I provided been restored? Upon hearing Yang Yichen's voice, Ivan Vanko swiftly turned, wiped his hands, and retrieved a disk from a nearby filing cabinet. Having restored 2/3 of the data, I found that the remaining portion is irretrievably damaged. Upon hearing Ivan Vanko's response, Yang Yichen nodded and turned his curious gaze toward the circular device on the table. Have you already commenced your research on the reactor? He inquired. Noticing Yang Yichen's interest, Ivan Vanko picked up the device and replied, the reactor's exterior has been completed. We are merely awaiting the remaining materials to proceed with the formal ignition. Such swiftness? Yang Yichen expressed his astonishment at Ivan Vanko's speed, to which Ivan Vanko attributed his efficiency to the notes left by his father. After hearing this, Yang Yichen instructed Ivan Vanko to construct a large reactor for the entire base's power supply once the ignition of this device was successful. After all, the base currently relied on external electricity, and with the anticipated increase in operational levels, the surge in power consumption would inevitably attract the attention of the power company. Following this, he rose and returned to the top level. As days passed, aside from attending to work-related matters, Yang Yichen devoted his remaining time to nurturing his relationship with the Victoria's Secret sister duo. Meanwhile, Black Widow Natasha remained burdened with tasks assigned by Yang Yichen, working tirelessly without a moment's respite. One day, while Yang Yichen was idly in his office, he received a notification from iOS, announcing the completion of the production base on the 4th floor. He promptly took the elevator to the 4th level. As the elevator doors opened, the 4th floor had transformed dramatically, from an initially empty expanse to a bustling labyrinth of production lines. Upon his arrival, iOS, who had been awaiting him, appeared before Yang Yichen. Now capable of sacrificing himself for Yang Yichen due to his system enhancements. Guided by iOS, Yang Yichen traversed the production lines, during which iOS elaborated on the current limitations of the base's size, explaining that it could only produce smaller equipment for the time being. This included the commonly utilized 27 and 12 fully automatic rifles and 3D printed firearms, along with the primary exoskeleton armor. However, larger vehicles such as stealth fighters, helicopters, tanks, and other equipment would necessitate a more expansive facility for production. Yang Yichen, while listening to iOS's exposition, surveyed the surroundings. Upon learning that larger vehicles required a broader production base, he remarked, you need not worry about the space. Focus on producing 10,000 sets of exoskeleton armor first. Future production facilities will be arranged in Africa, at General Sheffield's location. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the end of the production line, where an array of weapons and exoskeleton armor had already been manufactured. Observing this, Yang Yichen instructed Red Queen to summon Yang Yi and Yang Air along with their group. Before long, Yang Yi and Yang Air appeared in the underground base on the 4th floor. Following the directives of Hong Ho, they located Yang Yichen and, upon finding him, saluted respectfully. Yang Yi has arrived as ordered. Please provide further instructions. After observing Yang Yi's salute, Yang Yichen returned the gesture and gestured towards the newly produced equipment. Yang Yi, please test the newly released weaponry from the company. Subsequently, under the guidance of iOS, Yang Yi and his companions donned the exoskeleton armor and selected their preferred weapons before heading to the training ground. They first tackled a standard 400-meter obstacle course, achieving a commendable time of approximately 30 seconds. It is noteworthy that even the enhanced clone soldiers, fortified by the full-strength enhancement serum, could only match this time on the same course. This demonstrated that the exoskeleton could enable an experienced soldier to perform on par with a genetically enhanced clone. Following this, they proceeded to the shooting range to test their weapons. They discovered that the 27 and 12 rifles in their hands were far superior to the 4 rifles they had been using, leading them to cherish their new weapons dearly. Observing this scene, Yang Yichen turned to iOS and inquired, iOS, could you develop a tailored exoskeleton armor specifically for Yang Yi and his team? After all, they are primarily responsible for my daily security, and wearing the full exoskeleton would be too conspicuous. iOS assured him that it was entirely feasible. After hearing iOS's response, Yang Yichen patted his shoulder and, choosing not to interrupt Yang Yi and the others while they tested the exoskeleton, took the elevator back to his office alone. Once seated, he recalled the disk Ivan Vanko had entrusted to him and instructed Hong Ho to copy the data. He then took out his phone and dialed Lin Jin's number. As the call connected, Lin Jin's melodious voice resonated through the receiver. Yichen, what a surprise to receive a call from you. Oh, is it unusual for me to call you, Xiaojin? Yang Yichen teased in response to her inquiry. They engaged in light conversation for over 10 minutes before Yang Yichen's tone turned serious. Xiaojin, when you have time, please come to my company. I have something to hand over to you. Chapter 57. In ambush a few days later, Yang Yichen unexpectedly received a call from Lin Jin. Upon answering, her playful voice came through the line. Yichen, I have just arrived at the New York airport. Will you come to pick me up? Hearing the note of anticipation in her voice, a smile unconsciously spread across Yang Yichen's face. Sure, wait for me at the airport. I'll be there shortly. After ending the call, he gathered Yang Yi and the others, and they set off towards the New York airport in a Land Rover. Through their skilled driving, they managed to reduce the originally 30-minute journey to half the time. In just 15 minutes, Yang Yichen and his companions arrived at the airport entrance. Without hesitation, Yang Yichen opened the car door and made his way towards the exit. Inside the exit, Lin Jin stood up upon seeing Yang Yichen approach and accompanied by several bodyguards. She also advanced towards the exit. By the time they reached the threshold, Yang Yichen was already waiting at the airport exit. Upon encountering Lin Jin, he took the bag from her hands, while the bodyguards behind her discreetly distanced themselves. Are you hungry, Xiaojin? Shall we find a hotel to grab a bite? Yang Yichen inquired with concern after taking Lin Jin's bag. Sure, Yichen, I happen to be a bit hungry, Lin Jin responded, suddenly feeling the pangs of hunger after her lengthy flight. Upon hearing Lin Jin's soft voice, Yang Yichen smiled. That's great. I know a renowned restaurant we can try. He then extended his right hand towards her. Seeing his gesture, Lin Jin's cheeks flushed, and she shyly turned her face, placing her right hand into his. As Yang Yichen gently clasped her delicate hand, he instinctively squeezed it, causing Lin Jin's face to redden even more. Hand in hand, they walked towards the convoy, while Lin Jin's bodyguards exchanged glances and followed suit. Once they were in the car, the accompanying bodyguards also boarded. The entire convoy then set off towards the restaurant Yang Yichen had chosen. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Yang Yichen and Lin Jin stood at the restaurant's entrance, preparing to bid each other farewell. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of Yang Yichen's neck stood on end. Instinctively, he embraced Lin Jin and stepped aside, just as a bullet from a high-caliber sniper rifle grazed past her. With a loud bang, passers-by on the street instinctively turned their gazes towards Yang Yichen and Lin Jin. Upon realizing a shooting had occurred, the crowd began to scatter in panic. Just as Yang Yichen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, that unsettling sensation returned. Holding Lin Jin in his arms, he prepared to use his unique abilities to create a protective barrier in front of them. However, before he could fully form the shield, Yang Yi dashed in front of him. Earlier, when Yang Yichen and Lin Jin had exited, Yang Yi had been standing behind them. Upon hearing the first gunshot, he immediately activated his exoskeleton armor and surged forward to shield them. As the shooter fired a second bullet, Yang Yi raised the shield on his right arm. From Yang Yichen's perspective, as Yang Yi positioned himself in front, the suit he wore burst open, revealing iron plates that formed a protective barrier. Just as expected, the second bullet from the assailant reached Yang Yi's newly erected shield. With a resounding clang, the bullet struck Yang Yi's shield, ricocheting off with force. Meanwhile, Yang Air and Yang Sen activated their exoskeletal power armor, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the gunman's position. The activation of the exoskeletons was accompanied by a powerful surge that tore apart the suits worn by Yang Air and Yang San, exposing the entirety of their armor to the eyes of onlookers in the street. Instantly, a group of tourists, undeterred by the unfolding chaos, pulled out their phones and began recording the scene. Remarkably, this sequence of events transpired within mere seconds. Observing that the two assassination attempts had failed, the gunman discarded his weapon and attempted to flee. At the same time, Lin Jin's bodyguard, upon hearing the gunshots, swiftly initiated the Land Rover, crashing through the street barriers. He drove directly to the front of Yang Yichen and Lin Jin. Recognizing the urgency, Yang Yichen shielded Lin Jin as they boarded the vehicle. Yang Yi followed suit, only making his way to the passenger seat after both Yang Yichen and Lin Jin were safely inside. Once everyone was on board, Lin Jin's bodyguard pressed the accelerator to the floor, and with the sound of tires screeching against the pavement, the modified Land Rover surged forward under the immense power of its engine. Meanwhile, two Land Rovers remained behind in the convoy to support Yang Air and Yang San, while the rest of the vehicles trailed closely behind Yang Yichen's. As Lin Jin was pulled into the car by Yang Yichen, she began to regain her composure from the earlier attack. Unaccustomed to such perilous situations, the usually sheltered Lin Jin instinctively shrank into Yang Yichen's embrace, trembling with fear. Yang Yichen, feeling the softness of her presence and witnessing the trepidation in her eyes, found it difficult to push her away. Instead, he held her gently, offering soft reassurances. In that moment, Yang Yi in the passenger seat established communication with Yang Air and Yang San via radio. After exchanging a few words, he turned to Yang Yichen and reported, the gunman has been apprehended. Yang Air and Yang San are escorting him back towards the company. Acknowledging Yang Yi's update with a slight nod, Yang Yichen remained silent, fully aware of the situation at hand. With a sudden break, their vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Umbrella Corporation's building. By this time, Yang Si and the remaining team members, having learned of Yang Yichen's attack, were already positioned at the front entrance. As Yang Yichen's convoy approached, Yang Si and his team formed a protective barrier, raising their exoskeletal bulletproof shields to secure Yang Yichen and Lin Jin in the center. Yang Yichen, holding Lin Jin close, guided her swiftly towards the company, shielded by Yang Si and his team. As the elevator chimed, Yang Yi and Lin Jin ascended to Yang Yichen's office. Upon arrival, Lin Jin's demeanor began to soften. As the heir of the Lin group, she possessed a resilience that surpassed that of an ordinary young woman. After calming her emotions, Lin Jin realized she was still nestled in Yang Yichen's embrace. Blushing, she quickly extricated herself from his hold. Chapter 58. The Hidden Manipulator. Once Lin Jin had stepped away from Yang Yichen, she intended to say something, but her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was her fourth uncle, Lin Haochen, calling. Xiaojin, how are things on your end? I received a report from the bodyguards stating you were attacked. Hearing her uncle's concerned words, Lin Jin felt a warmth spread through her heart and promptly replied, Uncle, I'm with Yichen. He has been protecting me very well. I am completely unharmed. After hearing Lin Jin's reassuring response, Lin Haochen engaged in a bit of small talk before requesting Lin Jin to pass the phone to Yang Yichen. Once Yang Yichen took the call, Lin Haochen's voice resonated through the receiver. Yichen, please take good care of Xiaojin. Have they apprehended the assailants? Uncle, don't worry. I will ensure Xiaojin's safety, Yang Yichen promptly assured him, continuing, the attackers have already been captured and are currently being brought to the company by my men. Good. Once you have interrogated them, please inform me. The Lin family has been inactive for too long. Others may think we are no longer formidable. After exchanging a few more words, Yang Yichen returned the phone to Lin Jin. At that moment, the voice of Hong Ho echoed in the room, Master. Yang Er and Yang San have returned and are currently in the basement. Mistaking the sudden voice for that of a real person, Lin Jin turned to Yang Yichen and said, Yichen, you may go attend to your matters. I will rest in your office for a while. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Yichen descended in the elevator to the basement, a placement for outsiders to see. In the interrogation room of the basement, Yang Yi and the others were observing a Middle Eastern man bound to a chair, while Yang Er was administering punishment to him. As the door creaked open, Yang Yichen entered the interrogation room. Upon his arrival, Yang Yi and the others stepped aside to make space. Yang Yichen approached the gunman, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him, and turned to Yang Yi and the others, inquiring, has this gunman not confessed yet? In response to Yang Yichen's question, Yang Er, with his head bowed, replied, he hasn't given in. He is quite stubborn. Yang Yichen shot a glance at Yang Er and remarked, if he refuses to speak, won't you find a way to make him? It was understandable why Yang Yichen was frustrated. Today's attack was clearly aimed at Lin Jin. Had it not been for the fact that Lin Jin had asked Yang Yichen to pick her up upon her arrival in the United States, she would have certainly faced dire consequences. Ordinary bodyguards would have been unable to protect her in time. If it weren't for Yang Yichen's sixth sense, which alerted him to the impending danger, he would have only been able to utilize his abilities when bullets were already in flight, risking Lin Jin's life. Hearing the displeasure in Yang Yichen's voice, Yang Er immediately pledged, give me another chance. I will certainly extract information from this gunman. Listening to Yang Er's military decree, Yang Yichen's tone softened. There was no need for any military order. Simply uncovering the puppet master behind the scenes would suffice. As for the gunman, whether he lived or died after divulging the information was of little consequence. Subsequently, Yang Yichen opened the door to the interrogation room and stepped out, awaiting the outcome in another chamber. Upon seeing Yang Yichen depart, Yang Er turned his gaze towards the gunman, revealing a cruel smile. Hee, you had better hope you can endure this. How dare you embarrass me in my presence? As he spoke, he retrieved a pair of pliers from a nearby toolbox. The gunman, witnessing Yang Er approaching with the tool in hand and a sinister grin on his face, began to emit whimpering sounds. As the cries of anguish echoed through the room, Yang Yichen sat in the adjacent chamber, sipping whiskey. Upon hearing the screams, he frowned momentarily before resuming his stoic enjoyment of the drink. Meanwhile, Yang Er had already begun to remove the nails from the gunman's 10 fingers. Bound to a chair, the gunman trembled violently, producing muffled whimpers. Noticing this, Yang Er leisurely retrieved several steel needles, each measuring over 10 centimeters, from the toolbox. Holding them in hand, he remarked, I assume you are familiar with this form of torture? Inserting steel needles directly into your fingertips. The gunman, upon hearing Yang Er's chilling words, trembled even more intensely. He attempted to speak, but the cloth stuffed in his mouth stifled his words, resulting in incomprehensible sounds. Yang Er then firmly grasped the gunman's hand, methodically inserting a needle into each finger. With each insertion, the gunman's trembling intensified. Once all 10 fingers were adorned with needles, a puddle began to form beneath him. Under the excruciating pain inflicted by Yang Er, the gunman had involuntarily soiled himself, the waste streaming down his legs onto the floor. Yang Er, seemingly unfazed, emotionlessly removed the cloth that had gagged the gunman. As the cloth was pulled away, the incapacitated gunman eagerly spoke, I will tell you everything. Please, no more torture. Observing his desperation, Yang Er positioned a camera towards the gunman, who then began to recount the details of the incident. After the gunman had disclosed all pertinent information, young heir, to ensure no critical details were withheld. Stuffed the cloth back into the gunman's mouth. The gunman, witnessing young heir grasping his implements once more, contorted in the chair in sheer terror. However, with his limbs bound, all efforts to escape were futile. As young heir approached, the gunman's screams filled the interrogation room. After several rounds of this brutal interrogation, the gunman had succumbed to the overwhelming pain, rendered utterly senseless. Young heir meticulously examined the testimonies from the recent interrogations, cross-referencing them until he identified the most credible intelligence. Just then, a series of knocks resonated through the air. He opened the door to the lounge and stepped inside. The results of the interrogation had arrived. The assailant was a member of a third-rate assassin organization. However, this assassination mission had been commissioned by a bounty initiated by the affluent Hassan Assad Jabal bin Hashim family during the previous incident in Syria. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen acknowledged with a brief sound and waved young heir away. He then retrieved his satellite phone and dialed Lin Haochen's number. Fourth uncle, the mastermind has been identified. Once connected, Yang Yichen relayed the interrogation results to Lin Haochen. Upon receiving the report, Lin Haochen was astounded to discover that it was indeed the small family he had warned about previously, daring to instigate trouble. After ending the call, he instructed his men to deal with the Hassan Assad Jabal bin Hashim family. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen narrowed his eyes as he contemplated the name of the assassin organization in his hand. Chapter 59. To set an example, Red Queen. Assist me in locating this so-called Shadow Edge Alliance assassin organization. We must demonstrate the strength of the Umbrella Corporation. Otherwise, even the most insignificant entities will dare to challenge us. Red Queen, who had been discreetly observing Yang Yichen, promptly responded upon hearing his command. Understood, Master. I am currently searching for the location of their base. Within mere seconds, Red Queen's voice resonated again. Master, I have pinpointed the location of the Shadow Edge Alliance base, which is situated in the northern region near the Swedish border. Just as Yang Yichen was about to call Yang Yi and the others, Red Queen's next statement interrupted his train of thought. Master, while monitoring online, I discovered photos and videos of your attack. Although I deleted the corresponding footage and images at the first opportunity, a small portion has still been acquired by certain organizations. Hearing the note of guilt in Red Queen's voice, Yang Yichen reassured, it is of no concern. Those organizations are aware of what can and cannot be revealed. After comforting Red Queen, he instructed her to summon the members of Task Force 141. During the waiting period, Yang Yichen contemplated system exchange for 2 stealth helicopters from Call of Duty 11. Ding, payment successful. The helicopters have been summoned to the base hangar. Please check for receipt. As the system's announcement concluded, 2 helicopters materialized in the previously empty hangar, quietly resting on the helipad. Meanwhile, Task Force 141's Price and Soap arrived in the lounge. Is there something you need us to do? They inquired. Yang Yichen gestured for Price and the others to take a seat, then handed his tablet to Price. I believe you are already aware of my assassination attempt. The assassin organization is known as the Shadow Edge Alliance, and I require you to lead the clone squad in annihilating this organization. Within the confines of the entire base, not a single living creature shall remain. Even a mere earthworm must be cleaved in twain. Throughout this mission, Red Queen will assist you in accomplishing your tasks. Price, listening to Yang Yichen's words, was somewhat astonished. For within the company, scarcely anyone had witnessed Yang Yichen unleashing such fury. Upon receiving the tablet, he immediately stood upright, saluted Yang Yichen, and pledged to fulfill the mission. He then made his way towards the equipment room, carrying soap to procure combat supplies. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen set aside his whiskey and proceeded to the interrogation room. At that moment, the gunman was in a state of utter stupor, and Yang Yichen waved his hand in front of his face to dispel the nauseating stench of excrement. Turning to Yang Heir, he instructed, if any officers arrive seeking this gunman, hand him over to them and simultaneously lodge a complaint regarding these police departments. After speaking, he exited the interrogation room and took his private elevator to the office on the top floor. At this time, Lin Jean was still engaged in phone calls with her friends and family, all inquiring about her well-being. Upon Yang Yichen's arrival, Lin Jean concluded her conversation and approached him. Yichen, what is the situation? Have you discovered who orchestrated the assassination attempt against us? Listening to Lin Jin's words, Yang Yichen grasped her hand and reassured her, fear not. Xiao Jin, we have identified the mastermind behind this plot. It is none other than the bin Hashim family, who previously harassed you in Syria. I have already informed my uncle, and he assured me he would handle the matter, so you need not worry. Comforted by Yang Yichen's words, Lin Jin regained her composure. After offering her solace, Yang Yichen arranged for Lin Jin to rest in the adjacent guest room while he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, gazing down at the cityscape beneath. Observing the flashing red and blue lights below, he recognized that the New York police had come to apprehend someone. Indeed, moments later, a call from Yang Heir came through. As per your request, I have transferred the gunman to the New York police, urging them to resolve the case swiftly. Otherwise, I shall file a complaint. Acknowledging Yang Air's report, Yang Yichen affirmed his understanding and ended the call. As the police lights gradually faded from his view, the square in front of the Umbrella Corporation building emitted a series of clicking sounds. After the sounds of gears turning and grinding ceased, a vast black hole appeared in the center of the square. From within the pit arose the distinctive thud of helicopter rotors. Subsequently, 2 helicopters ascended, one after the other, from the dark void in the square. As the whirring of the rotors grew louder, the trees in the square swayed in response to the gust of wind. Once the helicopters had fully ascended into the sky, their surfaces shimmered with rippling waves before they vanished entirely from sight. As the sound of the rotors receded, the black hole in the center of the square began to close, ultimately restoring the area to its original state. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yang Yichen set down his wine glass and retreated to his chamber for rest. As time inexorably passed, we find ourselves in the northern frontier of Sweden, adjacent to a forsaken industrial zone that was once a thriving center of manufacturing, now reduced to a symbol of abandonment and decay. This area, aptly dubbed the Rust Belt, is characterized by dilapidated structures whose paint has peeled away under the harshest of weather, revealing the bare metal beneath and standing in stark contrast to the encroaching desolation. Deep within this forsaken industrial sector lies a clandestine base known as the Shadow Hub. At this moment, the assassins and personnel within the base were engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on the reasons behind the organization's sudden summons back to the facility. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the base were equally perplexed, having received the recall notices only to find several high-ranking officials denying their issuance upon arrival. As the discourse among the gathered personnel continued, the sound of a tremendous explosion resonated, obliterating the base's main entrance. Those unfortunate souls behind the door were forcefully thrust against the wall by the sheer power of the blast. In the wake of the shattered entrance, Price and his team, accompanied by dozens of enhanced clone soldiers, charged in, braving the gunfire from the assassins within. Chapter 60. The mysterious figures in black, unaccustomed to such a formidable assault. The assassins within the base were taken aback. Typically relying on handguns and rifles for their covert operations, they were now confronted by a fully armed contingent of adversaries. Their feeble firearms proved utterly ineffective against Price and his team's formidable defenses. Meanwhile, the valiant member of Task Force 141, known as Little Strong, carried an ammunition pack on his back and relentlessly unleashed fire from his M240 machine gun upon the multitude of assassins. The bullets fired by the assassins ricocheted off the plates of their exoskeleton armor, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs before falling impotently to the ground. On the other front, Price and his comrades advanced rapidly, leveraging the bulletproof capabilities of their exoskeletons. The assassins, devoid of any means of resistance, fell victim to the overwhelming firepower of Price's squad. Realizing their weapons were futile against Price and his team, the remaining assassins discarded their arms and fled deeper into the base. As the last of the assassins were vanquished, Price and his team pressed onward into the heart of the facility. Meanwhile, the higher-ups among the assassins, upon hearing the chaos erupting within their base, hastily sought to escape via the emergency exit. However, they were unaware that Red had already sabotaged the power supply to the emergency routes, rendering their frantic button presses beneath the table utterly futile. Elsewhere, those assassins who had retreated further into the base, under the leadership of several esteemed individuals among them, began to regroup. Faced with the realization of their impending doom, the higher-ups resolved to access the armory, breaking into the stockpile of weaponry within the base. From the armory, these assassins retrieved an array of high-caliber rifles and grenades. The muzzle was aimed at the entrance of the internal base, poised to transform Price and his companions into mere sieves upon their arrival. As each assassin found their position and settled in, an eerie silence enveloped the entire base, broken only by the sound of their own labored breathing. This tranquility, however, was short-lived as smoke grenades were suddenly hurled from outside. With the hissing of the smoke grenades, the entrance quickly became shrouded in a dense fog. The heavy sound of footsteps soon echoed ominously, reverberating in the hearts of the assassins. Unable to contain himself, one assassin opened fire, prompting the others to follow suit, their fingers tightening around the triggers. Countless bullets and grenades were unleashed towards the entrance of the base. As the explosions subsided, the oppressive footsteps ceased, and the remaining assassins cautiously peered out. To their astonishment, a mechanical whirring pierced through the smoke, followed by a barrage of bullets that mowed down those who dared to observe. As the gunfire drew nearer, the assassins finally discerned the object emerging from the haze. Towering at over 2 meters, a humanoid armor stood menacingly at the entrance, equipped with a 20mm rotary cannon on its right arm. This armor, reminiscent of that from Call of Duty 11, was piloted by Soap from Task Force 141. Phew, Captain, you must try this armor. The sensation is exhilarating. Once you experience it, You'll never want to use anything else, Soap exclaimed over the comms. Irritated by Soap's exuberance, Price retorted, "Damn it, Soap, focus on your mission. If you let even one escape, you'll face military repercussions when you return." Chastened by Price's reprimand, Soap shifted his attention to the scattering assassins, laughing maniacally. "You sewer rats, perish." He then activated the rotary cannon on his right arm, its ominous sound resonating throughout the base once more. Wherever the cannon's fire swept, the assassins, along with their makeshift cover, were reduced to mere remnants. As the cannon fell silent, Price, leading the remaining team members, entered through the main door. Confronted by a scene akin to a hellish nightmare, turning to Soap, he scolded, "Damn it, can't you aim more accurately? There's no place left to stand." Soap, feigning ignorance, turned his head away. Seeing this, Price chuckled and then led Ghost and the others towards the safety of the base. At this moment, within the confines of the assassin base, the higher-ups were huddled in a safe house, fervently praying that the assassins outside would thwart Price and his companions. To their astonishment, sounds began to emanate from the entrance of the safe house, followed by a low buzzing noise. One of the executives, curious, leaned in for a closer listen, only to be startled as a crimson laser sliced through the air before him, causing him to collapse in terror. In the wake of this initial laser, 3 more appeared. As the lasers danced, the grand door of the safe house swiftly morphed into a rectangular opening under their precise cuts. With the laser's disappearance, a gaping rectangular hole was revealed. Subsequently, several stun grenades were hurled through the opening. With a series of explosive sounds echoing, the higher-ups of the assassin base fell to the ground, clutching their ears. When they finally regained their composure, they found themselves confronted by several figures. Price, observing the disoriented executives, commanded his team to arrange them in a line to kneel. After capturing a photograph of this assembly with his camera, he drew his pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger at the kneeling assassins. As the gunfire ceased, the group lay motionless on the ground. Price then recorded their lifeless forms with his camera before retrieving a specially designed Umbrella Corporation emblem and tossing it atop the pile of corpses. Following this, he and his team evacuated the base. As Price and his companions ascended into a helicopter and departed, a series of explosions erupted below, engulfing the base in flames. Subsequently, the authorities, arriving late to the scene, could only call for fire trucks while gazing at the inferno. It wasn't until the following day that the raging fire was finally extinguished. Once the flames were quelled, firefighters spotted a Black Hawk helicopter descending onto the scorched site. A few men in black suits disembarked and made their way toward the safe house. Upon reaching the safe house, they surveyed the charred remains of the bodies curled up from the heat, their expressions grim. Then, as if discovering something significant, one of them produced a handkerchief and retrieved a badge from atop a corpse, the very badge that Price had discarded. The men in suits exchanged knowing glances at the untouched emblem, still vivid in red and white, before nodding in agreement and departing from the devastated base to board their helicopter. Chapter 61. The arc reactor. At this juncture in New York, Yang Yichen had just risen from his slumber. Stretching languidly while gazing out at the ocean view, he was met with the holographic projection of Red, which promptly appeared before him, announcing, "Master, Miss Lin Jean has awakened and is awaiting your company for breakfast." Additionally, Task Force 141 has returned to base after successfully completing their mission last night. As Yang Yichen listened to the report from the Red Queen, he tended to his morning routine. Once finished, he pushed open the door and made his way to the dining room. Upon arriving, he spotted Lin Jean seated at the dining table. Upon noticing Yang Yichen, Lin Jean eagerly called out, "Yichen, please take a seat and enjoy your breakfast." A servant promptly pulled out a chair for Yang Yichen. The two of them began their meal while engaging in a discussion about various aspects of life. "By the way, Xiao Jin, I have some materials regarding aviation engines that you should take back to your father," he said, retrieving a disc containing information on the 22nd engine that Ivan Vanko had restored, placing it on the table and pushing it towards Lin Jean. Lin Jean did not inquire further about the specifics of the aviation engine. After finishing breakfast, Lin Jean returned to her room and accessed a secure computer to open the disc provided by Yang Yichen. She was greeted by the conspicuous title in the folder, "Specifications for the 22 Raptor engine." Startled by the revelation, Lin Jean instinctively covered her mouth with her right hand. She promptly made her way to Yang Yichen's office, exclaiming, "Yichen, is the information on this disc authentic?" Hearing Lin Jean's anxious tone, Yang Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. It was merely the specifications for the 22 engine, not the complete parameters. However, Lin Jean disregarded Yang Yichen's jest and replied earnestly, "Yichen, this information is incredibly important. I must return to my country today. Fortunately, there is a flight from the Lin Group passing through New York." Yang Yichen nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. I will have Yang Yi escort you back. We will say you were startled by the attack and needed to return early." He then arranged for Yang Yi and the others to ensure Lin Jin's safe passage home. Shortly after bidding farewell to Lin Jin, Yang Yichen received a call from Lin Haochen. Yichen, you have kept your fourth uncle in the dark for too long. The assassins who attacked you in Shaojin have been eradicated by your people. You need not worry about the Hashim family. I have already taken care of them. The mastermind behind the attacks is the older brother of the rich heir you encountered in Syria, Lin Haochen informed him. But fret not. I have ensured they are no longer a threat. Listening to Lin Haochen's words, Yang Yichen nodded. That is reassuring, fourth uncle. The elimination of the assassin organization was indeed orchestrated by my people. After all, one must set an example to deter others from daring to target my company. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the call. Moments later, Yang Yichen noticed that the light bulb in his office had flickered and then extinguished, only to illuminate again within a second. Red Queen, what is happening? Is there an issue with the power system? He inquired. In response, the Red Queen's voice resonated within the room. Master, the flickering lights were due to Ivan Vanko switching the entire company's power supply to the arc reactor. Oh? The arc reactor has been successfully developed? Yang Yichen pondered, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. Without hesitation, I took the elevator to the first floor, where Ivan Vanko's laboratory was located, only to find no sign of him. Where is Ivan Vanko? I inquired. Master, Ivan Vanko is currently at the lowest level of the base, calibrating the arc reactor. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of the base, Ivan Vanko was intently observing the circular arc reactor before him, engrossed in his tablet, oblivious to Yang Yichen's arrival. Yang Yichen surveyed his surroundings and approached Ivan directly. Ivan, how's the arc reactor performing? Upon hearing Yang Yichen's voice, Ivan quickly turned, responding, the entire operational status of the arc is now stable, with a power output sufficient to supply 3 bases of comparable size. Yang Yichen nodded in satisfaction at Ivan's response. Excellent. The miniaturized arc reactor needs to be developed as soon as possible. It will be directly integrated into the larger equipment. With that, he departed from the 9th floor. Upon returning to his office, Yang Yichen promptly instructed the AI, Red Queen, notify Dr. Isaac of the relocation of my laboratory to the Level 4 biological lab on the 9th floor. After relaying the message to Dr. Isaac, the Red Queen reported back to Yang Yichen. Master, Stark Industries has extended an invitation for you to attend a gathering next Monday, issued by Tony Stark. Tony? This playboy is inviting me to his gathering? Yang Yichen mused as he examined the invitation delivered by the company receptionist, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. As the days passed, the date of Tony's gathering swiftly approached. Arriving in a stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yang Yichen entered the Stark Industries building. Once inside the gathering hall, he sought a corner to observe the throngs of men and women dancing in the center. Just as he took a sip of his whiskey, an irksome voice echoed from behind him. Oh, look who it is. The voice belonged to none other than Tony Stark, who promptly sat down across from Yang Yichen, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. Oh, you youngsters seem to enjoy such strong liquor. The taste isn't bad, Tony remarked, listening to Tony's banter. Yang Yichen raised his glass in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is quite palatable, especially for complimentary drinks. Complimentary? No wonder it tastes so terrible, Tony observed, inspecting the whiskey bottle before continuing. Hey, buddy, I saw online that your bodyguard has been using exoskeleton technology. Has that technology matured? In response to Tony's inquiry, Yang Yichen countered, that's not exoskeleton armor. It's a prosthetic developed for the disabled. A prosthetic? Could I possibly try one? Tony asked eagerly. Certainly. I can arrange for someone to fetch one from my company, Yang Yichen replied, choosing not to decline Tony's request, knowing that even if he did, Tony's ingenuity would likely yield results within days. It would be better to directly gift it to Tony, smoothly facilitating the gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's name, Tony, without a moment's hesitation, readily acquiesced to the request, and with a grin, proclaimed, my friend, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Today, I shall arrange for 4 cover girls for you. With that, he summoned 4 Victoria's Secret models, who settled beside Yang Yichen, partaking in drinks together. Chapter 62. Tony's ambush. The following day, Yang Yichen awoke from the vast, 2-meter-wide bed, gently pushing aside the hands and legs draped over him. He slowly descended from the bed, surveying the disarray behind him, nodding in satisfaction as if to affirm his continued vigor. After donning his attire, he stepped outside the room, only to discover that Tony's quarters were already empty. Disappointment washed over him, as he had intended to tease Tony about the previous night's escapades. Upon realizing Tony's absence, Yang Yichen prepared to depart. As he reached the lobby of Stark Tower, he fortuitously encountered Pepper Potts, who was hastily descending the stairs. Detecting the lingering scent of revelry on Yang Yichen, she rolled her eyes and remarked, you men, do you think that when a woman leaves, it spells doom? Yang Yichen chuckled at Pepper's complaint. And where's Tony? Did he not seek you out? Tony asked me to convey his gratitude for the exoskeleton, Pepper replied. But he is currently en route to Afghanistan on business and lacks the time to express his thanks in person. After delivering Tony's message, she rolled her eyes once more at Yang Yichen before departing. Standing still, Yang Yichin stroked his chin, contemplating the implications of Afghanistan. It seemed the plot of Iron Man 1 was soon to unfold. He then entered the vehicle as it pulled away. And while observing the swiftly passing pedestrians through the window, he spoke, "Red, prepare a sum of capital for purchasing shares when Stark stock plummets." "Understood, Master," Red responded promptly. "By the way, Dr. Isaacson left you a message, stating that upon your return to the company, you should visit the laboratory, as there have been new developments in the serum's formulation." Acknowledging Red's report with a simple hum, Yang Yichin instructed Yang Yi to drive directly to the basement. Subsequently, he led Yang Yi and the others to the 9th floor, arriving at Laboratory 4. Outside the lab, they encountered Dr. Isaacson, who promptly approached them upon seeing the group. "I have made significant progress with the serum," Dr. Isaacson announced. "We have successfully developed a formula that does not require your blood for enhancement." As he spoke, an assistant presented a box containing several vials of a brilliant blue serum. These serums, after rigorous testing, can be reused. However, efficacy diminishes after the 5th injection. Yang Yichin raised an eyebrow at Dr. Isaacson's words, indicating that Yang Yi and the others could indeed utilize this serum. Previously, if one were to administer the enhancement serum crafted from Yang Yichin's blood, the clones would eventually deplete the blood cells contained within the serum after a certain period, leading to a gradual loss of the enhancement's efficacy. Upon hearing Yang Yichin's words, Dr. Isaac swiftly nodded in agreement, affirming that Yang Yi and his team could also utilize it. Presently, among 10,000 doses of the advanced serum, merely one succeeds. The intermediate serum boasts a success rate of 1 in 1,000, while the basic serum has achieved a remarkable 100% success rate. Satisfied, Yang Yichin nodded. Acknowledging that the advanced enhancement serum was scarce and reserved exclusively for the company's upper echelons, he then instructed Dr. Isaac to provide a basic serum for later use, as the mid to high-tier serums necessitated the support of nutrient pods to ensure successful enhancement. Otherwise, ordinary individuals risked succumbing to malnutrition midway through the process. Following this, Yang Yichin directed Yang Yi and his team to undergo enhancement under Dr. Isaac's supervision. Without a hint of hesitation, the group of dozens entered the enhancement chamber. Subsequently, a multitude of laboratory assistants entered the chamber to assist Yang Yi and his companions in removing their personal exoskeletons and clothing. Unclothed, they entered the nutrient pots, allowing the assistants to insert tubes into their bodies. As the chamber door sealed, the nutrient solution gradually filled the pod. Dr. Isaac glanced at Yang Yichin and, upon receiving his approval, pressed the button on the control panel. In a swift motion, the advanced enhancement serum was injected into Yang Yi and his team through the tubes affixed to them. As the serum coursed through their veins, grimaces of pain appeared on their faces. Yang Yichin stood by for half an hour, observing until their expressions settled into tranquility before he felt assured enough to depart. Upon returning to his office, Yang Yichin called Zheng Tao, requesting his presence. Moments later, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Come in," he beckoned. As Zheng Tao entered, he inquired, "Brother Chen, why haven't I seen Yang Yi and the others today?" "They are otherwise occupied," Yang Yichin replied. "I summoned you primarily regarding a matter of some significance." As he spoke, he retrieved the basic enhancement serum prepared by Dr. Isaac and presented the entire box before Zheng Tao. "Taozi, having accompanied me for so long, I have yet to bestow anything of value upon you. This enhancement serum will bolster your physical capabilities. Take it to the adjacent room and administer it directly." Listening to Yang Yichin's words, Zheng Tao grasped the serum, harboring questions but refraining from voicing them, trusting that Yang Yichin would not lead him astray. He proceeded to the neighboring room, retrieved the enhancement serum, and, adhering to the instructions provided, injected it into his arm. As the serum coursed through his veins, Zheng Tao collapsed onto the bed. Yang Yichin understood that this was a protective measure of the serum. After all, enduring the enhancement while remaining conscious was an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary individual. He then instructed Hong Ho to monitor Zheng Tao's condition. As time passed into the following day, Yang Yichin was roused by the shrill ring of a telephone. With his eyes still closed, he answered the call, and the anxious voice of Pepper reached him. "Hello, Mr. Yang. This is Pepper. Tony has gone missing in Afghanistan, and I would like to hire you to help find him." Upon hearing Pepper's words, Yang Yichin immediately perked up, sitting bolt upright in bed. "Missing? So soon?" He had expected it to be days before such news surfaced. "Rest assured, Pepper, our company, Umbrella Corporation, will take on this mission. We will send someone tomorrow to assess the situation. You can trust us to bring Tony back." After offering Pepper some comforting words, he ended the call. Next, Yang Yichin turned on the television, where every channel was reporting on the attack and disappearance of Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries. He even saw Tony's uncle, Obadiah, delivering a statement on screen. Chapter 63, The Rescue of Tony. Yang Yichin watched as Obadiah spoke eloquently on television, and those unaware might assume he was genuinely concerned for Tony. Yet, Unbeknownst to all, the attack on Tony had been orchestrated by Obadiah himself. Yang Yichin then switched off the television and inquired, "Hong Ho, has Stark Industries stock begun to decline?" "Master, the stock is currently falling, but it has not yet reached its lowest point," Hong Ho replied. Feeling the stubble that had recently grown on his chin, Yang Yichin mused. "Once the stock price hits 50, initiate a substantial acquisition of Stark shares." Having said this, he proceeded to his vehicle and made his way to the Stark Tower. In the lobby of Stark Tower, upon seeing Yang Yichin, Pepper hurried over. "Mr. Yang, your security company is my only hope now. The military is utterly incompetent. Tony has been missing for 2 days, and they have yet to locate him." Listening to Pepper's anxious words, Yang Yichin quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. Leave it to our company." After offering a few more words of comfort, he returned to the office at Umbrella Corporation. Gazing at the projection of Hong Ho, who appeared lost in thought, he commanded, "Hong Ho, investigate the whereabouts of the exoskeleton armor that was sent to Tony." As soon as Yang Yichin finished speaking, the previously dazed projection of Hong Ho sprang to life. "Master, I have located the exoskeleton. It is in a valley in Afghanistan, with the coordinates as follows." As she spoke, a string of latitude and longitude coordinates materialized in the holographic display. Upon examining the coordinates before him, Yang Yichin instructed Hong Ho to arrange for Price and the others to take a helicopter to the specified coordinates and await further instructions. Yang Yichin instructed the Red Queen to endeavor to infiltrate the surveillance cameras at the base where Tony was detained, utilizing the exoskeleton as an intermediary. After a brief moment of code scrolling behind her, the Red Queen's voice resonated a second later, declaring, "Master, the enemy's camera has been successfully breached." As she spoke, she projected a series of images from the base onto the holographic display. Among the numerous camera feeds, Yang Yichin identified the cell where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Tony laboriously dragging a battery, with an electromagnet affixed to his chest, rhythmically striking a steel plate. The object he was hammering was none other than the armor plating of the first-generation Iron Man suit. It transpired that during his time in Afghanistan, following a demonstration of his missile technology, Tony had, as scripted, returned to base in a military Humvee. However, en route, the convoy was ambushed by terrorists under the command of Obadiah Stane, swiftly overpowering the soldiers. When the attack occurred, Tony recalled the exoskeleton armor he had acquired from Yang Yichin. Just as he donned the exoskeleton, a missile manufactured by Stark Industries crashed directly in front of him. In the midst of a violent explosion, Tony was thrown back, momentarily stunned by the sight of the Stark Industries missile. Despite the exoskeleton's protective capabilities, the close-fitting design offered little defense against the shrapnel produced by the explosion. Perhaps due to the world's formidable corrective forces, fragments of the missile penetrated his body, necessitating the use of an electromagnet to extract the debris from his bloodstream and prevent it from reaching his heart. This electromagnet was crafted by Dr. Ethan, who was imprisoned alongside Tony. Observing Tony's relentless efforts to strike the steel plate and Dr. Ethan's assistance in the surveillance feed, Yang Yichin estimated that within 2 to 3 days, Tony would construct his first suit of armor. That would mark the moment for Yang Yichin's entrance. As time progressed to 2 days later, the tranquil Afghan desert suddenly echoed with the whirring of helicopter blades. A swirl of yellow sand danced into the air, and then, hovering above the sandy expanse, a helicopter materialized. As the cabin door swung open, the members within became visible, with a few agile figures leaping from the aircraft. The helicopter swiftly resumed its cloaked state, vanishing from sight. These figures were none other than Yang Yichin and his companions, Yang Yi and others. Although Price and the others could have rescued Tony, the personal involvement of Yang Yichin would undoubtedly forge a stronger bond of friendship with Tony. Upon disembarking, Price, who had been waiting below, quickly approached Yang Yichin. Currently, Little Strong and Soap have already infiltrated the vicinity of the base where Tony is held, and Ghost has successfully penetrated the enemy camp. As Yang Yichin entered the command tent constructed by Price and his team, he observed the surveillance footage on the monitor and noted that the terrorists within the base had discovered Tony's unusual activity. Originally engaged in weapon fabrication, Tony had crafted an armor for himself and had completed his reactor, which now glowed brilliantly on his chest. The leader of the base hastily summoned his subordinates to eliminate Tony. Unlike the original narrative, upon realizing that Tony had been detected, Ethan resolved to sacrifice himself to divert the terrorists' attention. However, as he passed through a shadowy area, a figure suddenly covered his mouth and dragged him into the darkness. A hushed shoo echoed in Ethan's ears. Turning to look, he was met by the sight of a skull staring back at him, causing him to faint in shock. The ghost, observing Ethan's unconscious form cradled in his arms, was marked by lines of annoyance on his forehead. "Am I really that frightening?" he mused, and after securing Ethan, he tossed him into a dark corner. The ghost then resumed his advance, setting 2 landmines before retreating to the shadows. Moments later, a cacophony of noise erupted from ahead. A group of terrorists, who should have been detained by Ethan, shouted Allahu Akbar as they charged toward Tony's position. The ghost, witnessing this scene from the darkness, promptly activated the detonator in his hand. With two deafening explosions, a bouncing mine erupted from the tunnel floor. Upon reaching waist height, it detonated, sending steel balls flying, which pierced through the bodies of the terrorists in the tunnel. As the explosions subsided, the few surviving terrorists shakily rose from the ground, rallying their courage with cries of Allahu Akbar as they pressed forward. Unfazed by the scene, the ghost detonated the broadsword mine at the tunnel's end. In slow motion, one could observe the steel balls, propelled by the explosion, forming a fan-like spread that engulfed the entire passage. Terrorists who had attempted to crouch down to evade the bouncing mine found themselves pierced diagonally by the shards, rendering them unable to rise again. Chapter 64. Becoming a shareholder of Stark. Meanwhile, with a resounding clang, Tony's first-generation Iron Man armor finally activated successfully. Once operational, Tony, concerned for Ethan's safety, kicked open the prison's large door and stepped outside. Throughout his journey, Tony searched for Ethan, and upon passing through the blood-soaked corridor created by the ghost, he was momentarily stunned. Dozens of terrorists lay sprawled in disarray along the corridor, their blood merging into a trickling stream that flowed beneath Tony's feet, leading back to the rear. After swallowing hard to suppress his nausea, Tony stepped over the corpses in the corridor and continued his advance outward. As Tony stepped upon the lifeless bodies, each one succumbed to the weight of his armor, emitting unsettling cracks and crunches with every stride. Each step filled him with trepidation. Advancing cautiously, he soon found himself near the mouth of a cave, where he spotted several terrorists rushing towards him. Without hesitation, Tony charged directly at them. While the adversaries opened fire upon noticing his approach, the bullets ricocheted off his armor, sparking harmlessly, inflicting no damage whatsoever. As the distance between them diminished, Tony swung an arm, sending one terrorist crashing against the wall. Following that, he delivered a powerful downward strike and a fierce punch, swiftly incapacitating several more foes who lay sprawled on the ground. With urgency, he dashed toward the exit, his eyes scanning for Ethan's figure. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he discovered more than a dozen remaining terrorists gathered there, weapons drawn and aimed at him. Instinctively, Tony crossed his arms over his head for protection. To his astonishment, as a barrage of gunfire erupted, he realized he had not been struck by any of the assailants. Lowering his arms, he noticed the presence of several individuals affiliated with Yang Yichen. How did Tony know they were Yang's people? It was because members of Team 141, including Xiao Chang and Soap, had stealthily approached the terrorist lair upon witnessing Tony's emergence, successfully diverting the attention of the terrorists towards him, allowing Xiao Chang and his team to launch a surprise attack from behind. Seeing the exoskeleton armor worn by Xiao Chang and his comrades, which bore the insignia of the Umbrella Corporation, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he sank to the ground, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Turning, he saw Yang Yichen approaching, impeccably dressed in a suit. Wow, isn't this our charming playboy? What a transformation. Tony mused, playfully teasing him, yet somewhat annoyed. He remarked, "Hey Yang, what brings you here?" In response to Tony's inquiry, Yang chuckled, "Of course, your company's secretary Pepper was nearly in tears, pleading for my assistance to locate you. When you return, be sure to express your gratitude to Pepper." Sensing the gravity of Yang's words, Tony understood that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Otherwise, the military would have arrived long before. He silently acknowledged Yang's kindness. "By the way, I've become the third shareholder of Stark Industries. You better work hard for me now." "Damn it, you've stolen my company, taking advantage of the chaos," Tony exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration upon hearing Yang's declaration. Yang merely extended his right hand, waggling his index finger. "I'm just the third shareholder. The actual controlling interest still resides with you, Tony." As for Yang Yichen, the reason he only became the third shareholder lies in Tony's character. It is inconceivable for Tony to work for anyone. Had Yang Yichen ascended to the position of actual controlling shareholder, Tony would have promptly severed ties with the company and established a new Stark Industries. Listening to Yang Yichen, Tony's expression visibly brightened. He turned to Yang Yichen and said, "Damn it, Yang, have your people help me remove this armor." Subsequently, Yang Yichen instructed Yang Yi and others to assist in removing the armor from Tony. Now feeling unburdened, Tony stood beside the discarded armor and joyfully introduced to Yang Yichen, "Yang, your exoskeleton inspired me. I constructed my own armor using missile materials. Ethan and I built it together. Unfortunately, he sacrificed himself to protect me." Upon mentioning Ethan, Tony's demeanor noticeably darkened. Observing this, Yang Yichen subtly nodded to Yang, who lowered his head to contact Ghost. Yang Yichen then addressed Tony. "Tony, how would you express your gratitude if I were to bring Ethan back to you?" No sooner had Yang Yichen finished speaking than Ghost emerged from the cave, carrying the unconscious Ethan. Tony hurried over to assist Ghost in gently placing Ethan down. After Ghost set Ethan down, he patted Ethan's face, prompting a groan as Ethan slowly opened his eyes, only to be startled by Ghost's skeletal visage, causing him to faint once more. Ghost, visibly annoyed, handed Ethan over to Tony. After receiving Ethan, Tony patted his face, and in a short while, Ethan regained consciousness. Upon realizing he was face to face with Tony, he exhaled in relief. Tony, where are we? Have you come to heaven as well? Tony quickly clarified. It was Yang who rescued us. While speaking, Tony introduced Yang Yichen, and Ethan turned to follow Tony's gaze. Noticing Yang Yichen standing in place while a figure clad in a skull mask reported to him. Once Ethan had recovered, Tony led him over to Yang Yichen and said, Yang, you saved me and rescued Ethan, effectively saving me twice. Henceforth, you shall be my friend, Tony Stark. With that, he extended his right hand to Yang Yichen, who reciprocated the gesture, their hands clasping firmly. However, this camaraderie did not endure for long, as Tony's teasing voice broke the moment. Yang, how long do you intend to hold on? If I didn't know you had been with a few Victoria's Secret models, I would think you were making advances on me. Rolling his eyes at Tony's jest, Yang Yichen shifted the topic back to the armor. Tony, what shall we do with this armor? Shall we take it back or destroy it? Reflecting on the Stark Industries weapons surrounding him, Tony replied, Yang, I think it would be best to blow it up, along with all these weapons. As Yang Yichen listened to Tony's response, he nodded slightly and motioned for Price and the others to proceed with the placement of the explosives. Standing beside Tony, he remarked, Tony, why do the weapons from your company appear here? You must have some inkling. Hearing Yang's words, Tony nodded in silence. Once Price and his team reported the successful placement of the bombs, Yang waved his hand towards the sky. The helicopter, which had been hovering discreetly above, revealed itself and descended in front of Yang and Tony. As everyone boarded the helicopter, it took off, cloaked once more, departing from the site. Inside the aircraft, Xiao Chang glanced at the countdown on his watch, muttering, 3, 2, 1, boom. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Xiao Chang clenched his right fist, and a resounding explosion erupted from the rear of the helicopter. The explosives that Price and Xiao Chang had set off leveled the entire base. Chapter 65. Tony disbands the weapons division. As the helicopter gently touched down, the door opened to reveal Pepper, who had been waiting on the tarmac. She rushed to the door, her concern for Tony evident. Witnessing this, Yang coughed lightly. Pepper blushed and turned her face away, while Tony, rolling his eyes at Yang, addressed her, Pepper, did you bring my favorite hamburgers? I haven't eaten in days. Tony's words left Pepper both amused and exasperated, prompting her to arrange for an assistant to fetch the hamburgers. Once the burgers were brought back, Yang Yichen and Tony found themselves seated in the reception room of the Umbrella Corporation. Tony took a hearty bite of his hamburger and, with his mouth full, mumbled an invitation to Yang to join him. Yang looked at the half-eaten burger Tony offered and rolled his eyes. All right, Tony, I've saved your life. You've had your hamburger. Now it's time for you to return to Stark Industries. Listening to Yang, Tony forcefully swallowed the last bite of his burger and replied, Hey, Yang, you can't do this. We're friends, aren't we? How can you send me away? Yang, hearing Tony's protest, rolled his eyes again before focusing on his phone. After finishing his meal, Tony smacked his lips in satisfaction and leaned closer to Yang, adopting a serious tone. Yang, regarding the Stark Industries weapons I encountered in Afghanistan, I suspect there may be an insider violating company policy by smuggling arms. Yang struggled to suppress a laugh at Tony's serious demeanor, thinking, the insider is none other than your uncle. Maintaining a stoic expression, he replied, Oh, an insider? Do you need my assistance in investigating? After all, I am now a shareholder in Stark Industries. Damn it, Yang, can you stop bringing up the shareholder thing all the time? I am Tony Stark, merely a mole. And I can manage this alone, Tony declared as he rose to his feet. He then proceeded with Pepper and others towards Stark Tower. Meanwhile, the media in New York learned of Tony's successful escape and flocked to interview him. Standing at the entrance of his company, Tony addressed the throng of journalists, announcing that Stark Industries would cease its weapons manufacturing and sales departments. As his words hung in the air, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd of reporters. The news triggered a steep decline in Stark Industries stock, plummeting by half. Yang Yichen instructed Red to acquire shares of Stark Industries, and during the purchase, Red noticed another enigmatic figure also acquiring Stark stocks. If her assumptions were correct, this mysterious individual was Tony himself. Compelled to take control of the company after discovering that weapons he had manufactured were sold by a traitor to terrorists, endangering innocent civilians. In a shadowy corner during Tony's speech, a cloaked figure discreetly handed a card to Pepper. In the following days, Tony immersed himself in the development of the new arc reactor and the Iron Man suit too. After several days of relentless work, he successfully completed the second suit's testing, with the exception of a flaw causing icing at high altitudes. That night, Tony was horrified to see Stark Industries weapons featured in a news report, showing terrorists from the Ten Rings using them to wreak havoc on innocent civilians. Enraged, Tony sought out his uncle, Obadiah, demanding answers. Obadiah, however, firmly stated that he would not shut down the weapons division, as he was a significant shareholder. Dejected, Tony returned home, watching the news unfold on television. Resolute, he donned his armor, determined to punish the terrorists himself. He flew to Afghanistan, where members of the Ten Rings were raiding a village. With a thunderous crash, a crimson and gold Iron Man landed squarely in the village square, creating a massive crater. Emerging from the debris, Tony faced a hail of gunfire from the terrorists, who quickly found themselves dispatched one by his repulsor blasts. After annihilating all of Stark Industries' weapons, he soared into the sky, heading back towards New York. American forces in Afghanistan spotted an unidentified flying object. Colonel Rhodes quickly inquired whether it was Tony's doing, to which Tony adamantly denied, claiming he was enjoying a seaside vacation in New York. Believing Tony's assertion regarding the unidentified object, Rhodes dispatched 2 fighter jets to neutralize the perceived threat. On the other hand, Tony, after flying for a while, suddenly realized that he had been locked onto and a missile was launched towards him. Alarmed, Tony swiftly deployed flares, successfully evading the missile. However, the fighter jet 22 resorted to its cannon, unleashing a barrage aimed at Tony, prompting him to decelerate and maneuver beneath the aircraft's belly. He quickly contacted Rhodey, clarifying that the unidentified flying object was indeed himself and urging him to cease fire. Meanwhile, the 222s, noticing Tony's disappearance and finding no response on their radar, prepared to turn back. As they did, the left 22 spotted Tony clinging to the underside of the right 22 and immediately alerted its counterpart. Upon receiving the transmission, the right 22 executed a barrel roll, the formidable centrifugal force flinging Tony away, causing him to crash into the wing of another 22 behind. Instantly, the entire 22 began to spiral downwards. And as the pilot attempted to eject from the cockpit, he discovered a malfunction preventing his escape. Above, Tony sensed the impending danger, ascended to the aircraft's top, and pulled the pilot from the cockpit, promptly deploying his parachute. Subsequently, Tony compensated the Air Force with a brand new 22, while Rhodey publicly stated that the crash was a result of routine training. Meanwhile, the Ten Rings discovered the destroyed Iron Man suit at the base from which Tony had previously escaped and sold it to Obadiah. Using the technology from Tony's suit, Obadiah produced the Ironmonger. After discovering that Pepper had downloaded information about his smuggled weapons from his computer, he resolved to eliminate Tony. He then drove to Tony's villa, where Tony had granted Obadiah significant access due to their familial ties. While engaged in conversation with Obadiah, Tony was ambushed, leaving him incapacitated. Obadiah then removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest, and due to Obadiah's elevated privileges, Jarvis was unable to initiate any countermeasures. Chapter 66, Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. After Obadiah's departure, Tony lay alone in his grand villa, feeling the iron shavings gradually drifting towards his heart with his blood. His complexion turned pale as he believed he was nearing death. Just then, the front door of the villa was violently breached. Following this, Task Force 141, led by Price, entered the room. Due to Tony's prior designation of Yang Yi-Chen as a friend within Jarvis's system, the artificial intelligence refrained from attacking Price and his team during their intrusion. As Price and his companions helped Tony to the sofa, he spotted Yang Yi-Chen entering through the door. Yang Yi-Chen observed the pallor of Tony's countenance and promptly instructed Price and the others to retrieve the initial arc reactor Tony had created from his workshop. Meanwhile, Yang Yi-Chen seated himself opposite Tony and administered an injection of a therapeutic serum. This concoction, developed by Dr. Isaac, was primarily designed to metabolize human fat and protein, thereby facilitating the repair of bodily harm. As the serum coursed through Tony's veins, his complexion gradually regained its vigor. "Damn it, Yang, you've ruined the door to my villa," Tony lamented, his first utterance post-recovery a reproach regarding his property. Yang Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a flock of crows soar overhead in exasperation. "I came here to rescue you, and your concern is for your villa's door?" Despite being aware that Tony was attempting to deflect the conversation, Yang Yi-Chen couldn't resist a retort. After all, Tony's incessant banter was undeniably irksome. Following this exchange, they sat in silence on the sofa, gazing at one another until the sound of footsteps shattered the stillness. Price ascended the stairs, bearing Tony's first arc reactor. Yang instructed Price to assist Tony in installing the reactor, but as Price approached, Tony's characteristic flippancy resurfaced. "Wow, Yang, could you find a beautiful woman to install the arc reactor for me? I feel somewhat violated having a man inside my body," he quipped. Yang Yi-Chen chose to ignore Tony's antics. Once the arc reactor was successfully installed, Tony's complexion normalized. Standing upright and stretching his limbs, he remarked, "Yang, your serum works wonders. I could use a few more vials." Observing Tony's unabashed demeanor, Yang Yi-Chen retorted, "I have some unfortunate news for you. While you were lying here on the brink of meeting your maker, Obadiah has already taken your reactor to activate the Ironmonger." As soon as Yang Yichen finished speaking, J.A.R.V.I.S. chimed in, projecting a holographic image of Obadiah piloting the ironmonger as he pursued Pepper and a well-dressed gentleman. Tony immediately became agitated, shouting at J.A.R.V.I.S. Prepare my suit. He sprinted toward the armor platform. With the mechanical arms in motion, Tony quickly donned his armor and shouted to Yang Yichen, I'm heading out to deal with Obadiah. He then soared into the sky, heading towards Obadiah's location. Upon reaching Stark Tower, Tony discovered Obadiah poised to shoot at Pepper. Without hesitation, Tony launched himself, toppling Obadiah's ironmonger. The two then engaged in fierce combat, during which Tony was struck and sent crashing through a wall. Landing in the street, bystanders, witnessing the spectacle, began snapping photographs. Obadiah, following suit after bursting through the wall, seized a car and hurled it at Tony. Listening to the piercing screams within the vehicle, Tony cautiously caught the car and gently set it down on the ground. As he observed Obadiah barreling towards him, toppling cars along the way, Tony suddenly recalled his vulnerability to freezing. He soared into the sky, luring Obadiah to pursue him. Indeed, as he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, Obadiah's ironmonger, just as Tony had anticipated, was encased in ice and plummeted downward, believing Obadiah to be doomed. Tony descended to the ground, intending to search for Pepper. To his astonishment, Obadiah emerged from that great height unscathed. Caught off guard, Tony found himself ensnared by the ironmonger, gripped by both its upper and lower sections, as Obadiah attempted to tear him in two. Just as Yang Yichen and his companions arrived at Stark Industries building, they witnessed this alarming scene. Yang Yichen, sensing the urgency, conjured a spark of electricity from the ironmonger's joints, enabling Tony to escape its grasp. In a swift motion, Tony propelled the ironmonger into the reactor below Stark Tower. With the reactor's explosion, Obadiah vanished along with the ironmonger from Tony's sight. Tony, relying on the last vestige of power in his suit, managed to survive, but subsequently succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon seeing Tony collapse, Pepper rushed towards him. While Yang Yichen signaled the Price and the others, who promptly joined Pepper in assisting Tony, Yang Yichen then acknowledged a well-dressed gentleman nearby. None other than Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, upon receiving Yang Yichen's nod, returned a smile, signifying that Yang Yichen was preparing to officially engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. As Tony was lifted onto a medical helicopter, Yang Yichen boarded a vehicle back to his company's building. During the ride, he suddenly inquired, Red, what is the current status of the secretary named Natasha? Recruited by Zhang Tao? Master, Natasha resigned from the Umbrella Corporation last week, Red responded, raising an eyebrow at Red's reply. Yang Yichen mused that she must have found nothing of value during her time with him and left, lamenting the loss of such a capable free laborer. The following day, Tony awoke from his unconscious state and, from the television and newspapers, saw images of himself battling the ironmonger in his Iron Man suit. These images graced the front pages of the news, and he was bestowed with the moniker Iron Man. Meanwhile, Coulson and his agents fabricated an alibi for Tony, advising him to refrain from disclosing his identity as Iron Man during the press conference and merely recite the prepared script, leaving the rest to the agents. During the press conference, after Tony recited a few lines from his script, he cast aside the paper and uttered the iconic phrase, I am Iron Man, upon his declaration. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembled media, prompting them to rise and capture photographs of him. Agent Coulson, stationed below, promptly turned away to make a phone call. As night fell, New York remained enraptured by the news that Tony Stark was indeed Iron Man, leading to a significant surge in Stark Industries stock prices. Upon opening the door to his room, Tony discovered a shadowy figure seated in the darkness. Startled, he instinctively drew his handgun and fired several shots at the intruder. Just kidding about the Avengers ending. However, as he pushed the door open, he found the dark figure to be the enigmatic Black Egg. Rather than succumbing to panic, Tony feigned composure, all the while his concealed hand frantically tapped at his phone screen, attempting to rouse J.A.R.V.I.S., observing Tony's guarded demeanor. The Black Egg quickly elucidated, Tony, I'm a colleague of your father's, and I am here to invite you to join the Department of Strategic Homeland Security, Defense, and Logistics. Tony displayed utter disinterest, swiftly ejecting the Black Egg from his room. As the Black Egg departed, he cast a meaningful glance back at Tony before exiting. Once the Black Egg had left, Tony hastily awakened J.A.R.V.I.S. Mr. Stark, I have just been attacked. The entire system has been forcibly shut down. Listening to J.A.R.V.I.S.'s report, Tony worked throughout the night to upgrade the system's firewall, feeling increasingly vulnerable as anyone could now easily infiltrate his villa. Meanwhile, the Black Egg's companion, Secretary Maria Hill, expressed confusion. Are we simply leaving like this? No. Tony will eventually come around. Next, we must meet another intriguing individual, the Black Egg replied, opening the car door. As the vehicle began its journey, it became evident that they were headed toward the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters. As the car came to a gentle halt, the Black Egg turned to Agent Hill and instructed Hill breach their security system. It was then revealed that the Black Egg intended to stealthily access Yang Yichen's office. After Maria Hill had briefed the technical team, she and the Black Egg awaited further updates. Meanwhile, Red, while browsing online data for self-iteration within the server, discovered a swarm of tiny bugs attempting to invade her system. Intrigued, she traced the path of the intruders and launched a counter-intrusion. By infiltrating their cameras, Red observed a group of individuals clad in black, losing interest in them. After downloading all the data from their server, she remotely commandeered the computers of the intruders. As the current surged, the electronic components within the computer erupted, causing the entire room of the black-clad individual to resonate with explosive sounds. Commander, our server has been breached by the adversary, resulting in the loss of all equipment and data. Upon receiving the report over the phone, the expression on Nick Fury's face darkened considerably. Meanwhile, the Red, utilizing this very phone call, tracked Nick Fury's location. Upon perusing the information, it was revealed that this individual, nicknamed Egg, was none other than the director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Nick Fury, who subsequently erased his traces of intrusion. Realizing he could no longer maintain an air of superiority, Nick Fury opened the car door and proceeded into the Umbrella Corporation's building. Upon reaching the lobby on the ground floor, Nick Fury approached the front desk and stated his purpose. We are from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency and require an audience with your superior. As he spoke, he placed his identification photo on the desk, pushing it towards the receptionist. The receptionist, upon receiving Fury's credentials, was alerted by Red. Good day, sir. Our superior is currently resting. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? Hearing the receptionist's words, Nick Fury's expression grew even darker. No need for that. Please arrange a meeting room. We shall await their awakening. After uttering these words, Nick Fury and Maria Hill followed the receptionist to the meeting room. Nick Fury assumed that they would notify Yang Yichen. Considering his position as the director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, yet he found himself utterly disregarded. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated Yang Yichen's grand bed, the house staff began serving him breakfast following his morning routine. Just as Yang Yichen was enjoying his meal, Red's projection materialized upon the table. Master, a group of intruders attempted to breach our server last night. I counterattacked and successfully extracted all their data. Additionally, a man claiming to be Nick Fury, the director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, wishes to see you and is currently in the meeting room. After listening to Red's explanation, Yang Yichen wiped his face with a towel and made his way downstairs to the meeting room. With a decisive push, he opened the door to the meeting room. Isn't this our esteemed director Nick Fury? What a surprise to see you here as a guest, Yang Yichen remarked as he settled into a chair. Meanwhile, after waiting for Yang Yichen's arrival, Nick Fury was seething with frustration. Observing the tense atmosphere, Maria Hill quickly stepped forward to greet Yang Yichen. As Maria Hill extended her right hand, Yang Yichen reciprocated, shaking her hand while playfully squeezing her small hand. Miss Hill, would you be interested in joining my company? Upon hearing Yang Yichen's proposition, Maria Hill instinctively glanced at Nick Fury before declining his invitation. Beside him, Nick Fury watched as Yang Yichen brazenly attempted to undermine his authority, his face darkening to the point where his features became indistinguishable. Clearing his throat, Nick interjected, Mr. Yang, I have some inquiries to make. Our investigations reveal that you are attempting to assert control over a nation's sovereignty and are engaged in the research of large-scale destructive weaponry. It turned out, upon Yang Yichen's return from the storyline of Call of Duty 11, he had entrusted IOs with the entire production of weapons and equipment at the base. However, due to the limited underground space at headquarters, Yang had instructed him to seek out General Sheffield to establish a new large-scale weapons manufacturing facility in Rwanda. Naturally, this series of actions caught the attention of SHIELD, especially considering Yang's close association with Tony Stark. Thus, the Umbrella Corporation came into Nick Fury's line of sight. Listening to Nick's inquiries, Yang Yichen merely shook his right index finger. Control a nation's sovereignty? No. I am merely bringing freedom and democracy to these nations. At that moment, Yang suddenly received a message from iOS. After glancing at his phone, he looked up at Nick Fury and the others. As for the large-scale destructive weapons you mentioned, are we truly researching them? Of course not, for we have already completed their production. Chapter 68, A Bold Stand Against SHIELD. No sooner had Yang Yichen's words faded than a rocket launched from the Umbrella subsidiary base in Africa, soaring into space. Instantly, missile monitoring systems across the globe were set ablaze with alerts, as various national surveillance agencies scrambled to ascertain the origin and destination of the rocket. Through communication, these agencies discovered that the rocket had been launched from the small nation of Rwanda, heading towards space, and subsequently lifted the alert. As the rocket ascended, its fairing exploded apart, revealing the weapon concealed beneath. With the deployment of solar sails, this weapon was brought into view of numerous national satellites. This weapon was none other than the fabled space-based weapon, a device capable of raining destruction from the heavens. In the Marvel Universe, such weapons have been significantly enhanced, capable of obliterating entire cities with a single strike. With the launch of this weapon, the Umbrella Corporation found itself with the means to transition from the shadows into the limelight. Upon receiving this news, Nick Fury candidly disclosed his intentions. Yang, your unilateral subversion of a nation's government and the development of large-scale destructive weaponry constitutes a war crime. However, should you join our Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, SHIELD, all charges against you would be dismissed. Yet, the weapons in your possession must be handed over to the government of the beautiful nation. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Yang Yichin scoffed. Oh, and if I refuse to join your so-called SHIELD, what can you possibly do to me? Nick Fury, observing Yang Yichin's unyielding demeanor, cast a furtive glance at Agent Maria Hill beside him. He then retrieved a tranquilizer from his pocket, intending to incapacitate Yang Yichin and subsequently exert control over him with the substance. However, just as Nick and Hill prepared to act, they found themselves suddenly immobilized, their bodies levitating into the air. To their astonishment, Yang Yichin also began to float, enveloped by a telekinetic force that encased Nick Fury entirely. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yang Yichin's eyes as he smiled at Maria Hill, remarking that in comparison to his own war crimes, the collusion of your SHIELD with extraterrestrials appears to be a far graver offense. Maria Hill, left bewildered by Yang Yichin's words, sought clarification, but he offered none. With a mere thought, Nick Fury's form slumped down, transforming into a green-skinned alien. Maria Hill gasped in disbelief. It was a jarring revelation to witness a colleague she had known for so long suddenly metamorphose into an alien being. The reverted extraterrestrial then spoke, warning that Nick Fury would not spare the Earthlings, vowing vengeance for the Skrull people. Before the alien could utter another word, Yang Yichin swiftly snapped its neck. This revelation further solidified Maria Hill's suspicions that the Nick Fury she once knew had been taken over by an alien entity, betraying humanity. With the alien corpse in tow, she hastily departed. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, incensed by the demise he had suffered at Yang Yichin's hands, erupted in fury within the confines of his secret base. Having endured a myriad of adventures in outer space, he had positioned himself as Earth's savior, believing that all inhabitants of the world should heed his directives to ensure salvation. The affront of Yang Yichin's blatant disrespect, culminating in the death of Fury's doppelganger, ignited within him a desire to eliminate Yang Yichin. He then resolved to seek out Maria Hill to elucidate his actions. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Yichin had already disseminated footage of the entire incident via news media, showcasing Nick Fury's transformation into a green-skinned alien. The citizens of New York erupted in astonishment upon witnessing the video. Oblivious to this unfolding situation, Nick Fury continued his quest to find Hill for an explanation. However, upon arriving at the Avengers headquarters, he was met with a myriad of agents regarding him with newfound suspicion, prompting an instinctual sense of dread. He promptly turned on his heel and fled. Behind him, a throng of agents pursued, armed and ready to engage. Yet, as a seasoned operative, Nick adeptly navigated through alleys and crowds, successfully evading his pursuers. Upon Nick Fury's arrival at a secure hideout, he finally relaxed, transforming into the persona of the infamous March Fack. After a series of expletives, he took a moment to peruse the news. To his dismay, he discovered that Yang Yichin had branded him a traitor to humanity and a pawn of extraterrestrials, prompting another wave of curses from Nick. He then retrieved a circular device from a drawer, placing it around his neck. With the flick of a switch, he morphed from a one-eyed figure into an unrecognizable stranger with two perfectly functioning eyes. From the same drawer, he extracted pertinent identification. As he prepared to depart, Nick cast a disdainful glance at Yang Yichin, who was addressing a press conference, flanked by an applauding crowd. Spitting contemptuously, he declared, "When you fools find yourselves under attack from aliens in the future, I shall emerge to rescue you." With his parting words lingering in the air, Nick Fury vanished from the basement. Meanwhile, Yang Yichin was conducting his press conference, during which he announced that the Umbrella Corporation had decided to establish a weapons division focused on developing armaments to combat potential extraterrestrial threats. As his words resonated, the gathered media erupted into fervent applause. After the conference concluded, Yang unexpectedly received a call from Tony Stark. "Tony, what is it?" he inquired. "Yang, regarding that alien matter you mentioned, is it genuine?" Tony asked. Of course, are you implying it could be false? The alien corpse has already been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. for analysis, and not a single aspect of it aligns with human anatomy. Listening to Yang's response, Tony fell silent for a moment before asking, Yang, could you provide me with the detailed information? Absolutely, I will send it to you. However, for the specifics, you will need to reach out to S.H.I.E.L.D., formerly the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, to request the corresponding data. After expressing his gratitude, Tony concluded the call. Standing by the window, Yang Yichin contemplated his next steps. Having dealt with the troublesome adversary, he realized that the narrative of the Avengers was now upon him. His current capabilities felt insufficient. It was evident that he must venture into new realms to seek methods of enhancing his strength without delay. Chapter 69, Alien vs. Predator System. Enumerate the worlds available for traversal. Beep, listing the worlds available for traversal. In an instant, 3 potential worlds materialized before Yang Yichin. Resident Evil 4, Paradise Space, and Alien vs. Predator. Reflecting on these options, he decisively chose the Predator world. The viral agents of Resident Evil had already been replicated into enhancement serums under Dr. Isaac's research, rendering that world optional. As for Paradise Space, despite its advancements into the space age and the capability of individual rocket launchers to breach the cosmos, its technological prowess, aside from robotics and medical chamber technology, paled in comparison to the current capabilities of the Umbrella Corporation. Thus, Yang Yichin was left with but one choice: to venture into the realm of the aliens versus predators, for it was a civilization capable of interstellar travel. This time, the involvement of ordinary individuals seemed of little utility, prompting Yang Yichin to embark alone. Subsequently, he vanished from his room. In the world of aliens versus predators, within the Antarctic research outpost, Yang Yichin materialized silently at the very heart of the camp, accompanied by a distortion of space. As he surveyed his surroundings, taking in the desolate state of the outpost and the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about, he gleaned the narrative's progression. It appeared that the trio of predators had already descended into the pyramid, while the personnel remaining on the surface had been dispatched by the feline-faced predator among them. Harnessing his telekinetic abilities, Yang Yichin enveloped himself and proceeded toward the passageway carved out by the predators, making his way into the depths of the pyramid. Meanwhile, the expedition team that had entered the pyramid found themselves within the incubation chamber. Their arrival triggered the pyramid's mechanisms, awakening the frozen alien queen, who, stimulated by the electrical currents, began to lay eggs. The facehugger embryos were subsequently transported along the conveyor belt. On the other side, the expedition members in the incubation chamber curiously examined the corpses, noting the gaping wounds from which it appeared a creature had emerged. The team then divided into 2 groups. One remained behind to study the chamber, while the other ventured onward to the next level of the pyramid. Upon reaching the second level, the second team discovered a stone sarcophagus. One member, deciphering the engravings upon it, successfully unraveled the sarcophagus's code. Upon entering the code, 3 weapons belonging to the predators emerged from within. As the expedition team claimed these weapons, the pyramid's mechanisms fully activated. With the mechanisms engaged, all passageway doors sealed shut, trapping the members of the other team within the incubation chamber. Just as the expedition members prepared to explore and escape from the incubation chamber, they heard a cracking sound from the platform behind them. Turning, they witnessed several facehugger eggs rising from the elevated surface. Curiosity piqued, they illuminated the eggs, revealing movement within. One by one, the eggs began to split open, and facehuggers leapt forth, lunging directly at the faces of the expedition members. The entire team left behind succumbed to parasitism, collapsing onto the floor. After some time, one member awoke from unconsciousness, discovering a deceased facehugger beside him. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a writhing presence within his own body. As the commotion intensified, one of the team members let out a harrowing scream amidst excruciating pain. With a sudden, sickening sound, an alien creature burst forth from the member's body, and with its deafening roar, the unfortunate individual fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yichin had arrived outside the pyramid, gazing at the structure constructed from heaps of stone. Harnessing his telekinetic abilities, he enveloped the stone atop the pyramid, and with a mere thought, reduced it to fine dust. Pleased with the outcome, he nodded in satisfaction. Should he lose his way later, he could simply carve a path. He then stepped into the pyramid. On the other side, the predator warriors, having discovered their weapons missing, dispersed to search for them. Eventually, they found their gear in the possession of a team of explorers who had descended to the second level, prompting a deadly hunt. One member of the exploration team was swiftly seized by the throat by a predator and lifted to the ceiling's upper layer. The remaining team members, upon witnessing this, frantically began firing in all directions, only to provide the predators with an opportunity to hurl a spear, eliminating one of them. At that moment, the pyramid's mechanisms reactivated, effectively separating the explorers. Among them, 2 unfortunate souls encountered an alien creature. As the mechanisms ceased, These explorers crouched on the ground, desperately seeking an escape. Upon raising their heads, they were met with the sight of an alien standing before them. With a swift flick of its tongue, the creature pierced one of the members' skulls. As the alien systematically annihilated the exploration team, only the group led by the female protagonist remained. The predators appeared before the explorers, intent on exterminating them to reclaim their weapons. When the cat-faced predator advanced to eliminate the explorers, it failed to notice an alien lurking behind. A sickening sound echoed as the alien's tail punctured the predator's flesh, its green blood splattering across the explorers. Attempting to struggle, the cat-faced predator found itself lifted off the ground by the alien, its reflection looming larger on the mask. With a sickening sound, the alien's tongue pierced through the predator's helmet, obliterating its head. Witnessing the demise of his comrade, the predator captain abandoned the two remaining explorers and charged at the alien. After a fierce struggle, the captain severed the alien's tail and ensnared it with a net gun, ready to end the creature's life. However, the alien countered by using its own acidic blood to corrode the net, then lunged forward, tackling the captain to the ground. With a swift flick of its tongue, the captain fell victim to the alien's jaws. Thus, only one predator remained, the scarred warrior. Chapter 70, The Alien Queen on the Other Side. Scar was in hot pursuit of the heroine and her companions, intent on reclaiming his weapon, oblivious to the fact that two of his team members had already perished. Upon realizing their escape was futile, one elderly man bravely volunteered to stay behind in a bid to hinder Scar's relentless advance. However, in a swift turn of events, Scar captured him with a single strike. As the scanning mechanism activated, Scar discerned that the old man was suffering from a terminal illness, with little time left. As a competent warrior, he adhered to the principle of never harming the frail or the ill. Consequently, he cast the old man aside and resumed his pursuit of the heroine. Unexpectedly, the old man made a desperate attempt to ambush Scar from behind. With a swift retaliatory strike, Scar sent him to meet his maker. Meanwhile, the heroine and her companions successfully escaped and encountered Yang Yicheng in a corridor. Observing the weaponry of the iron-blooded warriors in their possession, an idea struck Yang Yicheng, and he swiftly seized their arms. Subsequently, he crushed their group together with a mere gesture. After examining the iron-blooded warriors' weapons, Yang Yicheng expressed his confusion over their design and stored them in his personal space. Elsewhere, after dispatching a facehugger, Scar removed his mask and, utilizing the creature's blood, inscribed a symbol upon his face. This mark signified that Scar had truly become an iron-blooded warrior. However, he failed to notice another facehugger lurking behind him. In an instant, as he turned around, the creature lunged at his face. 10 minutes later, Scar, disoriented, managed to rise from the ground, only to find several alien corpses strewn about him. Not far away, a human was toying with a laser cannon. Instantly, Scar sprang to his feet, preparing to launch an assault on Yang Yicheng. Yet, before he could make a move, an alien sprang from the shadows, pinning Scar down. Just as Scar faced imminent death, he noticed the alien had suddenly ceased its movements. With a mere flick of Yang Yicheng's wrist, the alien, like the others lying motionless on the ground, collapsed lifelessly, having had its neck snapped by telekinesis. In the iron-blooded warriors' society, there exists a profound respect for the strong. Yang Yicheng's barehanded defeat of the alien earned him their admiration. Observing Scar's gesture of goodwill towards him, Yang Yicheng pondered briefly before returning Scar's laser cannon. Upon receiving it, Scar equipped the weapon, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. In the ensuing battles, he effortlessly dispatched several aliens with the laser cannon, while Yang Yicheng enjoyed a leisurely pace, trailing behind Scar until they arrived at the alien queen's oviposition chamber. Upon witnessing the multitude of alien eggs scattered across the floor, Scar activated a self-destruct nuclear device and hurled it into the center of the nest before fleeing with Yang Yicheng towards the base's exit. On the side of the xenomorph queen, an unsettling sensation arose, prompting her to summon the ordinary xenomorphs from outside. Subsequently, she commanded them to engage in mutual slaughter. The corrosive nature of xenomorph blood swiftly weakened the chains binding the queen. In a moment of excruciating decision, the queen tore away her own ovaries. Stripped of her reproductive capabilities, she transformed into a colossal killing machine. As Yang Yicheng and scarred iron blood successfully emerged to the surface, a brilliant flash erupted from the ice behind them, followed by a catastrophic explosion that caused the entire ice surface to collapse. Scarred exhaled in relief. Yet he was caught off guard when the queen's tail suddenly emerged from the edge of the crumbling ice, piercing him through without mercy. Yang Yicheng, witnessing this scene, chose not to intervene, for he still required Scar to transport the xenomorphs aboard the spacecraft in order to eliminate the remaining Iron Blood warriors. As Scar lay on the brink of death, Yang Yicheng summoned his psychic powers once more. Under the immense pressure of his telekinesis, the queen was compressed into a singular mass amidst her defiant shrieks. With the demise of the xenomorph queen, silence enveloped the ice once more, save for the hissing sound of her blood corroding the surface. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yichin sensed a spacecraft descending nearby. As the hatch opened, several Iron Blood elders emerged. Given that Earth had long served as the arena for Iron Blood warriors, these elders possessed a command of human language. After expressing their respect for Yang Yichin, they took away the gravely wounded Scarred Iron Blood. Following their departure, they placed Scarred on a freezing platform, but remained oblivious to the fact that a head was emerging from his chest. As the spacecraft descended, Yang Yichin silently pondered, "System, can you establish the portal coordinates on their shuttle?" Ding. "Host, the portal can be established. Would you like to proceed?" Listening to the system's response, Yang Yichin succinctly commanded, "Establish the portal." Ding. Portal successfully established. With the portal in place, Yang Yichin instructed, "System, transport me to the portal's location from a month ago." With a distortion of space, Yang Yichin found himself inside the Iron Blood spacecraft, specifically within the hangar filled with shuttles. He stepped outside the hangar, witnessing the remnants of Iron Blood warriors, all brutally torn apart by the xenomorphs. Observing this carnage, Yang Yichin felt a desire to capture one of the xenomorphs for study. Were it not for their uncontrollable nature, the fusion of Iron Blood warrior genes had rendered the entire spacecraft defenseless against the xenomorph onslaught. As Yang Yichin's footsteps echoed through the corridor, an unusual sensation permeated the air, accompanied by a sharp sound of something slicing through the air. Suddenly, a black tail struck fiercely against Yang Yichin's psychic shield. At this moment, the owner of the tail slowly emerged from the darkness. Yang Yichin gazed upon the towering 3-meter figure before him, a fearsome xenomorph with a warrior's jaw and distinctive braided appendages, and he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it had not yet transformed into a queen, for upon the death of a xenomorph queen, one of the remaining xenomorphs would automatically evolve into her successor. The fact that the appearance of this xenomorph had yet to change indicated that it was the sole creature aboard the ship. Upon realizing that Yang Yichin was a formidable opponent, the xenomorph attempted to flee, only to be effortlessly subdued by Yang Yichin's telekinesis. He had grown increasingly adept at utilizing his psychic abilities to extract energy. Subsequently, Yang Yichin approached the control panel and inquired of the system. Upon the spaceship's return to the main world, will it materialize in outer space or on Earth? The system responded, "Ding. Host, upon teleportation, the ship will remain in outer space." Hearing this, Yang Yichin promptly pressed the teleportation button. With a surge of spatial fluctuation, the entire vessel vanished from the Iron Blood universe. In the Marvel universe, the moment the Iron Blood spaceship appeared in Earth's orbit, Yang Yichin commanded the system to conceal the ship. He then instructed the AI, Red Queen, to take control of the vessel while he returned to his Umbrella Corporation headquarters via shuttle. Chapter 71. Planning the base standing by the window. Yang Yichin contemplated the position of the Iron Blood spaceship in space. His influence was steadily growing, making it increasingly inconvenient to operate within the Marvel universe. He recognized the necessity of finding a world to serve as his primary domain. After all, the plethora of deities in the Marvel realm made it far more challenging than possessing a world of his own. He then instructed the Red Queen to outline the current structure of the Umbrella Corporation. The organization was primarily divided into 4 divisions: security, biology, equipment, and a covert military department. The security division was managed by Zheng Tao, with Daika Xiao assisting him. The biology division was under the complete control of Dr. Isaac, the shadowy mastermind of the Umbrella Corporation, whose research and biological expertise were second to none. The equipment division was overseen by IOs from the giant corporation in Call of Duty 11. The military department, a rather unique entity, was controlled by General Sheffield and publicly claimed to be the Rwandan Liberation Army. As he reviewed the information displayed in the projection, Yang Yichin resolved to make the security services, biomedical healthcare, and equipment development public, thereby deepening his influence in the United States. Much like Stark Industries, in this capitalist society, wealth and power ensured that the government and military would engage in amicable negotiations. After the Red Queen relayed Yang Yichin's directives to the heads of the 3 departments, she reclined in her chair, pondering what world would be most suitable as his primary domain. After much contemplation, Yang Yichin ultimately concluded that the world of Resident Evil was the most fitting choice. There are several reasons. First, the number of surviving humans from the entire biohazard crisis is fewer than a few thousand, with the Umbrella Corporation no longer present. There is no need to worry about indigenous resistance. Second, by utilizing the antidote from the hive base, one can simply shatter it, allowing it to spread globally within a few months, exterminating all organisms harboring the virus. Third, within the entire world, there exists only one enemy of Umbrella. Once they are eradicated, the resources of the entire planet, and even those of the solar system, will be under their dominion. Upon deciding to traverse this alternate world, Yang Yichin boarded a plane bound for Rwanda. As the helicopter gently descended onto the helipad, he swiftly opened the door and leapt out. Sheffield, who had been waiting nearby, approached and saluted, saying, "Welcome to the Shadow Base." After disembarking, Yang Yichen shook off the non-existent dust from his attire and exchanged a handshake with Sheffield. "General, what is the current situation in Rwanda?" he inquired. "At present, Rwanda is under the control of the Rwandan Liberation Army, which I support, and has devolved into a puppet state. Only a few insignificant pests remain," Sheffield replied. Hearing his response, Yang Yichen nodded with satisfaction. He summoned the clone troops within the base who had no current assignments, instructing them to equip themselves with exoskeletons and weapons, and gather in the square. "Also, prepare some large equipment produced by IOs. I will require it shortly." Upon hearing Yang Yichen's words, Sheffield promptly nodded and signaled his aide, who then departed to relay Yang Yichen's orders. With the shrill sound of alarm bells ringing, the clone soldiers in the dormitories and on the training grounds swiftly donned their exoskeletons and armed themselves, hastening to the square. Within mere minutes, over 20,000 clone troops had assembled in the square. Observing this, Yang Yichen nodded in approval. Originally, the clones were rather dull, yet under Sheffield's training, the entire battalion had transformed into a precise killing machine. Yang Yichen then instructed General Sheffield to arrange for a spacious underground base, intended for the placement of a portal. After a few minutes, reports came in confirming that an empty base had been prepared. Yang Yichen and Sheffield arrived at this base, whereupon Yang Yichen swiped his hand through the air, causing a cube-shaped object to materialize in the center of the base. He addressed Sheffield, saying, "Once the portal is activated, arrange for the clones to pass through it into another world." After issuing his command, Yang Yichen's form became blurred and vanished from the spot. Following a moment of distortion, he found himself at the entrance of the hive base. Gazing upon the dilapidated state of Raccoon City, Yang Yichen found it difficult to discern which timeline he had entered. Yet this did not hinder his resolve. With a gesture of his finger towards the entrance of the hive base, where the nuclear explosion had created a vast expanse, a blue portal emerged from the ground. As the blue radiance tore through the surrounding space, the portal began to take shape. A three-dimensional framework materialized, ensnaring the portal within its confines. Subsequently, a robust cannon barrel emerged from the portal, followed closely by the complete manifestation of the 740 floating tank into the world of Biohazard. Following this were infantry fighting vehicles, anti-aircraft vehicles, floating motorcycles, and mechs, all of which appeared in the center of the square. As the engines of these vehicles roared to life, the entirety of Raccoon City burgeoned with activity. Zombies from all directions, upon hearing the engines roar, frantically surged toward the square. However, the vehicles that had emerged through the portal had already established a formidable defensive line. With the arrival of the undead, the remote-controlled weapon stations of the vehicles unleashed a cacophony of firepower. The 30mm explosive rounds from the infantry fighting vehicles decimated the approaching zombies, reducing them to mere piles of flesh under the onslaught. The anti-mine vehicle's remote-controlled station, wielding a .50 caliber machine gun, could only manage to create basketball-sized cavities in the zombies or slice them in half. The most ferocious among them was the anti-aircraft vehicle, boasting a 20mm caliber with a rate of fire reaching thousands of rounds per minute, conjuring a veritable metal storm that obliterated all zombies in front of it, turning them into a pulpy mass. The skirmish on the ground also attracted the attention of the upper echelons of Umbrella, located beneath the hive. Subsequently, the hive base of the biohazard world unleashed a plethora of biochemical weapons produced within its confines, accompanied by a horde of grotesque bio-creatures rushing toward Yang Yichen and his companions. The 740 floating tank finally demonstrated its firepower, and with a flash from its cannon, the grotesque creatures crumpled to the ground, motionless. Once all the clone soldiers and equipment had assembled in the square, Yang Yichen closed the portal and, leading Yang Yi and the soldiers clad in powered armor, advanced toward the hive base. Chapter 72, Resolving the Biohazard amidst the throng of armored clone soldiers. Yang Yichen and his entourage gradually penetrated deeper into the Umbrella base. Meanwhile, Dr. Isaac's bewilderment grew upon witnessing the footage relayed from the surveillance cameras after being awakened by Red Queen. Logically, the remaining human population in the world numbered merely in the thousands. Yet, the sudden appearance of Yang Yichen and his companions, along with their corresponding weaponry, evidently surpassed Dr. Isaac's comprehension. As Yang Yichen's group approached ever closer to the true hive base, Dr. Isaac's anxiety escalated, prompting him to dispatch all his developed biological weaponry, namely the Tyrant, Liquor, and Flying Dragon. At that moment, while traversing the corridor, Yang Yichen and his companions heard the thunderous sound of footsteps approaching. Suddenly, a Tyrant, towering at 6 meters in height, anime version, charged toward Yang Yichen's squad, its restraining garments falling away as it ran. What emerged before Yang Yichen and his companions was a fully realized Tyrant. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Tyrant, Yang Yichen's companion, Yang Yi, skillfully maneuvered the powered mech forward, preparing to confront the Umbrella Corporation's finest bioweapon. As the tyrant collided with the mech operated by Yang Yi, a resounding clang reverberated. Reminiscent of steel colliding, Yang Yi drew his standard military knife and thrust it fiercely into the tyrant's body, only to discover that it penetrated merely to the tip before halting further. Meanwhile, the tyrant clawed viciously at the mech's exterior, however, due to the armor's specialized treatment. The claws merely scraped against it, producing sparks but inflicting no substantial damage. As Yang Yi engaged in combat with the tyrant, Red Queen diligently gathered data on their adversary. Once sufficient data had been collected, Red Queen alerted Yang Yi. Upon receiving this notification, Yang Yi executed a strategic retreat and raised the cannon mounted on his right arm, pressing it against the tyrant's form. With shell casings clattering to the ground, the tyrant succumbed to Yang Yi's relentless barrage. After all, if a single bullet could not vanquish the tyrant, then a volley of 10 or 100 would surely suffice. Not even the most formidable physique could withstand such onslaught. As the massive form of the tyrant collapsed, the lickers and flying dragons released by Dr. Isaac arrived belatedly, only to be swiftly dispatched by the clone soldiers' concentrated fire. The flying dragons, incapable of flight, resembled oversized lizards, proving even less effective than the lickers. As Yang Yichen and his team prepared to delve deeper, a report crackled through the earpiece from the soldiers outside. "Commander, we have shot down a helicopter. The surviving pilot has been successfully apprehended." Subsequently, the soldier transmitted an image of the captured pilot to Yang Yi. Upon reviewing the image, Yang Yi hastened to Yang Yichen's side. "The outer team has captured Alice. Should we bring her in?" Hearing Yang Yi's report, Yang Yichen recalled the woman with whom he had collaborated during his first traverse. "Bring her down," he commanded without hesitation, then remained in place, awaiting her arrival. 10 minutes later, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the corridor, followed by 2 clone soldiers in mech suits escorting Alice. Upon seeing Yang Yichen, Alice rushed towards him, eager to embrace him. However, upon noticing the pristine black suit he wore, she halted, hesitant to soil his attire. Yang Yichen extended his right hand towards her, saying, "Alice, it's been a long time." Alice, momentarily taken aback by his outstretched hand, quickly grasped it in response. "It's been ages, Yang. Where have you been all this time?" She then surveyed those accompanying Yang Yichen. It turned out that during Yang Yichen's previous journey, Alice had been nearby the hive and, intrigued by the cacophony of gunfire, had piloted her helicopter over to investigate. The result was that the anti-aircraft vehicle shot it down. Fortunately, Yang Yichen had previously issued an order to search for survivors. Otherwise, Alice's aircraft would have been obliterated by the surface-to-air missile. Hearing Alice's inquiries, Yang Yichen refrained from elaborating and instead said, "Alice, come with me as we descend, and you shall uncover all the answers you seek." He then turned and proceeded deeper into the hive. Upon reaching a grand door, Yang dismantled the control panel affixed to it and connected the Red Queen. As soon as the connection was established, Yang Yichen's Red Queen engaged in a fierce confrontation with the hive's Red Queen. However, due to Yang Yichen's Red Queen having undergone systematic modifications and self-iteration, it swiftly subdued the hive's counterpart. Amidst the fierce struggle, the lights throughout the base flickered ominously. Then, the voice of the Red Queen emanated from a nearby speaker. "Master, the Red Queen has gained control over the entire hive system." As her words faded, all obstacles blocking Yang Yichen's path were immediately dismantled under the Red Queen's command. Consequently, Yang Yichen and his companions advanced unimpeded into the core of the base. Within the heart of the facility, Yang Yichen and Alice beheld an elderly woman seated in a wheelchair, with the lifeless bodies of Weskier and Dr. Isaac sprawled on the ground beside her. It appeared that after Yang Yichen's Red Queen integrated with the hive's Red Queen, she promptly dealt with these 2 individuals. Hearing the approaching footsteps of Yang Yichen and his companions, the woman turned around, revealing herself to be Alicia. Her father, Marcus, was one of the founders of Umbrella Corporation, who had initially developed the virus to cure Alicia's premature aging. Ultimately, Marcus succeeded in healing Alicia, but the virus was subsequently weaponized by Umbrella under the pretense of protecting the Earth, leading to the annihilation of humanity. After exterminating humankind, the upper echelon of Umbrella planned to awaken from their stasis, at which point they would reign as the masters of the Earth. However, they had not anticipated the interference from Alice and Yang Yichen. Alicia gazed at Alice, recognizing her as a clone of herself. Upon witnessing Alice's demeanor, Alicia transmitted her childhood memories to Alice, allowing her to experience a complete childhood. After entrusting Yang Yichen with the antidote, she urged them to leave. Once Yang Yichen and Alice had departed, Alicia would detonate the explosives throughout the base, erasing all remnants of this malevolence. As the figures of Yang Yichen and Alice emerged at the hive's exit, Alicia manually triggered the explosives. With a resounding explosion, the entire hive and its sins were obliterated. On the surface, Yang Yichen shattered the antidote upon the ground, observing as the encroaching zombies fell one by one. In that moment, he understood that this world now belonged to him. Chapter 73, constructing the world base under the influence of the antidote. All organisms containing the virus within the realm of the biohazard crisis began to lose their viral mutations or enhancements. Meanwhile, Alice, affected by the antidote, found herself bereft of her extraordinary abilities. Observing Alice's weakened state, Yang Yichen could not help but jest, "Alice, would you be interested in assisting me? You must understand that the global distribution of this antidote could take anywhere from several months to years. You would be perfectly suited to lead a team, utilizing helicopters to traverse the globe in search of survivors, bringing them to the new umbrella base." Listening to Yang Yichen's words, Alice nodded vigorously. "Yang, I am willing to join your team." "Excellent. I shall assign a team for your command," Yang Yichen replied, waving his hand to summon a captain of 100-strong squad to step forward. "What are your orders?" "From now on, this 100-strong squad will heed Alice's direction. Form a search and rescue unit, equipped with 5 helicopters, primarily to accompany Alice in seeking out surviving humans." Upon receiving Yang Yichen's directive, the squad captain saluted and promptly led the eager Alice aboard the helicopter to seek out her comrades. As the helicopter ascended and disappeared into the distance, Yang Yichen silently reflected, "System, please assist me in exchanging for a construction team capable of supporting the base's establishment. We require the construction of the main base." Ding. Exchange successful. Please acknowledge receipt. Host. With the system's announcement, a construction team of 10,000 appeared amidst the already beleaguered square, materializing with the undulation of space. The leader of this team was the same individual who had previously overseen the construction of the Umbrella Corporation building in the Marvel Universe. Upon sighting Yang Yichen, the leader hastened over. "What type of structure shall we construct this time?" Yang Yichen then articulated his vision. "Firstly, this square, serving as a nexus for portals from various worlds, must be expansive and spacious enough to facilitate the movement of vehicles and aircraft. Extending southward from this square, we shall name the thoroughfare Tinfu Avenue. Subsequently, corresponding production buildings will be erected on either side of the square, expanding outward. To the true north, we shall establish the offices and living quarters for base personnel." Nodding in acknowledgement of Yang Yichen's requirements, the construction leader rallied his workers to commence their tasks. Amidst the rumbling of machinery, an array of large construction vehicles entered the site, demolishing the remnants of the previous structures. In no time, the entire Raccoon Town transformed into a vast expanse of flat land under the cacophony of the construction crew. Then, another machine began to consume the debris, converting it into cement, which was laid across the square. Following this, the corresponding buildings rapidly ascended, thanks to the diligent efforts of the construction workers. Watching the buildings rise swiftly, Yang Yichen nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that within a fortnight, the entire base would be completed. Subsequently, Yang Yichen instructed the remaining 20,000 clone soldiers to return to the Marvel Universe through the portal, and he too vanished from the world of Resident Evil. Upon Yang Yichen's arrival in Rwanda, Ios and Sheffield, who had been waiting nearby, approached him. "How is the situation?" "The situation is promising. We have established our own world. Consequently, certain policies regarding the Marvel Universe will require amendments." Inspired by Yang Yichen's lofty ambitions, Ios and Sheffield straightened their postures and saluted him. In the ensuing half-month, Umbrella Corporation's security, biological, and equipment departments established their respective companies within the Marvel realm. The newly founded biological company rapidly attracted the attention of America's elite leadership, as the promise of enhancing physical vitality and beauty was something every powerful individual coveted. Dr. Isaac, leveraging these pharmaceuticals, struck several deals with high-ranking officials in the United States. Meanwhile, the equipment department successfully forged connections with the upper echelons of the American military through their modified exoskeletons, thereby binding the entire Umbrella Corporation to the United States and positioning it as one of the nation's most formidable entities. On the other side, in the world of Resident Evil, the construction of the entire base had reached its final stages. As Yang Yichen appeared in the center of the square, a towering portal immediately caught his eye, standing prominently at the rear of the plaza. Although only one portal currently stood, more would rise in the future. Flanking the square were the corresponding biological production base and the weapons manufacturing facility. To the north, Yang Yichen's new umbrella building loomed at the edge of the square, with his office on the top floor offering a panoramic view of the entire area. Within the portal, various devices were constantly moving in and out. After acquiring technology from Call of Duty 11, IO successfully combined Marvel and Resident Evil technologies to develop a quantum computer, establishing a quantum computing server matrix for Red Queen beneath the square. This enhancement significantly amplified Red Queen's computational power, potentially supporting artificial intelligence across various worlds in the future. The biological production base was busy mass-producing clone troops and tyrants, formidable entities capable of opposing both flesh and armor. When engaging main battle tanks of ordinary nations in close quarters, the tanks would quickly find themselves as easy prey. Meanwhile, The equipment base was responsible for manufacturing gear for the clones, with an endless stream of corresponding vehicles rolling off the assembly line. Under the Earth's resources, hover tanks, helicopters, and armored vehicles were produced in abundance, akin to dumplings being boiled and subsequently stored in warehouses. Observing the status of the entire company, Yang Yichen began contemplating the next world he should venture into. For now, even the most ordinary worlds would not withstand the advance of his formidable army for long. In the latter world, the primary focus shifted towards the pursuit of various beings endowed with extraordinary abilities, or those surpassing the current scientific frontiers. Consequently, Yang Yichen issued a command to devote all resources to the construction and production of clones, as a complete overhaul of the next world was imperative. Time passed, and within less than a month, the appearance of this primary world underwent a dramatic transformation. During this month, the number of clones surged to 1 million, accompanied by an innumerable array of weaponry and equipment. Yang Yichen recognized that the time for the next traversal had arrived. Chapter 74, The Terminator Master. Please provide the currently accessible worlds for traversal. Beep. Host. The worlds available for traversal at present include the Terminator, RoboCop, and District 9. Kindly select the world you wish to traverse. As Yang Yichen contemplated these three realms, he found District 9 rather mundane, with hovering spacecraft that could be easily severed by laser cutting. Indeed, the Ironblood's vessels could effortlessly overpower the entire District 9. As for RoboCop, Yang Yichen harbored reservations regarding the professor's abilities, particularly the capacity to invade another's mind and exert direct control over that individual, without the means to counter such powers. He refrained from venturing into a world where he lacked confidence. Thus, his only viable option remained the Terminator, given that its robots and time travel technology were relatively advanced, bordering on the realm of black technology. After Yang Yichen pressed the button for the Terminator, he vanished from his location. Simultaneously, a portal emerged in the square of the main world of Resident Evil. Subsequently, the entire base's clones and vehicles advanced towards the portal, as an unending stream of personnel and equipment disappeared into the portal. Yang Yichen observed the successive emergence of clone troops in the Terminator world and promptly issued a command to secure the surrounding area. In response to Yang Yichen's orders, the clones and equipment that materialized in the Terminator world swiftly spread outwards, while the remaining construction teams encircled the portal to establish a base. The arrival of Yang Yichen and his troops naturally drew the attention of Skynet, which quickly dispatched a force of 600 units to encircle them. The 600 were the first humanoid robots, constructed from special metals and equipped with ultra-long-lasting nuclear batteries, boasting formidable combat capabilities. Their agility surpassed that of humans, and their strength was astonishing, capable of propelling a person several dozen meters with a single punch. Furthermore, their resilience was extraordinary, with conventional weaponry failing to inflict harm. Only heavy machinery could target their critical vulnerabilities. However, the clone soldiers, armed with optimized rifles and ammunition, could penetrate the 600's vital points with just a single magazine of bullets during rapid fire. When confronted with mechs and various armored vehicles, the 600 proved no match. The projectiles fired from mechs and vehicles typically required only 1 or 2 shots to dismantle the 600 into 2 segments. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the construction team swiftly established a rudimentary base on the spot, from which numerous turrets began to extend. As the machine guns and artillery on the turret unleashed their furious roar, the 600 line, which had managed to hold its ground, was soon utterly shattered. Amidst the sporadic gunfire echoing across the battlefield, the clone soldiers commenced their grim task of clearing the area, delivering finishing shots to the wounded, yet still writhing remnants of the 600. Meanwhile, subsequent forces erected towering missile launchers, from which a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by billowing white smoke. One by one, intercontinental missiles ascended into the cosmos, aimed at obliterating all satellites under Skynet's control, effectively blinding it to a significant extent. With a series of explosive flashes illuminating the void of space, Skynet soon realized it had lost half of its surveillance capabilities, now reliant solely on ground-based stations to maintain control over the remaining Terminators. Just as the clone soldiers were fortifying their positions, a sudden explosion erupted within their ranks, followed by a cacophony of detonations. A horde of motorcycle-riding Terminators surged towards the clone stronghold, with support tanks in tow, unleashing a barrage of artillery fire. As the relentless bombardment rained down, the assaulted clone soldiers quickly reacted, launching anti-vehicle missiles toward the advancing Terminator tanks. Under the weight of this saturation assault, the various Terminators crashing against the clone defenses fell to the ground amidst the onslaught. Observing the futility of the attack, Skynet withdrew its forces from the battlefield, allowing the area to gradually return to tranquility. The recent skirmish had captured the attention of the resistance within the Terminator realm. Curiosity piqued. They dispatched scouts to ascertain the identity of those engaged in combat with the Terminators. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon a significant human presence. prompting an immediate decision to retreat and report their findings. However, as the scout turned to leave, he was met with the blunt end of a rifle stock striking his head. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a chamber forged of steel, facing Yang Yichen and General Sheffield. Instinctively, the scout inquired, "Who are you, and why have I never heard of you before?" In response, Sheffield addressed his question. "You may refer to us as the Umbrella Corporation, akin to your so-called saviors." Although the scout harbored doubts regarding Sheffield's response, he dared not probe further. Reassured that they were indeed human, Yang Yichen and Sheffield then sought information regarding the resistance in Skynet. After acquiring the relevant intelligence, Yang Yichen instructed Sheffield to release the scout. As the freed scout glanced back at the Umbrella base, he retrieved a motorcycle from the sand nearby, revved the engine, and set off towards the Resistance's stronghold. On the other side, within the rebel base, John Connor and his compatriots were in a state of frantic agitation. Akin to ants in a hot pan, after losing contact with their scouts, the prospect of an additional enemy was a dire complication for their resistance organization. Moreover, their lack of understanding regarding Yang Yichen's group rendered them hesitant to act recklessly. Once the scout was freed, he promptly reported back to John Connor. Upon hearing the scout's account, Connor found himself perplexed. After all, he was the leader of the resistance across the globe. Yet here was an organization he had no prior knowledge of, emerging in his territory. However, he could only await the scout's return for a more comprehensive understanding. With the sound of motorcycles approaching, John Connor stretched his neck at the entrance of the rebel camp. As soon as the scout halted his motorcycle, Connor swiftly pulled him into the camp to receive a detailed briefing. The scout thoroughly relayed the situation at the Umbrella base. Upon learning of such a vast human organization, Connor resolved to visit the Umbrella base himself. Chapter 75, Cleansing Skynet with the screech of brakes, John Connor appeared outside the Umbrella base, taken aback by the towering walls and various defensive measures. At that moment, the Red Queen subsystem, responsible for defense, had already detected Connor's arrival and had arranged a shadow unit comprising all produced clones, fully integrated into Sheffield's shadow forces, to await his appearance and escort him into the base. After establishing the teleportation portal, Yang Yichen returned to the Marvel universe, entrusting Sheffield with the full responsibility of the offensive in this world. He could not personally engage in every matter. Otherwise, what was the purpose of having so many subordinates? Upon entering the control room of the base, John Connor beheld Sheffield standing over a holographic map, which depicted the entirety of the Terminator world. Following the destruction of Skynet's satellites, Sheffield had orchestrated the launch of his own satellites. Currently, the skies above the Terminator Earth were teeming with Umbrella's spy satellites. Upon seeing John Connor, Sheffield eagerly gestured for him to identify the specific Skynet base. Due to the need for training, the Red Queen could only offer limited assistance. The particulars required Sheffield to personally deploy personnel for reconnaissance. At present, over a dozen Skynet bases had been identified. Yet it remained unclear which one was the true core base. Previously, a shadow unit of 20,000 had been dispatched to besiege one of the Skynet bases. However, upon realizing they could not prevail, Skynet ordered the immediate self-detonation of 850 hydrogen batteries, resulting in the obliteration of the entire Skynet base along with a 10-kilometer radius of shadow forces, leaving behind only a vast semicircular crater. Thus, Sheffield refrained from acting impulsively. For the memory of the 30,000 soldiers consumed by the nuclear explosion in his previous mission lingered in his heart. For this reason, even in the scenario where all members of the Shadow Forces were clones, Sheffield sought to minimize casualties. After all, this mission could be regarded as an assessment for Yang Yichen. Following John Connor's meticulous analysis on the holographic sand table, he magnified one of the Skynet bases. "General, this Skynet facility is the main base." Listening intently to John Connor's description, Sheffield promptly issued his orders. All other bases, aside from this primary Skynet facility, were to be targeted with tactical nuclear missiles. Upon receiving Sheffield's command, the weapons operators swiftly executed the order. After the necessary procedures were approved, an operator pressed the launch button on the control panel. Instantly, missiles soared skyward from the Umbrella base. Meanwhile, the Skynet base detected an anomaly as the missiles were launched. Following the missile deployment, Skynet commanded the Terminators within those bases to withdraw and converge towards the main base. As the Terminators retreated, ballistic missiles appeared in the sky above the base, heading towards Skynet subbases. As the warheads re-entered the atmosphere, they generated a brilliant light due to the friction with the air, plunging directly into the Skynet subbase. This was followed by a mushroom cloud rising into the sky, and an ensuing shockwave obliterated the remaining Terminators who had yet to evacuate, completely annihilating the subbase in the process. Moments later, numerous Skynet bases were devastated by nuclear strikes. With only the main base spared, the Terminators throughout their world began to converge at the Skynet main base. Amidst the sounds of tank and aircraft engines, Sheffield's shadow forces arrived at the perimeter of the main base. Inside the Skynet facility, a team had already infiltrated, integrating the Red Queen's subsystem into Skynet's control system. Consequently, the entire Skynet network fell into a struggle for control against the Red Queen, unable to manage the self-destruction of the 850 series Terminator robots. With the first shot fired, the battlefield of the main base erupted into chaotic crossfire. However, Skynet's forces were restrained by the Red Queen, forcing them to rely solely on their internal control modules. Under the siege of the Shadow Force's tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, the Terminator robots desperately contracted their defensive perimeter. Yet, under the relentless bombardment from the tanks, all efforts proved futile. A single tank shell could eliminate multiple Terminator robots. As the encirclement tightened, the remaining advanced 1000 series robots retreated into the Skynet base, preparing to engage the Shadow Forces in urban combat. However, under the might of the Mech's firepower, all such endeavors were rendered in vain. In the midst of urban warfare, a battalion of liquid metal robots, designated as 1000, charged directly at the ordinary Shadow troops, wielding rifles that unleashed a relentless barrage. As bullets struck the 1000 units, they merely punctured large holes, failing to inflict any substantial damage upon the formidable machines. Ultimately, it was a squad equipped with mechs that arrived on the scene, employing high-temperature flamethrowers to melt the 1000 units into liquid form, rendering them incapable of reassembly. The series of robots proved to be even more manageable. By immobilizing their core skeletons, they would lose all capacity for resistance. The remaining robots, having already caused casualties among the Shadow troops clad in exoskeletons, would soon receive reinforcements from the mechs. As time elapsed, Sheffield, stationed at the base, gazed at the holographic sand table before him. It displayed the entire structure of the Skynet base, its white expanse gradually being encroached upon by a ring of crimson. The red hue represented the Umbrella Corporation, while the white symbolized Skynet. The gradual erosion of white by red indicated the impending fall of the entire Skynet base. When the last remaining Terminator fell beneath the firepower of the Shadow troops, not a single living Terminator remained within the base. Witnessing the completion of the base's purging, Red Queen hastened to breach Skynet's systems, aiming for direct control. As the base's lights flickered several times, her voice resonated through the loudspeakers, announcing, "Notice, notice. Red Queen has accessed the Skynet base." This proclamation signified that the world had been successfully seized by the Umbrella Corporation. Meanwhile, data concerning the production of Terminators swiftly transmitted to the main world, reaching the central hub of the Red Queen. Chapter 76. Ice Pop Captain America. While Sheffield was engaged in the assault on the Terminator realm, Yang Yichen in the main world was diligently honing his psychic abilities. Since acquiring complete telekinesis during the incident of uncontrolled superpowers, Yang Yichen discovered that depleting his psychic energy and subsequently replenishing it would increase his capacity by 5%. Thus, he devoted himself to training, nearly doubling his psychic strength. Master, Task Force 141 reports that Captain America has been located in the Arctic glaciers. Upon receiving this update from Red Queen, Yang Yichen ceased his psychic training. Arrange a flight to reach Captain America's location, he instructed as he fastened the buttons of his suit, making his way to the rooftop. Upon arriving at the rooftop, he found the Pelican aircraft that Red Queen had dispatched, its plasma engines casting an ethereal blue glow over the entire helipad. As Yang Yichen boarded the Pelican, it ascended vertically, accelerating once it reached a certain altitude. With increasing thrust, the aircraft surged forward, breaking the sound barrier at 5 times the speed, racing towards the Arctic. At this moment in the Arctic, members of Task Force 141, including Price, observed a group of Umbrella workers bustling in and out of a pre-excavated ice hole. "Boss, what is the point of digging up a frozen relic from decades past?" queried Little Chong. Listening to his words, Price took a drag from his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke as he replied, "There is reason behind the orders given. Do not present yourself here as you do before us." After admonishing Little Chong, Price intended to continue his discourse when a distant roar of aircraft engines reached their ears. Before long, the Pelican arrived before them, its engines emitting jets of ionized air that melted portions of the ice beneath. The entire Pelican came to a steady halt on the icy surface. And as its hatch slowly opened, Price discarded his cigar and jogged forward. "Why have you personally come?" he inquired of Yang Yichen. Without answering, Yang straightforwardly asked, "What is the current status of the excavation?" "We have reached the aircraft's exterior and are currently in the cutting phase," Price responded, leading Yang down into the ice hole. Below, a group of workers employed laser cutting tools, carving an opening tall enough for a person to pass through in the aircraft's fuselage. With a resounding clang, the cut wall of the cabin collapsed inward. As Yang gazed around, he beheld the frozen form of Captain America alongside scattered briefcases. With a thought, one of the briefcases floated to him, and upon opening it, he discovered a cube resting at the center. This was the Tesseract. With his right hand, Yang grasped the Tesseract, feeling the immense spatial power contained within it through his formidable telekinetic abilities. Unsure of how to wield this power, he stored the Tesseract in his personal space. He was astonished to notice that his personal space began to gradually expand under the influence of the Tesseract, albeit slowly. Yet it would eventually double in size after some time. Well, this trip has proven worthwhile. By the way, the individual encased in ice is Captain America. After Dr. Isaacs conducts blood analysis, we shall deliver him to S.H.I.E.L.D. I am certain Director Hill will be quite intrigued. Upon hearing Yang's orders, Price and the others promptly acknowledged, understood. Once the directives were issued, Yang boarded the Pelican and returned to the Umbrella base. Meanwhile, Price arranged for personnel to transport the frozen Captain America to the biological company's facility. As the aircraft landed, Dr. Isaacs, who had been waiting eagerly on the tarmac, pushed through the crowd and rushed into the cabin. Upon seeing Captain America, he quickly directed his team, "Hurry, assist me in transporting this individual back to the laboratory." Listening to the anxious words of Dr. Isaacs, the workers did not dare to be negligent. Using a cart, they transported Captain America into the laboratory. Upon arrival, Dr. Isaacs instructed his assistant to commence the thawing of Captain America. Subsequently, he extracted a vial of the captain's blood, discovering that although it had thickened, it had not frozen. The blood analysis revealed that due to his liver's processing of glycogen storage, there was a significant presence of glucose, which in turn lowered the freezing temperature of the blood, effectively creating a cryoprotectant. This process bore resemblance to the hibernation of certain animals. Furthermore, there were unidentified molecules that were safeguarding Captain America's body. Observing this, Dr. Isaacs arranged for blood extraction, as these molecules might hold the key to reverting Captain America's supersoldier serum. As vials of blood were drawn from Captain America, even the enhanced hero began to pale. After extracting half of his total blood volume, Dr. Isaacs ceased the procedure, not out of a sudden moral awakening, but out of concern that he might inadvertently cause Captain America's demise. Following a series of examinations without any new discoveries, Dr. Isaacs instructed his assistant to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. to transfer Captain America to them. When S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Maria Hill received this news, she was taken aback. She personally led a team to Dr. Isaacs' laboratory, where she found Captain America lying on a bed, dependent on N4 for sustenance, a frown appearing on her face. What had happened to him? When she inquired, Dr. Isaacs waved his hands dismissively, suggesting it was likely due to prolonged freezing that had resulted in malnutrition. Hill, observing Captain America's pallid complexion, refrained from confronting Dr. Isaacs, knowing that Captain America was discovered by the Umbrella Corporation, and she was fortunate to have even one person in her possession. After exchanging pleasantries, she departed with Captain America, taking him to a recuperation facility. With Captain America's departure, Dr. Isaacs confined himself to the laboratory, delving into the study of the unidentified molecules in the captain's blood. For if he could elucidate the nature of these molecules, the Umbrella Corporation could mass-produce Captain America's capable of matching any adversary. Meanwhile, Hill, reviewing the physician's report, discovered that Captain America was in a state of extreme anemia, requiring over a month of recovery to regain his operational capabilities. She could not help but curse Dr. Isaacs internally, branding him a vampire. On another front, Yang Yichen returned home after attending to various matters, only to find a bald man clad in monk robes seated on his sofa. Chapter 77, The Visit of the Ancient One. Upon seeing the bald figure before him, Yang Yichen felt no sense of surprise. After all, within the vast Marvel universe, there exists but one individual clad in a yellow robe and bereft of hair, and that is the esteemed Ancient One. Yang Yichen approached the bar, poured himself a glass of bourbon, and addressed the Ancient One, Master Gui. "Would you care for a drink? Perhaps juice or tea?" Hearing Yang Yichen utter his name with such familiarity, the Ancient One was not taken aback. "A cup of tea will suffice," he replied. Yang Yichen then placed a steaming cup of tea upon the table before the Ancient One, while he himself settled onto the sofa with his bourbon in hand. After a few moments of silence, Yang Yichen broke the stillness. "Master Gui, might I inquire if there is a matter pertaining to me that has brought you here?" As the Ancient One sipped his tea, he remarked, "A fine brew indeed." Before addressing Yang Yichen's inquiry, "Through my calculations, I have discerned that you are not of this universe. You have manifested here unexpectedly. Your presence has catalyzed a significant shift in the trajectory of this universe." Yang Yichen raised an eyebrow at the Ancient One's description. "I presume this alteration is for the better. Otherwise, you would not be seated here so calmly, engaging in conversation, but would have resorted to action, would you not?" In response to Yang Yichen's words, the Ancient One offered no answer, merely stating, "When time permits, do visit Kamartash." With that, he gestured toward an empty space, conjuring a circular portal, and stepped through it, vanishing from Yang Yichen's office. At that moment, the voice of Red, an AI assistant, resonated in Yang Yichen's ears. It became apparent that from the instant he entered the office, he had been within the Ancient One's mirror dimension. To Red's perspective, Yang Yichen had abruptly vanished from the office, only to reappear a second later, entirely unaware of the Ancient One's presence. Observing the remaining half of his bourbon, Yang Yichen raised the glass and downed it in one swift motion before addressing Red. Please arrange a flight for me to Nepal. In a village nestled at the foot of the Himalayas, the busy Nepalis toiling in fields and towns suddenly heard a thunderous roar, causing them to look up toward the source of the sound. They soon spotted an aircraft adorned with the emblem of umbrella, a sight they had never encountered before. As it gracefully descended into the town square, as the cabin door opened, the unique aroma of Nepal wafted into Yang Yichen's nostrils, prompting him to use his telekinetic abilities to isolate the air. He then led Yang Yi and the others down from the aircraft. This series of events quickly drew the attention of the guards stationed at Kamartaj in Nepal, who reported the occurrences in the town back to Kamartaj. Before long, as Yang Yichen meandered about, he sensed a disturbance in the fabric of space, followed by the emergence of a yellow portal before him. From within, a portly figure stepped forth. It was none other than Wang, the librarian of Kamartaj. After Wang's appearance, he scrutinized Yang Yichen, curious about the appearance of the individual invited by the Ancient One. Not finding anything particularly noteworthy, he gestured towards the portal. Esteemed guest, the Supreme Sorcerer awaits you. You may reach Kamartaj directly through the portal, but your subordinates must remain here. Listening to Wang's words, Yang Yichen nodded to Yang Yi and the others, instructing them to take a flight back to the Umbrella Corporation. As for Yang Yichen himself, he stepped through the portal that Wang had conjured. Following closely behind, Wang entered as well. Once both had passed through, the golden portal vanished without a trace, unnoticed by the bustling Nepalese around them. On the other side, upon stepping through the portal, Yang Yichen found himself in a place steeped in antiquity. Moments later, Wang appeared beside him. Please, follow me, he said, leading Yang Yichen towards the Ancient One's chamber. With a series of knocks, Wang announced, Ancient One, your guest has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the chamber opened of its own accord. Observing this, Wang gestured for Yang Yichen to enter. The moment Yang Yichen stepped inside, the door closed behind him. Utilizing the ambient light, Yang Yichen surveyed the room and saw the Ancient One seated cross-legged on a cushion. He approached and sat down on a cushion as well, beginning to cultivate his mental energy. As time passed, the Ancient One opened her eyes and examined Yang Yichen's mental prowess. Your mental energy is commendable. With some practice, you could contend with half of your adversaries. Hearing her words, Yang Yichen also opened his eyes. Might I inquire, Ancient One, why have you summoned me to Kamartaj? Is there something you wish to instruct me on? In response to Yang Yichen's query, the Ancient One rose and approached the window. I have traversed countless worlds. Yet since your arrival, each world may alter because of you. Therefore, I wish to ask if you have any interest in learning magic. After contemplating the Ancient One's words for a moment, Yang Yichen replied, Of course, I would be eager to learn a new skill. Who would decline such an opportunity? However, may I ask, how much time do you have left? The Ancient One, unfazed by Yang Yichen's concern regarding her lifespan, understood that he hailed from a parallel universe. Do not worry about my lifespan. Once I find a suitable heir, I shall confront Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. For now, you shall learn magic alongside Wang. With that, the Ancient One transported Yang Yichen directly to the library where Wang was engrossed in a video game. The sudden appearance of Yang Yichen startled him. Yang Yichen jested. I had assumed that your study of magic involved a life of asceticism, yet it seems you also engage with electronic devices. On the other side, Wang replied curtly. We are merely in seclusion, not disconnected from society. As he spoke, he retrieved several tomes on magic from a nearby bookshelf and handed them to Yang Yichen. These contain fundamental magical knowledge. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to consult me. After that, he arranged a room for Yang Yichen, allowing him to immerse himself in the study of the magical texts. Once Wang departed, Yang Yichen closed the door to his chamber, seated himself at the desk, and began to delve into the books. As time passed, he grew increasingly familiar with the knowledge contained within. Following the instructions outlined in the texts, he waved his hand through the air, and a yellow portal materialized beside him. Yang Yichen realized he had successfully learned the art of creating a teleportation portal without the aid of a ring. Curiosity piqued. He first opened a portal to the Umbrella base, observing the bustling activity of the personnel before retracting it. After several attempts, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. He wondered what the Ancient One was up to and opened a portal to her chamber. The moment the portal manifested, he found the Ancient One gazing directly at him, followed by a swift flash of light. Before he knew it, Yang Yichen was unceremoniously transported to a snowy mountain, accompanied by her parting words. Yang, you may freely explore the library's collection from now on. Listening to her words, Yang Yichen surveyed the platform he found himself on. Surrounded by sheer cliffs. With a stoic expression, He waved his hand through the void and re-emerged through the portal back to his room in Kamartaj. After brushing off the non-existent snowflakes, he resumed his studies at the desk, continuing his exploration of the magical tomes. As time flowed gently by, Yang Yichen realized he had nearly mastered the magic contained within those books. He then began to utilize the portals to directly access the shelves of the library, retrieving the books he desired. Meanwhile, Wang, observing the frequent appearance of a hand snatching books from the shelves, wore a perplexed expression on his face. However, since this was a directive from the Supreme Sorcerer, he refrained from intervening, allowing Yang Yichen to take what he wished. As time elapsed, Yang Yichen unknowingly spent nearly a month in Kamartaj, during which he had almost completely absorbed the magical knowledge available. One day, feeling a twinge of boredom, he opened 2 portals and tossed a basketball between them, eager to see how fast it would accelerate. Just then, a portal emerged beside him, and the Ancient One appeared before Yang Yichen. Yang, it seems you have learned quite a bit of magic. It is time for you to leave Kamartaj. Before you depart, I shall test you. As her words echoed, a massive portal materialized beneath their feet, enclosing both of them within its confines. Subsequently, as he expanded outward, Yang Yichen discovered himself amidst a vast expanse of grassland. Above him, the ancient sorceress, Gui, appeared in the sky. After gesturing with her hands in a series of intricate movements, she unleashed 2 spells directed at Yang Yichen. Observing this, he spread his palms and performed a graceful arc in the air, conjuring a shield that materialized before him. Gui's assault struck the shield he had summoned, erupting in a cascade of golden sparks before dissipating into nothingness. As the duel between Yang Yichen and Gui progressed with a flurry of exchanges, Gui employed a mirrored space technique, warping the entire grassland towards him. Refusing to yield, Yang Yichen retaliated with the same tactic, causing their formidable powers to clash in midair. The very fabric of space revealed fissures in the wake of their confrontation. Noticing this, both Gui and Yang Yichen withdrew their formidable spells. Gui regarded Yang Yichen with a nod of approval, stating, "It seems you have mastered all the techniques. In the future, you may assist my successor if the opportunity arises." Hearing her words, Yang Yichen responded with a weighty tone. "Did you not say that the future is ever-changing? Are you still intent on seeking a successor?" Gui replied, "I have lived for far too long, Yang. Long enough that I have forgotten the passage of time. This pursuit is, for me, a form of liberation." Yang Yichen nodded in understanding, remaining silent. Observing his reaction, Gui waved her hand, and a portal materialized, sweeping over their figures. Both Gui and Yang Yichen found themselves back in the ancient chamber of Kamartaj. Upon their return, Gui settled onto her meditation cushion, crossing her legs. "Yang, you have learned all the magic. You may return now," acknowledging her with a respectful gesture. Yang Yichen turned to depart. In that instant, a portal manifested behind him, revealing that he had now developed the ability to wield magic through sheer thought, no longer requiring physical gestures. As the portal vanished, Yang Yichen reappeared in the office of the Umbrella Corporation. "Welcome home, Master," greeted Red, the AI, approaching the liquor cabinet. He poured himself a glass of bourbon and took a sip. "Red, have there been any significant developments recently?" "Master, currently, resources from the Terminator world are being extracted and transported back to the biochemical main world. Additionally, there have been some issues concerning Tony Stark's health. He has been spiraling into despair lately." Contemplating this information while rubbing his neck, Yang Yichen pondered, "It seems Tony is suffering from palladium poisoning. With the black market element I acquired, there is no one to provide him with a new element. It appears I must pay him a visit." As he deliberated, he stepped forward and instantly found himself in Tony's home. At that moment, Tony was shirtless, holding a glass of vibrant green chlorophyll. He soon noticed a yellow portal materializing in his living room, and before he knew it, Yang Yichen had appeared before him. "Oh, what sort of technology is this that allows you to appear directly in my home, Yang?" Listening to Tony's somewhat agitated tone, Yang Yichen replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing extraordinary. I merely visited a sanctuary and learned some magic, but you, on the other hand, seem to be on the verge of falling apart." Tony instinctively assessed his own body, noticing that his chest was interwoven with a network of dark purple veins surrounding the arc reactor, resembling a spider's web intricately spread around it. In his right hand, he held a glass filled with a green chlorophyll-like substance. Observing this, Yang Yichen teased, "It seems you've run out of funds, resorting to concocting something akin to vomit." To Yang Yichen's surprise, Tony refrained from retorting and instead offered a wry smile. "Yang, I'm on the brink of death. Prolonged exposure to the arc reactor has led to my palladium poisoning. As the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, once I perish, the stocks will be passed on to Pepper. You will need to ensure Stark Industries is well maintained, as it will then be in your hands." Yang Yichen merely shrugged, "Then you might as well continue working for me. Your palladium poisoning is still treatable." Upon hearing that there was still hope, a glimmer ignited in Tony's eyes. "What? There is still a chance? I've tried every remedy from your umbrella corporation, and they only alleviate the symptoms without curing it. Yang Yichen smiled mysteriously. Who said anything about Umbrella's remedies? Chapter 79. Resolving Tony's palladium poisoning. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yichen called out into the air, J-A-R-V-I-S. Project the blueprints of the Stark Expo designed by Tony's father. Instantly, the blueprints were projected in midair. Now, remove the buildings, trees, and streetlights, keep only the roads. As J-A-R-V-I-S complied, Tony instinctively stepped forward to examine the new element before him, murmuring, even after decades. The old man still manages to teach me a lesson. After saying this, he turned and embraced Yang Yichen. You've truly come to my rescue. But I still need your help in developing the new element. Upon Yang Yichen's agreement, the two transformed into a demolition crew, tearing through the entire villa. Once all the equipment was calibrated, Tony activated the system. Accompanied by a robust beam of laser, he forcefully directed it onto the new element using a wrench. As the laser continued to illuminate the triangular new element, it began to shimmer brilliantly. Eagerly, Tony integrated the glowing triangular element into his body. Reviewing the data compiled by J-A-R-V-I-S, he was astonished to discover that the power output of this new element was several times greater than that of the previous arc reactor, all without the troublesome palladium. Observing the visibly diminished veins on his chest, Tony turned to Yang Yichen and said, Yang, I owe you my gratitude this time. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to explain things to Pepper. Hearing Tony's thanks, Yang Yichen waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. No need for thanks, Tony. After all, I still rely on you to work for me. Understanding Yang's sentiment, Tony continued, by the way, the S-H-I-E-L-D has invited me to join the Avengers they are forming. Given this life-threatening experience, I have decided to accept their offer. Previously, Tony had believed he was on the brink of death and, in his desperation, had been parading around the world as a hero, resulting in the entire nation perceiving him as a superhero. Meanwhile, Captain America had emerged from his state of vanity in Maria Hill. Following the plans laid out by Nick Fury, had established the Avengers team to combat the increasingly rampant terrorism. After this brush with death, Tony also agreed to join the Avengers. Yang Yichen was not surprised by Tony's decision, as it was a pivotal moment in the timeline. After exchanging a few more words with Tony, Yang Yichen utilized a portal to return to his office. As time progressed, Tony, now a member of the Avengers, became exceedingly busy alongside Captain America and Hawkeye, tirelessly combating terrorists as the world's defenders. In a shadowy corner of New York, accompanied by a ripple in space, a horned figure materialized on the street. This was Loki, whose arrival drew curious glances from the onlookers, intrigued by his extravagant attire. Feeling offended by their stares, Loki wielded his scepter and ruthlessly eliminated an entire street of civilians. This incident quickly caught the attention of the Avengers, prompting Hill to dispatch Hawkeye to address the situation. Upon his arrival, Hawkeye spotted Loki and immediately fired an arrow at him. Sensing the arrow's approach, Loki tilted his head, allowing the projectile to graze past him. Realizing his arrow had no effect, Hawkeye decided to engage Loki in close combat. However, within moments, he found himself ensnared by Loki's mind control scepter and vanished into the shadows at Loki's command. Meanwhile, upon discovering Hawkeye's disappearance, Hill promptly dispatched Captain America and Tony. As they arrived at Loki's location, they witnessed him commanding a group of civilians kneeling before him, addressing him as their king. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony unleashed a repulsor blast at Loki. The white beam of energy shot forth from Tony's palm, catching Loki off guard and sending him crashing from his elevated position. Regaining his composure, Loki brandished his scepter and waved it menacingly at Tony, summoning ice spikes that hurtled toward him. In response, Tony activated his armor, soaring into the air to evade the oncoming assault. On the other side, Captain America, after ensuring the safe retreat of the civilians, seized a shield and hurled it towards Loki. Unperturbed by the flying shield, Loki merely waved his hand, intending to deflect it. He was unprepared for the formidable power of Captain America's shield, which effortlessly breached his defenses and sent him reeling into unconsciousness. Observing this, Tony swiftly restrained Loki with handcuffs. Upon regaining consciousness, Loki discovered himself shackled by two mere mortals and exclaimed, "You insignificant beings dare to defy a god." To this, Tony retorted with sharp wit, "I have never encountered such a feeble deity." After exchanging a few barbed remarks, the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft arrived at the scene. Tony and Captain America escorted Loki aboard. As the plane ascended, Black Widow and Dr. Banner curiously scrutinized Loki, intrigued by the presence of a genuine extraterrestrial. As the aircraft soared higher, ominous lightning flickered across the previously clear skies. Accompanied by the resounding thunder, Loki, seated in the cabin, wore an unusual expression and muttered, "That insufferable fellow has arrived." No sooner had he spoken than a loud crash reverberated as an object struck the plane. Instantly, the rear hatch was forcefully wrenched open, revealing a robust figure, Thor, the god of thunder. "You dare to bind a god?" Thor thundered. In response, Tony wasted no time. He unleashed a repulsor blast that sent Thor hurtling out of the cabin. Without hesitation, he surged toward the direction in which Thor had been flung. As Tony rapidly approached Thor, the latter brandished his hammer, unleashing a bolt of lightning that sent Tony flying. Upon their descent to the ground, Thor unleashed a devastating attack, striking Tony's armor with a powerful lightning bolt. Watching his energy level surge from 80 to 220, Tony activated his full-powered laser cannon, directing it at Thor. Just then, Captain America arrived on the scene, witnessing the fierce clash between Tony and Thor. He promptly raised his shield to intervene, aiming to halt their confrontation. Steve first used his shield to absorb one of Thor's lightning strikes aimed at Tony, then shielded Thor from Tony's retaliatory blast. Amidst the back and forth, Tony and Thor eventually ceased their hostilities. Thor spoke directly, "Mortal, you have apprehended a god. This is my brother Loki, and I must take him back to Asgard." To this declaration, Tony retorted, "Your dear brother has just slain dozens of people." Thor conceded, "Well, he is adopted." As their conversation unfolded, the tension gradually dissipated. As the gathering was primarily to confront Loki, Thor consented to temporarily join the Avengers. Meanwhile, Loki had already been delivered to the airborne spacecraft by Black Widow, who secured him within a cage. Upon Tony and the others returning to the ship, Thor was the first to speak. Loki commands an entire army of Chitauri, intending to use them to seize control of Earth. Listening intently, Tony countered, "How will this army make its appearance?" Just as they were deliberating on the potential forms the Chitauri army might take, a sudden explosion rocked the ship, causing it to tilt precariously. Simultaneously, alarms blared throughout the vessel. Outside, Hawkeye was aboard a helicopter, launching explosive arrows at the four rotors of the ship. The force of the explosions deformed the blades, rendering them incapable of rotation. Upon receiving this intel, Tony and the team split into two groups. One headed for the deck, while the other advanced toward Loki's confinement. Tony retreated to the armory to don his suit. Meanwhile, after hitting two of the ship's rotors, Hawkeye's helicopter was struck by the ship's defense system, plummeting onto the deck. Seizing the chaos of the explosion, Hawkeye infiltrated the ship. On the other side, as Tony and Captain America contemplated heading to the deck, they received a directive from Hill. It turned out that the remaining two rotors were insufficient to keep the entire ship afloat. They needed to restart the rotors. Observing the situation, Tony soared towards the blades, applying full thrust to initiate their movement. As he accelerated, the blades spun faster until a loud crack echoed, sending Tony hurtling back into the ship. Captain America, witnessing this, rushed to rescue him. Inside the control room, Hill was commanding the operators to do everything possible to salvage the ship. Suddenly, an arrow flew in from a distance, striking the control panel. As a flash of electricity surged, all screens in the room went dark. It was Hawkeye, who had stealthily approached the console and hacked into the ship's operating system with an electronic arrow. Upon noticing this, Black Widow dashed toward Hawkeye, aiming to subdue him. However, Hawkeye, primarily skilled with the bow, faltered in close combat, quickly succumbing to Black Widow's assault and losing consciousness. At that moment, the door to Loki's cell swung open. Thor arrived just as the door released, charging forward with his hammer aimed at Loki. However, as the hammer passed through Loki's form, he vanished from sight, only to reappear outside the confines of his cell. With a swift motion, he pressed the manual closure button, trapping Thor within the cell. After mocking Thor for a few moments, Loki prepared to cast the cell that imprisoned Thor out of the spaceship. Behind him, the voice of Phil echoed, as he raised a weapon aimed at Loki, demanding his surrender. However, in the blink of an eye, a staff pierced through Phil's body. It turned out that Loki's illusion had deceived everyone once more. As Phil collapsed to the ground, Loki pressed the button, sending Thor's cell plummeting towards the earth below. While the others scrambled to save the spaceship, Loki had already taken control of several pilots and departed in a helicopter. By the time Hill and the others regained control of the ship, they discovered Phil had been murdered by Loki, lying lifeless in a corner of the vessel. Phil, a good-hearted individual, had formed a close bond with Tony and the others since the inception of the Avengers. Thus, in the wake of Phil's death, the Avengers truly united in their grief. Hawkeye awakened from his stupor, surveying the chaos he had wrought, filled with deep remorse. He then recounted the actions he had taken while under control. It was revealed that Hawkeye, during his captivity, had extracted an eye from a man and obtained iridium from that individual's warehouse, a crucial material for opening a portal. Additionally, he had coerced Dr. Eric to assemble the materials necessary for the gateway. Subsequently, Tony and Dr. Banner deliberated on Loki's potential whereabouts. At Stark Tower in New York, Dr. Eric, instead of utilizing the Tesseract, overloaded the reactor beneath Tony's building through energy conversion, breaking the fabric of space alongside the Chitauri ship in the cosmos, thus forming a portal. The civilians below in New York, initially curious, mistook this for another of Tony's inventions. As hordes of Chitauri poured through the portal, the civilians finally realized the impending danger, frantically fleeing. Yet, no two legs could outrun the Chitauri's assault vehicles, and many fell victim to their slaughter. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of New York, Yang Yichen stood atop the Umbrella Corporation building, gazing at the distant Azure portal and the countless Chitauri emerging from it, while shadows of the Umbrella's armed forces loomed below. Following the establishment of the biopharmaceutical and equipment companies, a binding alliance formed with the upper echelons of the beautiful nations, granting the Umbrella Corporation the authority to equip large weaponry and armed personnel. At this juncture, Zheng Tao and Ios received a request from the beautiful nation, urging Ios and their team to delay the alien assault, affording the military time to reach New York and evacuate civilians. Thus, a scene unfolded in New York City where the Umbrella Corporation's armed forces surged against the tide of fleeing civilians. Amidst the rumble of vehicles and the rhythmic sound of marching boots, the civilians curiously eyed the shadow forces and their machinery. Chapter 81. The Chitauri. As the shadow troops advanced, they swiftly engaged in combat with the Chitauri at the city center. The infantry of the shadow troops soon realized that their rifles were incapable of penetrating the Chitauri's armor, prompting a tactical withdrawal from the heart of the battle, leaving only units equipped with heavy artillery. The mechs, wielding their Vulcan guns, found that it required a barrage of bullets to bring down a single Chitauri warrior. In stark contrast, the Chitauri's laser weaponry effortlessly pierced the armor of the shadow troops, inflicting significant casualties. After a prolonged defense, the civilians at the center of the battlefield had nearly evacuated, prompting the AI, Red, to command the shadow troops to retreat and prepare for an exit. At that moment, Tony and his companions hastily arrived in New York. Observing the towering beam of light emanating from his Stark Tower while on the aircraft, Tony couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? This is an all-out invasion by aliens." As he uttered these words, he flung open the hatch and leapt from the plane, soaring towards the Stark Tower. Encountering Chitauri warriors along the way, he dispatched them with a blast from his repulsor, just as he was fully engaged. The voices of Black Widow and Captain America crackled through his earpiece, urging him to look above. He glanced upward to see a fish-shaped Chitauri mothership emerging from a spatial rift, barreling toward his position, while nearby structures crumbled like mere cardboard under the ship's immense weight. Realizing he could not evade the oncoming vessel, Tony was preparing to devise a strategy to neutralize the whale-shaped ship when he heard Bruce Banner's voice. "Tony, lure that whale ship toward my position." Quickly assessing Bruce's location, Tony directed the approaching mothership toward him. As he soared over Bruce's head, the Doctor transformed into the Hulk. With a powerful punch, he struck the ship's bow, causing the entire vessel to flip over under the immense force. The deck, which had been shrouding its vulnerabilities, was now exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Tony launched a missile into the revealed weak spot. A thunderous explosion ensued, rendering the mothership powerless as it crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the battlefield, Captain America witnessed several members of the shadow troops in mechs firing upon the Chitauri. Rallying alongside Black Widow, he charged into the fray to assist the shadow troops in protecting the fleeing civilians. With his shield slicing through the air, he felled Chitauri warriors one after another. While Black Widow, wielding dual handguns, quickly shifted her focus to aiding the evacuation after realizing her weapons were ineffective against the foes. Amidst the chaos of battle, a bolt of lightning streaked through the air, descending upon the battlefield. The one who arrived was Thor, who immediately ascended to the top of a towering structure and unleashed a wide-ranging lightning assault. This tempest of electricity enveloped the exit of the space portal, causing the Chitauri and their whale-like vessels emerging from it to explode under the wrath of Thor's lightning. Although his formidable power was impressive, it proved ephemeral after several minutes. The sky filled with lightning dissipated. The remaining Chitauri continued to surge forth from the portal. Witnessing this scene, Tony and his companions realized that they had to find a way to close the portal. Thus, Tony and Hulk dashed toward Stark Tower. Meanwhile, atop Stark Tower, Loki was observing the battle below when he suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass behind him. It was Hulk, having leapt in through the window. Loki, confronted by the colossal green figure, shouted at Hulk, "Kneel, you monster, and pay homage to your god." In response to Loki's taunt, Hulk seized Loki by his legs and began to swing him like a whip, smashing him repeatedly into the ground until, with one final blow, Loki's bones were shattered, leaving him crumpled in the crater he created. "I've never seen such a feeble god," Hulk remarked before leaping from the building to continue his assault on the Chitauri ships. Meanwhile, Tony arrived at the launch apparatus and discovered that even his missiles were unable to breach it. Just then, Eric, who had awakened from Loki's control, informed Tony that Loki's scepter was necessary to close the portal. Tony relayed this information to Captain America and Black Widow. At that moment, they heard Hill's voice through their earpieces. "Tony, Steve, The government has bypassed control and launched a nuclear missile toward downtown. It turned out that the Red Room had initially dispatched a shadow team to evacuate civilians from downtown, resulting in very few remaining on the battlefield. And they were situated far from Yang Yichen's protective tower. The decision was made to use the nuclear missile to obliterate the portal. As Tony listened to the transmission, he looked up to see a missile trailing a white plume on its way to New York City. He quickly revved his engines and raced toward the missile. In no time, he found himself beneath the missile, using his shoulder to push against it in an attempt to alter its trajectory. With the full thrust of his Mark suit engaged, the missile began to veer from its original course, heading toward the portal in the sky. As Tony propelled the missile through the portal, below him, Captain America and Black Widow, prompted by Tony's guidance, located Loki's scepter and stood ready beside the portal apparatus to close it. On the other side of New York, after conferring with the beautiful nation, Yang Yichen observed Tony, bearing the missile, soaring into the portal. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and took a step forward as the portal flickered into existence and vanished. Yang Yichen had already appeared atop Tony's Stark Tower. His sudden arrival startled Black Widow and the others. Upon recognizing Yang Yichen, Black Widow inquired whether there was any way to save Tony, who had been caught in the spatial portal for quite some time. Just as her words fell, a crimson sphere of light emerged from the other side of the portal, signaling a nuclear explosion. At Captain America's urging, she swiftly closed the portal. Observing this, Yang Yichen smirked, extending his right hand and pulling back. Tony was effortlessly lifted by Yang Yichen and dragged out from the portal. With a resounding clang, Tony was unceremoniously thrown onto the rooftop. Surrounding him, Thor and Captain America quickly converged at Tony's side. Yang Yichen approached calmly, grasping the mask of Tony's armor and, with a slight exertion, removed it. He then turned to Thor, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and said, "Thor, unleash some lightning to recharge Tony." Thor hesitated, glancing at Captain America and the others, but seeing their resigned shrugs, he picked up his mighty hammer and carefully placed it above Tony's armor. At that moment, Tony, having been deprived of oxygen in the vacuum for an extended period, was in a state of hypoxia. It was only after Yang Yichen pulled him back and removed the mask that he gradually regained consciousness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be startled by the sight of Thor's hammer resting firmly on his chest. Before he could process this, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Thor's hammer. "Damn!" Tony's exclamation was cut short as he was struck by the lightning, causing his body to convulse involuntarily. His eyes rolled back, and he emitted a series of peculiar sounds. His armor began to emit wisps of smoke. As the armor gradually charged, Tony finally recovered from the electric shock. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yang Yichen before him. "Hey, Yang, when did you arrive?" Tony asked, retracting his helmet and smoothing down his hair, which stood on end from the electricity. Smoke wafted from his head, rendering him quite disheveled. "Just when you were about to become space debris," Yang Yichen teased. Hearing this, Tony rolled his eyes dramatically and turned to the others, noticing that Captain America and Black Widow were struggling to contain their laughter. "Oh, come on. What are you all laughing at?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening with irritation. "Tony, you should really look in a mirror and see your current state," Black Widow chuckled, prompting Tony to immediately turn towards a car. Using the car window's reflection, he scrutinized his appearance. Upon seeing himself in the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. "Damn it. You've ruined my hair," Tony muttered, turning to Yang Yichen and saying, "Thank you for saving me, Yang. Let me treat you all to a delicious meal. I recall there's a restaurant nearby." With that, Tony led the group to a Chinese restaurant located outside the battlefield. The Chinese owner, engrossed in his work, had not ventured outside amidst the chaos. As the group settled at their table, an array of dishes began to emerge from the kitchen. After savoring a few bites, Yang Yichen set down his chopsticks, bid farewell to Tony, and returned to his office. This left Tony and Captain America along with the others to indulge in the remaining dishes. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen stood in his office, gazing toward the city center, where smoke continued to billow from the remnants of the fire. Below, the rescue teams dispatched by Red Queen, equipped with exoskeletons and heavy machinery, were diligently working to assist those affected and demolish the damaged structures. Following this operation, New York would transform into a fortified haven for the Umbrella Corporation. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yichen settled onto the sofa in his office and requested, "System, please list the worlds I can traverse." Ding. Host. The worlds currently available for traversal include Pacific Rim, King Kong, and Jurassic World. Upon hearing the system's response, Yang Yichen immediately selected Pacific Rim, as the other two worlds held little appeal beyond mere relaxation. The colossal robots within Pacific Rim were irresistible to any man. Given that this was merely an excursion for leisure, Yang Yichen decided against bringing anyone along. With a ripple of spatial energy, he found himself in a corner of the Pacific Rim universe. Observing the construction of a massive wall before him, he realized the narrative of this world had progressed significantly. After gathering information, he boarded a plane to the hunter base. While on the aircraft, he glanced at the tablet displaying news about the kaiju breaching the anti-monster wall. In response to public outcry, nations had revived the hunter program. As the initiative reactivated, countless youths expressed their desire to enlist in the hunter program and become mecha pilots. Yang Yichin blended into the crowd and, with the highest evaluation score, successfully secured a spot on the pilot roster for the hunter base. Yang, your training results are in. You are ahead of all participants, a female voice announced. Turning around, Yang Yichin recognized the visitor, General Pinnacle, the girl he had once rescued in Tokyo. I came to see you after I heard about your results. By the way, regarding my previous mention of being your teammate, what are your thoughts on that? Upon hearing her inquiry, Yang Yichin, unwilling to share his consciousness with another, replied, I'd like to attempt piloting a mecha solo. Could you help me arrange that? Upon witnessing Yang Yichin's rejection, Ma Zi felt a tinge of discouragement. Yet he responded with resolve, Are you certain? Yang, it is imperative to understand that no individual can pilot a mecha alone. One's mental fortitude is insufficient to control an entire mecha. Historically, there has never been a case of such a feat. All assessments have yielded a first place far surpassing the second by several multiples. Observing Yang Yichin's unwavering determination to test single-pilot mecha operation, Ma Zi took his tablet and proceeded with the necessary arrangements. As the dawn of the following day arrived, Ma Zi's voice resonated through the base's intercom. Pilot Yang Yichin, please proceed to the training center. After this announcement was repeated thrice, Yang Yichin gathered his gear and made his way to the control center. Upon his arrival, Ma Zi instructed him to take a seat. The moment Yang Yichin settled into the chair, it reclined, positioning him in a zero-gravity posture. Yang, are you certain you wish to undertake this test? Should it fail, it may inflict irreversible damage to your brain, Ma Zi cautioned. Lying in the chair, Yang Yichin gazed at Ma Zi, his expression reassuring as he replied, Trust me, Ma Zi. Nodding in response, Ma Zi returned to his station as preparations for the connection test commenced, with the staff linking the pilot's neural interface. As Ma Zi concluded his statement, an attendant swiftly assisted Yang Yichin in donning the helmet and establishing the control link. As the connection fluid within the helmet gradually descended, it signified the completion of the preparatory work for the mecha interface. Yang Yichin nodded toward Ma Zi, who then lowered his head, eyes fixated on the control panel. After a brief moment of hesitation, he pressed the button decisively. At the instant the button was pressed, Yang Yichin experienced a fleeting discomfort in his mind, which dissipated almost immediately. Meanwhile, the research personnel monitored Yang Yichin's physiological condition with urgency. Chapter 83, Pacific Rim 1. Heartbeat stable, respiration normal, blood pressure within range. Life signs intact. A stream of medical terminology flowed from the surrounding staff. Ma Zi approached the monitoring equipment, observing Yang Yichin's remarkably stable condition, his eyes widening in astonishment. Particularly striking was the synchronization rate between Yang Yichin and the mecha, which astonishingly reached an unprecedented 100. Everyone present was left in a state of disbelief. Typically, a duo would achieve a maximum synchronization rate of about 80, yet Yang Yichin alone had attained 100. What could this signify? It indicated that Yang Yichin could fully harness the mecha's capabilities, potentially exceeding its inherent design limits. Ma Zi gasped in awe. Her gaze towards Yang Yichin filled with wonder and curiosity. How could he possess such extraordinary talent? Swiftly, Ma Zi instructed the staff to assist Yang Yichin in removing the equipment. As he descended from the testing apparatus, she eagerly approached him, asking, Yang, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Listening to the concerned words of Ma Zi, Yang Yichin smiled and shook his head, saying, Ma Zi, there is no need for worry. I have never felt better. The recent test was truly exhilarating, and I am now eagerly anticipating the actual mecha operation test. Upon hearing Yang Yichin's response, Ma Zi, reassured of Yang's well-being, hurriedly took his test report and dashed out of the training center. Upon finding the head of the hunter base, Pinnacle, he could hardly contain his excitement. Sir, please take a look at this test report. It is simply astonishing. Ma Zi exclaimed, his face flushed with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration as he held out Yang Yichin's report. Pinnacle, noticing Ma Zi's fervor, was filled with curiosity and reached out to take the report for a closer examination. As he perused the document, disbelief washed over his features. What? Someone has managed to connect to a mecha alone, achieving a synchronization rate of 100%. Where is this individual? Take me to him at once. Pinnacle urged eagerly. Ma Zi promptly nodded in agreement and swiftly led Pinnacle towards the training room. At that moment, Yang Yichin was still undergoing tests conducted by other staff members, who were diligently utilizing various instruments to assess his physical condition. As the door to the training room slowly opened, Ma Zi and Pinnacle quickly entered, making their way directly to Yang Yichin. Pinnacle approached Yang Yichin, extending his right hand warmly. Yang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have reviewed your test report, and it is truly astonishing. Seeing this, Yang Yichin extended his own right hand to shake Pankost's, smiling as he replied, "Sir, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. I would be even happier if arrangements could be made for my mecha test at the earliest opportunity." Pankost, undeterred by what could be perceived as a somewhat impolite remark from Yang Yichin, found his fondness for the young man growing. After all, soldiers tend to be quite straightforward. And Yang's candid nature resonated well with that trait. Pankost promptly responded, "Rest assured, your test will be arranged immediately. Coincidentally, there is a mecha pilot who has yet to be assigned, and you can step in for the test." After saying this, he turned to Ma Zi, instructing Ma Zi, "Prepare the dangerous wanderer. Yang will be conducting the connection test. If synchronization is successful, we will have our pilot." Ma Zi, upon receiving the orders, set off to make the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, Pankost took the opportunity to introduce Yang Yichin to the specifications of the Dangerous Wanderer. Dangerous Wanderer, model, 3rd generation. Height, 79 meters. Weight, 7,080 tons. Energy core, Arc-9 reactor. As Pankost detailed the parameters, Yang Yichin began to gain a clearer understanding of the mecha's specifications. At that moment, Ma Zi's voice echoed through the communicator, "Sir, the preparations for the Dangerous Wanderer test are complete. We are ready to proceed." "Understood. We shall be there shortly," Pankost replied. After Kost finished speaking, he turned to Yang Yichin and said, "Let us proceed. Yang, the time has come for your trial." With that, he led Yang Yichin towards the hangar where the perilous wanderers were stationed. Upon their arrival, the waiting staff promptly assisted Yang Yichin in donning the specialized control suit, which could be likened to exoskeletal armor designed to safeguard the pilot during operations, particularly in the event of collisions or other potential hazards. Once the personnel affixed the neural spine connecting to the mech to the back of the suit, the donning process was complete. Following this, Yang Yichin nodded at Ma Zi and the others before picking up the helmet and, under the guidance of the staff, traversed a lengthy corridor, making his way towards the cockpit of the Dangerous Wanderer. This measure was taken to shield the pilot from radiation, as the head compartment could separate from the body of the mech. Meanwhile, Kost guided Ma Zi towards a nearby control room. Inside the cockpit, Yang Yichin halted before a support frame, securing his feet into designated slots on the platform. With a decisive click, his feet were firmly anchored in place. Subsequently, a connecting brace descended from above, utilizing attachment tools to link Yang Yichin closely with the entire mech. Once all preparations were complete, the platform below began to retract. Yang Yichin's body assumed a distinctive posture, resembling that of a marionette, suspended at the center of the cockpit, though he appeared akin to a puppet. This arrangement was crafted for optimal maneuverability of the mech. Upon successful connection, every motion Yang Yichin made would be precisely mirrored by the mech. As the personnel vacated the cockpit, Yang Yichin found himself alone in this small yet technologically advanced space. Despite his usual composure, he could hardly suppress the surge of excitement within. Clutching the helmet tightly, he inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions surging through him. After all, possessing a mech of one's own had long been a cherished dream for every man. Once Yang Yichin donned the helmet, the linking fluid within gradually dissipated. Concurrently, Kost and Ma Zi, busy at the control console, inquired with concern, "Yang, we are about to initiate the connection sequence. Should you feel overwhelmed? Please press the emergency interrupt button." Upon hearing their admonition, Yang Yichin smiled and gave Kost and Ma Zi a thumbs up, signaling his readiness. Observing this gesture, Kost felt a slight sense of relief. He turned to the nearby staff, nodding to indicate that they could commence the initiation of the linking procedure. The staff, upon receiving the signal, promptly began to execute the commands on the keyboard. As time ticked away, Yang Yichin awaited the commencement of the linking program with bated breath. At last, after several minutes of operation, the staff pressed the enter key decisively. Chapter 84, Piloting the Dangerous Wanderer. As the enter key was forcefully activated, Yang Yichin, situated in the cockpit, suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. However, within mere seconds, he swiftly returned to normalcy. Outside, Kost observed Yang Yichin closely and, noticing no further abnormal reactions, signaled the operators to proceed with the next step. As the sounds of keystrokes resonated once more, Yang Yichin felt an intense jolt within the cockpit, followed by a profound sensation of weightlessness. Externally, one could distinctly observe the head of the dangerous wanderer plummeting rapidly from the apex of the hangar. Simultaneously, an opening was created at the neck of the body below, facilitating the connection with the head. With a resounding thud, the body of the wanderer securely received the cockpit. Subsequently, a series of crisp clicks echoed around as the head firmly locked into place with the body. At this moment, Yang Yichin in the cockpit distinctly felt the weight in his mind intensify. In the control room above, Kost, wearing a tense expression, inquired, "Yang, how are you feeling? Can you bear the burden of connecting with the entire body?" As he posed his question, Yang Yichin's voice resonated in the control room. "I feel excellent. with no issues whatsoever. I request to proceed with the motion test of the body. Hearing Yang Yichen's robust voice, the weight that had burdened Kost's heart finally lifted. He nodded towards the nearby Ma Zi. Observing this, Ma Zi also exhaled in relief before leaning into the microphone. Warning, warning. The mecha motion test is about to commence. Personnel in the hangar, please evacuate immediately. Upon hearing the announcement, the staff on standby below began to spring into action. They swiftly gathered their belongings and dashed towards the emergency exits on either side. Once all personnel had vacated the hangar, Kost issued the command for the test once more. Yang, first, test the upper body movements on the platform. As Kost's words fell, Yang Yichen concentrated, utilizing the neural connection system to control the dangerous wanderer's body to perform corresponding actions. The dangerous wanderer gradually raised its arm, delicately wiggled its fingers, and then rotated its neck, swaying its head side to side. Each movement was fluid and natural, as if this colossal mechanical form were an extension of himself. After completing these test movements, Yang Yichen executed a classic fist salute reminiscent of cinematic portrayals. Commander, I request a comprehensive motion test. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's request and witnessing his effortless control over the entire mecha, Kost responded, permission granted for a full test. Everyone, prepare for the comprehensive assessment. The personnel in the control room, upon receiving Kost's directive, immediately became engrossed in their tasks with heightened urgency. They swiftly tapped on their keyboards, inputting commands and adjusting various parameters to ensure the smooth progress of the test. As the alarms in the hangar blared, the massive doors slowly opened to either side, accompanied by the sound of warnings. Once the doors were fully ajar, the platform beneath the dangerous wanderer began to move, gliding steadily as it transported the machine outside the hangar. Guided by the personnel below, the platform came to a halt at the entrance of the hangar. With a series of hissing sounds, the clamps that had restrained the dangerous wanderer fell away. Now liberated from its constraints, the machine stood still, awaiting the next directive from Yang Yichen. Inside the mech, Yang Yichen prepared for complete control. As the right foot of the dangerous wanderer slowly lifted and eventually departed from the platform, it landed heavily on the solid concrete outside the hangar. Following suit, the other foot stepped down with equal steadiness onto the ground. After reporting the commencement of the test to the command center, Yang Yichen quickly immersed himself in piloting the mech. He carefully maneuvered the machine, making it walk slowly across the concrete outside the hangar. Initially, the mech steps appeared somewhat unsteady, but as time passed, and with continuous practice, Yang Yichen gradually mastered the operational techniques, allowing the mech to move with increasing proficiency. Finally, without hesitation, he urged the mech to accelerate into a run. The massive, several thousand-ton behemoth raced across the ground like a wild beast. Each hefty footfall reverberated with tremendous impact, as if the earth itself trembled in response. All the equipment outside the hangar shook violently under the din of those thunderous steps, producing an array of jarring sounds. Yang, stop immediately. The entire base is going to collapse. Suddenly, Koster's anxious voice crackled through the communicator into Yang Yichen's ears. Upon hearing this urgent warning, Yang Yichen wasted no time and immediately ceased the mech's frenzied sprint. When the dangerous wanderer finally came to a halt, the concrete outside the hangar lay in ruins, utterly transformed by its relentless tread. Damn it, Yang, you nearly destroyed the entire base. Yang Yichen, gazing at the ravaged ground, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, Matzi promptly came to his rescue. Testing the mech inevitably incurs damages, and moreover, Yang was the first individual capable of conducting a complete control test. Hearing Matzi's voice, Koster gradually regained his composure. Yang, your subsequent tests will all take place in the sea. Matzi, you are wholly responsible for Yang's testing. After issuing his orders, Koster exited the control room, for as the head of the entire base, he could not remain in one place indefinitely to accompany Yang Yichen in his tests. Upon receiving Koster's command, Yang Yichen shrugged. As the dangerous wanderer moved, Yang Yichen mirrored its actions with a shrug. Observing this scene, Ma Zi excitedly exclaimed, Yang, proceed with the next test. Please head towards the sea for the upcoming evaluation. Heeding Ma Zi's command, Yang Yichen piloted the dangerous wanderer towards the shoreline. As the colossal machine waded into the water, Yang Yichen adeptly executed a series of military boxing maneuvers. The fluidity of the dangerous wanderer's movements left everyone in the control room utterly astonished, for it is not every day one witnesses a multi-thousand-ton behemoth engaging in combat. After a brief period of testing, Ma Zi prepared to call Yang Yichen back. At that moment, an alarm blared through the control room. Warning, warning, a kaiju has been detected, approaching the hunter base. Upon hearing the broadcast, the personnel in the control room sprang into action. Chapter 85, The Great Battle Against the Spiked Turtle. With the alarm ringing, Koster, who had already departed, hastily returned to the control room. What is the situation? What level is the kaiju? He inquired. Sir, we currently have 2 signals, both at level 4. They are designated as tail stand rat and spiked turtle. and both are advancing towards the hunter base, expected to reach Hong Kong within an hour. Listening to the report, Koster calmly issued commands. Evacuate all city residents. Close the bridges. Storm Red, Chernobyl Alpha, and Eureka Raider, I need you to deploy and confront the kaiju. We must keep them beyond the coastline. Following Koster's orders, the hangar doors atop the other three mechs at the hunter base began to open slowly. Subsequently, Storm Red, Chernobyl Alpha, and Eureka Raider were hoisted into the air by several helicopters, ascending vertically from the hangar. Meanwhile, Yang Yichin received Koster's directive. Yang, a monster has appeared, and you have yet to undergo weapon training. Return to the base. Sir, I wish to observe the battle between the mechs and the kaiju. After all, the creature cannot possibly breach the defenses of three mechs, Yang Yichin replied. Acknowledging the validity of Yang's reasoning, Koster refrained from insisting that he return immediately. On the other side, the three dispatched mechs had successfully reached the path of the spiked turtle. As Storm Red and Chernobyl Alpha separated from the helicopters, they landed heavily on the beach. Meanwhile, the Eureka Raider, serving as a reserve force, positioned itself nearby for potential reinforcement of Storm Red and Chernobyl Alpha. As Storm Red and Chernobyl Alpha advanced cautiously, suddenly, Storm Red turned and spotted the kaiju beneath the surface at the 3 o'clock position. The pilot of Storm Red's lead mech urgently shouted, Kaiju, 3 o'clock. However, by the time the brothers turned to look, the kaiju had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the creature known as the tail-lift mouse leaped from the tempestuous crimson figure, soaring above the ocean's surface. In a swift motion, it lashed its tail fiercely against the Storm Crimson, sending it hurtling away. Inside the cockpit of the Storm Crimson, a cascade of sparks erupted as the tail-lift mouse's assault struck. Once the trio of brothers regained their footing after the mech's descent, they activated the weaponry of the Storm Crimson. With a flourish, a spiraling blade unfurled from its 3 arms, rotating rapidly under the engine's propulsion. A fierce battle ensued with the tail-lift mouse, as the whirling blades slashed across its body, causing azure blood to spurt from the wounds. After enduring several cuts from the blade, the tail-lift mouse retaliated, seizing the Storm Crimson's arm with its formidable grip. It then opened its maw, preparing to unleash a breath attack upon the Storm Crimson. In response, the Storm Crimson ignited its rear thrusters, 6 fiery plumes erupting forth. With a powerful thrust, it soared over the head of the tail-lift mouse, landing behind it. Harnessing the thruster's force, the Storm Crimson executed a forceful throw, hurling the tail-lift mouse away. As the tail-lift mouse struggled back to the surface of the sea, the Chernobyl Alpha charged forward, ensnaring the creature by the neck and delivering a series of punishing blows to its head. Just as the Chernobyl Alpha prepared to deliver a final, devastating strike, it failed to notice the tail-lift mouse's tail, which sent it flying backward. Observing this, the Storm Crimson attempted to assist the Chernobyl Alpha but was staggered by a strike from the tail-lift mouse's tail. The tail then unfurled its claws, grasping the head of the Storm Crimson. With a powerful tug, the tail-lift mouse executed a lethal maneuver, resulting in the demise of the cockpit and its 3 pilots. The Storm Crimson's frame collapsed helplessly into the ocean. Upon witnessing this tragedy, the Eureka Raider began advancing toward the Chernobyl Alpha's position. Meanwhile, enraged by the loss of the Storm Crimson, the Chernobyl Alpha set its sights on avenging its fallen comrade by eliminating the tail-lift mouse. However, the tail-lift mouse had discerned the mech's vulnerability, its head, from the previous confrontation. As the Chernobyl Alpha charged, the tail-lift mouse opened its gaping maw, spewing forth a torrent of blue acidic liquid. The corrosive substance struck the head of the Chernobyl Alpha, rendering the pilots within unable to access external data. With the Chernobyl Alpha incapacitated, the tail-lift mouse seized the opportunity to close in, clamping its jaws down viciously upon the mech's arm. Amidst a frenzy of savage tearing, the right arm of Chernobyl Alpha was successfully wrenched off by the tail rat. Just as the Eureka Raider was poised to arrive, another formidable level 4 creature, the spiked back turtle, leaped from behind Chernobyl Alpha and pounced directly upon it. With the 2 monsters coordinating their assault, the already damaged head of Chernobyl Alpha was rendered defenseless, and it was swiftly knocked down into the sea by the spiked back turtle. The seawater surged into the mech's head through the corrosive breach and under the relentless attacks of the spiked back turtle. The pilot of Chernobyl Alpha succumbed to the loss of vitality. Observing Chernobyl Alpha being overwhelmed, the tail rat charged towards the Eureka Raider. After a fierce skirmish, the Eureka Raider, being the latest level 5 mech, adeptly seized the tail rat with its hands. Utilizing the power of its muscular engine, it lifted the tail rat high above its head and hurled it violently into the distance. As the tail rat struck the ground, the pilot of the Eureka Raider commanded, "Deploy air-to-ground missiles." Subsequently, the chest armor of the Eureka Raider opened, revealing 6 dark cannon barrels aimed at the tail rat. Just as the Eureka Raider was about to launch its assault, a plasma sphere materialized on the back of the spiked back turtle. As the plasma sphere grew larger, it suddenly detonated, unleashing an electromagnetic pulse that swept over the Eureka Raider and the entirety of Hong Kong. The electronic pulse rendered the digitally simulated Eureka Raider completely unresponsive, leaving it adrift in the ocean. Damn it, our mech won't start. Headquarters, do you read? The pilot of the Eureka Raider frantically called out to headquarters. But due to the pulse, all equipment at the Hunter base was rendered inoperative, requiring an hour to reboot. Chapter 86. The dangerous wanderer strikes. As the spiked-back turtle circled the immobilized Eureka Raider, it prepared to obliterate it. Meanwhile, the tail rat charged directly towards the city center. Observing this from the cockpit, the pilot of the Eureka Raider scrambled out through the emergency exit, brandishing a flare gun aimed at the spiked-back turtle. Witnessing the enraged turtle raise its claws, both pilots braced themselves for sacrifice. At that moment, the sound of a mech running echoed from behind the spiked-back turtle. This mech was none other than the dangerous wanderer, piloted by Yang Yichen. The dangerous wanderer, being a simulated mech, magnified human movements mechanically, thus escaping serious damage from the recent electromagnetic pulse. Upon seeing the dangerous wanderer charge toward them, the spiked-back turtle abandoned its assault on the defenseless Eureka Raider and turned its attention towards the dangerous wanderer. As two colossal entities collided, Yang Yichen adeptly maneuvered the perilous wanderer. With a deft shoulder throw, he sent the spiked-back turtle crashing into the sea. Subsequently, he pressed down on the creature with his left hand while his right seized the electromagnetic pulse generator affixed to its shell, yanking it off with great force. Upon the removal of this organ, the spiked-back turtle entered a state of frenzy, enveloping the wanderer's entire mech in a powerful embrace. In a swift motion, it executed a rotational acceleration, hurling the wanderer fiercely away. Yang Yichen felt a sudden weightlessness as the mech was propelled into the city. As the mech landed, he skillfully rolled and brought it to a halt on one knee. With the mech finally at rest, the spiked-back turtle emerged from the ocean, its massive claws crushing a nearby vehicle upon reaching the shore, resulting in an explosive detonation. It then charged toward the position of the wanderer. Observing this, Yang Yichen directed the wanderer to confront the creature head-on. Just as they were about to collide, he commanded the wanderer to leap, following it up with a tremendous strike. The mech's elbow came crashing down upon the spiked-back turtle's head, forcing it to kneel. In quick succession, the wanderer pressed its left hand against the turtle's head while a jet nozzle appeared on its right elbow. With a powerful thrust emanating from the nozzle, Yang Yichen shouted the name of his technique, Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist. The fist, propelled by the thrust, struck the turtle's head with tremendous force, causing it to rear back and collapse. As the turtle lay down, it instinctively grasped a nearby lighthouse and, turning back, unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the wanderer, forcing it to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the spiked-back turtle charged at the wanderer once more. Yang Yichen, undeterred, utilized the mech's left hand and shoulder to immobilize the turtle. The entire mech slid backward under the turtle's force. In response, the wanderer transformed its right hand into a plasma grenade launcher. While bracing against the turtle, the ion cannon fired upon the creature's abdomen. Each shot penetrated the spikeback turtle's interior, obliterating its organs into a mass of debris. As the relentless assault continued, the turtle succumbed to its injuries, lifelessly hanging from the wanderer. With a firm effort, the wanderer discarded the turtle's carcass onto the ground and, to ensure its demise, fired 2 additional shots. Yang Yichen then turned his gaze toward another menace wreaking havoc in the city, the tail-standing mouse. He directed the wanderer toward the creature's location, fortuitously seizing a ship along the way to use as a weapon. In another scene, the tailing rat, wreaking havoc in the city, sensed a chill and turned to find the perilous wanderer, controlled by Yang Yichen, standing not far from it. With a roar, it opened its mouth and directed its ferocity towards the perilous wanderer. In response, the wanderer, under Yang Yichen's command, dragged a ship towards the tailing rat at great speed. As they drew closer, the wanderer abruptly halted, pivoted, and accelerated, bringing the ship crashing down upon the tailing rat. Amidst the clattering blows, the tailing rat instinctively retaliated, striking the wanderer with its tail and sending it flying, causing the ship to tumble to the ground. Upon regaining control of the wanderer, Yang Yichen discovered that the tailing rat had vanished. As he surveyed the surroundings, the tailing rat burst forth from a nearby building, colliding forcefully with the wanderer, followed swiftly by another strike from its tail. This time, the wanderer seized the tailing rat's tail with its left hand and delivered a powerful punch to its head, knocking it to the ground. The wanderer then placed its right foot upon the tailing rat's head while grasping its tail firmly. With a powerful tug, the tail was severed. After discarding the severed tail, the wanderer seized the tailing rat by the head and lifted it aloft. With a swift motion, its right hand plunged into the rat's throat for a visceral examination, extracting its venom sac. In agony, the tailing rat clutched the wanderer with its hind paws and spread its wings, attempting to lift the wanderer into the skies. With a series of flaps, they ascended to several thousand meters above the ground. Observing this, Yang Yichen commanded the wanderer to whip its right hand, releasing a chain sword from its arm. As the chain tightened, the sword transitioned from a limp state to a firm and upright position. The wanderer then swung the chained sword down at the base of the tailing rat's wings with great ferocity. As the blade sliced through flesh and bone, the wings fell away from its body. The wanderer, seizing the opportunity, then delivered 2 more strikes to the rat's claws, severing its grip. Subsequently, the wanderer began its descent towards the ground, and at that moment, the control system of the ground hunter base was restored. Witnessing the plummeting wanderer, the onlookers were filled with trepidation as they had never seen a mech fall from such heights. In midair, upon spotting the ground below, Yang Yichin adjusted the wanderer's descent. As the wanderer accelerated rapidly, a resounding crash echoed as it struck the earth, creating a substantial crater where it knelt on one knee, poised in a defiant stance. In the cockpit, Yang Yichin gazed at the overwhelmingly crimson data. After stroking his chin, he disconnected the mecha himself and crawled out through the emergency exit at the head. As the hatch opened, he beheld helicopters approaching in formation. Chapter 87. The cause with the helicopters descending, Koster and Ma Zi appeared before the perilous wanderers alongside them. Yang, you're incredible. You single-handedly dealt with 2 monsters, Ma Zi exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, you are the most formidable pilot I have ever encountered, Koster echoed in agreement. However, Yang Yichin remained unperturbed by their accolades. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, let us set aside that matter for now. The pressing question is, why did the armored tortoise and the tail-wagging mouse, both kaiju, bypass the Eureka Raider and charge directly into the city? Listening to Yang Yichin's concern, Koster glanced at the group behind him and lowered his voice. Not long ago, Dr. Newton Gasler established a neural link with the kaiju's small brain. He observed that the kaiju are, in fact, bioweapons engineered by extraterrestrial beings, intended for assaulting Earth and altering its environment. They seem to possess some form of strategy and planning, rather than acting randomly. This attack was likely instigated by Dr. Gasler's connection to their neural network. And at the time, he happened to be in the city center, preparing for a second neural link. Upon hearing Koster's explanation, Yang Yichin nodded in understanding. This attack failed. But it is likely that another will occur soon. We must be prepared. Following this, Yang Yichin boarded the helicopter with Koster and Ma Zi, returning to the hunter base. The perilous wanderers were airlifted back to the hunter base as well. Upon their arrival, the pilot of the Eureka Raider, who had already returned to the base, approached Yang Yichin. Thanks to you, Yang. Otherwise my son and I would have perished in this attack, he said, his arm in a cast and slung around his neck. Accompanied by his son, Chuck Hansen, expressing gratitude, Yang Yichin extended his right hand for a handshake with Heck Hansen, responding, it was only right. We are colleagues and should support one another in such circumstances. As they conversed, Chuck Hansen interjected, thank you, Yang. You saved my father and me. And we owe you our lives. After a fist bump with Yang Yichin, he suggested they meet for drinks next time. Meanwhile, in the city, Dr. Newton Gasler sought out the black market kingpin, Hannibal Zhou. Hannibal Zhou, the largest black market monster dealer in Hong Kong, commanded a cadre of monster processors and a mercenary team. Dr. Gasler approached Hannibal Zhou to procure a fresh monster brain through his channels for neural connection. Initially, Hannibal Zhou paid little attention to Dr. Newton Gasler until the latter mentioned his ability to access the creature's memories through neural connections, at which point he relented. He then guided Dr. Gasler to the side of the spiny-backed turtle that Yang Yichin had recently vanquished, preparing to utilize the creature's second cerebellum for the neural connection. Prior to their arrival, Hannibal had already informed his subordinates to enter the monster's body in search of the second cerebellum. Thus, by the time he and Dr. Gasler arrived, those forewarned subordinates had successfully infiltrated the spiny-backed turtle's interior through its wounds. Upon locating the cerebellum, they discovered it bore a conspicuous scar. One of the subordinates promptly reported this to Hannibal Zhou, stating, the cerebellum appears to be severely damaged and no longer functional. Just as Hannibal was about to express his frustration upon hearing this report, an unexpected peculiar sound echoed from within. Thump, thump, a faint yet distinct heartbeat. I hear a heartbeat, exclaimed the astonished subordinate. What? Impossible. This creature is beyond dead. How could there be a heartbeat? Hannibal Zhou listened to his subordinate's report, perplexed. Meanwhile, Dr. Newton Gasler seized the intercom, and upon hearing the rhythmic thumping, he confidently asserted, they are correct. That is indeed the sound of a heartbeat. As confusion reigned, several subordinates inside the spiny-backed turtle suddenly noticed a pouch nearby shift. Shining their flashlights toward it, they illuminated a large eye through the pouch. Hearing the ensuing screams over the intercom, Hannibal Zhou and Dr. Gasler instinctively felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly retreated. In their flight, they heard the sound of flesh tearing, followed by a monstrous howl. Turning back, they saw a smaller spiny-backed turtle burst forth from the creature's carcass. Upon emerging, it charged towards the positions of Dr. Gasler and Hannibal Zhou. As the juvenile turtle drew closer, Dr. Gasler slipped in fright and fell to the ground. Faced with the approaching maw, he instinctively raised his hands in defense, only to be astonished by the realization that he was unharmed. It turned out that the juvenile spiny-backed turtle, upon its emergence from the mother, had become entangled in its umbilical cord, which was currently constricting its neck and inadvertently saving Dr. Giesler's life. After the juvenile turtle took several bites, it let out a mournful wail and collapsed on the ground. Hannibal Joe, who had managed to escape, returned to Dr. Giesler's side. Observing the now lifeless juvenile turtle, Hannibal approached, gently patted its head, and then threw a knife that lodged itself in the turtle's snout. The diminutive creature, likely a premature birth, was not fully developed in its lungs and could not survive in the air for even a minute. As Hannibal Joe spoke on Monday, he slowly reached to remove the flying knife lodged in the nose of the armored turtle. Unbeknownst to him, the small armored turtle behind him was silently rolling its eyes. With a mournful cry, the small turtle suddenly rose, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed Hannibal Joe whole. It then lifted its head high, making several swallowing motions as it consumed him. Subsequently, it seemed intent on attacking Dr. Newton Giesler, but with only a single step forward. Its underdeveloped lungs failed to support further movement. With a pained wail, the small armored turtle finally collapsed to the ground. At that moment, only Dr. Newton Giesler remained, clutching Hannibal Joe's 48-sized leather shoes, standing in a daze before the small turtle. Chapter 88, The Final Battle. Meanwhile, after the demise of the turtle and the tail-standing mouse, extraterrestrial beings on the other side of the portal dispatched 2 more monsters. With the emergence of these creatures, alarms blared from the monitoring station at the Hunter base, prompting operators to hastily engage their keyboards. Commander, 2 signals have appeared near the portal, classified as Level 4, codenamed Swift Dragon and Abomination. Currently, these 2 monsters are merely lingering at the portal's entrance, showing no further actions. Listening to his subordinate's report, Coster issued a command: all personnel, accelerate the repairs on the mechs. We must utilize nuclear heat to obliterate this portal. Upon hearing Coster's orders, the entire base sprang into frenzied activity. In less than a day, the Eureka Raider and the Dangerous Wanderer were completely restored. A command for a proactive strike was soon given to eliminate the 2 Level 4 monsters and destroy the portal. Upon receiving this command, Chuck Hansen immediately sought out his father, Heck Hansen. Father, your arm is still injured. How can you pilot a mech? It would be tantamount to seeking death. As the words left his lips, the corridor door beside them swung open. Amid the sound of air escaping, Chuck Hansen beheld Coster, clad in a mech pilot suit, approaching him with a helmet in hand. Son, my connection with your father is strong, and I dare say yours is not lacking either. With that, Coster patted Chuck Hansen on the shoulder and strode into the throng. Behind him, Heck Hansen looked at his son, giving him a reassuring pat without uttering a word. Yet Chuck Hansen perceived something in his father's gaze and nodded resolutely. Meanwhile, Coster stood at the center of the hangar, declaring, "This will be our final assault. This time we shall surely destroy their portal." With a series of speeches, everyone in the base understood that this was indeed the last stand. Currently, the reconstruction of new mechs is no longer feasible. We must rely on the existing Eureka Raiders and the perilous Wanderer for our resistance. As the massive doors atop the hangar creaked open, the Eureka Raiders, along with the Wanderer piloted by Yang Yicheng, were hoisted by helicopters towards the portal. Meanwhile, Dr. Newton Giesler and Dr. Herman Greb appeared beside the small, armored tortoise. At this moment, the staff from the Hunter base had arrived, setting up the equipment for neural connection. However, the 2 were embroiled in a heated argument, as Dr. Greb calculated that there should be 3 monsters emerging this time. Dr. Giesler countered, asserting that he had miscalculated, and that the urgent priority was to establish the connection while the creature's small brain still retained its vitality. Listening to Dr. Giesler's words, Dr. Greb grasped his shoulder firmly. This time, we shall connect together. The duration of our combined effort will surely surpass that of a solitary connection. After all, the mechs require 2 for synchrony, let alone connecting with a monster. Dr. Giesler, meeting Dr. Greb's resolute gaze, nodded in agreement. They donned the helmets designed for the connection, and as the equipment activated, they entered the neural link. Memories cascaded in slides across their minds, and soon the memories of the monster flooded into their consciousness. Unable to bear the onslaught of rapid images, both doctors abruptly tore off their helmets. Dr. Greb, retching, exclaimed, "No, their plan is flawed. We must return and inform the general." He then instructed personnel to escort him back to the Hunter base. Simultaneously, the Eureka Raiders and the Wanderer, transported by helicopter, neared the portal. With the thunderous sound of explosive bolts, they plummeted heavily into the sea. Seal all external passages. As the command was issued, every ventilative opening on the mech transitioned to a sealed state. Subsequently, Coster and Yang Yicheng piloted the mechs into the ocean, progressing towards the portal. 1,000 meters from the portal, 500 meters from the portal, 300 meters from the portal. Wanderer, a signal source has appeared nearby. Heeding the command center's report, Yang Yicheng surveyed the surroundings while maneuvering the Wanderer. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the front of the Wanderer, prompting it to adopt a defensive stance. With a resounding roar, a shadow charged towards the Wanderer, however, due to its prior vigilance. The Wanderer swiftly seized the creature's head, which was identified as the Abomination, a monstrous entity. The Abomination boasted a formidable head armor and shell. As the Wanderer held onto it, the Abomination thrashed its head violently, attempting to break free. Undeterred, the Wanderer unleashed its chained sword, tightening its grip before plunging it into the Abomination's head. Subsequently, he placed his foot upon the head of the Abomination, forcing it down onto the volcanic vent beneath the sea. Instantly, the erupting magma seared the creature's skull. Meanwhile, after the perilous Wanderer subdued the Abomination, another beast swiftly approached. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yichen commanded the perilous Wanderer to retreat, just in time to see the oncoming swift dragon. With a deft sidestep, the perilous Wanderer narrowly evaded the attack and seized the swift dragon's tail, swinging it towards the Abomination's location. The two monsters then tumbled into a chaotic entanglement. On the other side, the Eureka Raider seized the opportunity to arrive at the portal's entrance, preparing to hurl a nuclear bomb into it. However, the portal suddenly flickered, revealing a significantly larger creature, named the Venomous Matriarch, with a signal strength of level 5. Upon its emergence, the Matriarch unleashed a powerful tail strike, sending the Eureka Raider crashing against the underwater cliff. Sparks erupted from the entire machine, and alarms blared within the cockpit. Commander, the machine is 40 damaged. The seal has been breached, and flooding is occurring. Listening to Chuck Hansen's report, Costa remained silent for a moment before stating, "Child, you understand the gravity of our mission. Your father would be proud of you." With that, he took control of the Eureka Raider, charging towards the Venomous Matriarch, who was also rushing towards their position. As their machines collided, the Matriarch's claws latched onto the Eureka, sliding over its surface, causing components and armor to shed continuously, while its tail relentlessly assaulted the Raider's body. In response to the collision, the Eureka Raider deployed its wrist blade, plunging it fiercely into the Matriarch's body. With the blade's movement, it severed the Matriarch's shoulders and claws. However, the Matriarch's tail then violently pierced through the Eureka's arms, tearing them asunder. Witnessing this, Costa prepared to initiate the nuclear bomb he carried. Glancing at Chuck Hansen, who nodded in affirmation, Costa declared, "Yang, I am ready to detonate the bomb to eliminate this level 5 creature. Your machine serves as the nuclear reactor, and I entrust the subsequent destruction to you." Without waiting for Yang Yichen's response, Costa began to activate the nuclear device. After flipping a few switches, Yang Yichen's voice emerged from the earpiece. "Commander, there is no need to activate the bomb. I am already en route to your location." As soon as Yang's words resonated, his perilous Wanderer appeared behind the Venomous Matriarch. It turned out that after hurling the swift dragon away, Yang Yichen had commanded the perilous Wanderer to charge forward. Yet, he had not anticipated the swift dragon's incredible speed. Before he could reach it, the swift dragon had disentangled itself from the Abomination and swiftly departed from Yang's sight, leaving only the Abomination and the Matriarch. Undeterred, Yang Yichen resolved to first confront the Abomination, controlling the perilous Wanderer. He charged forward and seized the horn atop the Abomination's head, delivering a flurry of punches aimed at rendering it dazed, before employing the chainsword to sever its neck. In response to the pain, the Abomination forcefully thrust its head, sending the perilous Wanderer flying. Undeterred, it rushed towards the unsteady figure of the Wanderer. Observing this, the Wanderer instinctively braced its arm against the Abomination's head, while its right arm wielded the chainsword, striking fiercely at the Abomination's neck. In an instant, the Abomination's head was disjoined from its body. As the Abomination collapsed, the swift dragon surged towards the perilous Wanderer. Noticing this, Yang Yichen maneuvered the Wanderer into a sliding sweep, simultaneously raising the chainsword high. As the swift dragon soared overhead, the chainsword plunged into its neck. Yang Yichen then straightened the sword, and the swift dragon, unable to decelerate at such velocity, found itself cleaved in two as the blade slid down to its tail. After dispatching the two foes, Yang Yichen directed the perilous Wanderer towards the position of the Eureka attacker. Meanwhile, Dr. Newton Giesler and Dr. Herman Gribb, aboard a helicopter, were hastening back to the Hunter base. Upon entering the control room, Dr. Gribb forcefully pushed aside an operator and shouted into the microphone, "Commander, we cannot launch the nuclear missile directly. The portal has an identity recognition function. For the nuclear missile to traverse the portal, it must be accompanied by a monster's corpse to leap through together." Listening to Dr. Gribb, Cost from the Eureka attacker attempted to maneuver the vessel, but it had already become incapacitated under the attack of the Poison Woman. The perilous Wanderer, appearing behind the Poison Woman, seized the opportunity to lock her neck in a powerful hold. In a state of panic, the Poison Woman flailed her tail towards the Wanderer. However, the Wanderer was prepared, countering with the chain sword as the tail struck. The sharp blade sliced through the tail, severing it cleanly at the edge. Yang Yichen, controlling the perilous Wanderer, activated the reactor at maximum power. As the reactor's energy surged forth, it incinerated the poison woman's chest, instantly draining her of vitality, leaving her limp upon the seabed. Commander, hand over the nuclear missile to me. You and Chuck Hansen should initiate the escape pod and return to the surface. Your assistance is no longer required, Yang Yichen declared, pulling the nuclear missile from the back of the Eureka attacker into his grasp. Inside the Eureka attacker, Kost recognized that he could no longer aid Yang Yichen and had become a burden. He replied, "Understood, Yang. The remaining mission is yours. Take care." With that, he activated the escape procedure. Upon the initiation of the program, the mechanical arm behind the two individuals, Koster and Chuck Hansen, lifted upwards, allowing them to enter the escape pod. As the pod was launched, two coffin-like capsules were ejected from the head of the Danger Wanderer, leaving a trail in the ocean. Upon witnessing Koster's escape, Yang Yichen inquired into his embrace. "Red, how is the data acquisition proceeding?" "Master, we have successfully obtained all the data from the Hunter base, including the mecha construction blueprints and molecular information," Red responded. Satisfied with this reply, Yang Yichen nodded. "I have spent enough time in this world. It is time to return home." With that, Yang Yichen maneuvered the Danger Wanderer, grasping the tail of the venomous woman in one hand and a nuclear bomb in the other, and leaped into the portal. As he plunged into the portal, he was astonished by the scenery within. The entirety of the portal was filled with tentacle-like formations. At the base of the portal lay layers of petal-like doors. Upon seeing this, Yang Yichen tossed the venomous woman onto the doors. Upon recognizing her identity, the doors opened, and Yang Yichen seized the opportunity to pilot the Danger Wanderer through. Once past the threshold, a gray world unfurled before him. The ground was dotted with incubation pools, where new kaiju were hatching, including several of level 6 and 7. Should such formidable kaiju appear on Earth, humanity would be incapable of exterminating them with mechas. Only a nuclear bomb might have the potential to eradicate level 7 kaiju. As the Danger Wanderer appeared, the aliens below looked up in astonishment at the metallic giant. Observing this, Yang Yichen activated the plasma cannon in the arm of the Danger Wanderer and fired several shots at the aliens. Realizing the impending danger as the blue light emanated from the mechanical arm, the aliens felt a surge of dread, but it was too late. With a series of explosions, the aliens were reduced to dust. The resting kaiju in the incubation pools reacted to the disturbance, noticing the swarm of kaiju hurtling towards them. Yang Yichen set the nuclear bomb's detonation countdown, silently urging, "System, send me back." No sooner had he spoken than his form vanished from the cockpit amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. As the countdown in the cockpit reached 0, a blinding sphere of light erupted from the body of the Danger Wanderer, engulfing the entire incubation pool and obliterating the portal above. At that moment, Yang Yichen found himself back in his office within the Umbrella Corporation building in the Marvel world. Chapter 90, Vibranium. Upon his return to the office, Yang Yichen stretched languidly. "Red, send the data acquired from the Pacific Rim to Ios, instructing him to arrange for production." After speaking, he conjured a portal with a wave of magic and departed for the biological department overseen by Dr. Isaac. Upon the arrival of Yang Yichen, Dr. Isaac's assistant swiftly recognized him and promptly guided him to the office. Meanwhile, Dr. Isaac received word of Yang Yichen's arrival at the biological department and hastily set aside his current task to rush to the office. As the door swung open, a hurried Dr. Isaac approached Yang Yichen, inquiring, "What brings you here today? I have some research findings to share with you." As he spoke, he handed Yang Yichen a tablet. "Is there any new research progress?" Yang Yichen asked, taking the tablet and scrolling through its contents. The first page displayed a title, "Captain America, Mass Production Plan." Raising an eyebrow at the title, Yang Yichen remarked, "Has the super soldier serum of Captain America been successfully replicated?" "Indeed," Dr. Isaac replied. "By extracting blood from Captain America, we have successfully acquired the unique cellular molecules present in his blood. After extensive research, we are now capable of creating super soldiers based on Captain America as the prototype." Listening to Dr. Isaac's response, Yang Yichen nodded in satisfaction. "What is our production capacity? How many super soldiers similar to Captain America can we manufacture?" At Yang Yichen's inquiry, the previously enthusiastic Dr. Isaac suddenly fell silent. "Unfortunately, our available materials are exceedingly limited. We can only produce a few super soldiers. This is due to certain elements in the serum that do not exist on Earth and must be sourced from outer space. Moreover, the current weaponry is entirely unsuitable for super soldiers. We need to seek new materials. Presently, we have discovered a metal called vibranium, and the military department is tracing its origin." "Vibranium?" Yang Yichen pondered Dr. Isaac's words. If vibranium has surfaced, then Wakanda from Black Panther must indeed exist. Following this, Yang Yichen was led by Dr. Isaac to tour the biological department and explore other research achievements. At this very moment, on the expansive grasslands of the eastern African continent, an Umbrella Corporation off-road vehicle was racing like a wild stallion. Behind the vehicle, A group of black individuals wielding spears and operating flying crafts were in hot pursuit. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Please respond. Inside the vehicle, the individual seated in the passenger seat, the captain of the Umbrella Corporation Shadow Team, frantically shouted into his walkie-talkie. But all he heard was static, the signal severely disrupted. He glanced at the back seat, where a mysterious metal was secured tightly with a seatbelt. He turned to the driver and yelled, "Go faster. We must escape this radio interference zone as soon as possible. Once we break free, headquarters will receive our distress signal, and we will have a chance for vengeance." The driver remained silent, resolutely pressing the accelerator, disregarding the risks of speeding that could lead to a rollover. As the engine emitted a series of furious roars, the meticulously modified Hummer, equipped by the Umbrella Corporation, sped away at an astonishing velocity. Its speed, already impressive, had doubled, slicing through the stillness of the prairie like a bolt of lightning. However, the vehicle bounced incessantly over the undulating terrain, causing the two occupants within to jolt back and forth. "Squad, what is your status? Why have you lost contact?" The voice from headquarters crackled through the radio. The co-pilot, the squad leader, grasped the radio, ready to respond. Headquarters, we are pursuing vibranium and have come under attack. Our location is," before he could finish, a tremendous explosion erupted from behind the vehicle. "Squad, are you still there? Please respond." The contact at headquarters, upon hearing the explosion, hurriedly reported the situation. Meanwhile, as the squad leader was about to relay their precise location, several pursuers from behind raised their spears and launched lasers at the Hummer. The driver swerved left and right to evade the onslaught, but one strike found its mark. In an instant, the Hummer was upended by the explosion, resulting in the driver's immediate demise, leaving only the squad leader, barely alive, gazing at the encircling black feet. As the vehicle door was forcibly wrenched open, a voice penetrated the squad leader's ears. "The young chief has successfully intercepted the thieves. Good. Ensure all traces are eradicated, leaving no clues behind." As the words faded, the squad leader witnessed a figure clad entirely in black equipment reach for the metal bound to the rear seat. "Take the vibranium back. Eliminate all witnesses." With that, the individual in black departed the scene, and the squad leader, having heard those final words, exhaled his last breath. Meanwhile, the radio within the vehicle continued to transmit the headquarters calls. "Squad, if you hear this, please respond." "I'm afraid the squad you speak of can no longer reply." A black hand seized the radio, responding coolly. "Who are you to dare attack Umbrella Corporation employees? You shall face the most severe retribution." Hearing the threat over the radio, another black figure snatched the device. "We're Wakanda, awaiting your retaliation. We hope you can find us." At that moment, the individual who had lost the radio finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Damn it. Didn't you hear the young chief's orders to clean up the scene and contain the information?" The one who reclaimed the radio shoved the other. The pushed individual merely smirked in disdain. "Don't worry. Do you truly believe anyone can pinpoint the location of Wakanda?" As the words fell from his lips, the African-American man, though acknowledging the validity of his opponent's remarks, severed the radio connection. He began to clear the scene, preparing for a retreat. With his declaration, a Molotov cocktail was hurled into the Humvee. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted, swiftly engulfing the entire vehicle. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, within the Humvee and amidst the charred remains lay a chip pulsating with a crimson light. Chapter 91. Wakanda, my lord. We have received word from General Sheffield regarding a lead on vibranium. However, some complications have arisen. Upon hearing the Red Queen's report, Yang Yi-Chen furrowed his brow. Complications? What sort of complications? My lord, General Sheffield mentioned that it pertains to Wakanda and requires your presence. As the Red Queen's message settled in his mind, Yang Yi-Chen understood the gravity of the situation. After exchanging pleasantries with Dr. Isaacs, he activated the portal and transported himself to the shadow base in Rwanda. As the yellow portal materialized in Sheffield's command room, Yang Yi-Chen emerged. "What is the current situation? Do I need to be here in person?" he inquired, striding towards the holographic sand table. "There has been an emergence of an unidentified faction that attacked our dispatched shadow troops. This is the footage retrieved from their biological chips." No sooner had he spoken than the holographic projection shifted to reveal the final recordings of the shadow team. Watching the footage, which depicted the Black Panther stealing vibranium and subsequently erasing all traces, Yang Yi-Chen's eyes narrowed, particularly at the provocative taunts of the assailant. "Have we located their stronghold?" Yang Yi-Chen's voice was icy. "The shadow troops are currently in pursuit of their whereabouts, and the quantum communication satellite has been coordinated. They can no longer disrupt our communications." Yang Yi-Chen nodded in acknowledgement, observing the green dots on the sand table representing his personnel as they searched for clues surrounding the incident. "Deploy the super soldiers, an assembly line version of Captain America, to assist the shadow troops in their search." Understood. As Sheffield proceeded to issue the command, Yang Yi-Chen surveyed the holographic projection, where the green dots had formed a tightening perimeter, methodically searching inward, with the rhythmic thrum of helicopter blades echoing. A protective umbrella helicopter descended beside the smoldering Humvee. The cabin door swung open, and 7 or 8 super soldiers, bearing a resemblance to Captain America, leapt out. Upon disembarking, the super soldiers immediately crossed the cordon perimeter around the Humvee, advancing towards the wreckage. The squad leader crouched to examine the debris. Retrieving a pouch of dog tags from the ashes, the squad name signifying the total annihilation of a shadow team. The clones produced possessed memories meticulously recorded from their childhood, encompassing experiences shared with various military units. After assessing a pocket full of dog tags, the squad leader casually tossed them to a member of the shadow squad that had just appeared behind him. "Continue the perimeter search. We shall venture in to investigate," he commanded. Following his directive, the leader of the super soldiers led the remaining members in pursuit of the tracks left by the off-road vehicle, stealthily advancing into the encircled territory. Though these traces had been demonstrated previously, they remained conspicuously evident to the trained eyes of the super soldiers. Subsequently, the squad swiftly followed the path marked by the Humvee toward Wakanda. Meanwhile, in Wakanda, King T'Chaka observed the reports from his subordinates. The information detailed the extensive search being conducted by the Shadow Squad, highlighting the scale of their operation and the weaponry involved. T'Chaka turned sharply to inquire of his officers. "Where's Chala? What provoked this enemy?" Just as his words echoed, Chala's voice resonated from outside the door. "Father, you are being overly cautious. Even if they discover us, they cannot breach our shield, and they may not even locate us." Upon hearing his son's voice, T'Chaka turned to see Chala standing at the entrance. "Chala, my son, I have warned you against inciting too many foes. Observe the individuals outside. They are here due to your reckless actions." Chala appeared unfazed by his father's admonition. "Do not worry, father, I will handle the enemies outside." With that, he donned his Black Panther helmet, disregarding T'Chaka's call, and strode toward the exit. Observing Chala's defiance, T'Chaka lowered his outstretched hand with a heavy heart. "I hope my foreboding is merely an illusion." On the other side, after exiting his father's chamber, Chala summoned his guard. Standing atop a platform, he addressed his loyal protectors below. "Warriors, the enemies beyond seek to uncover our presence in Wakanda. We shall take the initiative and eliminate them." After delivering an impassioned speech, Chala raised his right hand and proclaimed, "Wakanda forever," inspired by his rallying cry. The warriors below lifted their spears in unison, echoing, "Wakanda forever! Wakanda forever! Wakanda forever!" As the fervent chants resonated, the group followed Chala toward the protective barrier, brimming with excitement, blissfully unaware that this foray would be their last. Meanwhile, a shadow squad on the outskirts traveled in 3 Humvees, arranged in a triangular formation, as they ventured forth into the unknown. As the leading squad leader arrived at a field of grass towering above him, he sensed an unusual tension in the air. "Halt!" he commanded, prompting 3 Humvees to come to a stop at the edge of the grassland. The shadow squad leader, stationed at the weapon mount atop one of the Humvees, surveyed the tranquil expanse before him, noting an eerie silence that enveloped the area. Typically, the sound of the engines would send birds scattering from the tall grasses. Yet not a single bird took flight in this instance. Instantly, anxiety gripped the squad leader, and his hands tightened around the trigger of the weapon mount. Suddenly, a beam of laser light shot forth from the underbrush, striking one of the Humvees with devastating effect. The vehicle, along with its occupants, was obliterated in an explosive conflagration. "Enemy attack!" echoed the squad leader's voice amidst the chaos. In response, the remaining 2 Humvees unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the grassland, their 20mm rounds severing the foliage in their path until they collided with a blue energy shield, causing it to ripple before falling impotently to the ground. Chapter 92. Assault. The shield's bearer was none other than the Wakandan Royal Guard, who had accompanied Chala. Upon observing the Shadow Squad's vehicles come to a halt, they had initiated their assault with a laser strike that annihilated one of the Humvees. However, the Shadow Squad's counter-response was swift as the Royal Guard member launched their attack. Bullets from the Humvees rained down upon them. The energy of the shield began to deplete rapidly under the relentless barrage. Despite the overwhelming firepower from the Humvees, the Guard member pressed on, delivering another strike that detonated a second Humvee occupied by the squad leader. Yet this time, the shield could not withstand the onslaught of bullets aimed at the Guard. As the shield's vibrations intensified, a single bullet finally pierced through, finding its mark on the Guard member's body. The hail of bullets transformed the Guard into a mere sieve. Headquarters, this is the squad. We are under attack at my position. Casualties are severe, requesting immediate assistance." As the distress signal was transmitted, reserve forces at the base swiftly boarded helicopters to head towards the squad's location. Meanwhile, Yang Yichin, upon a sudden thought, conjured a portal before him and stepped through. On the other side, at the site of the ambush, Yang Yichin emerged beside the squad, gazing down at the lifeless body of an African-American guard. The expression in the eyes of the corpse reflected a profound disbelief, struggling to comprehend how their protective shield had been breached so swiftly, something that had withstood spears from past adversaries for an extended duration. Yang Yicheng furrowed his brow and, employing telekinesis, extricated the surviving members of the Shadow Squad from the wreckage of the destroyed Hummer. The remaining squad leader and his comrades, upon witnessing Yang Yicheng's arrival, promptly saluted and reported, "Commander, the squad is at your service." Observing that only 4 out of 10 members remained, Yang Yicheng returned the salute. "Well done." Shortly, alongside the reinforcements, transport the wounded and the fallen back to the base for rest. As his words echoed, the backup forces successfully arrived at the scene, with the helicopter's rotor blades flattening the grass and foliage below, as a newly formed squad replaced the attack team to continue the search mission. Meanwhile, Yang Yicheng, donning the equipment of a fallen comrade, returned to the command center, intending to deliver these items to the logistics department for potential insights. Following his directive, a dedicated guard promptly took charge of transporting the retrieved gear. On another front, after the squad encountered the ambush, the remaining search team also came under fire. However, thanks to their prior preparations, these assaults inflicted minimal damage. As the encirclement tightened, the lurking Tekala could no longer restrain himself, pressing a button on his chest. A sleek Black Panther-like armor enveloped his form. Subsequently, he dashed from the shadows towards one of the squads. The vigilant members of this squad soon noticed the advancing Tekala and hurriedly manned their weapon station to mount an attack. Enemy assault. 3 o'clock. With that exclamation, the Gatling gun above the station erupted in a cascade of bright sparks, unleashing a hail of bullets towards Tekala. Relying on his agile movements, Tekala deftly dodged the majority of the incoming fire. The occasional bullet that struck merely created ripples on his black combat suit, leaving behind fleeting flashes of red light without further effect. "Captain, the machine gun is ineffective against this target. All bullets ricochet off him," as one squad member reported. Tekala charged through the barrage of bullets, reaching the front of the Hummer. With a powerful punch, the crimson hue of his armor dissipated upon impact. The entire vehicle crumpled inward, rolling over in the opposite direction, causing the Shadow Squad members inside to be violently tossed about, suffering severe injuries. It was revealed that Tekala's Panther armor, crafted from vibranium, could absorb the impact from external forces and store that energy for subsequent use in attacks. This explained how he managed to overturn the Hummer with a single blow. Observing the vehicle's defeat, the remaining members of the Shadow Squad leapt from the wreckage, wielding their weapons to retaliate. With the incessant sound of gunfire echoing, the ordinary Shadow soldiers found themselves utterly incapable of keeping pace with Takara's remarkable speed. Observing his compatriots falling one by one under Takara's relentless assault, the surviving squad leader within the Humvee urgently called for reinforcements. "Our squad suspects we are encountering enemy super soldiers. We request immediate assistance." Requesting support, the headquarters received the distress signal and promptly dispatched reinforcements to the surrounding combat units, urging them to hold their ground. Not far from the skirmish, the infiltrating super soldiers were seen stripping a black man of his energy shield generator and corresponding spear. "Captain, the attackers' equipment is so antiquated. Even in this modern age, they still wish to wield spears against us." The captain, unfazed by his team members' jest, commanded everyone, "Hurry and secure the battlefield. Prepare for further operations." No sooner had he spoken than he received a prompt acknowledgement from the team. As the super soldier finished gathering his spoils and prepared to relocate, his radio crackled with the squad's call for assistance. Listening to the transmission of the distressed squad, which suspected they were facing enemy super soldiers, piqued the interest of the super soldier squad leader. He pulled out his tablet to check the location, discovering that the squad was not far from his position, which filled him with excitement as he set down the device. All members, having just received the distress signal regarding the squad's encounter with super soldiers, immediately began advancing toward the squad's location. After issuing his orders, he led his team of super soldiers swiftly toward the squad's position. Chapter 93, The Super Soldier Showdown with the Black Panther at the squad's location. The Shadow soldiers surrounding the vehicle had all succumbed to Takara's onslaught, leaving only the soldiers still inside the Humvee. Meanwhile, Takara was employing the claws of his Black Panther suit, preparing to forcibly tear apart the Humvee's armor and extract the soldiers within to eliminate them. As the sound of steel being shredded echoed, the squad's leader, hidden inside the Humvee, tightened his grip on the explosives in his hands, ready to detonate them in a final act of defiance when Takara breached the vehicle. As the breach widened, Takara caught sight of the Shadow soldiers within the Humvee and was poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just as he was about to strike, a laser beam shot from a distance, striking Takara and causing him to stumble, tumbling down from the Humvee. "Hey, Captain, I didn't expect that thing could also fire lasers. I thought it was just a spear." As the words rang out, the attacked Takara rose from the ground, scanning for the source of the voice. Emerging from the nearby brush were 7 or 8 heavily armed men clad in protective combat gear, one of whom wielded a spear used by Wakandan warriors. Suddenly, Chala felt a heavy weight in his heart. After leading the guard team out, everyone dispersed to hunt down the enemy. This group of guards assumed that this time, like previous encounters, they were merely dealing with underdeveloped chimpanzees. However, they had inadvertently run into a formidable opponent, under the onslaught of modern weaponry. Their once esteemed technology crumbled before the caliber's might. Consequently, upon witnessing his comrades' weapons in the hands of this formidable team, Chala instinctively stiffened. Alas, Captain! The figure clad in black must be the so-called super soldier referred to by the squad. The leader of the super soldier team, henceforth dubbed the Thunder Fury Squad, pointed at Chala on the screen and said, "This is the individual who initially attacked the squad. Go engage him, but be cautious not to falter." Listening to his leader's directive, the previously carefree squad members ceased their mockery and steeled themselves. Twirling their spears, they advanced toward Chala. In response, Chala crossed his arms before his chest, extending his 10 claws in readiness. Both parties charged at one another. The Thunder Fury squad member initiated the confrontation with a sweeping strike of his spear aimed directly at Chala. In a fluid motion, Chala executed a sliding tackle and ducked beneath the spear's arc, intending to use his claws to strike at the squad member's back. However, with a sharp clang, Chala's claws were intercepted by the spear held by the squad member. Although Chala possessed ample combat experience, the memory infusion from the clones rendered his fighting technique inferior to that of the Thunder Fury member. As the skirmish ensued, Chala seized an opportunity when the squad member was momentarily distracted, releasing a long-stored surge of energy. The squad member, caught off guard, was sent tumbling backward. Seizing the moment, Chala distanced himself, vanishing into the underbrush. The squad member attempted to pursue, but was intercepted by his leader. "No need to chase. He is retreating into the encirclement," proving our search direction is correct. As these words were spoken, reports crackled over the radio. "Report to headquarters. We have located an invisible barrier." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Thunder Fury squad raised an eyebrow. "See, I told you he wouldn't escape. Let us move together to investigate." With that, he led the Thunder Fury squad toward the radio's location, while their team withdrew from the battlefield as reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, back in Wakanda, the fleeing Chala had returned to his castle. Observing the injured members of his guard team stumbling back, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He hurried inside the castle, seeking his father. "Father, the enemies outside are too powerful. My guard team has suffered heavy losses." King Chaka of Wakanda gazed at his son's disheveled appearance and shook his head. "Rise, my child. It appears that this time, we cannot evade our fate. Assemble all our tribesmen and prepare for battle." As the command of the new Black Panther was issued, the warriors throughout Wakanda grasped their spears and gathered outside the city walls. Beyond Wakanda, numerous shadowed squads had converged before an invisible barrier. Curiosity piqued. The squad members touched the barrier, discovering it to be a transparent, glass-like obstruction. At that moment, the visuals on the barrier began to fade, revealing a new scene. This revelation heightened the alertness of all the squad members, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. On the other side of the barrier stood a man adorned in splendid attire, flanked by guards donned in identical uniforms to the attackers. "Assailants, I am the current Black Panther of Wakanda. Why do you attack us?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the leader of the Thunderous Fury squad stepped forward, disdain etched on his face. "You are the ones who first attacked our Umbrella Corporation. Our actions are merely a standard reprisal. Is there no possibility for reconciliation?" Chaka inquired. The leader of the Thunderous Fury squad, upon hearing Chaka's words, scoffed. "In the eyes of Umbrella, there is only total annihilation or surrender. The notion of reconciliation is foreign to us. Your only avenue for survival lies in relinquishing the rights to vibranium extraction." Understanding the futility of dialogue, Chaka realized that negotiations were hopeless, as vibranium was a unique treasure of Wakanda that could never be surrendered. He turned to leave. "Then let us prepare for battle." At Chaka's declaration, the leader of the Thunderous Fury squad raised his right hand, gesturing in a circular motion, and commanded a full retreat. With the roar of engines, all members affiliated with Umbrella withdrew to a distance of 1 kilometer from the barrier. When the retreating convoy came to a halt, the distant sound of artillery fire echoed. Accompanied by the shriek of shells slicing through the air, a projectile struck the protective barrier of Wakanda with a resounding explosion. Following that initial shell, wave after wave of artillery fire bombarded the barrier, overwhelming its position with Umbrella's formidable firepower. Chapter 94. Breaching the Wakandan barrier, the cacophony of explosions reverberated for nearly 10 minutes. The area surrounding the barrier had been plowed repeatedly by shells. And as the gunfire ceased and the smoke cleared, the barrier emerged before the onlookers. The leader of the Thunderous Fury squad, observing the steadfast barrier, immediately contacted headquarters. "This is Thunder Squad calling headquarters. Please respond." "This is headquarters. Please proceed. This is Thunder Squad. The enemy's shield is excessively robust. We request support with higher-grade weaponry. This is Headquarters. Your request has been received. Please await new weaponry instructions. As the Thunder Fury squad was reporting to Headquarters, the personnel within Wakanda observed that despite the relentless bombardment of projectiles against the protective shield, it remained undisturbed. A collective sigh of relief was shared among all, including Chaka and Chala. Father, it appears they are unable to breach our defenses, Chala remarked. My son, do not underestimate the enemy. What if they possess other offensive capabilities yet to be deployed? As Chaka's words echoed, a brilliant orange laser shot down from the sky, striking the shield and causing ripples to cascade across its surface. This assault was the result of a space-based weapon. After the completion of their report, Headquarters granted the squad leader the authority to utilize this celestial armament. Subsequently, he directed the weapon's fire towards Wakanda's protective barrier. Observing that the shield only produced minor disturbances under the attack, the squad leader decided to reposition the remaining space-based weapons to target above Wakanda. The sudden appearance of the laser startled the inhabitants of Wakanda. However, upon witnessing the shield successfully withstand the onslaught, laughter erupted among them. I told you. How could they possibly breach our defenses? Indeed, attempting to penetrate our shield would take them several lifetimes. As the conversations among the Wakandan people continued below, Chaka and Chala also exhaled in relief. Chala confidently addressed his father. Father, it seems this is their most formidable assault. If it proves ineffective, they are likely to retreat. Just as Chala concluded his statement, the solitary laser in the sky multiplied into 18 beams. These beams converged at a single point, forming a thicker and more potent laser. As this new attack struck the protective shield, its energy reserves rapidly depleted, accompanied by a sharp crack. The core components of the shield shattered instantaneously. In an instant, the protective barrier surrounding Wakanda vanished, exposing the entire nation to the eyes of the aggressors. With the shield's disappearance, the space-based weapons entered a cooling phase. The sight of the futuristic city ignited cruel smiles among the members of the shadow forces outside. The inhabitants of Wakanda, who had previously felt secure in the belief that their shield was impervious, were taken aback when, in the blink of an eye, their prideful protection crumbled before them. Before they could voice their confusion, the ominous whistling of projectiles slicing through the air rang overhead, accompanied by a series of explosive blasts. The gathered Wakandan warriors were torn apart, their bodies dismembered amidst the chaos. As blood rained from the heavens, the remaining surviving warriors of Wakanda touched their bodies, realizing that just moments ago they had been conversing with comrades who were now reduced to mere drops of blood falling upon them. Terrified, the warriors scattered in all directions, while Chaka, witnessing this chaos from the stage, raised his staff and pointed toward the location of the umbrella. Warriors, the enemy lies ahead. Follow me into battle. With that, Chaka donned his Black Panther armor and charged towards the umbrella's position, leading the remaining fighters. Just as the commander of the Thunder's Wrath was about to order continued bombardment, a figure emerged beside him. What brings you here? It is far too dangerous. Allow us to handle this. With Yang Yicheng's arrival, the command prioritizing his safety registered in the commander's biochip, prompting him to suggest keeping Yang Yicheng at the rear. However, upon hearing this proposal, Yang Yicheng shook his head and instructed, order the artillery to cease fire after 3 volleys. Understood. Following Yang Yicheng's command, the familiar sound of cannon fire echoed once more over Wakanda. Boom, boom, boom. As a result of these 3 barrages, the already diminished number of Wakandan warriors was reduced to merely 2/5 of their original strength. Chaka, witnessing the loss of half his warriors before they could even engage the enemy, was consumed by rage, entering a state of fury that amplified his speed several-fold as he charged toward Yang Yicheng. Recognizing the Thunder's Wrath commander, who had previously conversed with him, bowing to Yang Yicheng, Chaka realized that Yang Yicheng was the supreme commander of this force. His plan was to capture Yang Yicheng as a hostage to compel the umbrella to withdraw. However, Chaka underestimated Yang Yicheng's prowess. As Chaka lunged forward with excitement, claws extended, ready to seize Yang Yicheng, the latter raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending Chaka flying several meters away. Meanwhile, Chala, witnessing his father being rendered unconscious by Yang Yicheng's strike, was at a loss for how to proceed. In the heart of Wakanda, thousands of warriors mounted on rhinoceroses surged forth. The appearance of these cavalry bolstered Chala's confidence, and he led the charge towards Yang Yicheng in an attempt to rescue his father. The ordinary soldiers of the umbrella, armed with rifles, attempted to shoot at the charging rhinoceroses, only to discover that their bullets could not penetrate the vibranium armor. Bullets from the weapon station merely lingered on the surface of the vibranium, barely causing the creatures to stumble. Seeing this, Chala, convinced that the umbrella's weapons could no longer inflict harm on the rhinoceros cavalry, excitedly urged his steed forward towards the umbrella's position. In response, The Hummers and ordinary soldiers, witnessing the charge, spread out to reveal a formidable presence behind them. As the distinct sound of the hovering tanks resonated, a line of tanks emerged from the parted ranks, and the electromagnetic cannons began to charge. With a resounding boom, a cannon fired, causing a running rhinoceros cavalryman to stumble and flip over onto the ground. Yet, the vibranium armor adorning him remained unscathed. It was revealed that while vibranium could absorb shock, the armor was composed of scattered segments. The impact from the cannonball had driven the rhinoceros's head backward, resulting in a fatal twist of its neck. Chapter 95, The Defeat of the Black Panther. As a fleet of hovering tanks unleashed their firepower, countless shells rained down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly bombarding the charging rhinoceros knights. Although these brave warriors exhibited unyielding courage, they found themselves utterly powerless against such ferocious artillery. Under this terrifying barrage, numerous rhinoceros knights fell along their path of advance, staining the ground with their blood. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen observed the frail Wakandan soldiers before him, devoid of any desire to deploy his elite Thunder Squad. The battle was, for the Umbrella Corporation, remarkably effortless. Lying on the ground, Chaka witnessed his kin succumbing one by one to the enemy's relentless gunfire, and he painfully closed his eyes, aware that this war was irretrievably lost, and their defeat had been catastrophic. "Ceasefire, we surrender," Chaka's voice echoed. Upon hearing his declaration, Yang Yichen gestured to halt the assault. The communications officer behind him promptly relayed the command over the radio. "Ceasefire, ceasefire." As the final shell was launched, an eerie stillness enveloped the battlefield. Only the anguished groans and cries of the wounded Wakandans remained, a poignant reminder of war's merciless brutality. Observing the scene, Yang Yichen approached Chaka with deliberate steps. "Vibranium rests in your hands, yet it has only been utilized to forge primitive weapons like spears and shields. What a tragic waste," he taunted. In response to Yang Yichen's derision, Chaka, still on the ground, remained silent as he rose with a complex expression directed towards his son. "Why did you choose to attack us? Was it merely for the vibranium?" Yang Yichen, dismissive of Chaka's inquiry, replied, "You ought to ask your son. It was he who initiated the assault against us." Chaka, upon hearing this, displayed little emotional upheaval, merely casting a thoughtful glance at his son before turning back. "We are willing to surrender, but according to Wakandan tradition, any new king wishing to rule must duel the old king. Therefore, I propose a one-on-one challenge. Should I fall, my people will mine for you." Upon Chaka's declaration, Sheffield, standing behind Yang Yichen, expressed his discontent. "We hold the advantage. There is no need for a duel." However, Yang Yichen contemplated the implications of annihilating Wakanda entirely, considering that the Black Panther was a significant figure within the Avengers. An outright execution seemed ill-advised. Consequently, Yang Yichen raised his hand to interrupt Sheffield's incessant chatter and replied to Chaka, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Upon hearing that Yang Yichen accepted his challenge, Chaka let out a sigh of relief. He immediately instructed his daughter to bring forth a heart-shaped herb, which he consumed in mere moments. In an instant, he visibly reverted to his youthful state. Subsequently, Chaka gazed at Yang Yichen and declared, "Prepare yourself, I am coming." With a swift motion, he appeared directly before Yang Yichen and slashed at his face with his claw. However, these assaults were utterly transparent to Yang Yichen's telekinetic prowess. As Yang Yichen stepped back, Chaka's claws grazed past him. Observing how effortlessly Yang Yichen evaded his attack, Chaka's pupils constricted in surprise, leaving him no time to react before Yang Yichen retaliated with a swift slap, sending him crashing to the ground. "So weak. How dare you speak of one-on-one combat?" Yang Yichen remarked, casually flicking non-existent dust from his fingernail and blowing it away. Regaining his footing, Chaka rolled over and charged towards Yang Yichen once more. Just as Yang Yichen contemplated concluding the battle, he noticed a glint of cunning in the corner of Chaka's mouth, igniting his curiosity to see what the king of Wakanda might conjure next. As Chaka drew nearer, a sly grin spread across his face. "You've fallen into my trap. Your arrogance has blinded you. Ah ha 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 ha." In that moment, Yang Yichen found himself transported to a moonlit meadow, where a gust of wind swept across the landscape. Before him stood a woman, draped only in a sheer veil. Yang Yichen furrowed his brow at the sight. "What is this? A beauty trap? I expected something more formidable." As the woman approached, Yang Yichen stepped back, causing her to tumble to the ground. "Apologies, but I have a cleanliness obsession. I do not fancy black individuals." Upon hearing Yang Yichen's mocking words, the woman dropped her pretense. As her veil fell away, she revealed herself clad in armor. Yang Yichen regarded her with curiosity. "It seems you are the lifeline for this iteration of Black Panther. Allow me to guess your identity." He pondered for a moment, pacing in a circle before clapping his hands. "I know who you are now. You must be the deity they worship." Upon realizing he had discerned her identity, the woman ceased to conceal herself. "Indeed, I am the deity they revere. I see great potential in your physique. Would you care to become my servant?" "Apologies, but I mentioned I have a cleanliness obsession." I do not fancy black individuals, especially not those resembling beasts. Yang Yichen's words ignited the wrath of the deity before him. With a fierce determination, she raised her weapon and charged at Yang Yichen. Yang Yichen employed his telekinetic abilities to deflect the weapon of the leopard god with precision. With a mere thought, he transformed his psychic energy into the form of a spear and thrust it towards the leopard god. Sensing an invisible force approaching, the leopard god instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly evading the attack. In retaliation, he hurled his spear at Yang Yichen, who effortlessly caught it in his grasp. After seizing the leopard goddess spear, Yang Yichen twirled it in his hand, testing its balance, and then beckoned to the leopard god. Unaccustomed to such indignity, the leopard god unsheathed his curved blade from his waist and charged at Yang Yichen with ferocity. As the clang of weapons echoed, every strike from the leopard god was parried by Yang Yichen. Following a series of close-quarters exchanges, Yang Yichen gained insight into his own martial prowess and decided to cease this playful skirmish. With a deft block that sent the leopard god's weapon sailing aside, Yang Yichen countered with a thrust that pierced through the leopard god, who then transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from the spear's point. Chapter 96. The leopard god with the dissipating smoke. Yang Yichen noticed the moon above him flicker slightly. Soon after, another moon appeared beside it. Upon closer inspection, it was not a moon at all, but two enormous eyes. Surrounding these eyes was the outline of a feline visage. Outsider, you have successfully enraged me, the leopard god proclaimed, extending a claw from the void towards Yang Yichen. Unfazed, Yang Yichen invoked magic to conjure a portal, swiftly evading the leopard goddess strike. It became evident that the deity worshipped in Wakanda was indeed a leopard. How intriguing. Observing the leopard goddess assault, Yang Yichen remained composed. Having previously tested the possibility of teleportation within this realm, though he had discovered he could not leave, it confirmed his ability to wield magic within this space. Thus, when confronted by the leopard goddess attack, he calmly opened a portal, effortlessly sidestepping the danger. The leopard god, witnessing Yang Yichen's escape from beneath his claw, displayed a flicker of surprise and ire. He had not anticipated that Yang Yichen could so easily evade his strike, and in such a peculiar manner. Standing at a distance, Yang Yichen smiled at the leopard god. How do you find my abilities? Surprising, is it not? With an enraged roar, the leopard god's form began to fade. As if he were merging with the void itself, Yang Yichen recognized that the leopard god was preparing to unleash a more formidable assault. Swiftly, he cast a protective shield around himself while gathering energy to brace for the impending strike. As the leopard god's figure vanished into the abyss, Yang Yichen remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from behind him, and as he swiftly turned, he found the leopard god's claw mere inches away. Yang Yichen swiftly raised the shield in his hand, colliding with the claws of the panther god. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted between them, and a powerful shockwave reverberated through the entire space. You have been the aggressor thus far. Now it is my turn, Yang Yichen remarked, a cold smirk gracing his lips, his gaze radiating unwavering resolve. With a rapid motion of his hands before his chest, he formed intricate and enigmatic hand seals. In that fleeting moment, a series of vibrant and colorful magical circles materialized beneath him, revolving slowly around Yang Yichen as the epicenter. As the magical circles spun, countless flying swords, forged from condensed magic, shot forth from the array like a fierce flock of birds, surging towards the panther god with ferocious momentum. These swords shimmered with resplendent light, each encapsulating Yang Yichen's formidable magical and psychic energy. The panther god, noticing this, shifted its expression slightly but did not falter. Drawing upon its own immense strength, it conjured a thick shield before it, attempting to withstand the barrage of flying swords. However, it was unprepared for the depth of Yang Yichen's magic, which was further augmented by his unique psychic power. The flying swords descended upon the panther god with the ferocity of a tempest, striking the shield with sharp, ringing sounds. Though the shield was sturdy, it could not endure the relentless and intense assault from Yang Yichen for more than half a minute before it shattered with a resounding crash. Ah, damn outsider, how dare you harm me? The panther god screamed in agony, its voice laced with fury and disbelief. Simultaneously, Yang Yichen's flying swords ruthlessly carved numerous deep and shallow wounds into the panther god's body, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding earth crimson. The panther god trembled, a flicker of fear crossing its eyes. It had never anticipated that a mere human could possess such formidable power, capable of inflicting such grievous harm upon it. Realizing the dire situation, the panther god sought to flee, for in terms of magical prowess, Yang Yichen's power eclipsed its own. Moreover, the strength derived from the faith and offerings of Wakanda and others had been nearly depleted by the earlier assaults. With a sudden fluctuation, the panther god shrank from its massive form to that of a normal-sized leopard. Outsider, why not simply cease this? I have no quarrel with you, nor you with me, it proposed. Upon hearing this, Yang Yichen could not help but burst into laughter. Huh, How utterly ridiculous. It was you who dragged me into this world. It was you who sought to end my life. And now you wish for me to relent? Dream on. A beast shall always remain a beast. Forever unworthy of the stage. Yang Yichen's derision darkened the panther goddess' countenance, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in its eyes as it growled menacingly. Outsider. If that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Today, either you perish or I shall. With that, the panther god opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a roar that shook the very fabric of space. Accompanying this roar, Yang Yichen felt an intangible wave, surging towards him like a tumultuous ocean tide. Good heavens, a mental assault as well, he mused. Upon sensing the wave of aggression, Yang Yichen felt a sudden shock within. Yet he refrained from exhibiting any reaction. Instead, he relaxed his body, allowing the leopard goddess' mental force to invade his mind like a venomous serpent. The leopard god, discovering how effortlessly he had penetrated Yang Yichen's consciousness, was filled with unrestrained joy, a victorious expression manifesting on his face. Just as I anticipated. Although this fellow possesses formidable strength, his mental fortitude is alarmingly feeble. In that case, I shall unceremoniously claim this vessel for myself, the leopard god proclaimed with gleeful arrogance, eagerly delving deeper into Yang Yichen's psyche in an attempt to completely seize this new body. However, just as the leopard god was on the verge of success, a dull thud echoed, a sound of collision. What is this? Why is there a wall in my mind? The leopard god was astounded to discover an indomitable barrier had appeared deep within Yang Yichen's consciousness, entirely obstructing his mental incursion. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within Yang Yichen's mind. Ding. Intruder detected, attempting to invade host's brain. Activating extermination protocol. As the system's alert concluded, the leopard god within Yang Yichen's mind was suddenly met with a chorus of terrified screams. What is this? Why is my mental force dissolving? Let me out. Yet before the leopard god could finish his plea, the wretched cries were abruptly silenced. Simultaneously, after a violent fluctuation in the space where Yang Yichen resided, his figure materialized at the scene in Wakanda. Chaka stared in disbelief at Yang Yichen, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. What is happening? How could you emerge unscathed from the realm of the leopard god? Chaka murmured, desperately calling out to the leopard god he worshipped, only to find that his connection had been utterly severed. A wave of panic surged within him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Damn it! What have you done? Why can I no longer reach our deity? Chaka demanded of Yang Yichen, his voice laced with despair and fear. However, Yang Yichen merely smiled lightly, responding, Oh, you mean that little kitty? Clearly, your god has been vanquished by me. His tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing Yang Yichen's words, Chaka's complexion turned ashen, struggling to accept this grim reality. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to believe what Yang Yichen had asserted. Yet deep within, Chaka understood that Yang Yichen spoke the truth, for he had felt the complete severance of his link to the leopard god. A piercing scream escaped Chaka, his voice brimming with anguish and rage. He lunged at Yang Yichen, intent on tearing him apart with his own power. Nevertheless, Yang Yichen remained motionless, calmly standing there, awaiting Chaka's approach. As Chaka approached Yang Yichen within mere steps, Yang Yichen suddenly extended his right hand, tightly clenching it into a fist. With a crisp sound, Chaka's body erupted into a cloud of crimson mist, which swiftly coalesced into a blood-red sphere. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sphere hurtled forth, crashing heavily against a distant wall, splattering a vivid scarlet stain. Thus, in a single assault, Chaka was reduced to a mere ball, his life extinguished in that fleeting moment. Chapter 97. Annihilation. The arrival of the Ancient One. As the people of Wakanda witnessed their king's fall, a chorus of enraged roars erupted around them. Fueled by unbridled fury, they charged recklessly towards Yang Yichen's position. However, at that moment, Yang Yichen had lost interest in such juvenile skirmishes. With a casual gesture, he instantaneously teleported back to the stronghold of Umbrella, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to Sheffield. Receiving the directive, Sheffield promptly issued the order over the radio. All personnel, open fire. At his command, all combatants and various vehicles sprang into action, triggers pulled, unleashing a torrential barrage of firepower. In an instant, countless shell casings were ejected like raindrops from firearms and assorted vehicles, the metallic clang of impact resonating sharply against the ground. Under this relentless assault, the valiant Wakandan soldiers charging ahead were swiftly felled by gunfire, their shields rendered utterly ineffective against such overwhelming firepower, providing no semblance of safety. Realizing the dire situation, T'Challa urgently called out to the remaining Wakandan warriors. Everyone, retreat to the city and engage the enemy in urban combat. Awakened by the command, the soldiers turned and fled back into the city. Observing this scene, Yang Yichen's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of disdain etched upon his face. He mused to himself, urban warfare? How laughable. For those lacking in firepower, it may be their only recourse. but for the formidable Umbrella Corporation. This is merely a testing ground for artillery. As the Wakandan soldiers retreated, the soldiers of Umbrella refrained from immediately pursuing, instead standing still, methodically replenishing their ammunition. They understood that the true battle had yet to commence. When the entirety of Wakanda's forces had withdrawn into the city, a piercing sound of rocket launches suddenly erupted from behind the Umbrella ranks. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, missiles streaked across the sky like meteors, trailing long plumes of smoke. Racing towards the city of Wakanda, the residents of Wakanda had never witnessed such a spectacle. They gazed skyward in awe at the magnificent sight of what resembled falling stars. Yet, they remained oblivious to the calamity that was about to befall them. As the rockets reached the city's skyline, their casings instantaneously burst open, releasing a deluge of densely packed cluster bombs. These bombs rapidly dispersed into smaller units in midair, each containing immense destructive power. As the first cluster bomb detonated upon impact, the remaining explosives followed suit, erupting in a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers, their thunderous explosions resonating throughout the city of Wakanda. The curious residents who ventured out of their homes, along with the Wakandan soldiers stationed at various intersections, suffered grievous casualties in the wake of this assault. The injured inhabitants and soldiers clutched their wounds, wailing on the ground, while others lay motionless, their blood seeping into the earth, symbolizing the lives they had lost. Within the confines of the Umbrella Corporation, Yang Yichen observed the images displayed on the screen, a frown creasing his brow. What is happening? How can these structures withstand such force? He muttered to himself. Stroking his chin, he continued, It seems we require a missile of greater yield. With that, he turned to issue commands to his staff. At that moment, the Red Queen, nestled in his arms, interjected, Master, I have a report regarding Ios. As her words echoed, a holographic screen projected before Yang Yichen, revealing Ios's figure. The first hunter mech has been fully assembled and is equipped with the Red Queen subsystem for auxiliary operation, allowing for both remote and piloted control. As Ios concluded, the image on the screen rapidly shrank, unveiling the imposing hunter mech constructed by the Umbrella Corporation. Its formidable presence exuded an aura of technological prowess and raw strength. Drawing inspiration from the designs seen in Pacific Rim, it also integrated advanced technological elements from the Marvel Universe and beyond, significantly enhancing its overall performance. Visually, the hunter mech bore a striking resemblance to the Eureka Striker from Pacific Rim, yet its internal intricacies exhibited notable differences. Firstly, the energy system employed an arc reactor. Compact yet powerful, capable of sustaining the mech's energy-intensive operations for extended periods. Secondly, its weaponry configuration drew from various types, including wrist blades and plasma cannons, each boasting formidable destructive capabilities. Additionally, a massive main cannon was affixed to the mech's chest, delivering exceptional firepower at the cost of substantial energy expenditure, categorizing it as a strategic weapon. Yang Yichen meticulously examined the mech specifications, his satisfaction evident. What is the name of this mech? He inquired. It is named Thunder God. Ios replied. Thunder God, an acceptable name. Yang Yichen nodded, before commanding, prepare Thunder God for combat. We shall utilize the portal to traverse into the Marvel Universe. With that, he terminated the communication and opened a portal in the heart of the Wakandan city. As a striking blue portal, 100 meters in height, materialized before the onlookers, the Wakandan soldiers, still clutching their wounds, gazed in terror at the unfolding spectacle. As a resounding sound of heavy footsteps echoed, the Thunder God's legs first crossed the portal, arriving in the Marvel Universe. Following closely was the immense figure of the Thunder God, standing at an awe-inspiring height of 100 meters. The inhabitants of Wakanda, upon witnessing this scene, were engulfed in despair. Upon his arrival, the Thunder God strode towards the city of Wakanda, leaving deep impressions on the grasslands with each step. He soon reached the outskirts of the city, disregarding the Wakandan warriors who shot at him from below. Activating the plasma cannon in his right hand, a distinctive sound of plasma being discharged resonated, and a dazzling orb of iron surged towards the tallest structure within the city. Just as the people of Wakanda shielded their eyes in anticipation of death, they found themselves still alive. Raising their heads, they beheld a bald woman clad in a yellow robe, hovering before the mech, clutching the very plasma that had just been fired. The Red Guardian, controlling the mech, was about to continue firing when she received a command from Yang Yichen. Red Guardian, ceasefire. Complying with Yang's directive, the Red Guardian retracted the plasma cannon. Meanwhile, Yang Yichen emerged through the portal, appearing atop the shoulder of the Thunder God. It has been a long time, Master Gui. Chapter 98. Wakanda's surrender. Yang Yichen respectfully bowed before the woman in the yellow robe, who was none other than the renowned Master Gui. She gently grasped the ion mass, applying a slight pressure until the entire orb vanished from her hand. Turning her gaze towards Yang Yichen, a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes as she softly spoke. Yang, spare their lives. I shall take it upon myself to grant you ownership of the vibranium. You need only employ them for its extraction. Upon hearing Gu Yi's proposal, Yang Yichen shrugged in agreement. Of course, Master Gu Yi. I have always held your opinions in high regard. Observing Yang Yichen's prompt acquiescence, Gu Yi couldn't help but chuckle lightly, playfully tapping his head with her finger. Am I not familiar with you? My intention in preserving them is merely to ensure that the subsequent timeline does not deviate too drastically. Yang Yichen, slightly embarrassed by Gu Yi's perceptiveness, quickly regained his composure and inquired, Master, have you found your successor? Gu Yi nodded, her tone imbued with both pride and anticipation. Yes, he is currently diligently studying magic. While he still lags behind you in your prime, I believe he will grow into his potential. After a brief exchange, Gu Yi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Yang, I have utilized certain methods to alter the memories of all individuals in Wakanda. You are now regarded as their finest leader. You may command them without concern. With those words, Gu Yi vanished from sight. As Yang Yichen stood upon the shoulders of the Thunder War God, he beheld the multitude of Wakandans below, their faces alight with admiration. After a brief shake of his head, he and the Thunder War God's mech vanished from sight, leaving behind but a single directive, to allow the biological and equipment departments to take charge of Wakanda. Subsequently, Yang Yichen and the Thunder War God materialized in the primary realm of the biohazard crisis. Upon entering the biohazard world, Yang Yichen first sought to inspect the production status of the equipment department. Even from a considerable distance, he could observe the assembly line for the hunter mechs. Drones busily transported an array of materials back and forth at the construction site. These materials were conveyed to the factory, where they underwent a series of processes and transformations, ultimately culminating in the creation of numerous hunter mechs. After concluding his inspection of the hunter mechs, Yang Yichen returned to the Umbrella Corporation headquarters located in the Marvel Universe. Reclining in his office chair, he propped his feet up and held a glass of whiskey in his hand, savoring a gentle sip. As he gazed out at the scenic view, contemplating the beauty of the sunset, the projection of red appeared before him. Master, the biological and equipment departments have nearly completed the acquisition of Wakanda. They are currently engaged in the extraction of vibranium, Red reported. Listening to the update, Yang Yichen swirled the whiskey in his glass and replied, instruct the equipment department to develop new weaponry based on the vibranium. Just as Yang Yichen finalized his arrangements concerning Wakanda and prepared to terminate the projection, he noticed an incoming communication from S.H.I.E.L.D. Without hesitation, he accepted the call. Upon seeing the familiar visage of the bald man he had not encountered in some time, a smile crept across Yang Yichen's face. Well, if it isn't our esteemed director Nick Fury, aren't you concerned about being wanted? How bold of you to reach out to me, Yang Yichen jested. Let us dispense with the frivolities. I have resumed my position as the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. This communication is to inquire whether the conflict in Wakanda was instigated by you, Nick Fury stated, unperturbed by Yang Yichen's jibe and instead focusing on the matter at hand. Wakanda? Are you implying I emerged from Wakanda? Yang Yichen responded, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Fury, unable to contain his rising ire, exclaimed, Wakanda is one of our allies at S.H.I.E.L.D. By attacking Wakanda, you are effectively assaulting us. While Fury's words echoed with indignation, Yang Yichen remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering as he gently extended a finger. 10 pounds of vibranium, he murmured. At these words, Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, his fury dissipating in an instant. I did not reach out to you for the vibranium. Wakanda is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most crucial allies. Fury hastily clarified. Yang Yichen smiled faintly, extending his second finger while stating nonchalantly, 50 pounds of vibranium. Nick Fury's expression darkened considerably. He clenched his jaw, striving to maintain his composure. He replied, while Wakanda is our ally, your blatant disregard for international organizations and direct assault upon them is simply outrageous. With a cold sneer, Yang Yichen raised his third finger, his tone resolute as he declared, 100 pounds of vibranium. Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening. Very well. Since Wakanda initiated the attack, it is their own doing. However, the method of vibranium delivery requires further discussion. Observing the projection, Yang Yichen noticed the sly expression on the face of the black egg, rolling his eyes before stating, go to the equipment department to collect your vibranium. The two then ended the communication. At S.H.I.E.L.D. After terminating the call, Nick Fury's face no longer bore the earlier expression of greed. Agent Hill inquired, Director, have we truly compromised like this? How do we explain this to the Wakandans left outside? Explain? What nonsense. When we first negotiated with S.H.I.E.L.D., they were so arrogant, taking decades to acquire merely a few kilograms of vibranium. Now, we are obtaining 100 pounds from Yang Yichen, which is more than sufficient for our needs. Without hesitation, Nick Fury responded to Hill's question. Agent Hill, taken aback by Fury's ruthless words, was momentarily at a loss for words. She finally asked, "Director, how should we address the Wakandans who have come to complain?" Contemplating her question, Nick Fury devised a plan. "We shall package everything and send it to Yang Yi-chen as a gift to Wakanda." Meanwhile, Yang Yi-chen remained unaware of the unscrupulous actions being taken. He reclined in his chair, contemplating which of the three newly presented worlds he should venture into. Deciding to cast a dice for a decision, he tossed it high into the air, catching it as it fell. Upon opening his palm, the number 3 appeared. It seemed he would be heading to the third world. With a murmured affirmation, he pressed the teleportation button for the third world, and in an instant, he vanished from his office.